If anybody has any comments, questions, feedback about anything you heard on the show this week, you can send that to us at podcast@nintendo-oki.com. You can follow us on Twitter at twitter.com/Nintendo_Oki. Head on over to YouTube. Check out the stuff we've got going up there. We got another episode of Monster Hunter Oki Go that just went up. The Go rounds go up every Wednesday. You can check those out usually Monday or Tuesday on YouTube before they hit the site. Or check us out on Facebook. Go to the Facebook group and talk to us over there. We have plenty of conversation happening there all the time. So, thank you, Ethan, for filling in for Shannon this week.
Yeah, no problem.
Micah, thank you.
In Brawl, when you create a stage, you get to pick what song you want, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got an idea.
Uh-oh.
What, are you going to use Sonic Boom?
Supersonic Racing's in there.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, man, I got to rethink this.
All right, I'm out.
And Shelby, as always, thank you for hosting this craziness.
Thank you for being the gracious host you are, Mr. Miller.
I do my best. And having said that, we'll see everybody again in 7 days.
What is this? What is this, Ethan?
Zelda soap.
Zelda soap?
It's a bunch of game cartridges.
Shaped like
that are
Super
in
Nintendo
soap.
cartridges.
That's awesome. Wow. That's really cool. Be really cool. We have replaced this man's copy of Ocarina of Time with a bar of soap.
Of soap.
Let's see if you notice this.
He tries to blow in it. And it just melts.
Bubbles come out.
Oh no!
You're listening to Lords of Thunder podcast with Alpha Omega Sin and Happy Console Gamer.
Welcome, one and all, to the Lords of Thunder podcast. It is I, the mighty, incomparable Alpha Omega Sin, joined by...
Oh, joined by me. You sounded like a Viking coming in there. I like that. That's pretty awesome.
I had to make it sound pretty epic because we're going to have a very special episode where we get to talk about the blast processing 16-bit juggernaut, the system that did what Nintendo don't. Sega!
Sega? I've never heard of Sega. Who are they?
Sega's this one company that made a lot of amazing games, but, nowadays you wouldn't fucking know that, but they... naturally a big part of both of our lives and many people out there listening. So I thought, this would just be a pretty rockin' little episode.
It's going to be fun to talk about the beginnings of Sega, especially when we look at them now. It's more like a barren wasteland now, but we're going to go back to the frontier days of when, they were bringing out brand new franchises left, right, and center. Every fucking day, it was a brand new franchise that was a big hit. I mean, they could do no wrong in the 80s and 90s. They really couldn't. Well, they had a couple of stumbles, but we'll get to that too.
It was one of those things. If you were a fan of arcade games, for example, and you got to go to arcades, which, man, I wish that they were still active right now. It was hard to not know who Sega was because they were kind of the most badass companies out there who had the arcade scene locked down. On
I think I really came to know them it must have been 87. I went to Hawaii. My parents, were nice enough to take me to Hawaii, and we're walking around on an evening, and it was so magical that we just went around a corner, and then boom, we were in this arcade. But it was just like, as a kid, it was just like the most magical place ever, because like all they had was like, if you can imagine. They had this huge altered beast, like on a huge TV. I mean, I'd never seen anything like that as a kid. And they had like a sit-down outrun machine that's moving and all this kinds of stuff. And I was like, holy crap! Like all you'd see is the Sega name, and you knew that there was this cool Japanese company making these arcade games, and I was in absolute bliss. I was like, all night playing these games. And Altered Beast was like the coolest shit I'd ever seen. And there was crowds of people around the machines at the time. It was really exciting. And that was the first time I'd really started to know about Sega. Was their arcade division. And everybody's going to remember that. They didn't just come out with the consoles. They had this huge presence in the arcades.
And the neat thing about it was, for back then, their arcade machines, stuff like Afterburner and Outrun, they looked a million times better than anything else you were looking at, because they were so fast, and they would all the graphics were scaling, and it gave you actual depth. You're playing through Outrun, and it's these branching paths, and you're driving around. And was it the Testarossa? Is that the car?
Yeah, the red car.
And you got your chick with you, and you're driving down all these crazy ass roads, and you're trying to go and beat the time limit. I sucked ass at the game, truth be told. I didn't get good at it until the consoles, but you still wanted to play, and it just looked cool. And Afterburner was just nuts. You're dodging fucking missiles, and it's great.
Yeah, just the like first person types of games. And another great first person game was Space Harrier.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I remember, get ready, and it's just like, holy shit, this is like virtual reality. It was a big fucking deal, and the sit down machine for that was also amazing. I always remember that Space Harrier, big one.
I always loved the fact that with a lot of arcade games, they would have different variants of them. They'd have those stand-up versions, and then they'd have the sit-down versions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, the sit-down versions of so many arcade machines, every single company, Sega especially, would do such a good job of making you feel like you were closed off from everything else, and you were really there. Like, you were into the game that much more, because there was nothing to go and detract your attention and, make it teeter off somewhere else. It was so damn cool.
Hang on, the cycle game, like we lean back and forth. That was something else. Like these are really great games. They were great games. And that's why everybody's so upset, going, oh man, they always remember the great Sega arcade days and what they did back then, and the innovations that they did. With Yu Suzuki, it was amazing.
Well, one of the things I didn't fully grasp or appreciate whenever I was very young. Now, as a full-grown man, I absolutely can. But they did an amazing job, damn near like every single time, with adapting their arcade games to consoles.
Oh God, yeah. So where did you were seeing some arcade games you were younger? Where was your first Sega console experience? What was the next thing after the arcade games for you?
Well, for me, it was the Genesis, because we and for anybody out there over in Europe or Australia, the Mega Drive, but the Genesis was the first thing that we ever had. And the funny story behind that is, my brother, he had this friend whose name was Spaceman. And Spaceman was one of the craziest people. Very nice guy, but just would do the craziest stuff in the entire world. And he had robbed some kind of place, and the Sega Genesis and a whole bunch of games was part of that. Wow. And he sold it to my brother and keep in mind, this was 1991. Wow. Okay. So a Sega Genesis in a stack of games, I'm talking like Sonic the Hedgehog and Streets of Rage and Altered Beast, that whole shebang. All those games and some other ones, Ghouls and Ghosts too.
Very good.
All that for $50.
Wow.
And for even nowadays, that's
amazing.
What
a steal!
But he was like, yeah, so that was my first taste for it, and I was a little kid, so the first thing I wanted to play was Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
And oh my God, when the only thing that you've played at the time was your 8-bit Nintendo, and then you see the Sega Genesis, you feel like you've been swept away to an entirely new world. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's. You see, the funny thing is, you started with the Genesis. I started with the Master System, and what was the first time The first time I'd ever seen a Master System was down the road. My friends. It's an old story. I'm not going to go into all the details about it. We'd be here all day, but they had one. I went down, saw it. It blew my fucking mind. Seeing Phantasy Star and all that, and that's the first time I saw RPGs, console RPGs, on a home console. That was the very first time I saw that.
And Phantasy Star was, from a technical standpoint, Phantasy Star was the shit. Like, man, was it cool.
It was light years ahead of anything I'd ever seen. And everybody listening who wasn't there for this time, you have to realize you'd never seen anything like this, and you'd also never seen a console RPG, JRPG. And I should say that it was the very first console JRPG. I was like, in North America, I was like, holy, there's anime style characters. I'm like, this is fucking off the charts, man. And oh my god, you got like 3D dungeons, and you can buy weapons and fight monsters. I mean, it was a dream come true for me at that time. And they didn't stop there. They had Miracle Warriors, Ys, King's Quest. They just bought every fucking RPG for the goddamn system. And we were all there all summer. It was the best summer ever.
So would you say that was definitely like one of the major reasons why you got so much into the genre, was thanks to that?
Yeah, well, I was already, we talked about Dungeons and Dragons before. Playing D&D was really cool, but I guess it was I was longing for escapism. I was longing to get the fuck out of my, grade 7, grade 8 life. Going into high school, it was kind of a scary transition, and I wanted some escape from that. And so D&D was giving me that. But at times, D&D was very annoying because I was playing with a bunch of younger guys my age, and they were always arguing about the rules, and we weren't doing as much exploration and fun things. We were arguing all the time, and I didn't want to be a part of that. So I wanted an experience that was away from that, an experience where it's just me. I could just have my own RPG adventure on my own. And that's what Phantasy Star was like giving me, or like at least showing to me. I didn't have it at that time. It was my friends down the street. We were there every fucking day in the summer. I mean, it was the best nerd basement adventure summer I could ever have dreamed of or wanted or had since. I mean, it's still one of my favorite summers, 1987, 88, and all that. So anyways, that was a great experience. And then I played games, and I started realizing some other friends had a Master System, and I didn't get one for a couple of years later. I ended up getting Phantasy Star Sloppy Seconds, Ys Sloppy Seconds, Miracle War, but I was happy to get them. I happily fucking sucked and licked that motherfucker up and down. I didn't give a shit. I was just glad to fucking get it. Dude, finally.
The thing that I'd love to is, whenever like you're younger and you don't have shit for money at all, you can't go and like we can now and work the corners, and make our money the good old fashioned way with skinned knees and stuff. But whenever you're a kid, you're always going to your friends' houses and playing their games, and sometimes that's one of the only reasons you go to your buddy's house, is just to play video games.
Well, hey, so what's funny about that is that me and my friend Andrew went over there that first day, and they showed us Phantasy Star, and it was a basement full of nerdy kids in our neighborhood, and me and Andrew was like, oh my fucking god, I'll never forget looking over at him, his facial reaction, his jaw was quite literally on the ground, and he's just like, his eyes are wide open, and we both like, look at each other. Oh my god, this is like the coming of Christ or something. You know what I mean? Like, this was what it was for us. But what was so fucking hilarious is the next morning I got up at like 9 o'clock. Early riser in the summer. You know what I mean? And I go down. I bike down to my friend's place down the street, the Cato's, who had this Master System, and I go around the back and I knock on the window. And fucking Andrew's already fucking in there. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? He's like, oh, I've been here since 8. And I'm like, you're just using these people to play their fucking games. And I knew that. It was the funniest shit ever. I always just thought, man, he's like an addict too. He's just like an addict to it. So that was funny. I'll never forget Andrew being over there before I was even there. I was mad he was there. That's a classic memory. But anyways, yeah, and there was a Cato's down the street who also got a Genesis before me, and I got to try everything over there. What what an amazing machine the Genesis was.
Mhm.
Just seeing ghouls, as you were saying, ghouls and ghosts. When you first
Dude,
saw that.
was,
Holy
that
fuck.
was mind blowing. What's weird is, for me, I played Ghouls and Ghosts before I played Ghosts and Goblins.
Really?
And for a lot of people, it'll be like, I can't believe that. Like, I never played in the arcade. I'd never even seen it in the arcade. And
Yeah.
I knew that it existed on NES, but that was all.
Yeah.
I'd never gotten to try it myself. So that was the first time I got to play it. And I still feel today that I was almost spoiled by that.
Oh, you would have been going back afterwards. I experienced the Ghosts and Goblins in a 7-Eleven of all things, and it was the hardest game. I watched other people play. I was like, I suck at this game. I was watching older kids play it, but when I saw Ghouls and Ghosts, I'm like, oh shit, what a jump! But obviously that's a Capcom game, but it was on a Genesis, and what an arcade conversion is. Alpha was talking about earlier, like they were doing really good arcade experiences at home. Like this was the first time that you'd seen. Like I remember when the first time I got a Genesis, the Christmas morning, and I put in Last Battle, which is like Fist of the North Star, and I'm looking at Hawk2 walking side view, and I'm like, holy shit, look at this! Like this is an arcade game. The character's huge on the screen, and never mind the big buttons. That controller. When I took that fucking controller out, I needed a goddamn crane to take that thing out the first time. I couldn't believe how big it was.
Dude, a lot of people forget the original 3-button Sega Genesis controller is a beast. Like, that thing, I mean, I always throw jokes around about the fact that you're basically going to have a fucking hernia from picking up the original Xbox controller.
Yeah,
but the original Genesis controller, especially for the time, it looks like it could have swallowed the NES controller and asked for seconds.
Yeah.
Like, it was so goddamn big. And it was just, but the thing that was nice about it was a really smooth controller.
Mm-hmm.
It was rounded and it felt comfortable.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things I thought was cool about it. Whenever I'm sitting there beating the shit out of zombies in Altered Beast, and walking around and welcome to your doom, and doing that kind of thing, I was fine with that. But naturally, I'm always gonna swear up and down the 6-button controller is the way to go.
And people can laugh at Altered Beast now, and I know a lot of people do. It's become a bit of a joke type of game. But I'm telling you, Christmas morning, that was the pack-in game. When I put in Altered Beast, I was like, oh my god, again. Remember, I'm coming from that kid who was in 87, seeing Altered Beast on this gigantic big screen TV monitor thing. And all of a sudden, I got that game at home. And I was like, oh! I was having that religious experience again at home, but I didn't have to put in any quarters. It was mine. But the game was too short. I remember I beat it like the first couple of times I played, I'm like, oh, thank God I got some other games.
Well, the thing is with Altered Beast, a lot of the old school arcade games, they weren't extremely lengthy, but what they made up for in overall game length, they had a punishing difficulty.
Yeah.
And just did not give a fuck who you were or what you were. They were just like, I hope you've brought at least $10 in change because you might get halfway through. Yeah. And Altered Beast, I can to this day can do a single run on the game and be just fine. But it's for back then, like those transformation sequences during each stage when you're turning into a different monster, that, like, every time it was happening, I was like, man, that's like the coolest shit ever, because it reminds you of the times when you're watching, like Power Rangers or something, where they go into the transformation sequence, and you're like, oh, that's so cool. And Altered Beast was doing that stuff on our game system, and we were this big hulking badass monster that's like maybe a flying dragon shooting lightning everywhere, or a wolf that's able to shoot out all this shit and do these little charge attacks and stuff, and it was so fucking awesome.
Yeah, but before that, you were a gigantic muscular figure running around in a thong.
Yeah. And remember, and power up. And it's funny because your sprite gets much more muscular, and your head ends up looking like a grape sitting on top of a pumpkin.
Yeah.
And it's just it looks comical after a while, but then eventually you get powerful enough to go into your altered beast transformation. And you want to know what? And this was something. It has nothing to do with the games, but to this day still absolutely love the black grid design for the Sega Genesis clamshell artwork. I've always found that to be so damn cool looking.
Are you talking about for like eSWAT and stuff like that?
Like all the original games, like a long time ago, you know, they'd have the artwork, but they'd have that black grid design that was wrapped around it on the case.
You're not talking about like you're not talking about the Master System.
No. Well, the Master System had the white grid design.
Yeah.
The Genesis and Mega Drive had the black grid looking one, and that was the first one that I got to see. But I always thought it looked cool because it stood out, you know, compared to everything else on a shelf. You know, it reminded me of like Konami on NES had the silver boxes. And Capcom, they would have those the purple boxes with the outline to it, and then the artwork right in the center. Or the really old ones where it was that real retro Tron-looking grid design that was real trippy looking. But I always liked the look.
I'm with you. It's where you have the logo and the artwork, and they were all uniform at the beginning. You're talking about,
yeah. See, I preferred that so much. Whenever they eventually switched over from the clamshell designs to the cardboard ones where it was all red, I thought that just looked tacky and ugly.
Yeah, I still have the box of Fantasy Star 4, and it sucks. I wish I had it in one of those nice, beautiful, plastic, cases. Again, not just a piece of cardboard.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. That stuff always bugged me. And you know what? Missing out on a classic here. Want to bring up Golden Axe, the entire Golden Axe series. That is awesome.
That's like for me. I got the system. And like Last Battle for Christmas that year, and then my birthday was always after Christmas, and it was all so cool. I'm like, we would go down the States and we went to Target, and I know that sounds funny, but Target was the place to go back in 1989, because honestly, the States got everything before us, everything, and it was a lot cheaper as well, and they had just a better selection. So Target then was a big deal. Target now, not at all. But I remember we went down to the video game section, and my parents were like, oh, okay, like get 2 games for your birthday with your birthday money. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking, and I'm like, fucking Alex Kidd. I'm like, I'll get that. Yeah. And then I'm like, Revenge of Shinobi. I'm like, and I don't even know if I think I read about it, but I didn't know about it. I'm like, oh yeah, Revenge of Shinobi. Fuck yeah, Shinobi. Fuck yeah, Shinobi. And we got that, and I went home, and then Alex Kidd wasn't a bad game. It wasn't unbelievable. It was pretty cool. But fucking Revenge of Shinobi, little did I know I was about to play what would be a classic to me since 1989 till now. I still think the gameplay in there is fantastic. The music is excellent. Oh, by Yuzo Koshiro. I mean, just the level of design, the bosses, Spider-Man, Godzilla.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, they had fucking Batman and Godzilla in the game. That's awesome.
It was and Rambo as well, and the Terminator. Yep. I mean, it had fucking I'm like, this is the best game I've ever played.
And you want to know what? It was a prime example back then, especially, that they would go out of their way to make some of the craziest and coolest cover art for games that you would just want to pick up and turn around and see, like, on the back of it. Nowadays we look up gameplay footage and shit, but back then, if you didn't have a subscription to a magazine and weren't already well aware of this ahead of time, you knew fuck all.
Yeah.
So this was one of those things, like, there all the Shinobi games had killer artwork on it, and the Golden Axe series, all of those had killer artwork. Streets of Rage, those had all of them you would pick up and you'd want to look at because it looked exciting.
What it was is exactly what you're talking about. They were all beautifully hand painted. Mm-hmm. I mean, beautiful, gorgeous pieces of artwork on their own, but coupled with games, they just like Forgotten Worlds, Elder Beast, Ghouls and Ghosts.
When we had talked about in D&D, if you were a fan of Dungeons and Dragons and saw the cover to the first 3 Golden Axe games, you'd want to own them because it would feel like you are playing out a section to a game. Like you are now this warrior wearing nothing but a loincloth and a smile. And you're going out there kicking the living shit out of everything and summoning up like entire big things of flame and water and all sorts of shit, devastating enemies. And oh my god, and Streets of Rage. We totally got to talk about that.
It's so funny that we do a Sega episode. It's so easy just not to get off the Master System and Genesis and just stick there all day. You know, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, like maybe we should just keep on talking about what we want to talk about and see where we go, because this is going to be like, I think it's going to be like multiple parts.
And you know what? I'm fine with that because the company's big enough for that. Well, let's see. So we had the Master System. You know what? Here, I didn't even say much about the Master System.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous that you were fortunate enough and lucky enough to experience it back then. I didn't get the Master System until my late teens, early 20s.
Right.
And because around here, I never saw it at all. Yeah. It just wasn't around, or I was just like, well, I have an NES and I don't know anything else. But I'd never gone to see that. I went straight from Nintendo over to Sega Genesis. But I keep going back, and you had brought up that Phantasy Star and the East games. If I got to see those when I was a kid, my brain would have fucking popped.
Mine did. And here's something that I've never been able to find, or ever being able to find like on YouTube or anything. I got up for school one morning, I think in 87, 88, and I got up and I was eating my cereal, watching my Robotech or whatever it was, and there was a commercial advertising the Sega Master System and Phantasy Star, and I'm just like, it blew my socks off. So I knew about it ahead of time, and I was telling everybody in the neighborhood about it from this commercial that I saw. And it was just like, travel to different planets, the ultimate fantasy role-playing game experience. I'm like, oh! It really was like that for me then, too. I was telling everybody about it, and then that's when those guys came back and surprised me. But what's interesting is what you're saying is that 20 kids in the neighborhood would have a Nintendo. 2 would have a Master System. It just wasn't big. It wasn't big enough. And it's not because they weren't in stores. They were. I could go to any store and they were in there, but it was always like Nintendo had built such a name, and people were like, "Get Nintendo, you can get this, you get this." You got Mario Brothers was the big one, that everybody's, I gotta get that because for Mario Brothers. Oh, and Sega was as a home console was unproven, and they were like the weird uncle. You didn't know what to make of them, but when you sat and got molested by the weird uncle, you're like, "Hey, this guy ain't so bad."
Like he said, sit on his lap, talk about the first thing that popped up. Now I'm in counseling.
Yeah, like we're playing with my Opa. It was wonderful. So fuck.
He promised me a glowworm when I was little. I didn't get exactly what I thought I was going to.
Oh Jesus, that's.
And now it hurts when I sit.
And
you want to know what? Back onto the topic of Sega being the unproven company, it was interesting because a lot of people aren't aware, but Nintendo actually had a complete and utter monopoly over a lot of third-party companies back then. So it was extremely difficult for a company like Sega, for example, to come in and get any kind of support like that. So they had to kind of do their own thing, and luckily they were fucking talented as hell, so that was pretty easy. But Nintendo, they had Konami locked down, they had Capcom locked down, they had all these companies, they had Tecmo locked down, they had Hudson Soft locked down, and think about all the major franchises that started on Nintendo. And all the ones that started on Sega were basically made by Sega themselves.
Some of the bigger ones, and they were innovative too. They had their 3D glasses, which were a big deal back then, and their light gun as well. They had light gun games that were really excellent. The funny thing is, the graphics and sound, I don't give a shit what anybody says. I still think it's better than Nintendo.
Oh, it definitely is. The only thing about the sound, like, I think the sound on the Master System is better, but I feel that people utilize the sound chip in the NES better for music.
I'm with you on that. There's so many wonderful soundtracks on the NES. This is not a Master System is better than Nintendo, but
No.
I think it was everybody went to Nintendo, and it's just like, wait, the Master System is so worthy. In fact, it's more. It's really like you. Yeah, it was really sad to see it never catch on, but there was something cool about it because it didn't catch on. It was niche.
Yeah.
It was kind of cultish in a way.
That's exactly why I dig a lot of, well, hell, both of us, we kind of gravitate towards the unknown, the things that are kind of underground, the things that people haven't heard of, and not in like a hipster kind of way. We like to dig deep and find those gems that nobody knew about, those diamonds in the rough, when we're going and talking about some kind of games, if everybody's playing the biggest games out there, well, what about these games? I'm sure they're pretty good. Let's give them a shot. Because you already know everything about those big ones. And, Sega was that company. And you know what? And that was an interesting time because Nintendo had revitalized the entire video game market, and Sega was coming in being the next big contender. They had the arcade scene locked down. They came in with the Master System. The Master System, still today, is big as hell over in Europe and in South America, and that's amazing.
Yeah, Brazil, it's massive, and it's just insane. And the Master System had a really big effect on Australia. And of course all the Australians called it Sega because there was one. So from what I heard, there was a commercial over there, and they're like introducing Sega, the Master System, Sega, and so everybody's like, oh, it's Sega because that's what the commercial was telling them, and this is before the internet, so everybody called it Sega, and they still do. And it's not a bad thing, but it's interesting. It's a really funny topic. Yeah.
Well, let's see. So, with the Genesis, if we're going to go in chronological order, the Genesis got to go and live on a little bit with 2 additional add-ons.
Yeah, which were, like, okay, let's just, first of all, before we jump there, they had the power-based converter.
Yeah.
And it's just a little peripheral, but it's kind of how those meld together. So there's this power-based converter you could put on your Genesis, and you didn't need a Sega Master System anymore because now you can just get those old games and put them in the power-based converter and play them on your Genesis, which, let me tell you, was a really welcome feature. That was, I love that machine. When it came out, I was like, wow.
Ever since I'd known about that, I had always wished that they would have built, instead of having like all the add-ons, to have like an all-in-one Genesis system.
Yeah.
Just did everything. Like, that'd be so cool. But the power-based converter, like, I actually have it sitting behind me up on the shelf.
Mine's in the other room on the shelf.
Is, dude, it's amazing. Like, it, for anybody that, because Master Systems aren't exactly common in most parts of where people live at, because it wasn't a huge-ass system. So having something like the power-based converter, shit, yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's where they kind of, rubbed out the Master System and said, hey, all in one system here. And then what's the next thing they introduced?
The Sega CD, I believe, came out before the 32X. Yeah,
that was a funny. I've always wanted to talk about this too. Is that I remember like I had the TurboGrafx and the Sega CD hadn't come out yet, and I was down the road talking to a guy. His name was Dave Penfold. And he was a friend of me and Andrew's. He's I wouldn't even call him a friend of mine. He was a guy I fucking knew. And I remember I was telling him the excitement of playing Ys Books 1 and 2 and all this stuff. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm really looking forward to the Sega CD. That's going to blow away the TurboGrafx CD. Yeah, it's got so many full motion video games and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, thank you for shitting on my parade, you fucking twat face. I remember being so annoyed at that guy. I was like, he wasn't like, oh, that's really cool, but it's also the Sega CD's coming. He wasn't being cool about it. He was like, fuck that TurboGrafx CD. And I was just like, there was already an underdog to begin with. I didn't need the nerd down the road bashing it too. Fuck you. But yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty when I started to see some of the games. I was like,
Just so you know, you probably had one of the rarest arguments ever for back then of the TurboGrafx CD versus the Sega CD.
And I'm gonna do a video on it actually, which is funny because
dude, I think that's an excellent idea. Because dude, think about it. Most people are always like Nintendo versus Sega. You never heard that kind of shit go down. Like that's one of those like debates and arguments that it is like the low percentage chance of occurring. That's fucking cool.
It was funny, but do you know, I can be absolutely honest. I was a bit of a fanboy because I had my TurboGrafx CD and I'd invested in this and I had emotionally invested in it. And I was like, don't you dare talk bad about my girlfriend, the Sega CD, or sorry, the TurboGrafx with your Sega CD slut, you know? And yeah, I didn't know what to think about. I was excited about the Sega CD when I started seeing all the Japanese games. But guess what? We didn't get hardly any of those.
Yeah.
We got a lot of full motion video games. I remember Sewer Shark and all the initial games that were coming out, Night Trap, but I was just like
Night Crap.
You know, it was just like, this is not what I want out of video games. Like the full motion video was exciting, it was a different direction, but it was not why I was playing video games. I was playing video games for Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and all those reasons and RPGs. I didn't need to kind of want. I didn't mind a bit of this full motion video stuff, but I didn't want all the games to be pretty much like that. And they felt like that was the majority that was coming out.
Well, the Sega CD always bummed me out because, like, I had no interest in it whenever I was younger because after the Genesis and all the other shit, I was looking at the Ultra 64 and the PlayStation as my next go-to systems.
Yeah.
And the Sega CD I was like, whatever. But, you know, and nowadays, I'm constantly defending the system to detractors because they just assume that the system is bad and that it has nothing to offer whatsoever, and that is totally not the case. It is.
That's totally not the case.
A lot of really fantastic games. It's just, unfortunately, an add-on with more infamous and notorious shitty games like the FMV games, for example, that ended up getting most of the exposure and limelight, so everybody assumed that's all the system had.
Yeah. So we've talked about some of the shit. Let's talk about some of the good. Obviously, we're going to talk about, let's just put them out there. Snatcher, Sonic CD, Popful Mail, Dark Wizard,
Lunar 1 and 2.
Lunar 1 and 2. Thank you. They, to a lesser degree. But it's still, you know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of really cool types of games on there. Like, Jesus Christ, there was a lot of good stuff.
And this one particular game, it's called, what is it? Lords of Thunder, I think it's called.
Yeah, you have a copy and I don't.
Wait, you don't?
I don't know. I remember you telling me that you were looking for it, and I saw it on eBay, and I was like, "Oh, fuck it! Like, let's give this guy what he desires."
I'm going to have to find you a copy then.
Oh, I'm cool. I'm totally fine. You know, there's I'm on Google here because I didn't want to forget any, like the Keo Flying Squadron on Sega CD.
Dude, I mean, I never got to play that.
Neither did I. That's why I just saw. I was like, I should mention this because I don't have any experience with it.
Dude,
I know it's worth a fucking shitload of money now. That's all I know.
One big time game that, like, Snatcher's always the really big digital novel type game that everybody will talk about for a system, and rightfully so, because it's hands down the best damn game on that system. But
that's really cool. Yeah.
Rise of the Dragon, also just as noteworthy and very good. But
that was a PC game back then. Yeah.
They did a port to the Sega CD. It's actually better than the PC version, oddly. Wow. They added more to that version. That's why I always say, if you're going to get it, check that version out. And there's also the Space Adventure Cobra.
Right, we were talking about that. I think a week ago. Yeah.
Oh man. And I've only played it via a ROM because that was the only way to get a hold of it. But that plays just like Snatcher. and the anime is out there. If anybody ever wants to go and check that out, you totally should. Then there's also the fact that this looks good and it has good voice acting inside of it. And it's killer. And to think that the game's just sitting on the system completely unknown. It's made by Hudson Soft too. And it saddens me to think about some of these real badass games, and they had such low print runs. They've never had digital re-releases, and it's just, man, such a bummer.
Yeah, there's a lot of little gems on the machine, like Road Avenger. I fucking love that game. That's a great game too. That's a real classic game.
Anytime that somebody's like, there's no good games, I'm like, well, what about Final Fight CD? Everybody knows about Final Fight. Everybody knows that Final Fight games are really excellent. And for the longest time, that was like the only perfect version that you could get a hold of until they did the Final Fight version on PS3 and stuff, which was a really good port. And it was a really nice version. The music was really good. That was the big deal with that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so there's no knocking the Sega CD. In fact, actually, here's a little bit of something interesting, is that Phantasy Star 4 was originally supposed to come out on Sega CD. I shit you not, I did not know that.
Yeah, because then was it wait a second, Brain, because this is I'm remembering something from a long time ago. Yeah, because they were getting ready to put it on. It was going to be a big game, and then at the last minute they're like, no, because it died. That was right, and they just put it on a cartridge. That's why all the cinematics and stuff were over the top, and they had to make the game way bigger. So
I remember Phantasy Star 4 being insanely expensive when it came out.
Yeah,
because
over $100, I think it's $100.
Over here it was $100 brand new retail, and a lot of us will complain about the $60 brand new retail price, which I still think is too expensive for a game. Yeah. But back then, just imagine going to a store wanting to play your the last installment officially within for the Genesis Phantasy Star games, $100 you would have to throw down. Like your wallet would turn inside out and want to kill itself.
But even the original Phantasy Star on the Master System was way up there. It was like an $80 game. Yeah, we're talking $87 and $80 game. That's extremely expensive. Yeah.
Damn, dude, that's
it was fucking worth it though.
Thinking about it, because we were talking about earlier, and we both had gotten Final Fantasy X, the HD version.
Yeah.
And that's that right there is what, $50-$60.
Yeah, I think it's about it cost me about $60 here. Yeah.
And thinking about just comparing it to that, $80, $90, $100, that's when you get like that real sweet collector's edition or something. That's horrifying. Oh man. And if you applied inflation throughout the entire years, holy shit, you'd be like, all right, so I'll just take out a bank loan, or maybe get rid of a couple of these internal organs, because I don't need this fucking kidney. That's fine, it can go away. Now I can go and pre-order the game. Hooray!
Yeah, for sure. It's funny. It boggles your mind, the prices back then, and that's some of the hurdles that when you ask your parents for a video game, they're like, "Go fuck yourself." You understood why. You don't like honestly. I remember when I went to see Phantasy Star for the first time. I went back home. I'm like, please, Mom and Dad, you gotta give me this Master System. It's the best thing ever to get Phantasy Star. Blah 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 blah. And they just went, no. I'm like, please, like, no. I'm like, fuck. And that was the end of that. And you know what I mean? I couldn't even argue with them. I'm like, damn. Oh yeah, those sinking feelings when you're so excited about something. It's like, nope, you ain't getting it.
And you get video game blue-balled by your parents.
Well, you know what? Do you know what I would do back then? This is something I've never talked about. This is so stupid too. I did a lot of choose your own adventure books by myself. I made them for myself, and I'd have to roll dice. And so I'd say I want a game like Gold Velius, and I couldn't get it. I'd make my own Gold Velius. And I'd make my little flip book, and so like you'd have to roll like a 6-sided die. 1 to 2, you go to this page. 3 to 4, you go to this page. 5, 6, this page. And then I had little biting monsters and stuff like that. I played games that way on my own because I know it sounds so fucking, but that's all you had back then.
I think that actually sounds amazing. Like, I'm not even gonna knock it and be like, "Oh man, that sounds like you're fucking retarded" or some shit like that. No,
Crazy.
that legitimately sounds cool as hell. That you actually not only had the imagination, but you were fucking smart enough and also nerdy enough to go and create this, and that makes you fucking cool. I think.
It was funny. Do you know, I'm telling you, I don't know what it was, but I was looking for escapism so badly. I think that initial knock into high school was a really scary, brand new change, and I was looking not to be there. And because I didn't do drugs, I didn't do any, you don't drink as a kid, as a younger kid, so there's no real escape from dealing with fear and stuff, except for your imagination. And I was trying my damnedest to escape reality in any capacity known to mankind. Even if I had to sit up all night making fake little flip books and my own RPGs to do so.
Do you by chance have any of that stuff still?
I do actually have that stuff still.
Dude,
yeah.
you have to fucking make a video like showcasing some of this, because that sounds fucking incredible, man.
Well, it's just I wonder how sustainable of a video it could be, how long of a people's attention span. I'm like, that'll be a 4-minute video before people go fuck yourself.
The thing is, even if only a couple people want to check it out, just imagine, because that's even beyond nostalgia. That's part of your history personally as a gamer. And there's other people out there, if you go online, I've read people who wrote fanfics. I've seen people who've created an entire, role-playing adventures based around anime and video games and stuff. It's so what you did is not all that far-fetched to many people out there, and it might kind of spur ideas in others, or even just let other people kind of open up about some of the shit that they do with one of their favorite hobbies.
I'm gonna write it down. Old RPG. Yeah, it's what you did before the internet. It's honestly one of the things that will show my age. Is what you did when you didn't have anything. You didn't have any internet, and you had a bunch of books, and you had a Nintendo with about 4 games on it, and that was it. You even like movies. We didn't own movies because you rented them. To buy a movie was very, very expensive back then, and my parents never bought movies back then. Like you didn't buy it, so you didn't have a lot of fucking entertainment. That's why comic books were so massive in the 80s too. Is that you read comic books? But anyways, we're getting off track here. Let's get back to the wonderful.
I was gonna say, well, we had talked about the good and bad of the Sega CD, so I guess we could go and segue on into the darkest depths known as the 32X.
That is something I'll be flat out on. I'm always very honest. I never got into. I never bought one. It just wasn't for me, and I knew that. Because the Sega, the Sega CD was one weird thing, but you'll have to take this away because I honestly am not an expert in the field of the 32X, nor do I want to be too much so.
I was going to say, to be honest, the 32X doesn't really have a lot of games to begin with, and it also doesn't have a lot of quality games on top of that. It was such an unnecessary thing. I don't even know how else to describe it. Like, for a while, Sega wanted to make its own standalone system called the Neptune.
That's right.
And they didn't do anything with that. They had the Sega Saturn coming out, so the redundancy of this system was even more apparent to anybody who was like, well, I'm going to be jumping into the next gen. But they did put out a couple good games on it, so I'll at least be able to let people know that not everything's on it is shit. There's a very, very good version of Afterburner on it. I mean, absolutely excellent. It like, if you played Afterburner in the arcade or even played on the Genesis / Mega Drive, then this is one of the premier versions you want to get, unless you get the version on Sega Saturn, which is definitely better. Let's see. Space Harrier is also good. You'd like Space Harrier, so
yeah, for sure.
Space Harrier. They did a good job.
Yeah, but it was like so many years later. It's like, oh, another version of Space Harrier.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a lot of the good games on the 32X were just ports of previous games.
Yeah.
trying to think Doom. They had a good version of Doom on there, but there's infinitely better versions out there that you can get. But if you have a 32X and are trying to play something good, and probably the most famous game on it is Knuckles Chaotix.
Yes, I know that one.
Okay, Knuckles Chaotix. I've played it quite a few times, and I couldn't get into the game personally. Some people really like the game and will say, you just gotta, just give it a chance. There's, it's got a different control scheme compared to the rest of the Sonic the Hedgehog games, because usually it's just run fast and platforming. Whereas this has like this whole rubber banding thing, and I think it started with a game called Sonic Crackers, I think it was called. So, but the 32X, it's got some other good games like Star Wars Arcade and Mortal Kombat, Metalhead. There's other shit out there, but unfortunately, it is literally just a mushroom-shaped turd on top of your Genesis, and you're better off just sticking with the Sega CD. You'll be fine, or get a Sega CDX, which is the best thing in the entire world.
And I do have one.
Dude, those things are awesome, and they're built like fucking tanks.
They're
man,
it's nice. I sold most of my collection to buy one, which was the retarded thing I did. But so go on.
I was gonna say, when did you get it?
Oh, I got it for Lunar. I did a big video where I talked about selling most of my collection to be able to buy a Sega CDX because I wanted to get Lunar and some of the RPGs that were coming out, and don't ask me why. I didn't have the side system. I just went straight into 32X.
Well, when did you get it?
I must have been. I was 20. So fuck me. Jesus, I'm 41 now. Minus 21. Oh, you're making me do mathematics. It's a while ago. I'm just doing it here. I'm just gonna figure this out.
Well, see, I was curious because I wasn't sure if it was something recent or, this was like a long-ass time ago. But, dude, it's
1994.
See, that, again, I think that's kind of badass that you had it since back then. I didn't get mine until early 2000s from a fucking thrift store.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, it's so funny that I just said to you that I don't know anything about the 32X. That is correct. But at the time, I knew what it was all about. And I just was like, knowing what the Sega CD is, we were waiting for it to get good, and that we're waiting for that, and then all of a sudden they introduced this other thing.
Yeah,
it's like, oh no, and the Star Wars and all that stuff was like, no, I don't want to jump. I don't want any of these games, and I didn't really. None of those games were a system seller, so I'm like,
it was weird because they didn't even tap the full potential of the CD system yet.
Yeah,
and they're already like pushing out other systems and add-ons and stuff. I'm like, just calm the fuck down. You don't need all this extra shit. I'm quite content with playing something like Soulstar or Sylphid or some shit.
Yeah.
Like, just leave me a couple minutes just to fucking play this. And then they put that out, and then right after that, put out the Sega Saturn, and released that early.
We're getting into it. So what had happened, and honestly, for me being there while it was happening, it was a state of confusion, and you knew the company was confused, and you didn't feel, I don't know, you felt very unsure about them. That's how you felt. Where Nintendo just went straight to the Super Nintendo. You know what I mean? No fucking around. Where Sega was doing this weird shit, like, okay, so here's a Sega CD, but we're not going to fully do that. And remember one thing, I already have a CD machine at the time, which was a big fucking deal. At the TurboGrafx, it's like, well, I really want the Genesis CD, but I gotta wait for more games. And then more games came out, then it was okay to do that. But it's like, I can't keep buying more and more stuff. It was getting stupid. I just want to, as you said, be content with what I had. So Sega was getting very confusing. We didn't know what was going on with them. And then, boom, they introduced the Sega Saturn, and everything else was gone. And I'm like, thank God I didn't get on the Sega 32X at that point. Even though I did have a Sega CDX, I don't have one 32X game. Nor will I ever. I just don't care. I just don't give a shit. I honestly, I don't care. I didn't care then, and I don't care now. There's no game that I must have on that, for me personally, for the 32X. And then we get into the Sega Saturn, and I did not, again, jump on board. And I'm the guy who had a religious experience with the Master System, with the Genesis. Sega CD started throwing me off a little bit. 32X threw me off the fucking side. And then the Saturn, I was like, I'm not buying into this yet. I'm not trusting these guys. And rightfully so, but a lot of good stuff came out on the Saturn. A lot of good stuff. Rob, see, and this is where you live vicariously through your friends. Rob's family had one. And so I would go over there and experience all the games over there. I never had to buy one. And I only maybe about 10 years ago, finally got a Japanese Saturn. I don't have an American one. Still don't.
Well, aren't we fucking fancy? And
Well,
me with my
like that?
dirty
How do you
American
like
one. Ew.
Yeah. So what was your experience with the Saturn then?
Oh man, people are gonna fucking swear up and down I'm the worst person ever, and it's weird because it's completely different now. But I did nothing but mock the Saturn whenever it came out because I had PlayStation.
Oh, what a guy!
Dude, it was one of those things I looked at it and was like, I don't give a shit about any of this stuff and blah blah. I don't care about your racing games, your arcade games. I've got RPGs. And that's all I cared about. I was like, I have a PlayStation 1 and it has RPGs. More RPGs than I know what the fuck to do with. Wow. And I was a fucking cunt about it. I really was. But I was a young teenager. I forget how old I was even when it came out. Let's see, PS1 came out in 95, so I was pretty fucking young. I was in middle school, or just starting middle school.
I was 23.
But it was, oh my god, dude. It was, the Saturn came out, and admittedly, it actually had games on it that I wanted, but I've already had a PlayStation, and I had a Nintendo 64, and there was no way I was convincing my parents and getting me a third system. I had zero friends who had a Sega Saturn. Zero. Yeah. None of them had one. And
Rob's family was the only one who had one. I didn't know anybody else who had one either. Nobody. You know why? Because it was so expensive. It was really a lot of money, and you couldn't justify it. You just couldn't. And I was an addict. I was a video game addict. Even I can say to my parents, I never said, hey parents, do you want to get me a Saturn? Didn't even bother because it was too expensive.
And it's what's weird about it is like going back now, the Sega Saturn, I find nothing but amazing games on.
There's a lot of good stuff on it. Yeah.
It's crazy, and I have a bunch, at least like a bunch to me, a bunch of import games for the Saturn, because if you're ever going to import for a system, the Sega Saturn is a definite go-to system.
Oh,
that and the PC Engine. Holy shit.
Yeah. So many hidden gems on there. So many Japanese-only RPGs and stuff. It's just insane.
Dude,
yeah.
I would, the top one that I wanted of all time, as a matter of fact, I could get rid of all of them and just keep the one and be content. And that was the Castlevania Symphony of Night for the Sega Saturn.
Yes.
That was important.
Yeah, that's a really cool one. That's obviously something that we never got, like usual.
Oh, dude, I was always bummed out because that version of it had so much extra stuff in it. Yeah. And that's why I wanted it, because I was such a fan, am such a fan of the game, that I was like, I'm more than fine with going and paying money to get the same exact game just so that I can play through this little extra stuff and fight those extra bosses and get these extra familiars and shit. But when the system came out, the one thing I remember distinctly about the Saturn that I did like a whole lot and love even more now because I've seen some of the Japanese ones was the commercials.
Yeah. Their
commercials were so fucking crazy and out of control. They gave no fucks at all, and it was a very typical 90s thing where it was just crazy, over the top, balls to the wall type stuff, and I loved it so much.
Can you think of any examples?
I remember that a lot of the specific commercials were actually about the system, and they had montages of the games. One of the ones that I can think of off the top of my head was it was supposed to be like if things were taking place inside of somebody's brain. And, there's all these people that are working inside of there. And as soon as the person is being exposed to stuff inside, being exposed to like the Sega Saturn, their brain just starts going ballistic. And they're like, oh my God, it's like a nuclear meltdown. Holy fuck.
I remember that. You know what I mean? That's so funny.
dude, and oh my god, I cannot remember his name right now, but he was like the main dude who was in all the Sega Saturn commercials in Japan.
Oh,
Um,
Sensoro. Yeah, yeah.
dude,
Yeah.
his were so amazing. The one where he's doing training and he's running with a big Sega Saturn controller on his back, and then he's like doing these punching combos on it against the buttons and stuff.
He was fucking amazing.
Dude, it was so fucking cool. And the more that you see them, they're more ridiculous and over the top. And it's like, holy fuck, this is so cool. Like, I did. I
Crashed
loved it.
through buildings. He's like Superman. I know.
Yeah, it was amazing. But you want to know what's strange, and it makes me wonder this truly 100%. I wish that I could turn back the hands of time just to alter this one thing and see how it would go. Is if the Sega Saturn had launched with an official Sonic the Hedgehog game, and it was an actual pack-in game, if the tides would have turned a little bit more for Sega in general for that particular generation.
If they had some more RPGs out of the gate, and
Yeah.
the problem was the machine was too expensive. I know that, I'm repeating it, but it was. I still remember how frustrated I was. It was this big fucking box of a machine that was fucking a lot of money. And I was like, damn, I can't get into this. Not with what's, out for it. And then all of a sudden, Magic Knight Rail started coming out. Like all these really cool games started coming out. I'm like, fuck. And I started playing the ROMs like Guardian Heroes, all that kinds of stuff. And, Panzer Dragoon Saga, fuck, all that.
The day that I got to find out that Die Hard Arcade was on a Sega Saturn,
Yeah.
I wanted a Sega Saturn so much because there's this movie theater called Showcase Cinemas, and we would go there because it was the closest big-time theater to us, and we would go there. They had a Die Hard arcade machine in there, and I would play it every single time. They had all these other arcade games there, and I'd play them every so often, but I always played Die Hard Arcade at least once, and would always try beating it. As a matter of fact, sometimes I got so good at it, I'd have to quit the game just to go into the movie. And dude, that game, oh my god, it's so awesome, man. It's also known as it's part of the Dynamite Cop series.
Yeah, I know it. I do know it for sure. Yeah.
But it's dude, that and a game that I'm still missing out of my collection, and eventually will end up finding for a price that doesn't make me want to chop my fucking leg off. In one of the best entries, Saturn Bomberman.
Oh yeah, that's a classic. Rob used to have the multi-tap for that. Yeah, for that.
For what was there any games on it that were like whenever you went over to Rob's that were really like pushing you to just absolutely say fuck it and sell stuff to want to go and get the system?
It's one of those things where the very first time I saw Knights playing when I went over there, and I remember his whole family's there playing it. It was really interesting, and they passed me the controller, and it was like an analog controller. I was like, what is this?
And that was different.
That was really, really different. I was like, oh, you control it with this. I'm like, interesting. And it was very, very, it was unique. And you can tell that it felt very refreshing and new and exciting. That kind of feeling that I don't want to say you don't normally get anymore. Now we get, going from PS3 to PS4, you have another controller, you have some, motion control and stuff like that. That's fine, but you don't have that breakthrough.
Yeah.
Unless you do virtual reality and stuff like that.
They also dubbed it as the Sega Saturn 3D controller, which made it sound like it was you basically had the future sitting inside your hands, like shitting into your thumbs with amazingness.
Yeah, it was good, and it was like, wow, this is cool. And the game that really made me go, fuck it, I need to get a Sega Saturn was Guardian Heroes. And,
yeah.
I mean, I went over to Rob's, and it was funny because I went over there and there was Rob. And Rob was young then, too. Holy shit. Rob was 18. I was 23? 22. I think it was 22, yeah. And so I went over there and we're hanging out. And his brother was over from Japan. He was back over here. And he had one of his friends over that I remember from high school. And I brought my friend Andrew. And oh no, actually, that was another time when I brought Andrew. But just this time it was just me. And I went over and I had these big beers. And it was funny. I remember that none of them were into like drinking. You know, they were kind of like, you know, the good kind of nerdy kids. Where I was like the nerdy kid who kind of gone rogue, and I was
you were the badass who liked nerdy things.
I really enjoyed, I enjoyed nerdy stuff, but I also enjoyed doing a bit of partying, absolutely. So I remember showing it to Rob's place, and I had a couple of tall cans of, you know, Canadian beer. You know, it's called Canadian. You've had it, you know.
Oh yeah.
But very stereotypical, and I just sat there, and they're all playing it, and I cracked this beer. And you know, it's funny. I remember how good I felt. Never mind the beer, but it just felt so great to be surrounded by nerdy people. We're doing such a nerdy thing, and we're so into it. I loved it how they were talking about the storyline as though it was real, and I really enjoyed that aspect of that evening. And I'll never forget how much fun it was. And then more fun was when I kept coming over, and Rob kept unlocking different characters for the arena battles, and we do those every day, and we fight the little, I think it's this Nando guy, the little hamster, fighting against this gigantic robot. So you have this little hamster on the screen, he's like a pin drop thing, and it gets this gigantic robot that's the size of the screen, and you beat it, and it was like the coolest shit ever. That was the first time I was like, I need a Saturn. This is great stuff, but I never got one. There wasn't enough of the games to really maybe go, okay, fuck it, I'm doing it. Because Rob just kept bringing this Saturn over to my house. He was like the drug pusher, like, he just came to my house and we'd do it there. I didn't need
like
one.
He comes over like he's the fucking cartel and shit, and he's just like, I'm gonna make this offer. Like, I would want to see him like with like a briefcase and shit, and it's like a couple bags of cocaine.
Had a briefcase. Because back then he had a real brief. He'd open it up and it was all like the fucking, what do you call it? Styrofoam stuff inside.
Well, honestly, you get rid of all the styrofoam. You have bags of Coke in there, and that's what nestles your Saturn and your controllers and your games in. And then you just throw them to the side. Who the fuck actually wants this 8-ball of Coke? I need to go and play Dragon Force right the fuck now in Virtual Cop.
Yeah, there's another good game, right? Fuck yeah, like.
Dude,
yeah.
Oh my god, Virtual Cop, that's my shit right there. I love it.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. And seeing Virtual, we didn't even say that. Virtual Fighter. Virtual Fighter looked unfucking believable to me back then.
And Virtual Fighter was the start.
Yes.
For many people of seeing what we could dub as like realistic fighting games. You know, it was amazing.
Well, the thing is, what was like, for Sega, Virtual Fighter became a benchmark. It didn't even matter if the game was any good. It was a benchmark of graphics in a way and the game was pretty okay. It got a lot better as it went along, but not from like the first one. So the first one you look at, and you're like, oh, that's interesting, 3D characters, and all of a sudden you're playing it at home. You're like, oh, okay, and you were basically, whenever you'd see a Virtual Fighter game in the arcade, you're like, oh, that's the next Sega machine is going to look like that, and it did.
Yep.
And so when you saw Virtual Fighter 2 on, let's say Saturn, you're like, holy shit.
The difference between Virtua Fighter 1 and 2 is like night and day.
Oh god,
There's such a fucking contrast, because it's strange, at least modernly, to see a big time leap in games nowadays. But back then, you saw Virtual Fighter 2, or Virtual Fighter, which, you could play it on the Genesis, which, that was 2D sprites, but you could also play it on the 32X. Yeah. Then you saw Virtual Fighter 2 on the Sega Saturn, and you were like, yeah, this kind of just cements the fact that the 32X was fucking garbage, because this is true 32-bit power.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, one of the other big series on there, Panzer Dragoon, that trilogy.
Yeah, and those are some of the games I saw Rob's too, and it was like, this is really cool.
Dude, and on-rail games are always fun, but an on-rail game where I'm flying around as a dragon, shooting other monsters and stuff, and then to cap off the trilogy, you turn this on-rail game into an RPG. Holy fuck, thank you. Like, that's the kind of thing, like, you deserve a reach around and a taco. Like, that's just great.
It was very cool. It was a very interesting era of the Sega Saturn. I got to see it from afar. and because it was Rob's, but I did enjoy a lot of my time with it. It still wasn't the Genesis to me, and nothing would be right again till the Dreamcast, and that's what we got next. And
Aaron, we could actually jump on into Dreamcast, which is still thinking, and I'm still thinking that we need to have a lot more HD versions of the Dreamcast library, because man, do I love the Dreamcast.
I love it too, and it was one of those feelings that it felt everybody been promising you the arcade experience at home, and they were delivering to certain degrees, but the Dreamcast was like, hey, guess what? This is the arcade game. The first time you played Soul Calibur or Power Stone, and then you went to the arcade, you're like, well, it's the exact same game. I can't believe it. And it was like, yeah, you'd finally, and that is such a huge thing, finally, arcade games or home games are getting better than arcade games. We hit that, that moment.
You've got to do it like you're The Rock. You have to be like, finally, the arcade games have finally come home.
That's awesome,
dude. Well, how about this? What was your very, very first experience with the Dreamcast?
Very cool summer. I just graduated film school. I was getting my resume, my portfolio together to get a job, and Rob went to Japan with his parents. He went over just to Japan to visit his brother over there, and so he came back, and what was awesome is he came over with a fucking bag of goodies for me. He's like, "Oh, here's Ys 5," and I'm like, "On the Super Famicom? Oh my god!" And he brought me all these things back from Japan, and it just blew my mind. And he's like, also, I got something else. I'm like, what else you got? He's like, I'm going to go bring it this evening, and we're going to play it. I'm like, what are we going to play? He's like, I got a Dreamcast. I'm like, a Japanese Dreamcast? He's like, yeah. He goes, and Power Stone. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, you're kidding me. He's like, no. He's like, and he went and grabbed it, brought it in this big case, opened it up again. His family was big for these cases. It was hilarious, but they really wanted to protect their investments, and he had all taken care of. And we played it, and I could not believe I was playing. I know it sounds so fucking funny now, but I was playing Power Stone at home, and we had a great time. And Rob was really cool. He said, "You know what? I'm gonna leave this here for you to, for the night. You can have it for tomorrow, and I got to pick it up because I got to bring it back because it was part of his brother's too." I'm like, yeah, no problem. And I'll never forget. So Rob left that night. We had some beers and played Power Stone till the wee hours of the morning. I got up the next morning, and it was a beautiful summer morning. I'll never forget. The sun is shining. It's beautiful outside. What a day to go outside. I went straight to the basement, closed all the fucking blinds, and Power Stoned it up for the day. I unlocked everything that day. I just did everything in the game. From when Rob came back that evening, I basically unlocked everything, and I was quite good at the game then too. So I just destroyed him in versus mode.
That poor bastard. He's all like, "All right, everything's unlocked. I can't wait to get. Oh my god, I'm being raped. I'm being raped right now."
It was fun. And when I was in my heydays of Power Stone, I was good. I'd have to practice up again. I remember me and you played, I think, down at Portland, and I was like, I couldn't even remember the game. I'm like, oh yeah, I could jump on the post and swing around and
dude, that was the same way for me. Like I got lucky because you're actually quite good at fighting games, and I ended up winning that. Though you ended up beating the shit out of me in all the other fucking fighting games that we had played. We also had played. We
were playing like it was like SNK versus Capcom.
Yeah, that, man, you put my day up in that game.
Hey, don't worry. You put up a bit of a challenge, but what? Oh my god. Talk about walking over somebody. He put his quarter in, and I was just like, is this guy for real? He had absolutely nothing. I just annihilated him. I annihilated him like 4 games in a row. I'm like, hey, look at this. I'm not even looking. I was doing the stuff I used to do to Rob. It was so funny.
that poor Australian bastard.
I enjoyed that. I was like, man, you have no game. You have none at all. And,
you lack game, unfucking fortunately.
Yeah.
And you know what? And speaking of fighting games, That is one thing the Dreamcast has in spades, is fighting games out the ass, and I'm talking picture perfect conversions in every single way. Absolutely amazing. You know, from the ones that are very commonly known, like the Street Fighters and the Soul Caliburs and shit, to stuff like Last Blade 2 and fucking Mark of the Wolves and shit. Like, these
Mark
games
of the Wolves. Oh
were
my god.
so fucking amazing. Like, between Capcom and SNK, you didn't need anything else. They had that shit locked down, and oh my god, it was...
Hey,
good stuff.
I gotta tell you this. I had a little apartment at the time, and I had my Dreamcast, and my mom came to stay with me for a couple of days to help me kind of like move in and get like settled in and all that. Because help me clean basically a lot of it. But it was so fun. I'm playing Mark of the Wolves in the other room, and I'm not thinking anything. I'm playing Terry Bogard. I'm doing some moves, and she comes in. She's like in the kitchen. She comes in. She's like, "Oh my god, what is with the swearing in this video game you're playing?" I said, "There's no swearing. What are you talking about? I'm playing a fighting game." And she's like, "Yeah, one of the characters keeps saying, 'fuck you.'" I'm like, "What?" And fuck me, man. Like when you do like a power wave thing, you go, "Fuck you. Fuck you." And you do say it. It sounds like you. I totally got it after that. And once you hear it, you'll never unhear it ever again. And I was like, "Oh, fuck, that's hilarious. Good job, Mom. You picked up on that. That's made for a hilarious day, you know?" So I made sure I did tons of those. Every time I play, I cranked up the stereo even more, you know? But, yeah, sorry, I had to... That's a weird memory.
No. See, and that's some of the shit that I love is whenever they keep, like, the Japanese dialogue in some of the games, or they just do, like, a piss-poor translation where it doesn't quite sound right, so it comes through as something else. That shit's hilarious. Especially when you're spamming the move over and over again. Somebody's in the next room, like, and all you hear is, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you." And it's like, what the hell's going on?
What the hell's going on? I need to be playing that game, or, you know, dude, man, somebody's really insulting him over and over again.
Dreamcast, man. The very first time I had seen it in person, the very first time was in EB Games in Ross Park Mall. And I went there, and this was the mall, because I was a fucking mall rat. That's where I hung out with all my friends, and we would run around and just cause mischief and shit. So I go into EB Games, and I had found out, you know, everybody was like, oh, did you hear? The Dreamcast is there. And I was like, all right. So we go down to this big ass group. Naturally, I'm the leader of the fucking pack of this group, and walk in, and lo and behold, there's the Dreamcast with a small line of people. And it was that little stand-up one with two controllers sticking out of it.
I know it well. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I go and I get in line, and I mean, like, I forget how many people I brought in with me, but we filled the fucking store. And everybody starts looking around at stuff, and I'm just waiting in line, and I'm looking over everybody's shoulders, and it was Sonic Adventure that was being played. And I felt like I was like in a fucking video game utopia. It's like, I cannot believe I'm looking at this. This is blowing my mind. Sonic, to begin with, is in 3D. The last time I felt this was with Super Mario 64.
Yeah.
And you're seeing Sonic, you know, and it's the very first stage because it's just a demo, but you see Sonic running along that pier that's being broken apart with that big-ass fucking killer whale that's ripping up everything, and he's just jumping and flying through the air, and I was like, holy fuck. It blew my mind. And it was like experiencing blast processing in my pants.
I liked your story. It really summed up that excitement.
Dude,
that
it was.
When you first saw it. Yeah.
Because you know, again, for a lot of people, it's hard to experience that because, you know, look what games are like right now. But the transition from console to console back then was such big, great leaps. You know, and that was just, it was mind-boggling. And just real quick to add on to that, the first time I got my Dreamcast was, it was the same exact month that it came out, in the local video game store that I ended up becoming an assistant manager at, like, a couple years later. I had entered a raffle, and I was the winner of a Sega Dreamcast in one game.
Oh my god.
And they had sold out of everything. They had sold out of I wanted Sonic Adventure because I had seen it so many times. They didn't have it, so I went and I got the second best thing, and it was House of the Dead 2. And then I got my I had some money and I bought the gun, which we unfortunately here in the States and stuff, we didn't get the official gun like they had over in Europe. So got a good enough gun, and holy fuck, that was great times right there. But that was my first experience with the Dreamcast.
It's funny, as soon as you said EB, I was like, wait a second, that was my first experience. Like, my first time really playing it was when Rob brought it back from Japan, but because I graduated film school, we'd gone to Las Vegas just for a couple of days to celebrate. And so we were down there, and I went through an EB, by an EB Games, and this is how weird, even you remember, this was like a weird time in gaming when stuff like this would happen. You'd never see this again. But there was a guy standing outside of EB Games, and he had brought his personal Japanese, Dreamcast to the store. And they said, yeah, you can demo it.
Dude, that is cool.
But it's so weird. So he was just like hanging out. It's like, hey, how you doing? He was like the friendliest guy ever. I'm like, oh, good. And he's like, I said, oh my God, is it the Dreamcast? He's like, yeah. He goes, and he's telling me how he bought it, he imported it, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, give it a shot. And, and I was just experiencing like Blue Stinger, and I was like, wow. It was like, oh my God, it's Resident Evil, but with arcade graphics, like real 3D arcade graphics. There's like, this is fucking me up. This is really fucking me up. It was something the hell else. And
and you know what, the idea, like the idea that somebody brings that along just so that everybody else can experience it, that's
pretty awesome.
That is like, that's one of those special moments, that you got to remember, because the Dreamcast came out in the very late 90s, and now all the way up until now you get to remember that, and I think that's cool as shit, dude. What's fucked up for me was the one of the first times I got to see the Dreamcast in person outside of EB was one of my good friends. His cousin had it, and his cousin was one of those people that would buy stuff basically just to show off that he had it. And he had a Japanese Dreamcast, and he had Sonic Adventure, and he had oh man, I cannot remember what the hell the game is called, but it sucks real fucking bad. It was one of the launch games for it.
What kind of launch game was it? What kind of game?
Oh man, oh my God, why can't I fucking remember the name?
Sega Rally? Was it like
No. Sega Rally is amazing.
Yeah,
I want to say it was kind of like an RPG sim game. For a life of me, I cannot remember, but he had that game, and he wouldn't let us actually play any of the games. He wouldn't even let us walk near it. He was like, oh, you can just stand there and you can watch, but you can't actually touch it. And then he'd sit there and play it, and I just remember thinking in the back of my head, I want to take a brick to this motherfucker's head.
Oh, shit.
Because he was just like being a jerk. I'm like, dude, why would you invite people down to not play something? Like, all you did was just to fucking stroke your ego and shit. Yeah. But, enough of the negative stuff. Let's get down to brass tacks and talk about some fucking games for this beast.
God. There's so many. The only problem, we're already an hour and 20 minutes into this podcast. How about we both pick a couple of games each that are fucking highlight moments? Jesus. I'll just say Phantasy Star Online, Skies of Arcadia, Soul Calibur. Like, the list goes on and on. Go for it. You go. Well, I'm thinking.
All right, you pick those ones. I will, and we already talked about some of the other titles. So titles we haven't brought up. It'd be absolute heresy if I did not mention the mighty Shenmue.
Oh, thank you. Absolutely.
Because Shenmue always and Shenmue is just amazing. Let's see. Grandia 2, because you had mentioned Skies of Arcadia. I actually prefer Skies of Arcadia over it, but it's oh my God, Grandia 2 is absolutely fantastic and one of the best games, on the system. And I guess I'll cap it off with I always forget how you say it, but Ikaruga.
Ikaruga is a wonderful game. Wonderful.
Dude, that and I mean I played it more on GameCube because that's a physical copy I own, but I got to play that properly a video game convention with an LCD TV turned vertically, and that was some shit right there.
Wow, that's cool.
But it was
Marvel versus Capcom 2.
Yep.
Crazy Taxi.
Dude, we got the official third Street Fighter thanks to the thanks to the Dreamcast, which that was one of the only places that you could see that on there. And I always thought that was kind of badass.
Resident Evil Code Veronica.
Oh, dude, yeah, Code Veronica, bar none, was one of the best things on there. I still remember the first time seeing it. I was like, oh my god, everything's in 3D, and I felt like I was shitting myself. Hell, a game that kind of was ahead of its time in terms of art style, but Jet Set Radio.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, I was just about to say that one too. I love that game.
Well, actually, for us it was Jet Grind Radio, but then it became Jet Set Radio Future and all that shit. But the system was a good way for Sega to leave the hardware market, because it was, for the short amount of time that it was out, it was nothing but awesome stuff the entire time.
I know. It really was. It was really sad in the end when it was like, when they said, yeah, we're basically packing up. This is our last console and we're going to become a software only company. I was like, what? I knew the writing was on the wall. I saw it. That was the beginning of the end for me. I knew it. I'm like, and then all of a sudden you start having like Yu Suzuki and Yuji Naka, leaving. I'm like, oh my god, the heart and soul of these companies, they're gone. I'm like, like the whole Bernie Stoller. Remember Bernie Stoller? Oh jeez, that guy. That was the fucking. That was all the bomb. I remember that.
And it is kind of sad to go and think about, but the nice thing is that we started seeing things like Sonic show up in a game with Mario, which we would have never seen prior.
Which was great, but at the same time, it just meant that something was wrong with Sega.
Yeah, it definitely did. But the nice thing about it is they have an absolutely amazing legacy whenever it comes to gaming, because as far as like first party goes, because to this day, even though Sega's a third party company, to this day I always end up viewing them as a first party company. Like they put out so damn many franchises and individual titles that were daring, that broke the mold, that started genres. They were innovators. They were really pushing for online gaming for the longest time. They were pushing for having arcade perfect ports of games. And it was just absolutely awesome company. And it's kind of cool that we got to talk about each generation of their systems throughout the years.
It really was a wonderful time, and it's really sad. I always get mad because I'm sad. I'm upset. I'm just like, God damn it! I wish we could go back to the golden era, and I don't mean go back in time. I mean like for them to have enough money and to make some sequels to some of their old classic franchises, and for people to give a fuck to buy them. Yeah, having all those equations is never going to happen, and we all know it.
And it is unfortunate because there's a lot of things that we're always saying, we wish this was getting released and that was getting released, or this was getting ported, or this was getting a sequel or a remake, or, but luckily we've at least got catalogs and memories and even back catalogs of games that we will end up playing or playing back through again, because that's what we have right now. I hope that gets better in the future, because I want them to live on. I want these franchises to live on. I want them, I want more Shining Force and Phantasy Star games. I want a third Shenmue game. I want another Skies of Arcadia. I want more Streets of Rage. I want more Shinobi games. There's just so damn many, and all we can do is hope and support.
That's really it, and they own Atlas now, which is really an unusual thing, isn't it?
It is. It's kind of weird to think about that they're under one house. But, I typically end up forgetting about the fact that them and Sammy are still together as one big company. And Sammy's one of the main companies putting out shit like Guilty Gear, for example. And, I would like to see Sega just say, hey, Atlas, why don't you go and translate a bunch of these games that we've never done shit all with? Or why don't you port some of these games for modern gen systems so that these can live on, so that fans, like new generations, can understand why the past generations were making such a big fuss.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, man, it's so funny. It's sad that we had to skip through the Dreamcast because we could have spent a lot of time just in the Dreamcast alone. Maybe we'll come back. Maybe let's come back and do another Dreamcast episode.
I was gonna say we could probably, to be honest, certain systems are awesome enough that you're able to dedicate an entire episode to. So who knows?
I know you could get into the nitty gritty of everything. Code Veronica, the first night you played that, and it was weird. And, that was just such a big fucking deal game. Such a big deal. I sucked at it. That game kicked my ass. But it was a big deal game. It was so fucking fantastic at the time. So, yeah, but geez, I think the audience, they absolutely know Sega and love Sega, I think, as much as we did.
Yeah.
And it was just a little bit of a trip through memory lane for us. I'm sure you guys felt the same way.
I think a lot of people out there listening, especially if you've been around, gaming as long as we have, or even if you're new to gaming, maybe this will get you interested in some of that past stuff. Or for a lot of you out there, you're just nodding in agreement like, damn, I remember some of that shit too. So hopefully you all enjoy this, because it's Sega, and it's totally worth going and talking about, because it's fucking Sega, and I don't give a shit. Even if they're a dumbass company right now, they're still awesome. I just want to knock them over the head and put common sense back in there.
Yeah, that's really it. And yeah, oh my god, another Shinobi game, another Alice Kid game, another Fantasy Zone game. Like, oh my god, no, We're not gonna have any of it. So don't worry about it. It's a sad end to a great legacy, and that's what Sega will be known for, its legacy.
But there is always that hopeful future.
There's always a bit of hope.
Yeah.
There's always a bit of hope, but
always got to have some hope. So, would you like to wrap this up?
Yeah, I don't know how to wrap. Didn't we have a line how we got out of this?
Let's see. We don't. We could. I noticed that we always come to this
ending. And we're always really good, and then we come to the ending and we're like, oh, isn't this awkward?
Oh yeah, how do you end it? And see, on both of our shows, we do have little ending lines, because that's an easy way to be like, all right, that's the credit roll right there, bam, boom.
Yeah, yeah, we always just fucking witter on like old ladies at the end here. I don't know. That's our talk about Sega. It was a good time. It was a good time to be there. It was a good time to play the games, and now it's all over. Just like the podcast.
How about this? I hope you all enjoyed the podcast, and tried not to look up any really bad fanfic about Sonic the Hedgehog, because there's lots of it. Especially
shit, I already did. I'm looking at it. I'm reading it.
I told you don't want to look up the ones where the characters are pregnant with one another, then eventually they just shit them out because the people don't know that, birthing canals and shit, but, whatever.
I'm fully erect right now. I thank you for this.
It's okay. Don't worry. I know what I'm going to be doing later on this evening, and so does everybody else.
It's a gift. It's a curse. And with that, guys, see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Make sure to follow us, the All Gen Gamers podcast, on Facebook and Twitter. Subscribe to us on YouTube and in iTunes. And don't forget about those iTunes ratings, guys. We appreciate those. And for all other info, links, and our forum, please visit www.allgengamers.com. Welcome to the All Gen Gamers, a podcast for people in video games of all generations. Starring Pete Dorr, Gamester81, Jason Heine, and Metal Jesus Rocks.
Guys, how you doing? Hello.
Oh, I'm fine.
So I didn't know which impression to break into next.
So Ben, I'm looking at your profile pic. What beer is that you're drinking?
What beers that I'm drinking? You're talking about my Facebook. Oh, my Skype. Oh,
yeah.
What is that?
My Skype? Wait, or my Twitter? Because I got different beers in every one.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. When you have several accounts and several profile pictures, it's hard to know which. That is Steam Whistle.
Steam Whistle. Huh? It's a lager.
It's a local Toronto brew. Actually, they have their distillery right in the heart of downtown. It's amazing beer.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm. It looks tasty.
Yeah, pretty much you can count on me. Every picture, or at least a good percentage of them, are going to involve me holding a beer of some description.
Nice.
That's just like my friend Kinsey. Well, your friend too, but oh my god, every shot that she does, it's like, are you an alcoholic, Kinsey? Because it seems like it.
Oh, she's got a. Let me say something though. She has it locked down when it comes to beers. Like she has a knowledge that far surpasses anything I could hope to acquire in life.
It's impressive, isn't it? I know. And she also used Tapped, which I think is this app that allows you to track what you're drinking and it kind of posts it.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, she loves that.
How high on the leaderboards is she?
I think at this point they're going to hire her as an employee.
Hey, there's no better person for the job. But yeah, we're a bunch of beer drinkers, and that's why one day I do hope to make it to Seattle and do what is it called, a pub crawl? Mm-hmm. Looking forward to that day very much.
Yeah, Seattle's a good one for that because we've got a ton of microbrews, just like Portland actually.
Yeah, Portland's huge.
Yeah.
I went to that. There's a Rogue Brewery in Portland, and they have that was sriracha beer.
How is that?
Oh, wow.
It's different. It's like shaped like a big sriracha bottle, and it's a stout, so it's a little darker. I'm not a huge fan of stouts. I mean, they're okay, but it's not bad. And also not a huge fan of like hot sauce, but it's very. I tried it, and it's very.
And
mild.
I don't like beer, but
I don't like beer, but no, but it's very mild actually because it's not like they just add sriracha to the beer. They actually what they do is they take the same ingredients that's in sriracha, like the chili peppers, whatever, and they take those raw ingredients and put it into the brew. So it's not like they just take like already made sriracha sauce and pour it in after, So it tastes a little bit.
Yeah. It's pretty typical. It's pretty typical. Like if you try like a double chocolate beer or a chocolate stout, it doesn't taste like Hershey's syrup. It has like a faint hint of cocoa.
Yeah. So welcome to the All Gen Brewers.
Really
podcast.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a spin-off podcast. It's all about alcohol in the show.
We probably should mention also that Pete may be joining us later on in the show. He's at school right now, so as we are recording this. So in case you guys are wondering where Pete is. Because I'll never forget, we had that one episode where we forgot to mention Ben, and he's still butthurt about it.
I know, bitches.
We did it an hour and 30 minutes in.
I was actually laughing the whole time because I was thinking there's got to be one person out there going, is Ben just being quiet? Has Ben gone back to his gimp cage? Has he followed orders finally? I don't know.
It's really sick and can't talk right now.
I'm doing sign language and people are interpreting for me.
I think we did say that. It really would have been funny if at the very end of the show, Ben, like, you just show up and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm here, by the way."
I agree. I totally agree on that. I agree with all you guys just said.
It's all good, guys. It's all good. No, that was actually a good episode. That was actually a really good episode. Like I said, I was enjoying it on the beach, and I was sitting there almost giggling to myself, thinking, "Did anyone say anything?" Because people are listening, like, "Where the fuck is Ben?"
Right.
I know that's a funny thing about a podcast is that people don't realize that we have this conversation before, whether it's on Facebook or right before we go. And so, yeah, we by the time we're rolling, it's like, we already know what's happening. It's like, you kind of forget to tell people.
Yeah, half the time we don't even know when we started recording. It's just we launch into the conversation and then it just goes from there.
It's true.
That's how we do it. We shoot from the hip.
I'm kind of bummed that Pete is not here, to be honest, because I have a little announcement. I'm going to go ahead and just get into it.
You're pregnant.
I am with twins.
Oh, dude, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
one from John, one from me.
And I'm just chopped liver. Fucking hell.
Well, you were on vacation, so it's like you weren't available.
See, I'm out of town for 1 week, and this is what happens.
I know. No, I do wish Pete was here because it'd be perfect if he was. But you guys already know about it, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, and that is that I am going to be leaving the podcast. And
we need like a sound effect, like
I know. Aw.
The Price is Right fail. Boom, boom, ba, boom, boom.
Yeah, I am. I mean, and you guys know that it's been a long time coming. And so I just kind of, I don't want to be a downer or anything, but, when I first started this podcast, I was working for my wife. I had my schedule was very flexible at the time. And it was also YouTube wasn't quite taking over my life. And so now I have an actual full-time job during the week, and YouTube has been taking over my life and all the other stuff I'm doing, like a band and all that sort of stuff. And so even though this podcast, relatively it's like, 2 hours so of my life, it's not really long during the week. It's tough because like I was editing video literally up till the moment of when we were recording, simply because I just need to get next Friday's video out. And so it's just one of those things where I love you guys. I just have to kind of scale back on some of the things I've been taking on lately. So I apologize for that, but I also, it's with heavy heart. And I need to be realistic and say, you know what, I need a little bit of my free time back. So
sure. Well, yeah, I understand, and you're always welcome back as a guest anytime. So
well, thank you.
Anytime you want to join us.
I think the way I always look at this sort of stuff is kind of like a band. Like I'm a huge Kiss fan, and I've mentioned this before. Ace Frehley, Peter Criss, Paul and Gene are the main characters, but you have other people who come onto a podcast. They join the band, and people bring their own flavor and their own sauce and add to it. And so, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, even though I'm leaving, I will always feel like I'm part of the All Gen Gamers podcast. I mean, it's always going to be something I will proudly be a part of. So
you joined us at episode 86, and this is episode 193. So that's a very impressive run, my friend.
Wow. Yeah, that is.
I think I outlasted Johnny.
You did.
Definitely did. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, man, definitely it's bittersweet because, I can definitely understand your reasoning for leaving. Totally understandable. But we're going to miss you. And I know a lot of listeners are going to miss you too. So definitely wish you luck. And then it's not like we're never going to talk ever again. Yeah. This is the last time I'm ever going to talk to you, man.
Oh no, man.
No, but because man, you're a good friend. I mean, that's why I love this podcast. It's like talking to friends we talk a lot off air too, but this is fun and this is kind of a getaway for us, So
yeah,
definitely whenever you want to join us again, you're certainly welcome to, but definitely take care of what you need to take care of. And I understand. So.
Yeah, well, and I had to be honest because I've been missing so many episodes, and it's like, oh man, it's like I hate that feeling where I don't like to do that. I like if I commit to something, I like to be 100% and make sure it grows and becomes bigger and better. So
yeah.
And that said, though, we've all talked, and we would like my final episode to not be this one, but to be a live episode, and so that's kind of the plan, right?
Yeah, I think so. We don't know as far as when yet, but we certainly will let people know via, I guess, Facebook and maybe YouTube even. Possibly we could post something on YouTube about it, Twitter, all that. But yeah, we'll definitely give people the heads up because that'd be fun. It's been a while since we've done a live one, I think.
I think it was the 100th, I think, wasn't it?
Was it really that long ago?
I think so. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think that was the last one.
Yeah,
how many years ago was that?
Well, in 2 years, I think, yeah.
Is it really 2 years? Oh my God! Huh.
Wow. Okay,
well,
so we're
it's
overdue.
About damn time, yeah.
We're overdue.
Yes.
Nonetheless.
Yeah. And just to expand upon what Gamester said, I mean, I'm kind of the new kid on the block here, and I know I come from a podcasting background as well, having done Rad Rascals, and I know it is a challenge. I mean, 2 hours doesn't seem like a lot in the grand scheme of your week, but to put that in your schedule, especially with time differences and what have you, it takes a lot out of you, and you do have to do what you have to do. I mean, selfishly speaking, I'll miss the music talk. I mean, especially the heavy metal stuff. But, honestly, at the end of the day, it's what you have to do, man. And I think anyone who would bemoan you for that is not really keeping it in perspective. So, yeah, man, I to add to what Gamester said, and I'm sure others are going to chime in as well, but good luck and, keep on rocking.
Thank you. I know. It's interesting bringing you on, Ben, because, I love you, man. No, it's awesome. It's awesome to have you in the podcast, and so whatever you guys do in the future, I'm sure it will be killer.
Well, we definitely hope to make it as such. And you know what? I know whenever you have a lineup change, like if you use the band analogy, whenever you have a lineup change, there's always going to be some, you're trying to find your feet again. But I think at the end of the day, it's a strong podcast for a strong group of people. And, you just got to keep on doing it.
Dude, I heard this is kind of a funny story, but the group One Direction, not that I listened to them or anything, but I think they lost a couple. Okay, I admit they're my favorite band. Okay, I'm a huge fan.
We knew it, John.
All right, yeah. They're definitely my favorite band. But anyway, a couple of their band members, I guess, quit recently, and like the next day, a bunch of people like in England all over the world were like calling in sick and like taking time off of work because they couldn't handle and cope with the loss of this band member. which is
I think it's going to be the same for me.
It's going to be the same for you. I think people are going to call into work and
I'm calling in tomorrow. They call it compassionate time off. There was one member left, and this was actually in the news. This is legitimate news.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about, right, Ben?
Yeah.
I'm not making this shit up. Yeah,
exactly. I was one of them, but people all over Europe, and I'm sure there's some around the world, they were calling in sick the next day, asking for compassionate leave because they were so distraught over the One Direction member leaving. It's not like he died. It's not like anything catastrophic happened. He left the band, and I guess some people get so invested in it that that's their whole world. And you have any kind of change, God forbid, people are gonna crumble. So yeah, I think I'll take tomorrow off. Actually, I'm a little distraught.
If I've given you an excuse to take the day off tomorrow and chill out, play some games, Ben, my job is done.
This is the greatest gift he could have given to me because those days are rare and rare and rare.
We should start a hashtag Metal Jesus says everything to me.
Or Metal Jesus Day. Metal Jesus Holiday. Yeah.
Metal Jesus Holiday.
Metal Militia for
trending.
life.
Metal Militia for life.
Definitely.
You'll be missed, man, for sure. But yeah, definitely let's be in touch though, for sure. And on our Facebook, by all means, keep people posted what you're up to on your show and other ventures, all that good stuff too. I know people would appreciate that. And when we do get our forum back up, I guess it is up technically, right? But just different link. Is that right?
It's using a free site right now because, Pete told the whole story about that, but we have to get it kind of linked to the All Gen Gamers site just so it's not using one of those free domains because half the links in that site don't work.
Oh, because currently the old site, it's sad because it links to like a Chinese casino spam site, which is crazy. So
yeah, if you want to get your identity stolen and your credit card ripped off, that's the place you go to Pete'sGameRoomForum.com. But
it's not some porn.
See that I wouldn't have minded.
That's true.
But no, it's crappy online gambling. But yeah, if you go to Pete'sGameRoomForum.cf, C as in Charlie, F as in Frank, that's where you can go to the forum now. And you kind of have to go down and go to the All Gen Gamers tab. We hope to have that fixed soon. I have to get with Pete on that, and we'll figure out kind of how to get that fixed.
Let's get that back up going for sure. But
cool. Well, I'm gonna miss you, MJR.
Definitely, man.
Gonna miss you, man.
You've been my boy. You've been solid.
My boy Blue. My boy Blue.
Well, I hope that if in the future too, if you guys ever do any expos, I would proudly love to sit up on stage if you guys feel that would be appropriate as well. So we'll have to see.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, like a live panel, you mean?
Yeah, or something like that, or just a meet and greet too. Like I said, I consider band members. So hopefully, if you ever need another soloist, let me know.
Okay, absolutely.
Another guitarist.
Do the reunion tour.
That's right.
There we go. I think though, as another send off, we have the live episode, but you and Jason Heine need to do another Spice Girls episode just to complete the circle.
That was epic. That was awesome.
That was just out of nowhere, but it was completely awesome.
I would love to see maybe for the 200th episode, a kind of like best of, because I was thinking the other day, you guys have had. Before I even came on, you had Screw Attack. I think you've had Alpha Omega Sin. You've had, Peanut Butter Gamer. These are really big internet celebrities at this point. It would be really cool to have just sort of like a snippets kind of best of episode and throw in, parts of the Spice Girls episode and stuff like that. That'd be cool.
That
would be awesome.
That would be, yeah.
It would be work for Jason, though.
Oh my god,
Jason's thinking like, how much time is it?
Which is why we have to do it because he's probably sitting there thinking off.
No, like seriously though, I know you've talked about this, and this is something that I've thought of to do as well. It is such a thing to take on. Can
I propose something though before?
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me just propose two things. I think it'd be really cool in the forums that people can maybe post their favorite Metal Jesus memory that of the show. And then something like we were just talking about now, guys, if mentioned in the forums or somewhere, maybe on Facebook or somewhere, but what episode and what time in that episode?
Yes, that's a good idea.
Please.
That would make things so much easier for Jason just to go through and then boom, there it is,
Let me break it down like this. If I don't have help with that, this won't happen.
Yeah. Right.
I'm not going to go through 200 episodes, and find out, the funny moments. I remember some, but I need help. There's
you gotta get the orgies on
no
there.
way.
The orgies.
The orgy clips, yeah. I got to tell my friend to get working on a new one, by the way.
Yeah.
One with Metal Jesus. And Metal Jesus, I have to say, there is one sound clip that he is working. Okay, for those who are maybe new to the podcast, I have a friend who created the orgy clips, the fabled orgy clips from way back. And he's been working on some. I don't know how far into it he is, but he's told me about it. But Metal Jesus, you have one line that is going to be prominently featured.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
And let me see if I can.
Oh, God.
You know, that line is, it hurts. It hurts. Yep. That's going to be echoing through your head.
I'd be proud to hear it.
I'm just worried. I'm worried what's going to happen to me on those things.
Well, throw out some stuff, some useful stuff right now. Like, I don't know, talk about your balls or something. I have no idea.
They're saggy, they're hairy, they're balls. That's off the top of my head. I'm sure that line could also be used as well.
So speaking of guests, though, remember Ernie Klein? We had him on, I think, it was Johnny's last episode, I think, maybe that we had him on. But he's actually, you guys know about the movie, right?
Spielberg, yeah. He's directing.
Steven Spielberg is directing the movie.
That is awesome news.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they have announced a release date or if they even a tentative when they're starting to film, but I mean, I'm thinking of all the references in this book, all the 80s, 70s references. I'm just thinking it's seriously a nightmare as far as getting the copyright, and but if they can pull it off, dude, more power to them. That's awesome.
I think if anyone can, Spielberg can. I mean,
that's true.
He's the man.
But you're right. It'll be interesting because, like, for instance, they'll have to get Rush's 2112. And I guess they don't have to, but
Ferris Bueller. I mean, I don't know who did Ferris Bueller, because there's a whole scene in the book where they go like word for word, scene from scene.
Yeah.
There's
a bunch of games they have in there. I know there's also references to movies like Airplane. There's all these 80s TV sitcoms. Mm-hmm. I mean, they jump out the page. As you're reading them, they just jump out at you.
Yeah.
I don't read books. I'll be honest. I've read this book 3 times. It's really good.
I've been wanting to go back to it because I listened to the audio.
Will Wheaton does a really good. Yeah, he does a great job. Yeah.
Not one of them book learners.
I only read Where's Waldo books, so I'm.
That's my.
I only read the articles.
Yeah, right.
You read Playboy for the articles.
Only the articles, boys.
And the bio page on the centerfold. It's a bio about her.
Yeah. Likes, dislikes.
Turn-ons, turn-offs.
Yeah, turn-ons, turn-offs. Yeah.
Zodiac sign. She's a Virgo.
That's important to me.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I remember you also had Hank Chen, the guy who holds the Donkey Kong.
Oh, that's right. Donkey Kong. That was a good one, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if he holds a record anymore. I think someone took him down, but super nice guy, though. That was awesome. Who would have thought a doctor taking over at Donkey Kong? That's awesome. Dr. Kong.
Yeah. That's right.
We have had a lot of good guests. And I think we should bring guests back. I think, as a follow-up. That'd be great. Interesting to see. Future episodes.
Mm-hmm. I know we've talked about it. I know we'd like to. It's just always so difficult with our schedules,
Right.
That's what's hard about it. If we schedule somebody and we're all not here or something happens, it's difficult,
Yeah.
But we love having guests. We always have. I think that's kind of what the podcast was built off of,
Dude, we had Tulio, the guy who did Pure Solar, like way before they even blew up. Remember that?
Yeah, it was before the game even came out. I think, wasn't it? They were talking about it.
Yeah. Don't forget the guy who did Maids with Balloons.
Oh, that's right.
Jason Keiderling, yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, and a lot of them, even like from big. Some of them have moved on to bigger things, but I mean, even the smaller level people that you've had on, even like the community members, they've all been such great guests. So there's been so much great material over the years. I think you have a lot to dig through. So I think what you said is very correct. I mean, people in the forum have to kind of tell us what their favorite moments are, because it'll spark some memory. Because I've been listening since day one. I'd be buggered if I can remember which episode what joke was said in, or what conversation or tangent.
Not only that, I mean, the exact time would be perfect. If you're like, oh, I like that episode, well, what was the funny moment in that? What time exactly? Give me something to shoot for, and I'll try to go through and get as many as I can, and I'll put something together. I'd like to do that. I think it'd be fun, and I just really need help to do it. I can't do it all.
That makes sense.
Screw you, Jason. You can't do it all.
You know what?
Dude, I'm sick of this shit.
See, my parting gift is to give you a bunch of work. Isn't that awesome?
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the finest fuck you send off ever.
It sounds exactly what happens when a band member leaves. You always got to pick up the fucking slack.
You have to dismantle all your equipment and drag it out to
seriously.
Yeah.
No. But seriously though, I mean, I do look at this exactly like a band. I mean, I do. And just being from the band world, You know, I mean, I get it, you know, but you know, it's. I mean, I like you a ton, you know. I mean, we have a close relationship too. I mean, all of us do, but it's like, I'm gonna miss you, man. I'm gonna miss you, and I understand. I know being busy and life. I mean, it happens. This is the way it is. There's other things that are more important and that take priority than our hobbies sometimes, and that's life. So, you know, this podcast has always been built on friendships, and it's always been a hobby. It's always been something that we do for fun, and I think really all of us, we bring such a unique flavor to the show. That's what makes the show so great, and I know that we have influenced a lot of people out there, and a lot of people write and say, you know, oh, I love the show, and it helps me on my drive to work, and oh, it helps me during the day while I'm at work, or I'm on a road trip and I just been listening to the episodes. Like, we have invested so many hours doing this just for fun, because it is fun, you know. And sometimes other things can get in the way and take away from that a little bit, and you know, that's when, like you're doing now, you kind of have to draw the line and reassess what you're doing. And I know, you know, we're all going to sit down, all of us together, and we're going to reassess what's going on and take a look at things, and you know, go from there. I think that's best to do, but it's something that we all should really be proud of. I know that this podcast has really pioneered the way for a lot of things. I mean, you're just talking about guests, but I mean, we have had some great guests that really were nobodies, and then now they are somebody. I'm not saying AGG did that for them. I'm just saying that it really cleared the way and allowed some people to be, you know, really known, and allowed, you know, a platform to start and get off the ground. And I think that's really humbling. I feel a bit responsible for that, and that makes me really happy. And if that's all it can really be, you know, just kind of be like a pioneer. I mean, there were really no solid professional gaming, you know, 5 years ago. There really weren't. I mean, there were, you know, A-level gaming podcasts. I mean, I think IGN had some, and a bunch of other people had some, but kind of from the YouTube community, we were the first from the YouTube community gaming podcast. I mean, I think we weren't we? I think
one of the first. Yeah, I don't know if we were. I mean, yeah, possibly. I don't know.
One of the first, definitely. I mean,
one of the first for sure.
Okay, yeah.
And for those listening, to give you perspective, this has been going on almost 5 years.
July this year will be 5 years.
Yeah. Wow. 2010. So think of anything in your life that you've devoted 5 years to. You know, a job, a relationship. I mean, it's a huge chunk of your life. And I know, speaking personally, I started up doing a podcast based on being inspired by All Gen Gamers, just seeing the fun you guys have with it, seeing how you can have a substantive discussion about gaming. It's not something you could have gotten anywhere else. I think YouTube is a great thing that kind of solidified a lot of these relationships, and you know, I'm very grateful for that. I speak that as a fan and as a host as well.
Here's a crazy thing. Okay, if you take 192 episodes on average 90 minutes, hour and a half average, would you say that's pretty fair?
Give or take, yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
You know how long it would take you to listen from episode 1 to episode 192? I just did the math on this. How many days would it take you to listen to everything from start to finish?
Okay, you're asking me to do math here. This is dangerous.
Just guess. I mean,
I'm not one of them book learners.
How many days do you think it would take to listen to all 192 episodes back to back to back, 192 times?
So 192 times 90. Oh God.
It hurts.
Just days. Just throw it out there. How many days? Like, how many days? Just throw it out there.
I'd say a month.
60 days, okay. Bob.
It's actually 12 days. You guys are way over.
Oh, fuck.
But
what?
But still, 12 days, though. That's crazy.
I think there's someone actually on Twitter who reached out to us and said they listened from episode 1 up until the most current one, which must have been 192. So they would probably know better than anyone.
I mean, if you think about that, though, that's almost 2 weeks of sitting there, not eating, not sleeping. Well, maybe you could eat, but no sleeping. Yeah. You know, pissing your pants, shitting yourself, just listening to AGG. Now that's something.
I'm sure many Warcraft players can identify with that.
When did I join this podcast? Do you remember what episode, what date it was?
86, I think, isn't it?
And when was that?
Oh, yeah. Get patches the horse hooves on it. Clippity clop.
The episode is called The Second Coming of Jesus, and that was March the 29th, 2012.
Wow, 3 years.
3 years.
3 years. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm kind of curious, because Jason said, it's affected. So hold on a second. Okay. All right. Okay. So what I was curious about is what Jason was saying is about sort of, pioneering and helping spread the love and kind of, bringing people to light. In March of 2012, when I joined, guess how many subscribers I had on YouTube?
1,000.
I'll guess about 10,000. About 10,000.
Nope, less.
Yeah, I remember this actually. You had like
4,000?
6.
Yeah.
6,000. Wow.
Which is really interesting to me because it's like now I'm at 154,000 subscribers just since joining this podcast. And I bring that up, not to brag by any means, but it's simply just to show like the effect that this podcast can have, you know what I mean? Because essentially it was one of the ways of just sort of being out there in the community, every week, just kind of being out there doing your thing, talking about games and stuff. And I think a big part of my success is because of this podcast. And as a matter of fact, when you look on Social Blade, it starts ramping up pretty much that year. And it's, it's because of the being active in the community and on the podcast.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, a lot can be credited to of course, the content you produce, but
no, please,
no.
Who cares? It's all us, Jason. It's all us.
Jason. I mean, I wish we could take 100% credit, but it's just a really cool platform to help that and launch some people off, and I'm just like a big warm hug. I just feel really good about it, and I don't know. I'm just gonna miss you, man. I respect your decision, but
yeah,
you motherfucker. I echo that sentiment.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, and like I said, back then I didn't have 2 full-time jobs.
True. Yeah.
And to be honest, I mean, my goal with all of this is not to have 2 full-time jobs. I would love to be in a situation where I do what I love, which is making videos about gaming on YouTube, and that's my career. That's my goal. That's what I'm striving for. That's what I think I can do.
You'll get there. You'll get there, man. It's a matter of time.
Definitely.
It's hard though, man. I'll be honest. It's very, very hard. I'm not even close to making enough to support myself. That's why I'm trying to do different things. Obviously, I still have my day job, but I'm trying to do like Collector Vision. I'm trying to get involved with the Game On Expo that Jason and I are working on here and later this year in Phoenix, which we're super excited about. Oh, by the way, we're super excited about. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to diversify and try different things because ultimately I'm like you, man. I want to do what I love because my day job, it pays the bills, and I've been doing it for 10 years and they treat me good, but I want to do what I'm passionate about, and I'm not passionate about my day job, So I agree with you, man, for sure.
One of the interesting things, just as a side note for me, is that because of my videos, my day job has asked me to start making corporate videos and specifically marketing videos. And that sounds dull, but actually it's pretty cool because they're leaving it completely open to me to create these weird and wacky videos for the company. So
that's cool.
That is. Yeah. So all of a sudden, like last week, they bought me a new computer. They're buying me all the software. Part of my day job is now going to be creating videos. And so even if I don't make it necessarily in YouTube, it's kind of cool that it's going to bleed over in my other job. So it's definitely awesome.
That is so cool to be able to use the this is so great. You can use the skill set that you've pretty much just taught yourself while being on YouTube to actually now go in and apply it for work, to actually do, and that is like the coolest connection ever to do that.
Dude, Bungie last week, so Bungie is up here in the Seattle area, they were advertising on Craigslist a video producer job. And reading through the description, I was perfect for. I was like, oh my God.
Did you apply?
No, because Bungie is, for commute for me would be pretty tough because it's literally in Kirkland and traffic around sales sucks. Yeah. However, reading that was like, holy shit, if I could work at a video game company or something like that, I mean, that would be pretty amazing. So, you know, that is one of the surprises about this whole thing is that, yeah, I could find all sorts of things to do potentially. So,
Do you ever wonder what your life would have been like if you never started YouTube?
You know, it's funny you mention that because I've learned recently that I've been making videos since I've been in high school. Like I recently put on my channel this safety film, quote unquote, that I made back in high school where it was like this cheesy safety film and it wasn't very good, but I've got hours and hours and hours of that stuff, home movies and things like that. It's just that I never thought it'd pan out, you know, because there was never this, I never thought people would care. And it's only because of YouTube that sort of throwing your stuff out there, getting feedback, changing how I do things, learning the software, taking it a little bit serious, that I realized, hey, I can do this. And by the way, you don't necessarily need a proper education. You can learn everything about editing through online tutorials. I mean, it's been kind of an eye opener, and YouTube is definitely a part of that. But to answer your question, though, I have been really interested in making film for an awful long time. It's just I didn't really understand how much I would enjoy doing it. So,
well, it's kind of like James Rolfe. I mean, it kind of parallels that exactly because it was only until he hit YouTube with videos he recorded 10 years previously that he realized, okay, this is something people want to see. Right. And then it just kind of grew from there.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to release an extra video coming up in a couple weeks here where I made it in high school, and it's called Airborne Ranger, and it's basically me and my buddy doing this cheesy little movie it's like an 80s action film. And so I'm going to release it on my channel, and you know, people love the last one, so I'm like, okay.
I think that may have been the last time you had short hair.
Yes, and also you know, really really thin. Yeah. Anyways, John, you were going to say?
Oh, I totally forgot what I was going to say. Actually, to be honest with you,
totally
come back to me. I forgot, lost my train of thought there, but whatever. That's cool.
Yeah. So that's what's going on in my life. So, thank you guys.
Well, I want a Dick's Burger and Fries.
Dude, the other night, Rebecca brought Dick's home. Oh my God. I fucking gorged myself on them. It was awesome. I was eating Dick's left and right.
Dude, this is going to be great for the orgy.
I was just thinking, I'm taking notes here. Your wife brought home Dick's and you gorged on Dick's the other night.
Oh, yeah. So I was oh my God, I was rolling around on the ground so full. My mouth. It was awesome.
And did she bring Five Guys home the next night?
I do like Five Guys, and I'll tell you what, when you go in there, you leave with a smile on your face.
Yeah, the salty
I'm giving you gold.
The salty nuts you get too are so good.
Here's a funny story though. I was with a work colleague, and she'd never heard of Five Guys burgers or fries or whatever. So we're out marketing, and you know, I'm like, "Have you ever had Five Guys?" And she looks me straight in the face, and she's like, "What kind of woman do you think I am?" Like she thought I was like asking her if she's ever had like Five Guys like orgy apparently or whatever. I'm like, no, Five Guys burgers and fries. Anyway, it was funny. She seriously thought I was asking her if she's ever had Five Guys.
You should have kept the joke. You should have kept the joke going. You look like the type of like Five Guys right now.
Yeah, and then I would say, you know, plot twist when she looks at you and said, actually, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Or the look of disappointment when she sees it's actually burgers you're talking about.
Exactly. I do remember my point I was going to make earlier that I lost for a moment. So back to Jason, you were mentioning how your work is encouraging you to do videos. It's funny. I've never mentioned to my work about my YouTube or my website or All Gen Gamers. Not so much that I'm really worried that they would fire me over it, because they can't, you know, but I just don't want them to think that I'm taking time away from work on this shit, and I'm not. But I've always kind of kept the two separated.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. I'm almost tempted to tell my boss about it, because I've learned a lot through social media and whatnot. But then a part of me is like, you know, I want to keep things kind of separate too. You know?
You know, actually, you bring up something pretty interesting, is that one of the things that they really like about me is the fact that I know about social media, because,
right.
You know, because we don't have a social media person at my work, and so they actually they excuse me, they come to me because I do have so many followers on Twitter and Facebook, and I have all these 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and so they do consider me a bit of a guru for that stuff, and it's been really interesting, and they to sort of see that. As a matter of fact, it's my experience is that I have more experience doing social media than some of the people who claim to do it as a career.
That's funny.
And it's because I just do it, you know what I mean? And there's no school you can go to for that I'm aware of. You really have to have a knack for understanding why people share stuff, why, what gets people to link, or, like a post, or how to create a thumbnail on YouTube to get people to actually click it and watch it and stuff like that. So I'm very lucky that in my job, they see all these things and they go, yeah, this guy's a valuable asset. And by the way, we need videos or, social media stuff. So they ask me, about that. And it's pretty cool. So the one thing I would say, though, is that my company is a bit of a tech company. And so it's a little bit more open-minded. Mm-hmm. It's not button down kind of corporate anything.
Neither is my company that I work for. But again, I don't think they would do anything. I mean, they certainly can't fire me for it. That'd be stupid. Your videos are pretty tame. I'd be very surprised if they are very tame. Yeah, absolutely.
You probably wouldn't get in any trouble for it. I mean, by contrast, I work for a corporation, and I'm also a manager. So it'd be very. I have a little bit more of a heightened risk because it'd be very difficult for my staff. I manage a team of 16 people, so it'd be very difficult for my staff to take me seriously when they hear me on Rad Rascals talking about donkey fellatio or something like that. So it would be very, very weird to me that they. And the thing is, I don't even let my family listen to it. Like none of them even know that I do these podcasts, and it seems weird to some people that you'd have to kind of put at that divide between your personal and your social media life. But in some cases, you absolutely have to. Mm-hmm. Which is why I'm known as Sexy Ben on here. Well, number one, it's a great nickname. I love that.
It is.
and two, it's because I don't want to have my full name tied to it. Not because I'm ashamed of what I do. I love it, but you just never know with the internet, and people are getting very savvy with finding you on the internet. You just want to be careful about that, especially if you do have a risk, professionally speaking.
I'm the same boat. I manage people. I manage 6 people. Same thing. So if my colleagues saw me on YouTube, they'd probably, I don't know. I kind of have the same concerns, to be honest with you. But, Facebook really fucked it up, though, when they forced us to use real names. Mm-hmm. That kind of frustrated me. Because for a while I was as John Gamester, and I did that intentionally because I have 2 Facebook accounts. I have my personal friends and family, my work colleagues, and I have my YouTube social media Facebook. And I also have my Gamester81 Facebook. But I don't know. When they force you, it's frustrating when you try to sign into Facebook, and they're like, we can't sign you on. You have to scan your photo ID and do all this shit. And it's like, really?
Well, so recently I've had to deal with this a little bit because I launched an Indiegogo campaign that we don't necessarily need to get into, other than I received a crap load of hate from that it was quite a blow.
That was ridiculous, dude. I saw some of those comments.
Totally, yeah.
But the reason why I bring it up is because the difference between YouTube comments and Facebook comments was night and day. On Facebook, because you can basically be whoever you want to be, you can be relatively anonymous. People were fucking brutal towards me. It was really
on Facebook or on YouTube.
I'm sorry, on YouTube.
On YouTube,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was brutal. I eventually made the videos private and sort of had to rethink my decision to do that and stuff like that. But again, it was really interesting. The reason why I bring it up is because Facebook was completely the opposite. And I really feel like it's because on Facebook, there is a level of
accountability.
Thank you. It's like, these people, their moms are also associated with their wives, their families, whoever their coworkers. And people just kind of dial it back a little bit and are a little bit more civil. And I definitely really appreciate that. I don't mind criticism. That's great, but
it's got to be constructive.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw some of the comments, man, and I was just like, what the fuck? And honestly,
I was disgusted. Yeah.
Yeah. When I did the Justice Beaver months ago Indiegogo campaign, I got similar comments. Oh, e-beggar, and oh, this game looks like shit, whatever, and it hurt. You take it personal at first, but then you learn that you have to kind of ignore it and just move on and focus on the positive.
I see your son agrees.
Yeah, that's my son. He's my son. So he's saying good night. Good night. Sorry.
say I am your father in a Darth Vader voice. No, but you're very right about that. I mean, anytime you put yourself out on the internet, you're going to get comments. You're going to get some constructive criticism and some naysayers. And I mean, I've mentioned this kind of privately in discussion. I've had some people who've kind of come after me since I've joined All Gen Gamers. But if you let them determine what you're going to do, you're never going to do anything. So it's just ignore the hate.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. And like I said, based on that feedback, I've readjusted, and I'm going a different way. But it's really interesting, the difference between the different social media places so I know some people don't like Facebook, but personally, I really appreciate the type of the quality of comment that you get on there. So
It's definitely, it's better because people have used their real names, I guess. So it's harder to be anonymous.
Yeah, it is. And I noticed that too. The Facebook comments were a lot more positive. And you can't thumbs down on Facebook, which I kind of like.
Right.
You can't dislike a comment.
People are pushing for that. People are actually pushing for a dislike button. I'm like, well, it's been pushed around a couple times. People are like, well, if there's a like, there should be a dislike, and I'm like, why?
I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest. I've never disliked a video on YouTube. If I don't like a video, I just won't comment. I won't watch.
Yeah,
I'll just stop watching it. I just, you know what? I don't like this. I don't really agree with the same, but I may post a constructive comment like, hey, it's my thoughts, opinion, but I don't dislike a video because I don't know. That's just me, maybe.
Well, disliking a video from a content creator standpoint is just confusing because, for instance, like, I'll post, I just did a game room tour video last Friday, and right out of the gate, I mean, because my videos launch at 5 a.m. and I'm watching, that just happened to be a day where I was up at 5 a.m. and someone immediately disliked it. I mean, right. and that video is 20 minutes long. So I know at 10 minutes after 5, you have not watched the whole thing, but they've immediately disliked it. Not a big deal. I don't really dwell on it. But my point is that you tell me nothing when you do that. Like, I really wish if there was a dislike, I wish there was a little dialogue box that popped up and said, why did you dislike this video? Because then they could type in, oh, I wish he washed his hair, or, oh, gosh, put on a clean shirt, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like, give me a reason why you dislike that video, as opposed to just thumbing it down after 10 minutes for no apparent reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that would be my sort of feedback.
You have to wonder why someone would be sitting there at 5 a.m. just waiting to click that dislike button.
Dude, my most dedicated viewers are doing that.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Was it you, Jason Heine?
Shit. Man, I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. It baffles me. It really does. And, I've realized something, and the internet, as great as it is, I've said this before, it is a cold, dark, heartless, and vile environment. And it is difficult sometimes to sit here and deal with these bullshit trolls. But we're here. We're here, folks. Let's take it all in. What the fuck else are we going to do?
And I want to clarify, we're not calling everyone just hateful. It's very small, very small minority. But the thing I mentioned, I was talking to Jason Heine about this the other day. Dude, parts of the community, I'm not going to broaden and say the whole community, but parts of the YouTube community are venomous.
Yes.
They are hateful, and they take things so personal sometimes. And I don't know. I mean, I get comments like, oh, this is bullshit, I'm going to sub, and that's fine, but be constructive about it, or let me know, send me a PM, or I don't know. It's funny because at the end of the day, it's our show, and we can really post what we want. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to sound rude when I say that, but really, it's Metal Jesus. It's your show. You can post a tour if you want. You can post an Indiegogo campaign if you want. It's your show.
Well, I think yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not a democracy. I've talked about this on this channel before. Right, is that YouTube gives me the power to delete comments, to ban people, and I use that. Right. And although that said, on those videos that I posted about my Indiegogo, my buddy Paul was like, just turn off comments. I was like, oh man, I don't want to do that because I really love comments. Comments are the thing in videos that really help guide me and tell me if I'm really off base or not. And not only that, but also people give me the best ideas, I mean, even if I don't respond to somebody, just because I have so many of comments, I often will be like, yeah, that's a kick-ass idea. I'm going to put that on an idea list, and I will eventually do a video about that. I love that about YouTube. So I don't really want to turn off comments, but I do have the ability, and I also understand why PewDiePie does it, because someone who has 34 million subscribers like him, it must be overwhelming, the amount of people who do, and it's unfortunate. I wish there was a system in place like Facebook where maybe there was a little bit more accountability, because comments are fun. I like going to channels. I like going to other people's videos that I enjoy, or they're interesting, and reading through the comments.
Yeah. So and the important thing to keep perspective on is that if you look at them, the majority of them are positive. It's just the vocal minority. They're always going to, the nasty people are always going to stand out the most. That's just the fact of life. But I mean, if it was overwhelmingly negative to the point where like there was way more dislikes than likes, or the comments were so venomous and so rapid fire, then you might be more inclined to change your approach. I mean, who is it? The Irate Gamer. If any of you have seen his channel.
Oh yeah, he gets a ton of shit.
He gets firebombed with comments. Like he cannot please anybody. That's just the truth. And I don't think it's completely warranted, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. But people put so much energy into denouncing someone when, if you really don't like them, you're still watching their videos and you're still upping their click counts, so you're still contributing to them in some way. Sure. And you're not really giving them anything to improve upon. I mean, if I dislike something you do, I'll put something constructive in the comments. I'm not just going to click a random button being like, he disliked, that'll teach him.
The other thing
does make sense, yeah.
No, that's a good point. And also, too, getting back to John's point about, it's a small minority. I will say that my campaign, while it hasn't been like as successful as I would like, I have received some amazing feedback from people who totally get what I was going for. They're on board. I actually had a couple who donated to the cause. Oh my God, so much. And they didn't ask for anything. And I actually reached out to them going, are you sure, you guys? And they're like, yes, we want you to do this. We're excited for you. We give the perks to somebody else. I mean, it was just like, really, I was just like blown away. It was so amazing. I've had quite a few of those. So yeah, again, I know we're kind of harping on the negative here, but really people have stepped up too and just like really blown me away. So it's a give and take, it's the internet.
Right? I mean, yeah, that can be said, on the flip side, there's definitely always going to be more, people that are positive and constructive and that are actually going to contribute to the community and be a friend, be a little online friend with all of us, because we're all in this same boat together, whether we're making videos or we're watching videos or we're commenting or we're just spectating, we're all in this together, really. So, I've met some amazing people, and I'm the lowest on the totem pole. I have the least amount of subscribers, and I have just a small knit little community in a way. I have like my regulars that come through, and we all do, and it's great. It's great just to meet people and talk to them, and that feels good. That feels good too. It's hard to separate that sometimes, I know, because the more subscribers and the more people that engage, the more hate that comes out. But, we just have to put it to the side. And even though the internet is very cold and dark a lot of the times, look, it's enabling us to even sit here right now. It's really just an amazing thing. And, when we embrace it the way we do, it can be fun.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And you're here to please the people who like you and who support you. You're not here to kowtow to the people who don't.
That's exactly true.
Exactly right.
There's so many nice people out there, and like you said, I know we're harping on the negative, but for every negative person, there's 10 nice people who are supportive. And so that shouldn't be forgotten. That shouldn't be overlooked.
And speaking of which, I noticed today, John, that your Kickstarter not only has met its goal, but blown fucking past it. I mean, you have kicked ass.
Thank you. It's been amazing, blown away. So for those who don't know, City Hunter Caverns of Death, I launched a Kickstarter 2 weeks ago almost for a new Super Nintendo game, and our goal was to raise $10,000. We're at 17,500 right now.
Wow.
In less than 2 weeks. So it's been amazing, and totally blew me away, to be honest with you. I was like, man, I hope we get 10,000. It's always nerve-wracking doing these Kickstarter Indiegogo, because you put yourself out there. you know, and whenever you ask for money, you know, people kind of get sensitive about it, but it's been great, man. People have been very supportive of it, and it's been awesome. So thank you. Thank you.
Why do you think it's been successful? Because I know you've struggled with some of the previous ones. What about this one makes it different?
That game specifically, though, hasn't it been pretty wanted for a long time?
Yeah, you know, we've been building up to this game for a while through Facebook and stuff, just on our Twitter and just kind of showing Nintendo Age, showing pictures and gameplay. And it's been in the works for honestly over a year, you know, and we're pretty far along with it. You know, we have the music's already completed, the levels are already designed, the graphic sprites are all complete, and programmed wise, we're about almost 60% complete with it. So we're pretty far along with it. And we've got some pretty cool perks that you can get too, like limited edition games, and I'm hoping we can get to the point where we can do like a Nintendo port of it as well. I have different stretch goals. Like one stretch goal is a new 11th level, which we've reached. And then we just reached a stretch goal today where we're adding a final boss to it, which is going to be like a mountain god boss, which is pretty cool. So we've got a lot of cool stretch goals. So I don't know. I think I contribute a lot of it just building up the game and in the community. And I think there's a big difference, honestly, with Kickstarter and Indiegogo, Jason, to be honest with you. I did the last two on Indiegogo, and, you know, yeah, Justice Beaver, I met my goal, which was 20,000. But it was almost the last week that we reached it. you know,
really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think, to be quite honest, Justice Beaver got off to kind of a bad start because the game people were kind of butthurt. It was a clone of a game, Rick Dangerous. So we decided to kind of start fresh and redesign the game, which is great. But I think in doing that, it's going to be a better game. But I think people were still kind of hung up on the fact that it's a Rick Dangerous clone, you know? And I don't know. I really don't know why this one is doing so much better than the last. So, because this is on the pace to really blow that one out of the water, you know, which is interesting. So, but yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up, Jason. It's been fun. It's been a great community, you know, and of course I've gotten hate though. You know, I had one guy comment on YouTube, dude, this is bullshit, I'm gonna unsub, you know. I'm like, whatever. You know, I mean, I didn't want to say that, but it's like, please leave constructive criticism if you're gonna say,
what can you do, you know?
What can you do? But yeah, it's been amazing though. Thank you to everyone.
Cool.
That's fantastic, man. I mean, crowdfunding is becoming so common, not even in our community, but in general, but overall. I mean, we're seeing so many Kickstarters come up. I just read the other day that Chris Hansen's going to kickstart the next Catch a Predator season. So it looks like everyone's getting in on that.
Sure.
I don't really, I mean, I don't understand all the hate when, I mean, I know it stems from money, you know, of course it does. I mean, everyone gets touchy when it comes to money, but I don't think there's anything wrong with jumping on board and supporting something that you're into, that you want to be a part of, you know, that you want to get some extra stuff on top of. I mean, that's how it always is. I look at it the same as like, I want to go buy something. I'm going to just go out and buy it. I want to support that. I want to be a part of it. And I see these Kickstarters. Dude, I've supported Kickstarters. I still haven't seen 90s Arcade Racer. That was like 3 years ago or something. You know, it comes down to the people who actually do it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with throwing money at something that you really are into, that you want to support, and getting things additional, you know?
So here's what I've learned. because mine has not been successful. And I've learned a lot from it. Here's what I feel like for mine. So for those that don't know, I was basically like, hey, I'm going to go on tour for a month and take a TV quality approach to this. So like, it was not going to be a vacation. It was going to be, you know, buying an RV, pimping it out, 3 adults on the road for a month, shooting a bunch of videos and blogs and all this stuff, perks. And the thing that I learned from this was that I never had one person tell me that was a bad idea, that they didn't want to see those videos. Not one. I mean, and it was seen by 40,000 people. Everyone was like, oh my God, that sounds like an amazing. You're going to travel around the country. We get to choose where you want to go. The thing that I found was nobody wanted to pay for it. And even though I was really only asking for $5 a piece, you know, I was thinking, well, you know, a small percentage of my subscribers, maybe $5, but honestly, you can actually give less. I mean, there's people who have donated $2, right? But I was like, you know, this should fly. And I recently saw a documentary where they were talking about, it was basically public radio or PBS, and they were talking to people. And the thing is that most people are totally cool with corporate sponsorship. YouTube is corporate sponsored. Gmail is corporate sponsored. Facebook is. Twitter, Instagram, all these things that you have on the internet are supported by ads and corporate sponsorship. And that is what people are okay with. The idea is great, but the hate I got was that people were like, well, how dare you ask me for money for this, you know? So that was my big lesson with that. I was like, because I'm older. And so I'm like, I understand the concept of selling out. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm from Seattle and grunge and music and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, you don't sell out. So I foolishly went to I went to my subscribership and asked them to potentially fund this. And that was the big mistake for me, I think, was because I'm not really selling something. I'm selling like this concept of videos and stuff like that. But anyway, so that was my big sort of eye-opening moment. Like, oh shit, well, if I get GOG and some of these other big corporations to potentially fund this, then it'd be totally fine.
Yeah.
Lesson learned. I mean, you know, not many of us, I mean, speaking personally, I'm probably never going to have the following base where anyone would want to fund anything that I do. So for me, that's an eye opener. So if I ever do decide to, and really, is it any different than a documentary filmmaker who wants to fund their project, or, you know, someone who wants to finance something art related? We see this stuff all the time, but it's almost like this notion that you're obligated to stay small scale just for this sense of integrity that people don't really understand. So I don't know. To me, the hate doesn't make sense, but I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah. If you boil it down to each subscriber, 2 Melgies, it's like 33 cents.
Right.
If everyone donated 33 cents,
I know
you'd reach your goal. Which, you know, you break it down like that, then it's really not that. You know, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised myself. You know,
well,
I'm old school too, like you were. Like, you know.
Yeah, I wanted to go to my subscribers first and kind of go that route. The other thing for me too is that my perks were expensive because, you know, they were optional, and I was, you know, many people don't realize. I mean, I hired a graphic designer to create the 3D coins that were going to be molded in actual brass. So I was really thinking from a collector standpoint of like, yeah, I'm going to have these kick-ass perks. Yes, they're going to be kind of expensive, but they're going to be totally worth it. Looking back, I probably wouldn't do that. I'd probably just have a little bit more simpler perks and stuff like that. But and trying to, and hopefully not scare people with these really expensive perks. I probably would have just been like, hey, $5, you know, maybe $10 or something like that instead. But I think John, you are selling something, and that's a physical thing. You know what I mean? It's like, do you want this game or don't you? You know?
Right.
And so that, I think that's a little bit easier too.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I do hope it happens, and if it does happen, you got to come to Toronto.
Dude, I want to go to Canada. I'd love to see you. That'd be awesome.
Did you see the comments? A lot of people are saying come to Canada.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'd love to go. I have a passport. Let's do it.
I would be honored to take you to the Smokes Poutineery in Toronto and then have you take a dump in my toilet afterwards. You'd be in there for 5 hours. But John, you've been to Toronto. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
The poutine gut.
Please, take a dump here, sir.
I'll put a frame above it. The Metal Militia was born here.
Nice. And I'll live tweet it.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw my post. It was like a month ago or whatever, but I found poutine at Costco, but definitely not the same poutine that you get up in Canada. Not even close.
Well, at Costco in Canada, they sell poutine just at the restaurant.
Do they?
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Dude. And it's some of the best because they have to make it consistent to what Quebec requires, and it has to be the same all across the country. So that's probably the place where you can get some of the best poutine in Canada.
Here's the thing, and anyone who knows Costco knows this. We don't go to Costco for the prices of the products. We don't go to Costco for the quantity. Well, maybe we kind of do for the quantities.
I do.
But we go to Costco for the motherfucking food court.
Yeah.
The $1.50 hot dogs.
$1.50 dogs? Get the fuck out. They've been that way for like 30 years. Come on. And the pizza? Come on. It's like a fucking 24-inch. Oh, my God. Come on.
I remember when I was up in Toronto with Terrence from Chargeback Forward, we hit up Costco, and I like intentionally purchased a big box of chocolate Smarties from Costco. And it lasted, I forget how many came in a pack, but it was like 50 cases or whatever. You know, they come in huge bulk. And that shit lasted me for like 6 months. It was awesome.
I just heard Stephanie. She just yelled at me. She goes, "Motherfucking churros!"
Churros.
She loves those churros.
Oh.
Speaking of which, I'm excited. I'm going to Disneyland this week on Thursday with a family. So gotta love the churros. Gotta get the Dole Whip as well.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And Jason, what's that place? The corn dog place you're talking about?
Yeah, dude, right down Main Street. You walk straight down Main Street, take a right at the roundabout. It's right there. It's a little corn dog shack. It's right there. It's like a little car.
Yeah.
Just get in line. Just get in line and get a fucking corn dog.
I have never been to Disneyland.
Really?
No.
Wow.
Add that to the road trip stop.
Yeah, you need to.
Yeah.
You need to add that to the stop, man. It's one of my favorite places in the world, or at least where I've been. I haven't been all over the world, but it's a certainly a great place. So, and I'm also going to Star Wars Celebration this week too, which is cool. So I'm super excited. I'm taking the wife and kids. What's that?
Don't they have Star Wars weekends every weekend there, or is it just only certain periods of time?
No, it's okay. So Star Wars weekends is at Disney World, which is in Florida, and that's 2 weekends a year. I think they do that. This is Star Wars Celebration, so this is their big convention, Star Wars convention get together. So they're going to have a preview. I heard they're having a new trailer for the new episode 7. Star Wars Battlefront, the new one is going to be there.
Oh, yeah, Dice is there actually showing the game.
I'm super excited to check that out. I'm going to try to take video for Jason, and I'll try to post on my channel too. Yeah, man, I'm super excited for that.
And a corn dog.
There's a lot of hype and buzz about Star Wars. I don't know if you guys have been reading the new Star Wars comic books by Marvel.
They're really good, dude. I'm reading really the Vader one. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, it's very cool. I like the interrogation protocol droid that they have there. It's so funny. The torture. They have this like C-3PO who's like black, but he's like a badass protocol droid.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and then they have the Leia comic. I mean, Marvel's going full out, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a very cool series, and they have so many variations at least of the first issue. They have like over 100 different comic cover variations.
I like the ones that look like the old Kenner action figures.
Me too.
I know.
Yeah, those are badass. So I'm super excited. I'm taking pretty much the whole week off this week, which is cool. Definitely need for a vacation.
Dude, I'm jealous. That's awesome.
Yeah, MJR, you've never been there, but if you do decide to ever go to Anaheim and go to Disneyland, if you bank at Wells Fargo, you can walk right into Wells Fargo, and all you have to say to them is, "I'm planning a trip to Disneyland." They'll actually pull up an entire sheet and form for you to get a bank loan to go.
What? Are you
it's
serious?
so fucking expensive.
Oh, you're shit.
I'm just saying, dude. Disneyland it is, man. You better take out a fucking bank loan if you want to go.
Remortgage your house if you want to go.
Now, it just sucks because it has like every year gotten so much more expensive.
Yeah,
it's worth it. I'm just saying it's worth it though. Take your family.
Cool story. We're talking about people who are just so amazing in the community. I'm actually become really good friends with this guy's name's Stu. He's been a follower of my channel for a long time, and we talk almost every day. And he's from SoCal, and I mentioned I'm going to Celebration, and he's like, "Why don't you bring up the wife and kids? I'll treat you guys to Disneyland." Wow. Like, amazing. His generosity. I just want to say a million thank yous to Stu. Like, I don't know if he cares me telling you. Like, he's one of those guys who's like, just don't, make a big deal out of it. And I'm not making a big deal of it, but it's a super nice thing for him to do. So he's covering the cost of tickets and parking for Disneyland.
Wow,
that's incredible! Wow.
Incredible.
Yeah,
I mean, the generosity, and he's like one of those. Like, I've hung out with him a couple times in SoCal, and a really nice guy. But I'm excited to meet up with Stu this week and hang out with him too. But I mean, seriously, we're talking about the hate and stuff.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, you get these people who are like, and I know, Mel Jesus, you've had like people donate like freaking Earthbound to you and other things. I mean, like. It's like, whoa, blows your mind. Jason, you've had it too, and Ben, you've had a lot of positive things sent your way, but it's like, man, it's cool. So,
oh yeah, no, absolutely. I hope people don't think that we're ragging and getting down. For me, it's just been a rough week, but in general, holy shit, people have been so fucking generous and amazing and nice, and especially, and you guys get this when you go to expos and people come up to you, and it's just like, you see that look in their eyes, like they're so happy to see you. It's like it's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
exactly. It's awkward when not awkward, but like when they want you to sign a game. Because you're like, dude, I'm going to ruin this game by signing this game.
I know, I think the same thing.
I'm like, you want me to like deface your Mario 3 or whatever it is you want me to sign, or Zelda or whatever, I'm like, okay. But it's an amazing community. Really it is. And for sure. So,
So important lesson. Let those people speak the loudest.
No, and that's what you got to do for sure.
Because, I mean, there's been a lot of amazing people, and I know I get a lot of messages on Twitter saying, you know, you're great on All Gen Gamers and love Rad Rascals and start that damn YouTube channel already and all that good stuff. You know, there's a lot of great people out there. And you know what? I never lose sight of that, even though sometimes when it just gets compounded, it's hard not to. But I think it's a matter of perspective, really. And you know what? You're just doing what you love doing. And who could fault you for that?
I think a single ticket to Disneyland for a day is like over $100.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
This year they upped it, yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really expensive. Especially if you want the hopper back and forth between the two parks.
Per person?
Per person.
And then parking, I think, is $200 a day.
No.
I don't think parking's that much. It's probably like $20 a day still, you know. And the food there is really expensive. Like there's a really cool restaurant called it's right past the Caribbean, the Blue Bayou.
Tell me you're going to Blue Bayou.
Oh, I'm going to Blue Bayou. I got reservations.
Motherfucker.
Dude, in case you guys don't know, so Blue Bayou is like a restaurant inside Pirates of the Caribbean. So even though it's an inside restaurant, it feels like you're outside because there's like stars and
it actually is in the ride of Pirates.
It's in the ride,
so like people are going by on the boat right next to you, and you're eating this restaurant, and they have like fireflies like flying around. You sit there. And it's nighttime. Where I mean, there's like you can't see this. You can't see the roof. It's black. It's so cool.
But the food like steak and like filet mignon, like $50 meals.
Easy.
Really,
yeah.
Easy. Yeah.
Did you get reservations already? Because you need to get like a year in advance.
You do. Oh, yeah, we're going to like pretty late. Yeah, 7:30. Yeah, you're right. I had a book like weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go somewhere like that with the intention of saving money. If you're going there, you go all out.
Yeah, really.
For sure. My wife's never been, so I'm like, I'll treat her to a nice dinner.
Oh, that's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
Are you taking your kids?
I am taking the kids. Yeah, taking the kids. First time Disneyland for the boys. So
they're gonna love that.
Yeah.
Oh man, luckiest boys in town.
Really?
Yeah, dude. So my wife and I celebrated our 6th year anniversary this couple weeks ago, like last weekend, and we got to kind of celebrate that. We had. You ever had those foot reflexology massagers? I think I mentioned this before, but those are money. You guys have to get those.
What is it?
A foot reflexology. Just reflexology. It's like a full body massage. So basically, you get really skinny Asian chicks on your back, like massage.
Yeah, no, I can't do those.
Are you talking like the shiatsu or whatever it's called?
I don't know what it is, but it feels.
That's where they
just get a boner.
Yeah, dude, I was gonna say I can't do that. I get boners.
So, John, were the happy endings supplied or were they extra?
Yeah.
No, but that's where you lay down and then they walk on your back, right?
Right. No, yeah, no, they dig their knees into your back. It's amazing. And they massage your feet and your head, like everything top to bottom, even your ass cheeks.
Ooh. Extra time on the ass cheeks. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in the groin.
Dude, this sounds amazing.
It is amazing.
I'm kind of getting a perma chub right now. Just thinking
you need
about
to
it.
take staff. I'm telling you got to treat staff. And dude, it's not that bad. $30 for an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's totally reasonable. Okay.
Yeah, not bad at all.
All right. No, I'll have to look into it.
I spent more than that Grand Theft Auto tonight. Damn it.
Yeah, no shit.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've had that once before too, and it's quite relaxing.
See, Ben knows what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they have up in Toronto too, huh?
Yeah, they do.
They pour poutine gravy on your back.
Ooh.
And they just rub it in.
Oh my gosh,
the finest Saint Hubert's just permeates your skin.
Amazing.
I was thinking about that gravy the other night, Ben. I know I messaged you on Steam.
He messaged me. Okay, Jason messaged me on Steam to tell me, "Thank you for doing something. I say this as I sit here nude, slathered in Saint Hubert's poutine sauce." And I'm like, "Where do you go from there?"
And he's like, "Well, I guess I gotta go to bed." So, and he left.
I'm like, "Oh, sorry, away from keyboard." Yeah. No. It's fabled up here in Canada, the Saint Hubert's poutine sauce. So I'm hungry. This discussion's making me hungry.
I know.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
And churros.
Oh,
Dude.
sure.
Is Costco still open? Shit.
Yeah, they're open till midnight here.
Let's go.
Are they open till midnight up there? Wow.
Yeah.
Lucky.
I think that's pretty good.
So when I get a craving for an oil drum full of Nutella at 2 a.m., I can go there.
Oil drum.
Oh, Nutella. You put Nutella in anything, it tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one thing we talked about Costco, and all I can think about was this massive thing of Nutella that I bought the other day.
Stuff's amazing.
The only thing about Costco is trying to get there and fucking park on the weekend. It's brutal.
Forget it.
It's a jungle. It really is.
It is. Yeah.
And why do they check your ID going in? You can't buy anything if you don't have a membership. What the hell?
Well, I think the word.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they're worried about people. The way it was explained to me is that they're worried about people coming in with their friends, and then their friends will buy everything for them, and then what are they going to do? So they check your membership card.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, yeah, I accept that.
It's kind of elitist when you think about it, but I mean, hey, $50 a year for shopping there. If you have a big family and you buy stuff in bulk, it's probably the best deal you can get. And I get a lot of stuff there, like toiletries and what have you. So
you take a lot of shits.
You do.
I know.
All that poutine, man.
Got to get that Kirkland brand Kitten Soft wipes.
Dude, no. Let's have a quick discussion on that. You really walk to the back of Costco. You walk to the back of it because I know where the toilet paper is. You walk back there and you stand there and you look left and you see Kirkland for 11 and some change. And then you look right and you see fucking Charmin for $2 more.
Dude, I don't like Charmin.
And you
Charmin's super soft. I love
what?
Charmin.
No, it breaks. Yeah. Dude, when I try, no. Here's the worst thing: when you're wiping your ass and like the toilet paper rips, and then you get a little shit on the end of your fingers. I fucking hate that.
It's a shit finger.
Charmin is the worst, dude. I will not buy that anymore.
Wait a minute.
Every time I end up with shit on my fingers.
So you'd rather wipe your ass with paper from the printer? Let's just say.
I'd rather wipe my ass with a newspaper than fucking Charmin.
It's like fucking sandpaper. Is what
I'd rather use 80s dot matrix.
I don't want crap on my fingers.
Dude, if I use that Kirkland, I go right from the toilet, just dunk my butt right in the toilet or right in the fucking bathtub, right next to me because it's on fire.
All right. Do you want a little secret though? Do you want a little secret? I'm sharing here. I'm going there. I'm doing it.
Chub rub.
Baby wipes. I'm all about the baby wipes.
Yeah. Okay.
Baby wipes. Okay, I got plenty of those.
Yeah, and I mean, but just that final, like polish at the end.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
The spit polish.
Mm-hmm.
When it squeaks, you know it's done. yes. But to answer your question, I do go for the Kirkland brand. It's like wiping your ass with Pomeranians. It is so soft.
Well, I'm fine with that. It's basically 2 versus 2. I mean, Gamester.
Yeah,
you and me.
I'm Charmin. I'm on the Charmin team.
Okay.
Team Charmin. So we actually, it's funny that I can read this because my wife and I actually went to get toilet paper there the other day, and Charmin wasn't there. They were like sold out, and we looked. They did have plenty of Kirkland, and my wife and I were like, no, we're going to have to go back. Even though we were out of toilet paper, we're just going to have to.
You're out of toilet, but we're going to have to come back.
We're having to come back.
I'd
rather not wipe my ass at all than use sandpaper.
Yeah, I'd rather just shake and waggle and try to get it off than use that.
The advertisement for Kirkland's toilet paper should be Ring of Fire, and it burns. The Ring of Fire.
Burning Ring of Fire. So
I love it when we derail the podcast.
About the toilet paper.
That has been your poop talk for this episode.
Right.
You got to do whatever you got to do in a pinch, though, for sure. So,
in a pinch, you had to say that.
Come on now. I just bought Gamester's new punny book 2015. I'm just taking them all out, man. Taking them all out. Amazon. That's where it's available.
What you guys been playing?
Oh, gaming, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we talk about games here. Damn it.
You guys are on Steam. What were we playing?
Well, you go first, MDR.
Me?
Yeah.
Were you on Steam?
No. I thought you guys were.
Oh, yeah, we were.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I was on Steam. That's right. I actually played some Steam games. What a shock. I'm going to do a Steam Hidden Gems video. Yes, I'm going to tackle that. So with the help of a friend. And so I got a bunch of kind of like obscure, you tell me. Have you heard of a game called Race the Sun?
Yes.
I think I own it.
Mm-hmm. Do you? Dude, you should play that game. It's actually pretty interesting. It feels like almost like a casual game, but it's more difficult than that. But it's basically this game where you fly this kind of glider for possibly as long as you can. And so it's this game about trying to just get as far as you can. You have upgrades, but what's really cool about it is that the world is regenerated every day. And so the developers or whoever basically releases a new version of the world every single day. And so you basically try to get as far as you can in this glider without crashing in an all new environment. So really simple kind of concept, but it's pretty fun. You have the ability to jump and you have power ups and things like that. So it doesn't sound exciting, but it is actually more fun than it sounds. So
yeah, I remember buying that on a Steam sale, and it looked really good. I still haven't gotten around to playing it though.
Yeah, it's definitely good for, maybe 5-10 minutes just to see how far you can get today before they release a new version of it. So I've been doing that on Steam, and then I played a couple other games. Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood on DS. So it's a Sonic game. What's interesting about this game is that it's made by BioWare. So BioWare makes Mass Effect, Dragon Age. They made a Sonic role-playing game on the DS. And not a lot of people know about it. And it's BioWare, so you have choices of dialogue. So when you go and you talk to different characters, and you can have the snarky remark, you can have the silly remark, things like that. It's an interesting game. I would not say it's necessarily like amazing, but it's kind of cool and quirky. And then finally, I mentioned this on the last time I was on the podcast, I have been obsessed with playing through the single-player versions of the Call of Duty games. And I continue that. So on the PlayStation 3, I'm playing through Call of Duty Ghosts. Have you guys played that?
I just bought that for the Xbox One, actually. I'm curious to see what the single player is like.
It's pretty awesome.
Is it good?
Pretty, yeah. I mean,
I played it about halfway done through the campaign. Yeah, it's good.
I mean, just like all the other Call of Duty games, it feels like Call of Duty, so it's very familiar. But what I love about those games is the amount of detail that goes into the level design. There's this one level where you are in this. First of all, it's after war. I guess you could say it's like post-apocalyptic, kind of. But there is this sports stadium that's completely devastated by this missile attack. And the draw distance on that level is like stunning. Like, this is the kind of game where you sort of pause occasionally and go, man, I just want to look around the level, And then so anyways, there's just a bunch of really big moments like that. So I've been really enjoying it. Again, what I like about these games is that they're only about 5 or 6 hours long. They don't overstay their welcome. You play them, you get in, you get out, and it's a lot of fun. So and the other thing too is that these games are cheap now, so I'm not too worried about the fact that they're really short, because I'm not going to play them multiplayer. So.
Yeah, so that's what I go for the Call of Duty games as well. I'm horrible at the multiplayer, so getting them on the cheap when you could just play the single player is perfect.
I've always enjoyed the Call of Duty campaigns. Always, always been pretty good.
Dude, the amount of money and time that they must spend on this, it's like incredible. I mean, one level is the equivalent of other games' entire like assets. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like
the attention to detail is amazing.
It is. And I also really like the fact that there's other characters that are going through that level with you. For instance, there's this level where you're in this Mexican city, and the enemy has this rocket launcher thing, and basically there's a dam that's above the town that's holding back all this water. Well, as you can imagine, they basically fire rockets at it. The dam bursts, and this huge flood of water just pours through the city while you're playing the game. And it's a lake full of water. So the buildings are shifting, the roofs are so essentially, like, when that happens, you have to rush to higher ground. So you basically run up to the top of a building, but it's still a lot of water. So it's just like an incredible amount of stuff that's going on while you're trying to shoot people. It's pretty cool. So I've been enjoying it. And that's it for me.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Jason, what do you think about Jason Heine? What do you think about we were talking about the new Battlefront game, or Battlefront. What do you think about that? Or Battlefield, sorry. The new. We were talking about this earlier today.
Oh my God.
The headlines, whatever it's called. What's it called? The Battlefront what?
The headlines. Hard line.
Hard lines.
I can't believe you asked me this. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, John? Well, this is rough. I feel like I'm going through a shift in my gaming life right now. And I think maybe it's just because Ubisoft's fucking things up for me. But I really think that there are some issues with Battlefield Hardline. I don't want to get too much into it. I can rant about it for a long time, and I'm really butthurt about it because, as you know, Battlefield is one of my favorite franchises. I've been there since the beginning of Battlefield, and grew up pretty much with it. What happened with Hardline is it's very simple. We have a game that is not Battlefield, and what we have here is a game that is trying to do things differently, which is fine. You got to give developers credit for trying to branch out, but you also have a campaign that just has terrible writing. The voice acting is great, but I mean, everything else is just, it's not very good. It's only like a 4-hour game, 5-hour game. It's super short. And they were always pushing that, hey, this is going to be a really cool experience. And the campaign is like playing through a cop show. And, you know, they're doing the cops and robbers thing. That's all good and fun. That's like every boy's dream, right? Cops and robbers. But what we have here is like a buddy cop show, which is cool. It's fine. But there is a complete disconnect with the gameplay into what Battlefield really is. And I think that's where I'm the most upset. And I think I speak from hardcore Battlefield players, is that this isn't Battlefield. We have a game that's really, really fast. The pacing is so fast. And even they say it, this is our fastest Battlefield yet. Yeah, that is true. But it doesn't work right. It really doesn't. You see, we have other games out there. I don't know if you guys follow esports all that much, but there's lots of games like Counter-Strike Go and Call of Duty and a couple others that are really branching off into this esports thing. And, you know, they're trying to take a slice of pie out of that. They're trying to get in that market. Why would they not? That is huge right now. That's where the people are playing. That's where people are spending the money. Why would they limit their demographic? You know, they wouldn't. They would shoot themselves in the foot. And I think we have something where, well, first of all, Visceral did the game. I'm not saying that's bad. I love that developer. I think they're great. They do a lot of great games. But DICE really, other than giving their blessing, really didn't have a hand in this game. It is a filler title. And unfortunately, it has to be, because they need to release a new game, a new Battlefield game. Because as we know, what is DICE doing? Well, they're working on Star Wars and probably Battlefield 5. You know, they're already doing that. And this is a catch-22. I want DICE on Star Wars. You know, they need to be working on Star Wars all day long. Yes, put them there, because I think DICE can do Star Wars justice. And I'm glad that they're doing that. But in the flip side, unfortunately, we get shafted as Battlefield players for this game. It doesn't make any sense. It's just, it doesn't work right. And I mean, cops are running around. You know, you got rocket launchers and shit, and it's like, dude, there's no tactics, there's no squad play, there's no objective working. It's just a fucking run and gun, and there's a place for that, but that place isn't in the Battlefield ecosystem. And as a hardcore Battlefield player, that really upsets me. And I know it upsets a lot of people. And we have a whole breed of new gamers that are coming in that are really enjoying it. And I think it's kind of the runoff from the Counter-Strike and some Call of Duty players that really like it, because it kind of blends the two really nice, you know? And it does. But me, I'm upset. I'm butthurt. I'm an old fogey per se, you know? I'm kind of the old, I'm the, you know, the wheelchair gamer. I mean, it's like, man, we can't get a good game here. We can't connect it. And I bounce back and forth with my emotions on it. And don't even talk to me about Rainbow Six Siege. I played that too, and I feel even worse about that. But it's rough. And I feel bad because my squad that I've squatted up with in Battlefield for years and years, we did that competition, right? For they're doing that best squad competition, and we won that competition. I have a patch that you can wear in that game on all platforms. EMU, it's represented in the game. I'm a small fragment part of it, and I feel good about that. But for some reason, it had to have happened with this game. And I'm upset about it, you know?
It's really tough to do a Me Too product. You know what I mean? And you see this time and time again with companies that come along, they see success in one area and they're like, we want that success. So let's go ahead and rebrand what we have to be like that. But very rarely does that ever work out. You know what I mean? And
right.
So, and that's a real danger, because essentially what you end up doing is pissing off your core, because then they're like butthurt or they don't trust you. And at the end of the day, other people are like, well, I just rather play Call of Duty because Call of Duty has been around forever. I like it. I mean, I don't need a second one. You know what I mean? So that's a real gamble right there.
It is. It's a huge gamble. And I wonder if they even care about the core Battlefield players.
Well, they should.
Yeah,
they actually should. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to cut in, but Jason Heine.
Yeah.
Didn't the last Battlefield not do very well?
The launch was one of the worst launches, and not just Battlefield's history. It was the worst Battlefield launch, one of the worst launches from DICE, period. Yeah.
Okay. So you think maybe they're just trying to rebrand the game possibly and just say, this formula may not be working. Let's try to go more towards the audience like a Call of Duty or whatever, type of game style, fast pace.
I mean, I think that could be part of it. Yes. I know that a build up to Hardline being released, they were, and I will credit them this, they were very vocal. They were very transparent in everything that they were saying and building up to the release of the game. They did a beta. They took the feedback and actually delayed the game and did improve on it with some of the things. So I will give them credit for that. But the actual core gameplay itself, that did not change from the start. I mean, yeah, okay, we'll tone this gun down and we'll adjust this, or we'll move this, or we'll have this weapon only do this. That's what they changed. Little stuff, not core gameplay, which I think, unfortunately, is the culprit, which is the biggest issue is the core gameplay with that. So, yeah, I mean, they could have done that, but my thing is, okay, call it something else. If they would have called it anything else, I would have been sitting here saying, dude, you guys have to play this game because it is a really cool blend of these other games and it gives you that cops and robbers kind of feel. I honestly would be. Why don't, look at this. I've been saying this for a while. Call it fucking Dragnet. Okay? You guys remember that? Call it Dragnet, and just make it a buddy cop thing, which is what it is. You put Battlefield on it, you have to adhere to certain Battlefield standards, folks. I'm sorry. You can't be doing that. And that's the same shit I feel with the Rainbow Six Siege. You put fucking Rainbow Six on your game, you better adhere to Rainbow Six standards, which and I'm sorry, maybe I'll talk about it down the road, but that game doesn't at all come anywhere close to what Rainbow Six is. So it's just, man, I'm sitting here, I'm getting irritated. I'm sitting here in front of my computer, I'm playing these games, I'm thinking, what the fuck? We're losing it. We're losing it, folks. I don't like this. I don't like where we're going with this. So I get really passionate and really excited about this stuff, and I just feel so depressed about it. Like, wow, are we really losing the magic? The fact is, folks, we're living in a world where we have to progress games. We have to develop new things and come out with new ideas. We have to. That's with everything, not just games, everything.
But this isn't the first time that a series has changed. I mean, look at Metroid. The series has changed, evolved over the years quite a bit, and some can argue that it's better now than although I guess Other M didn't do very well, but right. You see my point. I mean, there's other
move from 2D to 3D.
Yeah, right. If you don't take those risks or gambles, then you really don't know what you're going to hit on and what you're going to create that will be better. Yeah, and most of the times, I mean, I really would argue that most of the time some of these games they do hit their mark. They do that.
Yeah. What series does this a lot is Need for Speed. Need for Speed has shifted from arcade over to simulation, then back again.
It's been kind of a hybrid, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's interesting, though, because, at the end of the day, Need for Speed has kind of suffered. Like, it's gone away at this point. It's like, nobody cares about it because what is it? Is it an arcade game? Is it a simulation? Is it both? Mm-hmm. So there's a real danger in doing that. I don't know.
I agree. Yeah, I think Most Wanted was a brilliant game. Personally,
yeah, I agree.
The flip side, though, is that if you keep to the same formula, you're always going to get the criticism that the series never evolves. I mean, if you talk to anyone about Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed, especially Assassin's Creed, they're going to tell you that it's the same game from year to year to year. So I kind of see why they're trying this different approaches. But you're right, with Need to Speed, it kind of gets this identity crisis. Like, what is the series going towards? Like, you have to be consistent, but you also have to try to evolve on that consistency. It's really difficult, and I think a lot of gamers do become complacent with just what's comfortable.
I don't know. How do you make a game advance and evolve, but in the flip side, remove its depth. How do you do that?
Well, you know who's the best at this by far than anyone is Nintendo. Because if you look at how they've taken Mario from 2D to 3D to Galaxy to soccer to fucking tennis to, I mean, it's amazing what they've done. They've basically made good games and then put Mario in it. As opposed to the other way around, don't you think? I mean, like Paper Mario, RPG.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
Mario Tennis, Mario Strikers, their soccer. Yeah.
They start with a really good game, and then they basically
Smash Brothers.
Yes, yeah, Smash. Mm-hmm.
That's definitely a skill.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the answer is, but
I think Battlefield, the core audience they're diehards. Not saying that Mario fans aren't diehard, but like Jason, I don't know. I kind of see where Jason is coming with this because it feels like the new one, at least from what he's telling us, is completely different gameplay and it's cops and robbers and like why don't you just call it a different game?
I know.
You're basically using the name. You're using the Battlefield name to sell games, which I don't blame them per se, but yeah, it's interesting.
And that's really all this is about. I think not just for me, but for the hardcore Battlefield players is. This is a great game. I mean, I like it, but it's not fucking Battlefield. Don't call it that. Call it something else. Please stop doing that. I hate that. And it's like, oh God, it just irritates me so much that we have to. Like, this is really going to be a rock in the Battlefield. Trail here. This is gonna be a big fucking rock. That once Battlefield 5 comes out, everyone's gonna be like, "Man, remember Hardline?" Damn, yeah, we do. That's right. But you know what? There's a lot of people that praise it and say that they really enjoy it and it's the best experience they've ever had, and this and that. And of course, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and that's just mine. That's all. That's just my opinion. So,
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Cool.
And next week, I'll tell you how I really feel about Battlefield Hardline.
Let it rip, Jason. Let it rip.
All right.
Yep.
So Ben, what have you been playing, Jason? Though, other than
I've been playing. I played a little Rainbow Six Siege. I'm not going to go into it right now. I already just killed it with Battlefield. But I've been playing a game that you guys probably won't ever guess that I started to play.
Going to your Steam page right now.
RPG?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
What?
MMO.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good luck looking in there, Ben, because it's not in there.
Is it?
It's on something else.
Hearthstone.
Good guess.
What console?
League of Legends.
No, it's iPad.
No.
iPhone.
No.
Dragon Age Inquisition.
No.
I mean, are we even close? Like, is it an RPG?
Yeah, you're kind of there.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect. Nope. That's a good game though.
Well, you said MMO. What am I talking about here?
I watched Steph play through that. It was good.
Elder Scrolls Online.
Dude, and Female Shepherd. Woo wee.
Oh yeah.
Fuck. FemShep. Yeah.
That's legitimately what they call it.
Yeah,
Cosplayers call it the Female Shepherd FemShep. I don't know. I'm trying to think of MMO.
Mm-hmm. It's on PC. Requires me to log into something.
Oh.
Like World of Warcraft?
Oh, boy, are we hot.
Really? Wow.
It's like World of Warcraft.
RuneScape?
Really?
I mean, sort of. I mean,
playing with Pete Strife. No, Strike. What the hell is that game called?
Smite.
No. That's close though. He's been bugging me to get on that. You guys are gonna shit when you hear it. You're gonna be like, oh, of course.
I'm trying to think. MMOs and Jason Heine. They're two things that don't go together usually.
No, they really don't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is why it's so interesting.
I know. I'm intrigued.
And I actually enjoyed it. Yeah. You start from scratch and just look at the shit and read the text and figure it out. It's pretty fun.
The end of days is upon us.
I'm not one of them book learners.
I'm stumped. I mean, I've exhausted all my guesses.
Okay, last hint, and this will give it away. This is the third one.
No.
Third one.
No. Disqualification did not help.
It's an MMO and it's the third one. Now you're just making shit up.
I wish I was.
You're making shit up.
Well, I was about to say Dota, but then Dota 2.
Diablo 3?
Boom!
Oh shit!
Boom!
That's a good game. Are you playing the expansion, or are you playing just what'd you get?
Oh, see, now you can't ask me questions about it, John. What the fuck? I can't answer those. No, I don't think it's the expansion. Hey, Steph, is that the expansion? What? Diablo 3?
Yeah, Reaper Souls, yeah.
Yeah, Reaper Souls.
It's a good game.
Yeah, I liked it. She's been bugging me to play it, and
I beat the original Diablo 3. I haven't played any of the expansion shit, but it's fun.
Yeah, I like it. I get the dude that shoots the arrows, and I upgrade the arrow, so I make it like a fucking chain gun, like just fuck them up.
The graphics are amazing, like the cutscenes.
Yeah, they are
amazing.
It's you were just talking about this earlier, John. I mean, the attention to detail. Woo.
Yeah,
they got that WoW money, fam. They got that WoW money for it.
No shit.
I mean, they really went all out. That game, it is beautiful and it plays really nice, and the sound is, oh my god, the sound is so good. You know, I would appreciate that.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, I liked it a lot. So it was my first time playing a Diablo game, and I always worried.
Really? Like you've never played Diablo 2?
No. Wow. And that's why I was worried. Like, hey, I don't know if I should jump into the third one because I don't know. I haven't played the other ones, but you can just pick right up.
Yeah, it's fun playing with other people online too. It's just what's fun about it.
Mm-hmm. It's a really good co-op game.
Yeah.
So
cool, man.
Blew your minds on that one. I guess the last game I've been playing, and unfortunately it's not on sale anymore. I posted about it like 2 or 3 times as much as possible to get everyone to buy it, but it's a game called Insane 2. Have you guys ever heard of this?
Mm-hmm. I bought it on your recommendation.
Good. Basically, it's like a dumbed down MotorStorm for PC. And of course, huge fan of MotorStorm here. I think that's one of my favorite racing franchises on the Sony network there. But this game is kind of a scaled down version of it. And we really don't have any games that are like that. I mean, yeah, we got Flat Out and stuff like that, but nothing where it resembles buggies and different types of cars. And you get snow, desert environments, you get jungle, you get water, you get... It's basically almost a direct rip and then dumbed down a little bit of MotorStorm, which is really, really cool, and I'm happy for that. I love it. But it's a little arcade racing game. Multiplayer still works. Up to 8 players can connect there, which I have done a few times. I was streaming it the other night and had some people play. I had about 5 or 6 people in there from the chat playing with me. It was great. It was on sale on bundlestars.com for $1. And it was like 90% off. So this is a $20 game normally, and that's huge. I mean, for $1, it was totally worth it. Even at $20, I think it's priced fair. Controls can be a little wonky sometimes, and the physics are kind of interesting with the terrain and stuff. It doesn't always work the way you think it would, but it's just that's a small little nuisance when the game is pretty fun. It has lots of different game modes: capture the flag, checkpoint races, different battle modes, stuff like that. It's a pretty full game, and I'm really enjoying it. So that's really the only other one that I've been playing a lot. And I mean, even at $20, it's a pretty good price for it. So yeah, it's called Insane 2.
Cool. Yeah, you messaged me on Steam and you told me about Bundle Stars, and within the minute I had already bought 7 games.
Insane. Yeah, well, because it's so cheap.
Cheap as chips. I mean, holy crap! Like the game was $1, but they had bundles of like 7 or 8 games for $4.99, and I'm just like, wow.
Oh, and it looks good too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not bad. It really is. But that's all that I've been playing. What about you, Games? Have you been playing anything cool?
Yeah, so I've been playing quite a bit of that Pinball Arcade on the iOS. I believe I mentioned before, but they just released a couple weeks ago Addams Family table, which is one of my favorite pinball tables out there, and it's actually the best-selling pinball arcade table of all time. So I've been playing quite a bit of that, and the company who develops these pinball tables, I can't recall the name of them, but they just released a Brunswick bowling game as well on the iOS. And I think it's on Android and whatever, but it's actually pretty fun. I know it sounds cheesy playing a bowling game, but I know, Jason Heine, you're a big fan of like Wii Bowling, but this is like straight up like you get points and you get tournaments online, you play against people. It's pretty addicting. And you use your fingers to roll the ball. So that's actually quite a bit of fun. Been playing lot of actually, I know I mentioned last time, but I'm still playing it, is that Rocket Knight Adventures for the Genesis. Still playing that quite a bit because I'm kind of helping Wood from the Game Quest with a show, and one of the topics is that game. So I want to make sure I play through it a couple times, but it's a fun game. I don't know if you guys have checked it out since we talked last, but you guys should definitely check it out. Mel Jesus, have you played that game for the Genesis?
I have not.
Rocket Knight?
Oh, yes, I did, because I think I covered it on one of my videos with Reggie. So
yeah,
there's actually really... Rocket Knight 1 and 2, right?
You know, I don't know if there's a sequel or not. It would surprise me.
It sounds familiar.
But it's got a really interesting play dynamic because you have to hold down your action button and you can use your rocket to like fly off or to spin. You know, so it's pretty cool. My only complaint is the lack of weapons in the game and enemy variety, but other than that, it's a pretty fun Konami game. It's one of those hidden gems, as Mel Jesus would say, right?
Yeah.
For the Genesis. And then really outside of that, been playing Joe and Mac 1 and 2 for the Super Nintendo. And I have Joe and Mac for the NES as well, which I played that last night to kind of see the difference. It's a completely different game for the NES, graphically and just audio and gameplay. But it's a fun game. And there's actually a game called Congo's Caper for the Super Nintendo. I don't know if you guys have that or have played it. It's another game by Data East that is a platforming game. And technically, it's the sequel to Joe and Mac in Japan in the arcades. And when it was poured over in North America, they changed it to Congo's Caper. But you play as a different character in this game. You don't play as Joe and Mac. You play as like a younger caveman. But if you like Joe and Mac 1, I definitely recommend Congo's Caper. It's a pretty cheap game you can pick up for the Super Nintendo. And then outside that, the only other game I've really been playing this week is the Borderlands game by Telltale.
Tales of the Borderlands, yeah.
Tales of the Borderlands, yes, thank you. And I'm on halfway done with the second episode on that. But went through Game of Thrones, the first 3. Speaking of which, tonight, Game of Thrones.
Yep.
All over that shit. I can't wait. In fact, I purchased HBO Now just so I could watch Game of Thrones.
We're going to do that as well.
Are you guys familiar with how HBO Now? It just launched like a week ago or 2, like I think recently. But it basically you watch HBO on like digital devices like iOS or whatever. It's like $15 a month, but you get all their shows, and it's worth it to me to watch Game of Thrones. So you did that as well, Mel Jesus?
Yes. So actually, Rebecca tonight is watching Game of Thrones through Apple TV. So and because we don't have cable, so it's a really interesting concept. I mean, if that takes off, I can see a lot of other things coming that way, because essentially that allows you to truly not have to have any kind of cable. If you have any internet connection at all, you can watch not only Game of Thrones, but you can watch all their other stuff,
Entourage,
all the movies,
True Blood,
True
Blood, yeah, the movies too, which is cool, right? So between that and Netflix, which I'm really excited to watch the new Daredevil show. I heard that's really good. You guys heard about that? The Daredevil exclusive through Netflix?
Everyone's been all over it on social media.
Yeah, I've been reading posts, and I'm like, I'm going to watch that and Game of Thrones tonight after we talk here. But man, between that and Netflix, you don't need cable,
right?
Yeah, unless you want to watch doom and gloom news, which
so depressing, dude. News is so depressing.
That's online.
Yeah,
ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, and that shows up on my fucking feed in Facebook anyway.
No shit, right?
You know, come on.
Yeah, so social media communicates the news far better than cable can.
True.
That's very true. So that's it for me. How about you, Ben?
Well, the main event this week is one of those situations. Had kind of a shitty day at work, so I decided to indulge in some retail therapy, and I picked up Grand Theft Auto 5, the new gen version for the Xbox One.
Nice. You like it? Like the first person?
Well, it's interesting because I played through most of it on the Xbox 360, and I said to myself, is the enhancement going to be that much better? But knowing Rockstar's pattern of quality, I guess it would be. It does. The upgrades really depend on what kind of a gamer you are in terms of if it's worth rebuying the game. The first person mode, it makes it feel like a completely different experience.
That's cool.
And I didn't think it would, because you're playing through the same missions, and it's the same storylines, the same kind of branching paths you have with the different characters. The story doesn't change, but the first-person perspective, I didn't think it would do this, but you feel less of a disconnect when you're committing these horrible acts. Like you're shooting down, you're shooting down cops, you're shooting pedestrians. It does feel a lot more visceral when you're doing it in first person, whereas it's kind of when you're doing it in third person, it feels almost comedic in some ways. It feels strange. I didn't think it would have that kind of impact, but I'm playing it and I'm like, wow, the impact just feels a lot more surreal to me.
Even the prostitute sucking your cock in the car.
Well, would it surprise you that that's the first thing I did?
Not at all, actually.
As soon as I had free reign, I fast forward the time to night, and then I drove around and picked up prostitute. Actually, funny story. My girlfriend was in the other room, and I was playing it. She legitimately thought I was watching porn.
Yeah,
because and we had it on a previous episode where we played a video of it, but. Honestly, I can't believe there hasn't been more of an uproar over that. People get pissed off if someone shows cleavage in a game. Yeah. Yet you have this in Grand Theft Auto. No one says anything.
And then there's a part where you can go to the strip club too, right? And get a lap dance.
Make it rain. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben, if you didn't go out there and find a prostitute right off the bat, then something would be wrong with you.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
The one part of it that absolutely killed me, it's after you get a blowjob, and they say random bits of dialogue, and sometimes if you do it enough times, I know because I did the research, they will the dialogue lines will repeat. But there was one that just killed me. After she's giving you a blowjob, she says, "Did you eat asparagus?"
Oh my God.
It just, I could not stop. I spit out my drink. It was that good. And spitters are quitters. Funny. Yeah. But no,
these programmers are so much, what do they have on so much time on their hands?
You could tell they had an amazing time making that game. And I mean, just everything else with the game, the graphical enhancements, I mean, the draw distance is a little bit better. The visuals are crisper. If you're running through the fielded areas, you can see more grass, more flowers, more trees. I mean, the details are a lot better, especially the finer details. So I think those who are looking for a really good upgrade, they'll definitely get it, but the core game is still the same.
I'm extremely excited about it. I actually have it pre-ordered for PC.
It's coming out on Tuesday, I believe.
It is, yeah.
Really?
Correct.
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Now, I waited on it, when it came out. I just passed. There were so many games at the time. And then PC got delayed. I knew I wanted to play it on PC. And then, of course, this whole first-person announcement was kind of a surprise. Mm-hmm. It was like, oh, really? Well, shit. I mean, having Grand Theft Auto in the first-person world is, wow. That's something I've always wanted. So this is like
it's definitely a game changer. I mean, you remember when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, and that was the first one that took it from the top-down perspective into third person.
Right.
And that was a huge revolution for the series. I think this is really kind of the next evolution of it. And again, it does make it feel very different because you see things from a different perspective. You can kind of zero in on the finer details, and you really marvel at the amount of detail they put into this game. I mean, I can't even fathom, the amount of time and effort it took to create this city. Mm-hmm. The one thing it doesn't work so well with is the driving.
Here's my question. Can you go third person? Can you switch it?
Yeah, you can do it on the fly. It's the, I guess on the Xbox One, it's the select button. I'm sure on the PS4 it's the same. But yeah, you can switch through different perspectives, so you're not tied to it. It's not an all or nothing thing.
Cool.
Can't you do driving in first person anyway in the original?
In the original, well, you could do what they call the cinema cam, where it would just show you. It'll be almost like there's a camera on the front of your vehicle. This is actually third person or first person from your character's perspective, where
you're
in
like
the car.
Steering wheel and stuff. Okay,
exactly. I never liked that. I know some people prefer that in their racing games because it adds realism, but for me, I never liked that, especially since your field of vision is so limited. And in a game like Grand Theft Auto 5, where the controls are so precise and some might say even a little bit twitchy, depending on the vehicle you ride, it's very hard to judge turns. It's very hard to kind of figure out where you're going. So there were times when I was in the middle of a chase in first person, I'd run into a ditch. So it does get a little bit frustrating. And the first person when you're running, I was so worried it was going to have the same issue I had with Dying Light because your head kind of bobs as you run, so it makes the screen a little shaky. So I was worried I was going to get motion sickness like I did with Dying Light. But thankfully I didn't. I got used to it pretty fast.
That's good. Usually they can, well, I guess not on console. Sometimes on PC you can disable that, but...
Yeah, PC definitely gives you finer control over the finer details. So I think anyone who gets it on PC will probably be able to kind of customize that to their liking. But when you get it for a console, you have very limited control over that. But thankfully, I got used to it, so it wasn't a problem.
That's good.
Yeah, one of the things they really improved with this version is the soundtrack.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah, because on the newer versions of it, they have what's called the enhanced track list. So you have all the original songs you had on there, which, in my opinion, it wasn't a great selection.
No, it wasn't very good.
Yeah, I mean, they did have some good ones. They had Steve Miller Band, Simple Minds, Kenny Loggins. Speaking of which, Kenny Loggins is the DJ on that rock radio channel.
Oh, that's funny.
No shit.
That's kind of interesting. But for example, on my favorite channel, it's called Los Santos Rock Radio. They have some other songs on there that you can only get on the new gen version. So, for example, Peace of Mind by Boston, 30 Days in the Hole by Humble Pie, Carry On My Wayward Son by Kansas, Danger Zone, Kenny Loggins, We Built the City by Star. It's like our It's like our musical guilty pleasures episode in a song list.
Oh God,
and
that's great.
That's what was kind of missing, is that their previous soundtracks were just so good and so interesting. And 5, when it first came out, was kind of like, it felt like it was phoned in.
Yeah. Well, again, they focused a lot more on the hip hop, I think, because obviously some of the playable characters, they come from that kind of African-American background. But the newer one, they have a lot more pop music. So if you like pop, like Backstreet Boys, Maroon 5.
Well, who doesn't? Please.
Oh, yeah. Come on. I mean, like some Bobby Brown on there. They have that on there as well.
Huh.
So it's a huge improvement over the original in that respect. I mean, is it worth spending full price? Because again, it is a full price game. It was $69.99. I mean, for me, it was worth it because I really wanted to play through it in the first person perspective, and I'm very glad that I did. Those who have played the game, beaten it, and they're not wowed by next gen kind of upgrades, because we're seeing a lot of those nowadays. Like a lot of re-releases, a lot of, I think they're filling the gaps in the release calendar by re-releasing games that came out last gen. It's probably not going to be that big of a value for them, but again, it depends on the person. I think it's a great upgrade for me, and I'm very glad that I got it.
Dude, I've seen those 4K screenshots online of the PC version, and they look fucking amazing. I mean, 4K, it's like, wow.
Yeah, that is the version to play for sure. So I do recommend it. I'm glad I got that. Other game I've been playing definitely was Dying Light. I did try to play it again just to see if I could actually tolerate it this time. Unfortunately, the same issue with motion sickness kicks in, so that game is kind of dead in the water for me.
Damn.
Yeah, it's really a shame because it's a good game. I mean, I can't say anything bad about the game itself. It's just I can't play it without wanting to toss my chunks. Yeah, which sucks. It rarely happens, especially since I play so many first-person games, but... c'est la vie. So there's that. The last game I've been playing, I went back and played some more Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. And I have to say, kind of coming off Unity and kind of the issues I had with that, this game hits every nail on the head. It is a fantastic game. Probably, in my opinion, one of the best in the series.
I've heard that.
Yeah, they just did a lot of things right with it, and the characters aren't as compelling as some of the previous games. Like I'm still a fan of Ezio from the Part 2 and Brotherhood and Revelation storyline. I think he definitely has the most charisma. But this one, it takes place in the Caribbean. The boat races, they really refine them over Part 3, so it's just a joy to be on the seas and engaging in naval battles and just going through Cuba and killing people and plundering treasure. It's just a fun adventure game, and I think, like I said, with Unity, I had a lot of issues with it. This kind of feels like the perfect kind of palate cleanser, if you will.
The problem I had with the game is that I've skipped a couple generations of Assassin's Creed, and so when I got Black Flag, I felt like I was constantly tripping the alarm, and I couldn't get away from the guys that were chasing me. I was just like, what am I doing wrong here? Do you run into that?
Quite often, and that's a typical issue people have with the series. I mean, the game has a lot of chase missions. They have a lot of points where you have to escape your pursuers, and the game doesn't always function in the way that you want it to.
Yeah, I just felt like I couldn't find a good hiding spot where I could actually calm things down. It was really frustrating. And again, I felt like it was like I didn't have that problem with the second Assassin's Creed. I actually finished that game, loved it, but for whatever reason, because I didn't play the third, didn't play the what was it? I think it was the what was it after 3?
Oh, that was Black Flag.
No. There was one in the. Oh, was it the American Civil War or whatever?
Part 3 was the Civil War one.
Oh, okay. And what's that?
Hello. That's me walking in class right now.
Oh, Pete, what's up, man?
Hello.
Little stealthy invasion by Pete.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Yeah, I just got finished right now, and I messaged Jason. I'm like, "Are you guys done recording?" So yeah, caught you guys at the end.
Yeah.
You definitely did. Yeah, welcome.
The end of all things. So,
what are you wearing?
What did you guys talk about today? Actually, my jacket, because I'm going to be going out into the still semi-cold weather outside tonight. But
nice.
Oh, and I'm wearing a shirt for Howl's Moving Castle. Since you asked, I figured I'd tell you.
Nice.
I've got the image now. We can proceed.
Pete, I have a question for you, Pete, real quick.
Yeah.
Your answer to this will be that will tip us one way or the other. Okay. What toilet paper do you use? Do you prefer Charmin or do you like the Kirkland brand at Costco?
I prefer
barehanded.
The sort of like the double quilted, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever the firmer ones are, you know, those not that cheap ass fucking newspaper shit. You know.
Fucking right, bitches.
Bunch of aristocrats you are.
3-2.
That's funny.
We had a discussion about toilet paper, Pete. You can only imagine.
Yeah, I could see where that's coming from. How long was that? Half an hour discussion?
It's literally been up until right about now, since you joined. So an hour and almost 2 hours.
Well, what else did you guys talk about?
Yeah, we talked about Grand Theft Auto 5. We talked about
a few things we've been playing.
Big news. Probably the biggest news is Metal Jesus. Would you like to talk to Pete, Tone?
Pete, did you see your Facebook?
I read that Facebook, yeah. I didn't get to reply it because I was literally like sneaking peeks while I was working, but yeah, I saw. But it's cool, Metal Jesus. I'm sure all the other guys understand as well. It's a big commitment, and we're all super freaking busy. So I totally understand, and I'm sure everybody else does too, as well as the listeners, you know, because it's like YouTube can actually be a job. Unlike, you know, some people don't believe that. They're like, oh, YouTube, you know, it's got to be for fun. You can't make this into a job. But, you know, some people pursue that. And when you have another job in tandem, you know, it's a big commitment. And, you know, people don't realize that doing a podcast weekly, you know, it might just seem like getting together and just recording for an hour. It's like, oh, but you only got to do it an hour hour and a half every 2 weeks. But, you know, when you're posting episodes like Metal Jesus was helping us with, and, you know, having to schedule, like, that's the hardest part, like always having to try and free up your schedule for that one time every week. Like, it can actually start to be an hassle when you have a lot of other stuff you got to take care of. So I'm sure people understand, and we understand.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, and on that note, since you're here, let's, you know, I'd like to go out on a high note and a live episode. So let's talk over the next week and figure out when we can do that, where all of us can be there, hopefully, and just, you know, have that live episode where we can bring back some fans and kind of, it's been too long. So let's see if we can make it happen.
It's been a while since we've done a live episode, as long as it's not on a Sunday. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
Sunday's like freaking hell for me. Yeah.
It's
we'll figure it out.
episode 100. We figure out episode 100 was the last live episode. We're at 193.
Oh my God.
So 93 episodes since the last episode. So we're overdue, way overdue.
That's been way too long.
Yeah.
Shit, we didn't even do one for 150, huh? Oh well. Yeah, but we'll do a live episode.
Yeah.
Wait, was that the episode where MGR came on with, like, face paint and everything?
Yeah, kiss makeup.
It's really been that long? God.
That was classic.
This is like yesterday.
We'll think of something.
We'll make it fun. So.
All right, well, bittersweet news, but MGR, we really appreciated you being on the podcast. I mean, it's not the last one. We'll still do the live one, but for like recorded episodes, you know.
Yeah.
I guess this is the end, but you know.
Well, thanks for having me on.
It's all good.
We love you, man.
You did a lot to the show.
Yeah.
This is
it's coming out of, you know, a time where we were thrown for a little confusion coming out of, you know, Johnny's departure, and then, you know, having you on sort of brought new life to the show. So thank you for carrying us through. How many episodes was it? A lot. Like over 100. That's for sure.
110 something. Yeah. 3 years.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we did the math. It's like he's been on 3 years.
3 years. Wow. Doesn't seem that long.
I know,
it's incredible. It's incredible how fast time passes. Yeah,
it is.
Yeah. Damn. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't be on for longer, but at least I made it on at the tail end here.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Thank you.
Things are just super, super busy here. So you wouldn't think that someone would be busy on Sundays at school, but yeah, that's just how things go.
It's the story of Pete Dorr.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
Well, like usual, I have to go pee.
Be sure to use the quilted stuff.
Yeah, use the quilted.
No. I'm going hand. I'm going natural. I'm going to try it.
Going natural.
Baby wipes.
No, it's only
guys.
pee. God.
We'll talk to you guys later. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah. Good talking to you.
Right.
Sounds good.
Have a good night,
You
everyone.
guys have a good day.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Have you seen Short Circuit 2, Shannon?
No.
My God.
Micah cannot be your friend anymore.
You know the
Shannon's never seen
thing that
Short
makes
Circuit
it even
2.
worse? I have it on VHS, but on VHS
That's when
player
we're
doesn't
gold.
work.
You know,
Oh.
actually, I think Micah and Shannon can still be friends because this now gives Micah the opportunity to act out Short Circuit 2 scene by scene from memory, as he has always dreamed to do.
I can do that.
And he
All
can
right,
do
go
that.
ahead, Micah.
That's how it starts, right?
Well, howdy, everybody. Welcome to episode 193 of the Nintendo Oki podcast for Monday, December the 16th, 2013. I am your host, Tony, and joining me, as he has every week for the last 4 years, we got Shelby.
4 years, dude. What the heck?
Did you ever think that we would, when we started the show, we'd be doing this for 4 years?
I didn't think we'd make it a month. You know, I thought it would just kind of peter out under its own power, you know, horrible audio qualities and like you were editing the show for like the first 40 some episodes or something crazy like that. And
Yeah, we picked the perfect time to start a podcast.
yeah,
didn't
you said it before. Who decides to start a weekly podcast in December?
at Christmas.
Gosh.
Oh,
It just happened, dude. We're still here, and I don't understand. I don't know what I still have to say to you that I haven't already said 3 times at this point. But hello, Tony.
That's a good question. How's it going?
How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Doing fantastic. I hear Harry Potter over in the other room. My dad's behind me laughing at me every 30 seconds. That's right. My wife is trying to poison me.
Well, that's different
working
from
on
last
some-
week. Is that what the chocolate and the water was all about last week?
No, that was just because I was hungry. She was being nice to me last week so that I wouldn't suspect that she was going to try to kill me this week.
That's pretty good, but you already do suspect it.
Well, now I do.
So what's the play now? Your move,
I don't
Heather.
Also joining us this week, we got Micah.
What did you do to deserve poisoning?
I have no idea. I bought her a real Christmas tree. You'd think she wouldn't poison me.
Just senseless Christmas killing?
Speaking of that, yes, we have a real Christmas tree in our house for the first time in our 13 years of marriage.
I don't think I would ever be able to get a real Christmas tree because I heard a story one time about somebody who bought a real Christmas tree, and as they were like setting it up, they felt water running down their back and tried to brush it off, but it wasn't water. It was ice cold baby spiders hatching out of eggs that were in the tree.
Oh, no.
And
Stop.
Exactly. Right. It's terrifying. That's the thing of a nightmare.
Oh, no. That would be awful.
That's the first thing I thought of when you sent that picture. So Merry Christmas, Tony.
Oh, thanks for that. That's a great thought. I'm going to be terrified that something's going to jump out of this Christmas tree and eat my face. Also joining us this week, we got Shannon.
I will not eat your face, Tony.
Thank you for that. I am very, very grateful, Shannon.
Shannon's favorite food is not faces.
No, it is not.
He's more of an elbow guy.
We have a fake Christmas tree.
Fake Christmas tree.
Yeah, it's like the ones that look real but they're not real. They're kind of like not real. So.
Way to use your words, dude. Like it.
Spiders are not my thing. So.
I don't think they're anyone's thing. Nobody likes spiders. I've never heard anyone say, I adore spiders. No, everyone's like, no, get him away from me.
There are people that keep spiders as pets.
Like a big spider? Like, okay, that's one thing. But if I don't know, if I like flip over my pillow and there's a giant spider there, I would flip. I'd move. I would
be smashing it.
I would move. Just forget all my stuff. I don't need these video games. Just go.
I did a few weeks ago see a giant hairy spider walking across the street. If I'd have had something to catch it, I probably would have brought it home.
Like, was he in a crosswalk or was he jaywalking?
He was jaywalking.
Because that's like 4 times the ticket if you catch a spider jaywalking.
Because that's like, he's 4 people, yeah.
Right,
he's got
yeah.
8 legs.
It's like 4 more legs. 4 times the legs.
Is that how tickets for that work? It's based on the number of legs?
I don't know. I'm not a cop. Are you?
No.
Okay, then. Great. None of us are narcs, I don't think.
I don't think so. Oh, man. I can tell it's going to be a good show this week, guys.
Too many legs.
Something is in the air. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be a good show. My wife says it's basting spray. So, let's stop talking about spiders and toxic fumes and start talking about some video games. So, Shannon,
What's up?
what you been playing?
Oh man,
You got that shiny new Vita.
Yeah, I did.
Do you
And
still have
then-
the? I have to say, I like that cover you put on it. That Muramasa cover.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
You wanna-
nice.
You want to hear the depressing part about it?
You broke it.
No, I didn't break it. I don't know what the heck happened. I put it into sleep mode when I went to bed last night. Came home from work today, and there is a straight line of dead pixels from top to bottom.
I'll tell you what happened. Entropy. That happened. Look it up, people. It's a thing. This'll tie around nicely to when it comes to my turn to talk. So,
Are they dead or are they stuck on a color? Because one of those pictures you sent us looked like it was yellow.
they look black to me.
They look black to me.
Yeah, it's black straight down.
Maybe it's just taking it a little while to wake up. You know how you have to rub your eyes and, sort of wake them up a little bit? Just rub the touch screen a little bit. It'll be fine.
It doesn't work. The rear touch doesn't work either.
Oh, your rear touch doesn't work at all?
No, I'm just saying rubbing the touch on the back.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say.
It doesn't make it go away. Doesn't fix the problem.
What does fix the problem?
I don't know. Amazon.
Calling Amazon and having them bring you a new one.
Yeah. 5 minutes on the phone with them, and they're like, "Oh, we're so sorry. Let's get that resolved. We'll have a new one to you on Monday." It's like, "Oh, sweet."
I assume you have to send them the old one.
Yeah. They gave me a prepaid shipping label, so whenever it shows up, I guess I'm gonna have to go through some sort of transfer process. But
that's pretty easy. Do not fret.
yeah, I went through a little bit of Content Manager, but we'll talk about that one later.
Okay.
As far as Vita games, I broke the system in. The first probably about 6 or 7 hours on the system were spent playing Persona 4 Golden.
Oh yes, thank you. So proud of you right now.
I love it whenever anybody mentions the word Persona, Shelby just gets real quiet.
I just get really happy. Did you actually get to the part where it is a game?
Yeah, I got to the part where it's a game, and then I was just like, okay.
I went to the butterfly, saved, and shut it off. Yep, that's what everyone does.
Yeah, because there's so much story, and so many people are dead.
Yeah, like everyone dies.
Yeah.
Like in the worst way.
It made me kind of worried because like the first week that I had the system, we were having like really bad storms, and there was really bad fog.
I sent that text out the other day. We were having a lot of fog around here. I was getting very Persona suspicious, especially when I noticed that everyone's car had a weird black film on it from the fog too. It was freaking me out.
Yeah, it was definitely a little spooky. But so I played that for a while. Then I put Dive Kick on the system.
Yeah, good man.
Yep. Started going through Dive Kick and enjoying the story mode because I hadn't done that on the PS3 yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because Dive was born in West Philadelphia.
He was.
On a playground was where he spent most of his days.
No, it's totally Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. There's no. I don't even call it a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reference. It's just flat. They took the script and pasted it into their design doc.
So does the character look like Will Smith?
Well, how about this? Every time he dies, he shouts a quote from a random Will Smith movie.
Oh, great!
That's perfect. Oh man. Okay, so played that. I went through story mode with Dive, with Kick, and with the funky nurse doctor lady.
Dr. Scholes, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Scholes.
Oh my goodness. Are you serious?
Tony, it's a dumb game. Don't even be surprised.
I have seen some dumb stuff from that game, but I didn't know all of the character names.
Dude, that's not even a third of it.
Oh, good Lord.
You want to talk about Uncle Sensei?
How about a bear that was exposed to radiation and smoked cigars, and her name is redacted?
This game is so good. Oh man. Let's see. What else have I played? I downloaded from PlayStation Plus. We had Oddworld: Stranger's Wrath.
Mm-hmm.
I started going through that a little bit. And I'm really, it's really making me want to know what other Xbox exclusive games have I missed. Because wasn't Stranger's Wrath an Xbox exclusive all the way up until now?
Yes, it was an Xbox exclusive. Also, so was Munch's Odyssey. That would be game 3 and 4 in the Oddworld franchise. I haven't finished Stranger's Wrath. I tried starting it right after I finished Munch's Odyssey, and it was just like, I've had enough Oddworld for now. I'm going to go play something else.
Yeah, I played probably about an hour of Stranger's Wrath, and then I just moved on to something else. That something else happens to be a game that I should have never started playing. Have you guys heard of an indie game, twin stick shooter, based in the 80s? Kind of looks like a crazy drug head's dream. This game called Hotline Miami.
I have heard of Hotline Miami. I've yet to play it, and I also learned recently that it's on Vita, so I really want to play that as well.
Yeah, they made it cross-buy and cross-play. I don't know if it was cross-saves, but they gave it away free on Plus.
It is not cross-save, but...
man. Everything else, though.
Yeah, it's cross-buy. Everybody who owns a system that you can play this on needs to play this game. Yeah. If you're a mature adult.
Yes, it is very M-rated.
Is it just PlayStation stuff, or is it on other systems right now as well?
It's on PC.
I think it's on 360.
As far as I know, it's only on PC and Vita at the moment.
Oh,
it's on PS3.
It's on PS3.
And PC, yeah. I don't know if it's on 360.
I don't know that it's on 360 yet either, so I don't know if it's coming or not. I don't know what the story is behind that.
It is definitely fantastic. This is for the people who don't know at home, this is a twin stick shooter where I haven't even figured out exactly what I am yet or who I am. I don't really know. You just kind of wake up, the game starts, it's like, hey, and you're talking to this dude who says, hey, I'm here to teach you how to kill people. And you're like, okay. So then he walks you through the tutorial. You just like bash a couple dudes' heads against a skull. Heads against concrete.
Okay.
Think about that. And then you wake up walking into a room with 3 guys with masks on their head, talking about how terrible of a person you are.
Okay.
And asking you, don't you remember the night of April 3rd? And then you just wake up in your bedroom. The phone's ringing. Or no, you have a voicemail. So you go and you listen to your answering machine. And the person on the answering machine tells you, hey, I need you to go clean this mess up. So you get in your car. Your new objective is murder everyone.
That's the best way to clean up a mess.
So this is a top-down, like, Smash TV style kind of game, but it's like super over-the-top, like neon lights and crazy soundtrack and super violent, and you're just basically like Smash TV-ing it up, right?
Yeah, you guys remember what my game of the year last year was, right?
No.
BVVVVV?
I do know, yes. Yep. I totally remembered.
Some of the big things that made that game my game of the year were the neon, trippy, freaky colors and the amazing soundtrack. Guess what 2 things Hotline Miami has? Amazing neon colors and a freaking awesome soundtrack.
Not a single V in the title either, so
no,
all out of V's. Used them all up.
It's got pretty much everything it needs. Man, I started playing it on the Vita, and when you first boot it up, it says, "Hey, plug some headphones in, sit back, relax, enjoy the music."
Okay.
I had to play it on the PS3 with the sound system,
right?
And just like, I need to share the soundtrack with you guys. It is so incredibly good. It's on SoundCloud. You can listen to it for free. Oh man, this game is so good.
I may or may not have my Vita in my hand right now.
Dude, it's totally worth it. I think it's $10. You can get it for both PS3 and for Vita. So, yeah.
You know, you guys keep talking about all these Vita games you're playing, and it makes me wish I had one.
Man, it's not a bad purchase. I'll put it that way. I am very happy with my Vita up until today, but Amazon's fixing that. So, I also played a little bit of Runner 2 this evening.
That's a good game.
Yes, that is a very good game, and it's a even better game when you get to some of the stuff that I've been buying.
Oh, that's my cue. I need to not pay attention to my Vita.
What are you buying?
So I was on the PSN store, and with PlayStation Plus right now, you can pick up the Runner 2 character pack for, I think it was $240.
Okay.
This is the one that has yeah, it's got Rasputin.
Wow.
It's got
excited there.
It's got quote from Cave Story.
Dude, Psychonauts hasn't gotten any love.
Oh, it's such a good game.
I tried playing that game.
That's the first time it's gotten some love.
I didn't make it very far.
I have never played Psychonauts.
Coach Oleander is one of the best characters ever.
It's true.
Man. Anyway, I'm going to start thinking about Psychonauts.
You know you bought that runner pack just for the character from Cave Story.
Yeah. Well, not just. I mean, I had to give Raz some love too, but it was a character pack that could not be beaten. So once I purchased that one on the PlayStation Plus Mega Deal, I went ahead and started playing it for a couple hours. Man, that game's good.
Did you play the first one at all?
No, I've never played any of the other Bit Trip games. So, Runner 2 was my starting point, and I picked that up after reading, I think it was your review. So
Runner 2 is a starting point. There's probably that's just too. It's just low hanging fruit. I'm not even gonna. Yeah, just
go for it, man.
No, the moment's gone.
Okay. So I also picked up Lumines. Amazon keeps teasing me with cheap games.
Well, is this Luminos Electronic Symphony or PSP Lumines?
This is Electronic Symphony.
Okay, the Vita one. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
How is
this?
That?
I haven't even played it yet.
Okay. We're in the buying segment. Sorry. It's hard to tell anymore. It all kind of blends together.
Yeah, the reason I haven't even opened it, because it's been sitting on my shelf for about 4 days now, is because of Hotline Miami.
I'll do it.
I picked it up because just wanted a good puzzle game on the system, and Lumines also tends to have amazing techno soundtrack. So
it does.
Speaking of amazing techno music, also ordered frickin' Play Asia.
Not my fault.
Yeah, after the last podcast that I was on, so 2 weeks ago.
Totally is your fault. You can't even deny that one.
What are you talking about?
I was asking. I'm not going to blame Micah on this one.
You should.
Thank you, Shannon.
He encouraged
Shelby.
everyone to buy that game.
I have done no such thing.
Why?
So I picked up DJ Max Technica Tune.
Yeah, you did.
It has not arrived yet, but it will eventually. And then my last purchase is a very shameful purchase.
I'm seeing that in the show notes here, yeah.
And it's in bold, too. I want to know what this is.
That's kind of my fault. I bolded it.
So, Cyber Monday was a thing.
Oh, no.
And Black Friday, Cyber Monday, GameStop had a 32 gigabyte memory card on sale for the Vita. Half off. This was their big, in the email, like one of the top things that they sent out saying, you can get this for $40. I spent all day Monday trying to purchase this. And when I say all day, I mean, I was on their website probably 30 times through the course of the day.
That's perseverance.
It went up, it came down. It went up, it came down. Constantly in stock, out of stock, in stock, out of stock. All throughout the day. The CAG thread on this was going back and forth where if anybody saw it go up, immediately everybody was buying it. I eventually had it in my cart going through checkout, and ended up with a undefined checkout error. No explanation. It wouldn't let me continue checkout. So I go back, and in my cart, it was then showing me it was out of stock. So, very frustrated and upset because I had already spent all day trying to get a good deal on a 32 gig card. I decided to go ahead and call GameStop.
Wow. I hear the voice of a desperate man now.
I was mad. It was in my cart.
I would be upset as well.
Like it was in my cart, and I was in the process of checking out when they were like, "Nope, we don't want your money anymore." So I spent
because you didn't pre-order it.
Oh man!
Now you were doing all this through GameStop's website, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know why I had Amazon in my head. Sorry.
This is the only place that that had it on sale. Now with Amazon, they don't price match per se, but you can always show them where a lower price is. So like there are people on CAG that were, every time it went up, everybody was completely bombing Amazon, saying, "Look, it's back in stock. It's back in stock," because you could get it for $40 with free shipping from GameStop. Trying to get Amazon to price match it. Because it kept going out of stock so quickly, Amazon never price matched it. They price matched almost everything else that GameStop had for Cyber Monday, except for the 32 gig card. So after 45 minutes on hold, I said, forget this, forget GameStop, I'm done. And then on Tuesday morning, when I opened up my Safari browser, it was still on the product description. And wow, look at that. It's back in stock at $80.
What if I told
you know what, GameStop? Yeah, no, I'm done.
What if I told you people about GameStop?
I'm done.
Yeah. That's the proper choice.
Yep.
So I just did what any other logical person would do and went and spent $90 on a 64 gig card and imported it from Japan.
Oh my god.
I think that's a great decision.
No, just
that's sensible. It's double the storage, double the price. I mean, it's just like you won twice, as far as I'm concerned.
Those cards are so overpriced. Dang it, Sony. But 64 gig card, that will last you probably the life of that system. So, fair. Some people don't agree, but you know what? The internet exists. You can re-download things.
Oh man, yeah. It works in the US system, which I'm very happy about. I did my research beforehand, just to make sure.
Cool, good deal. Well, I'm glad you got a sizable card for your system. That will make it way better for you to download stuff and to enjoy that system, because it's a good system, and more people should experience said system.
You want to know the crazy thing? I have less than half of that space left now.
Jeez.
Yeah, I had that much stuff just sitting in my download queue.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. That's cool.
I'm having to be really selective with my 32 now.
Hey,
you're living the life of luxury, man.
I'll show you where the deal is.
Send me a link later.
Oh my gosh. There's a better way, people.
So that is all I have been buying and or playing.
All right, Micah, what about you?
I beat Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
Yay!
Game was phenomenal, dudes. Absolutely insane. By the end of that, I was exhausted. That was like the best action movie I've ever played. It was so good. That was an anime ending. It was a crazy, ridiculous Japanese ending.
Do you expect anything else from Kojima?
I don't really know. I've never beaten any Metal Gear games. So, I don't know. I'm not even sure how much he really had to do with this. Ethan was kind of telling me the story that he pretty much like gave up and just told Platinum to run away with the development at least. So I don't even know how much he had with the story. But dude, it was awesome. That game was great. It really was like a fantastic action movie. It even had like post credits, ending scene. Really cool final boss, man. Just a ton of fun. That was such a funny game, too. I didn't expect that game to be funny, but there are a lot of times where I was laughing out loud. So, definitely, if you like polished third-person, what do they call them? Character action games?
Sure.
That's one of the best I've ever played.
It does look dang good. I did see you playing some of it, and it was super smooth.
Yeah, I forgot. Shelby did come over to see it. And yeah, man, it's a buttery smooth game.
Nice
Very technically
animations,
impressive.
looks good, runs at a solid frame rate. Yeah, it is a technical piece, certainly.
I just love the destructible environments. Like, you can just cut through anything. Like, you can just take down whole buildings, bridges. Man, I'm probably going to play that again. I need to tackle the DLC. I think I told you guys they had 2 DLC packs, one for one of the enemies and then one for your robot dog. Wolf, rather. So I'm going to try to knock those out this weekend. I didn't play a whole lot else. I had a little bit of time with the new Killer Instinct on Xbox One.
Oh, really? What do you think of that?
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I didn't put enough time in it to really learn how to play the game. I mean, it's very combo centric, and it has some like quarter circle and half circle moves that you might be used to from some 2D fighters and things, but it doesn't seem that you really want to drive with those. You really have to get the combos and the combo breaker techniques down to really understand and enjoy that game. And I didn't have enough time with it to get that level.
How much did you play like of Killer Instinct, like arcade or Super NES or anything like that?
Very little.
Okay.
I really didn't care for them too much.
It works very similar the same way to where like you start with a combo starter, and then there are combo linkers, and then there are combo moves, and then you can link that into another move. It's just like that. It's about stringing together all these combos with these linkers and things like that. So it's really fun. It's weird how it's a similar combo system, but this time it's the production value, I think, that really makes this one pop for me and makes it kind of fun.
Yeah, they nailed the announcer. I mean, it sounds a lot like the old style stuff.
I think it's the same dude.
Oh, it might be. If not, they definitely had the effects of the voice down to be very similar to where I really couldn't tell, because they included the original arcade version on there, so you can go back and see where it came from. But it was pretty cool.
Now, this is a free-to-play game, right? You get one character.
Sort of, yeah. I guess you could call it that.
You could download the game for free, and you get to play as Jago, one character only. There are only 6 characters.
Do they have available?
There's only 6 in the game at the moment, and I think they're planning on putting out 2 more, so it's going to be 8.
Exactly.
And that's all they've got planned for now. I think if it does well, they will probably put more in there, but time will tell on that one. So.
Mm-hmm.
One of the characters is new. The rest are all classic returning characters.
As far as sound, I thought it was kind of cool. The music seems to be pretty dynamic based on how intense the fight is, which I thought was kind of cool.
Is sometimes the hits from your combo, if you get a combo going long enough, will match up to the music. It's that dynamic. It's really awesome. It makes it super satisfying when you're doing these big, huge combos. It's really pretty impressive that they've taken this game that did not age well at all and have certainly brought it into being something that was super, super surprising for me. So I was not expecting that game to be good
and
at
a
all.
lot of people weren't willing to give Double Helix a chance just because they don't have a stellar track record. But I think it goes to show, with the right budget and timeline to develop a game, these guys know what a good game looks like. You know, I mean, they want to put out a good product.
Yeah.
So if the cards are in their favor, I think all these developers can do that. You know, and I'm glad that they had a chance to put out a good product. And it seems to be they can continue to pace themselves as they hopefully do more characters in a season 2. And, you know, we'll see. I hope it goes well, because I like fighting games. Want to see them succeed.
Well said. Yeah, really good.
Speaking of fighting games, Project M 3.0 came out this last Monday. So I put a little time into that. And I really hadn't played, I guess, what would have been the 2.0 release, because we got into that pretty early on, if I'm not mistaken.
Skipped that. I think what we were playing at Lucas's at one time was probably 2.0, but I don't remember, honestly.
Well, the most notable new thing that I know we haven't talked about yet, when you are Rob, one of his palette swaps gives him a Virtual Boy head, which is awesome.
That's pretty good.
I did play as Samus a lot just to see what was going on with her, and some of her new tweaks. You can stay in Morph Ball mode and roll around and still drop bombs.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then when you push left and right on the D-pad, she'll cycle through different beams. So when you do your, just regular smash hit, it'll be like an ice or a fire type smash based on what beam you'd chosen. Dr. Mario's back in, which was a big deal for some of my friends. That was their player of choice. But
Is he a completely separate character, or is he just a palette swap for
He's
Mario?
a palette.
The skin, yeah.
But I need to get more time into that. We should hit that online later if you guys want to play.
Does he have the flood, Dr. Mario?
I don't think so.
Or did they take the flood out completely with Mario? Maybe they did.
I think they did, yeah.
Okay.
But definitely want to spend some more time with that. But that's a super easy thing to do. I mean, it's all legitimate. You have to have the game and the Wii, and you just download this thing and put it at the root level of an SD card, put it in your Wii, go to Stage Builder, and then boom, you're in.
It is worth noting that if you do want to get into this, you have to delete all your custom stages off your system.
Yes.
That's true. That's true.
Know that. So you can back that stuff up to like an SD card and put it somewhere else or something. So, or can you?
Yeah, you can save all of your stuff like that onto a separate SD card in the game.
You can't move that save profile though. I don't forget how that stuff works. I don't know if you can move those around, but just note. So it's been too long.
But I'm so impressed with the stuff those guys are able to do with the tools and assets they have in like what is a 300 megabyte download. I mean, it's just insane to me.
Yeah, it's an amazing labor of love what they've done to that.
The technical mastery those guys are showing is just mind blowing.
It's incredibly impressive, and we've got a news story that we're going to get to later about Project M. So,
oh, cool. Well, that's really it. I didn't get into a whole lot. Most of my time was finishing up Metal Gear Rising, which in itself really wasn't that long of a game. I mean, you have to try to make that over a 7-hour game. But I'm very okay with that, man. Like, I'd much rather play it again and now go hit this DLC. There are a bunch of like VR missions you can do. So, I mean, there's other content, but the main core campaign was maybe just around 7 hours.
Yeah, I am one of those people that I have said in the past, and I'm completely okay with if somebody wants to put out a game that's only like 2 hours long, charge me $10, $15 for it. I am perfectly okay with that if the 2 hours that I get are two of the best hours that I get in a video game.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I would much rather play a great game over and over and over than have one like 50 to 100 hour game that just seems like a bunch of filler.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a lot of time. Like when you just think about your time as a person and what you can accomplish with 50 hours. I mean, that's what's crazy to me to think about that sometimes. But yeah, it's a great game. So that's probably it. KI, Metal Gear Rising, and Project M, I think was all I played this week.
I'm waiting for you to stop talking long enough so I can do this.
What are you buying?
There we go.
Are you sure I can't opt out of this? I mean,
every week we go through this.
You ask every week, and every week we tell you you cannot opt out. There is no opt-out clause.
Man.
This was your idea to begin with.
Things were innocent back then.
What are you buying?
And I didn't have a Japanese PS2
What
back
are you
then.
buying?
And now that I do...
What are you buying?
I did something I've wanted to do for a long, long time.
Oh, no.
Okay. Like where this is going.
I imported some stuff for the Japanese PS2.
You've done that before.
First and foremost, I got the sequel to Mr. Mosquito.
Oh,
jeez!
This did not come out in America, and I have no idea why.
Is that amazing?
I have no idea why Mr. Mosquito did come out in America.
That's a good question.
Shut your mouth.
Right? You tell him, Shannon. You tell him like a boss.
I mean, I have never played that game, and I am extremely curious about it, but I have no idea why a game like that came to North America.
Well, I wish our go-round did it justice.
What the heck is your problem? Those go-rounds don't do any game justice. You kidding me?
I know.
That's not the point of the go-around, Micah.
I'll have to do a 2.0 of The Haunting and Mr. Mosquito.
Oh,
just to show how you really play these games.
But what if The Haunting featured Mr. Mosquito?
Oh, man. I guess they are kind of similar. You're a character that wreaks havoc on somebody in their own household. I guess that's my favorite genre, is ruin someone's day simulator.
Havoc-wreaking simulator.
I can't get past why. Okay, I can understand the haunting around. We don't know necessarily what we were doing there. Fair. But the Mr. Mosquito thing, like, we totally knew we were doing. You fly and you stick to people. I mean, we weren't missing anything with that game. It's just not really all that clear on what you're supposed to do.
I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
Okay.
It takes some practice. So I guess we probably explained what it is, but it's a mosquito simulator. You are a mosquito, and you go into the, I think their name is the Yamada family.
Yeah.
You go into their house and you just sting them, and you try to get enough blood to go to the next level. But if you go too far, they panic and they slap and kill you, or they might get up from wherever they're sitting and watching TV or going to bed or whatever, and then they'll go into battle mode, and then you have to fight them.
I know what you're thinking, people. You're asking yourself, is this game Japanese? Well, the answer is yes. Of course it is.
Mm-hmm. When they go into battle mode, they stand up, they start to chase you around, they're trying to murder you, and then they get these like focal points on them, like you might have to do like this dash charge attack to their forehead or to their elbow.
It's called a relaxation point.
Yeah, and then when you nail it, it just says relax. And then they calm down and mysteriously forget that all that happened, and then go back to their mundane everyday thing they were doing.
You're right. Why was I ever think that this game was worthy of a go-around and us yelling and complaining about it for 15 minutes?
That's exactly the type of game that is perfect for a go-around.
So we got that game, Mr. Mosquito, on PS2 in the States, but I was devastated that we never got the sequel. It's not called Mr. Mosquito. It's called Ka, K-A. So it's called Ka 2, Let's Go Hawaii.
They go to Hawaii, okay?
And as the title suggests, the Yamada family goes to Hawaii, and Mr. Mosquito tags along in their luggage.
I was going to say, is this the same mosquito from the first game?
It is. But as far as I can tell, without really being able to read, there's an American family with them too. And it's really strange because the American family is speaking English. There are English, like native English speaking voice actors in this game. And the American family is speaking English with Japanese subtitles. But I can't understand anything the Yamada family is saying. What's also really strange is that there's an American mosquito.
What?
And he looks like just a rocker bandito biker kind of mosquito. Like he's rocking these glasses and he's got like this spiky hair and he's just like, you know, total hardcore, right?
Why did this not come to America?
I don't know. So the family's a little bit older and it's really hard. I'm having a much harder time with it than the first game too. Like the first level is the daughter and she is just destroying me, man. But one thing that I don't remember ever in the first one is after a point, once you get caught so many times, I did play this, by the way, her eyes will get like vision cones, but she looks like a robot because it's like these green lasers coming out of her eyes as you try to fly around her bedroom to not be seen. But it's horrifying just seeing this, teenage girl just freak out on you, go into battle mode, try to murder you, and then her eyes light up with these green vision cones. Dude, it's a blast. We need to play this.
I don't want to talk about this.
Next time I'm in Tulsa.
You don't want to what, Shelby? You want to play this game?
No, yeah, I kind of do.
So, Mr. Mosquito 2, Ka 2, Let's Go Hawaii. So I bought that. Man, did I buy that. I'm so happy I have that now.
The things people would rather have than money sometimes just blows my mind.
I remember when Tanner first got his Japanese PS2, the first thing I said out of the entire library of games we didn't get, I was like, dude, that means I can finally play Mr. Mosquito 2. And he just had this sigh of depression and just looked at me.
I can relate.
And he was like,
I don't blame
Micah,
him.
He was just like, really, Micah? Out of all the shooters, fighters,
not
RPGs,
some
out
sort
of all
of
the
weird
things we didn't get, you want Mr. Mosquito 2? And I was like, absolutely.
Not some sort of greatest thing we never got. Not the Beat Mania stuff. Mr. Mosquito 2. Priorities, I guess. I don't.
Well, man, once you're invested in a series and then they don't give you a sequel, it's pretty devastating. That's all I can say.
Yes, we get it.
On a similar note, I imported some more Japanese PS2 games.
Oh, gosh.
No.
Yeah, the point of this is to be like a Band-Aid, but you just drag it out as painful as possible.
I think he buys stuff just for this segment.
I hope so.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want to talk about this. But this one you guys might appreciate. I know you're already judging me for Mr. Mosquito too, and nobody cares about that but Shannon. But this one you might like. Last time we were all over here at my place, we had a fun time playing Taiko Drum Master.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We got one in the US on PS2. And there's like
100.
a million of these games.
Yeah, there's a ton of them.
There's like 9 on PS2. There's like a new one on Wii U. There's some on Wii, DS, PSP. Like there's a million of them. Dang it, I got some of the PS2 ones. And I'm gonna try to find what versions these are really quick. It's like mix 2, 3, and 4.
I see you have an eye for things.
Yes, merchant, I do. So these are called Taiko no Tatsujin. I got the one called Appare Sandaime, I guess, and then Waku Waku Anime Matsuri, which is a special anime mix of like all anime songs, which I'm really excited to dive into.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, but
the best thing about Japanese games is always the title.
Yep. And then I got one called Atsumare Matsuri da Yondai. I have no idea. Mix 2, 3, and 4, basically. And I've not played these yet. They actually just came in yesterday. But I'm very excited. These are not nearly as expensive as the B-Mania games, and there's only 9 of them. So
only 9 of them.
Listen to him trying to justify it to himself. Like
I should have started here instead of B-Mania. But I am really excited to play these. Shannon, next time you're in town, dude.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to rock these Tiger. Oh, man.
You realize the ultimate end of this is Shannon buys a Japanese PS2 and starts importing these as well, right? You remember he bought Taiko Drum Master when he promised the love of his life that he would not buy anything for like a month.
Is that true? Is that true, Shannon?
He worked a loophole and talked Lauren into buying it for him as a gift, but he totally manipulated that situation.
Oh, yes. I remember this.
She'll neither confirm nor deny any part of this story.
Shannon, just tell the people. Just tell the people why these games are so great.
Because it's amazing. And you have like little happy face drums. And then when you do bad, they get all sad and they wallow in the mud with worms.
I'm wondering how long it's going to be when we do this segment that Micah just says he bought a Taiko drum.
No, man.
And there's just a giant drum in his house somewhere.
Dude, I'd get the arcade game before I'd get like an actual Taiko drum.
That'd be so
man.
Okay, let's keep this embarrassment train rolling. What else did you buy?
That's it.
hit combo.
That's
yeah, man. Not bad.
That's all you got?
Dang it. I did make a Japanese Apple ID just so I could start getting some of the
Oh, no.
games on it.
I'm surprised it took you this long to make one.
I wondered if you made that yet. I have something to tell you about after the show. Don't let me forget.
Oh, no.
Another Japanese rhythm game that I need you to check out for me.
Oh, no. They made a Bluetooth Taiko drum for iOS device.
Oh, my goodness.
I didn't get it, but man, is that on the wish list.
There is no end to this.
I want that so bad. Dude, I love these games. Did I mention in Yakuza 5 you can go into a Club Sega and play the arcade game Taiko Drum Master?
How many hours do you spend searching eBay for the Taiko Drum Master McDonald's toys?
Dude,
I have not started
you cannot
that.
bring do not bring this up. This is the sore spot on all of us here.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Let's not cross that line.
So we should just move on to somebody else.
Well, all right, Shelby. I guess that means it's your turn.
Hey, what's going on, Tony? I feel exhausted after these two just like tell us all the money they've spent on these things.
That's why it never takes me very long to talk about the stuff I've been playing.
I don't even feel like I have the energy for this, but I'm gonna try. For the people listening, because it's what they show up for. Apparently, I don't know. I have a feeling they feel exhausted too. Just like somehow their bank account goes down after listening to this podcast,
and they can stop listening to us.
Oh no, they can't stop. It's like a train wreck, dude. You can't turn away. You may want to.
I'm gonna go play Taiko.
Okay. All right, so I played Journey. I popped in that Journey's Collector's Edition and played through Journey. And man, that game's pretty good. That is a well-crafted, very tight, very well-controlling, very, I think it took me maybe 2.5, maybe tops.
Are there still people online that you can play with?
I don't know. I specifically... Okay, so this was something that Micah brought up to me after I had played it, and I knew that there was an online component to this game. And I do not necessarily like playing games online with other people, but I know how Journey is... There's no voice chat. You communicate through this chirping or whatever through the characters. And so I decided that I wasn't going to, one way or another, mess with the online thing. If somebody else dropped into my game, I would just go with it, and that'd be fine, and I was just going to accept that as destiny, right? Mm-hmm. So I turned on Journey, and it press start to start a new journey or whatever. So I push start, and the first thing, I get this little window up at the top that says, online is turned off. In order to turn it back on to play multiplayer, blah, 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 blah. Quit out and go back to the menu. And I'm like, I'm not doing that, so I just played it single player. I just accepted that as my destiny. So I don't know. That game feels like a single player game to me, and I'm certainly a single player game guy. But I'm sure there's an argument the other way. But allow me to ask a question to those who have played it multiplayer: do the cutscenes show two people instead of one in the hieroglyphics?
I think they do actually.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool that they do that.
Yeah,
that's actually very cool. So I played a single player. And I was very happy and very blown away with that game. The sand tech is amazing. The game looks really great. It's got a fantastic art style. I'm going to talk very sparingly about this game because it's easy to kind of give away what's going on with it because it is such a short, tight experience. But it just kind of dumps you into this game, and you're in a desert, and there's no instructions, no nothing, and you just kind of see this mountain in the background. And so logically, you decide, well, I guess I'm going there. And so you wander around this game, and you kind of start to learn what is going on with the world around you through unlocking different doors and going to certain places. And the game is designed very well to lead you to where it wants to go so that you never really feel lost, even though you have no idea where you're going, if that makes any sense.
It's a good way of describing it.
But it's a fantastic little game. It's great. I think, is it free for Plus members? Probably.
No,
it's not. Okay, but I picked it up on this Journey Collector Edition for $20. It's on PSN. I think it's like a $10 game or something like that. It's fantastic. This came out last year. It was on Game of the Year lists all over the place, and rightly so. It is a very, very great game, and that's kind of all I'm going to talk about because I don't want to give anything away. I also played Flower, which is something I hadn't played before, which is a game, right? Anyone?
I would say it's probably the best use of 6-axis I've ever played.
Okay, so this game is you're controlling the wind, and this flower petal kind of comes out, and you drive these flower petals and pick up other flower petals to awaken these flowers, to awaken the world around you, to springtime goodness? I don't know. The game is kind of cool, and it's a pretty good functionality with the 6-axis. It's kind of fun just to kind of fly around and like do barrel rolls with this big train of flower petals you're building. But man, that game gets kind of heavy at the end.
Really?
Like, it starts out with like, oh, you're just in these fields, and you're seeing all these beautiful flowers, and there's some really cool grass tech, and things like that. But then kind of later in the game, it starts to get a little heavy-handed with some of its topics. And it's certainly nothing spoken. There's no dialogue or really any characters in the game. It's just flowers and stuff and scenery. But certainly there's a message they were trying to convey with that game. And some of the later levels kind of frustrated me. Not in story-wise or anything like that. I didn't have any problem with the heavy-handed message. But just in some of the mechanics and some of the controls and the way that objects kind of get in your way. And you were somehow penalized for that sometimes. So a little frustrating. But I played through the whole thing. It was fun. It was certainly worth checking out and just kind of poking around with. It's kind of hard to actually call that a game in the loosest sense of the word, I suppose, because there's not really like I guess there's an objective, but I don't know. You're just kind of flying around, and it's almost like a really like an interactive screensaver of sorts, you know.
I give it more than that.
Yeah, that's not fair. It is fun. I certainly enjoyed my time with it, and I played through the whole thing. It's not something I plan on going back to, but it was fun to kind of finally see it for myself and see what everyone's been talking about this whole time. It's a cool thing. And with that collector edition being $20, it was certainly worth the price of admission for that one. So, or not just for that, but for these 3 games total, it's a nice little package. that game company does some cool stuff.
Yeah.
I like that there's somebody out there taking a different approach to video games and maybe not necessarily trying to make, another brown military shooter or some game with a bow and arrow in it, So the fact that somebody's out there and realizes that, hey, we have these controllers, we can do things differently, and it may not, fit the typical mold for a video game, but they're still doing some cool stuff. So I'm looking forward to what they do next.
Excellent.
I also played about 3 hours of Inuyasha: Secret of the Cursed Mask. This is a
Is that the PS2?
This is the PS2 RPG, and I'm not going to play any more of it.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily because it's bad. It's an Inuyasha game. I was just kind of curious to see what the story was like. I played 3 hours, which got me through up to the first boss fight. And I think the game's probably about 25 hours long, but it's
an RPG.
It is a JRPG at that. It is hard-coded, turn-based, priority animation stuff going on. You wait your turn, very patient. Enemies got to load. It is not zippy like a Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 8 or 9 or whatever, You can't just like boop 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 like real quick go through the menus. The menus all kind of there's like a little animation, so you got to wait for like things to unfold before you can actually pick something. And so like if you're just like, I know I want to do this attack, you can't just like boom 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 hit 3 buttons real quick and go. You got to you got to wait like, I don't know, maybe 5 seconds for this stuff to happen. And it just feels slow and methodical, and it's not necessarily, I don't want to say it's not fun, but it's certainly taking a while to get going. And I don't necessarily have the time to invest in a 8-year-old JRPG at this point or something like that.
And when you're dealing with RPGs, especially JRPGs like that are very menu based, and you've been playing them for a while, you get into that rhythm where you know exactly how many button presses you need to do the attacks that you want to do. And you don't want to have to wait for those loads.
Yeah, for something like Persona, which I have a lot of experience in. I mean, I know where I need to go. I can bam, 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 go. And the command I want is going. And I can even just hit, rush mode to just have everybody just rush in and automatically hit people. This game doesn't necessarily have that speed to it. And certainly maybe it gets it later. I certainly wasn't seeing it. But the way those menus load, it doesn't seem like it's going to have it. But it's certainly playing 3 hours of a 25-hour game probably necessarily isn't fair to critique it. So I'm not trying to say it's a bad game or anything. I'm just saying that I've seen enough to kind of know that the story isn't really going anywhere that seems super interesting or super vital. So I feel
it is an original story though.
It is an original story,
and it has really high quality animation that's on par with the show, and a lot of the voice actors return and things.
It does. It's got all the voice actors from it, so that is certainly interesting, and that was the main reason I wanted to see it, was just the story, but I have a feeling I could probably read a Wikipedia page and kind of get something out of that. But the video on there is actually quite high quality. It's not super compressed like you would expect something like that to be. The voice acting, like I say, it's like Richard Cox, Monica Story, same voice actors from before. And they all do a fine job, but the voice direction maybe isn't so great. The lines themselves are fine, but they don't tie together great.
It makes it sound like they're just reading lines off paper.
You can tell that they were nowhere near in the same room, and that they may not even have heard the other samples when they recorded their lines. So the responses, it's not super well mixed. Like some people are quieter than others, and I don't know. It's a varying quality, but the actors themselves did fine jobs, but I don't feel it's necessarily brought together all that great. But if you're an Indian chef, you'd have to be, when this game came out, if I'd had it when it came out, I probably would have played through it, because I would have had the time and was certainly invested in Inuyasha back then. But I don't know. I've kind of moved on, and it's hard to invest 25 hours in a mediocre, JRPG kind of thing. Something that's just kind of middle of the road. When all I really want,
a lot of time.
When all I really want's the story, So I could probably watch some YouTube videos and read some Wikipedia pages to get what I want out of it. Yeah. I don't even know what the Cursed Mask is yet. I played for 3 hours, and like the title of the game doesn't even make sense to me. So, whatever. And also, I tried putting in another PS2 game, Spy Fiction. I didn't make it very far in this either. So this is Swery, the guy who directed Deadly Premonition, which is one of my favorite games. Also directed this. I believe this was the game he directed before that, and maybe even the first game he directed at all. And this is kind of your poor man's Metal Gear Solid.
Okay.
It's certainly a tactical. What the heck is it? Not tactical
stealth action game.
Stealth action game. That's what I'm looking for. Yes. And it doesn't seem that good. I didn't play. I'm not a big fan of stealth action games. I've beat Metal Gear Solid several times, but I don't think I've ever done it without a Game Shark. And I haven't played any other Metal Gear games. I certainly haven't beaten any others. But this game is like, you don't really have that good of a map. So all the enemies have vision cones. Like in the real world, you can just see where their vision cone just shooting out of their eyes, like Mr. Mosquito 2 style.
Oh man,
they're not green.
Yeah, at least in the Metal Gear games, the vision cones are on the map and not in the world itself.
Yeah, but some guys, I can't necessarily tell where enemies are, so I was trying to run around. Oh, there was a guy around this corner. I had no idea knowing he was there. So that's kind of what frustrates me about stealth action games is I'm not patient enough to play them. So I kind of don't. And I knew that going into this that I probably wouldn't get through. I just want to see what it's like. This seems like there's some cool ideas there, though. There's like a button you can push, and you just kind of camouflage into like the scenery around you, just like the Otacon thing or whatever from Metal Gear Solid, where you can just blend in, whatever that was called. Anyone? What was that? Ethan knows. He's screaming into his iPod right now. And there's also things like you can take pictures of people and you can change into disguise, and then you can just kind of walk around freely. So it seemed like there's some cool ideas there, but when I go into this one room and there's just like filled with guys and I die 5 times in a row and I don't know what to do, that kind of means I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah, that's usually a good indication you're not going to have a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, so I kind of walked away from that. I may revisit that at some point. I kind of want to know what the story is like in that game, and again, that's kind of why I came to this game as well, because it was sweary, however you say it, but yeah, I don't know. Playing a bunch of, I finished Journey of Flower, and so I'm trying to go through my backlog here, folks. Okay, this is why I'm playing bad PS2 games. That's all I've played. And I guess I'll where's Winamp? Here it is. Here.
What are you buying?
That was awkward. I haven't bought anything. Except a movie ticket.
A movie ticket?
Yeah. Micah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I still have a headache.
So me and Micah went to see Puella Magi, Madoka Magica, the movie 3, The Rebellion Story. This is an anime. This is a 12-episode anime about these girls who make wishes and fight witches. That was like a rap song almost. It's a really cool anime, a really cool story. I encourage anyone who likes anime to check that out. There are 3 movies. The first 2 movies are re-edits of the 12-episode anime and kind of tell the same story. This third movie that me and Micah saw, however, is an all-original thing. And man, that was the most anime I've seen in a while. And by that I mean, like Micah's laughing right now.
No, it really was. It was
good. It was really good. I enjoyed it thoroughly, but
it was entertaining, but it was
like, you know how
very
sometimes
convoluted.
You know how sometimes anime just get like weird and like overly complex.
Oh yeah,
this does that like a lot,
and it writes itself into a whole so convoluted that it literally rewrites the universe a couple times.
They set themselves up for another sequel, and I would like them to continue the story because I kind of want to see where they go from here. And I like these characters, and I really like the animation style and the character design. And I guess this isn't an anime podcast, so I should kind of stop here, but we really enjoyed it. And me and Micah both left that theater just holding our heads and going, oh, God.
Yeah, like we were thinking about it. I was amazed we had that in the Tulsa theater, too, by the way. Even amidst the snowstorm, people came from 4 surrounding states to go to that thing.
Yeah, there were people from Arkansas and Missouri, and it was a good crowd. People were certainly enthusiastic about the film. So when it was over, everyone just kind of looked at each other like, what the heck just happened? So it was very enjoyable. So, yeah, if Ethan was here, I'm sure he wanted to see it, I'm sure, but That guy watches a lot of anime. I have a feeling he's seen more anime than the four of us combined. But
probably.
That is all for me. Tony, why don't you tell me about Luigi?
Luigi. Well, he is the taller, greener of the Mario brothers. And he gets kind of sleepy sometimes.
Really? Well,
yeah.
I get sleepy too.
I do too. Sometimes when you're sleepy, do you have dreams?
I do. I get some crazy ones.
Luigi has some really crazy dreams.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm actually playing through Mario and Luigi Dream Team for the second time.
Does he dream about cutting pizza into little bitty squares and eating and putting them in a bowl and eating pizza with a spoon?
I have not seen anything like that in the game.
Because I totally did that the other day.
That sounds like a very interesting dream.
This wasn't a dream. I really did this. Like I made
you're dreaming of like pizza
reality.
cereal.
It was great. It's everything I hoped it would be.
So yeah, I've been playing through this actually leads into the first news story we're going to talk about, and that was the addition of Miiverse to the 3DS this week.
Okay.
Yeah, that totally happened, didn't it?
And so I wanted to take advantage of Miiverse on 3DS, and so I just picked a game that I've played through that had a community in the Miiverse to play through again. And I picked Mario and Luigi Dream Team because I just really liked that game. So I'm playing through it for a second time, and I'm running into some things that I had completely forgotten about the first time I played through it.
Example.
Well, like this enemy that I ran across on top of a mountain at the northern part of the map, and that is the viruses from Dr. Mario are in this game.
That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, and so you'll see one of the viruses running around, and if you get into a fight with one of them, it brings a horde of them, and you've got little red and blue and yellow viruses, just like 20 of them that are in a giant mob. And you end up playing sort of a mini version of Dr. Mario while you're fighting them.
What kind of music plays?
Just the regular battle music. That it's a missed opportunity. I had totally hoped they had played some Dr. Mario music, but they don't. So, but if you jump on one of their heads, they'll actually change colors. But they'll rotate between the red and the yellow and the blue. And after you've done your attack and jumped on them, if it knocks one off, any of them that are the same color that are touching that one will all fall down and disappear as well.
Cool.
So it's a fun little nod to an old Mario franchise, and I had completely forgotten they were in the game till I ran across them, and I posted a picture up on the Miiverse and got a few people, I think about a dozen people liking the picture that I had posted up there with them. The game's just really fun. And I've had a bunch of people on the Miiverse asking me where I think this game, how good this game is, where it ranks, in like my favorite 3DS games, and it's up there. This is probably not my favorite of the Mario and Luigi games. I've probably mentioned that before. I think Partners in Time is my favorite one. That's the one that has Baby Mario and Baby Luigi, and you control 4 characters at once.
Despite all that, it's still your favorite.
Yeah.
Despite Baby Mario.
I don't have a problem with Baby Mario, except when I'm playing Yoshi's Island.
I was gonna say, you just have a problem with Yoshi's Island, honestly.
Well, I like Yoshi's Island. I just don't like crying Mario.
Okay.
Because he cries a lot.
Yeah.
And it's really loud.
Touch fuzzy, get dizzy.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Baby Luigi or Baby Mario at all in the RPGs, especially because, he's quiet in them.
Okay.
So, playing through that, I'm going to completely finish that and continue to share my experiences playing through that game a second time on the Miiverse.
Oh, cool.
Because I just really like it. It's just fun.
Year of Luigi, apparently.
It is the year of Luigi.
Luigi gets a whole friggin' year, Samus didn't even get so much as a tweet.
And I had seen somewhere that they said that the year of Luigi was going to continue into 2014.
What?
So, yeah.
No. Samus didn't even get a stinking tweet. Luigi gets a year and a half? That's bullcrap.
Sorry, Shelby. I mean, if I could, call up Reggie right now and be like, hey, come on. You did Samus wrong.
This is like Santa showing up at the Super Bowl and we just start Christmas all over again in February.
I'm sure some people would like that.
I'm sure people would love it.
Let's see. Another game I've been playing. Plants vs. Zombies 2, I saw got a big update this week.
What update did it receive?
Well, if you'll remember, I quit playing that game after the first set of levels because it said, hey, go back and play these levels again, or give us some money if you want to continue.
I do remember that.
They got rid of that.
Really?
Yeah, they did. They completely changed those stargates that are at the end of all of the worlds. They just got rid of them. And so when you finish the first set of worlds in Egypt, you can immediately move on to the pirate-themed levels without having to go back and replay the... You still can, and there are still benefits to doing so, but you can actually play through the whole game from start to finish now without having to do all that stupid free-to-play stuff.
Cool, yeah. They received a lot of negative feedback from that free-to-play model that they tried to work into that one. So cool to see that they... I mean, it's not necessarily awesome that they changed everything, but it's cool that they're listening to their fans and the people playing that game. So,
well, there's definitely some of that dumb free-to-play stuff that really detracts from my enjoyment of the game. I've been enjoying it, but some of those things are still there. Like, the special powers still require you to use money. And if you haven't gotten enough money, they're like, hey, you could give us some real money and we'll give you some of this fake money that you can use to buy these special powers that you can use in the level. Or additional plants if you want to get some of the plants from the first game that you can't get through normal gameplay in this.
Yeah,
they're ridiculously expensive. They're like $3 or $4 a plant.
Yeah, that stuff is just super slimy and gross. And God, EA just lately has been doing some things I do not like with their free-to-play models.
So, you can play through this game without giving them $1, and I completely plan on doing that because when you actually get into the Plants vs. Zombies part of the game, it's incredibly fun. The new plants are great. They look great. They add some really neat attacks that change up the way you have to think about putting your plants out and defending your house. So it's a really good update to the game. I just hate the free to play part of it and just want to say, here, PopCap, EA, here's $20. Let me have the game.
At least now with this update, it sounds like you can ignore that and just play through the game and not necessarily... I mean, they're still going to throw that stuff in front of you probably after every level, but at least you can just play through it now.
Yes, you can.
Cool.
That's good. I like that. I turned on my Wii U one day this week, and I checked the friends list real quick just to see if anybody was online, and I saw Gary and Steve, our friends from the Gamesman, online at the same time, and I know that means one thing.
Monster Hunter, yep.
Monster Hunter. They were in there playing together, and I hopped online, saw the room they were in, typed in our password. I'm not going to give out the password because
that's probably smart.
It never changes. So I was like, I'm going to see if it worked.
Let's just stop talking about the password.
Completely did. So I got in and played for maybe 45 minutes. It wasn't very long because after we finished our first fight, Steve had an unruly baby that he had to go take care of.
Wait, in Monster Hunter, or did you guys slay the baby, or is this?
No, we did not slay the baby. The baby was getting cranky and fussy, so he had to quit playing. And Gary and I went and played some more.
Oh, a real baby! I thought you meant like a baby in Monster Hunter.
A real baby. Steve does have a real baby.
Right. Oh, I knew that.
And when real babies cry, that means you got to go take care of them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it does.
So, played a little bit of Monster Hunter this week. Every time I get back into that game, it just draws me back in. And I'm like, I just want to play more Monster Hunter.
First one was free.
I'm probably going to play some more Monster Hunter this week. The demo for Eterno Blade came out on the 3DS this week, and I don't know if you guys have heard anything about this game.
No idea.
I've been getting emails about it for months.
Really?
Yeah, but it's basically a side-scrolling fantasy brawler that uses a time travel mechanic. So, you're doing your side-scrolling. It's very combo heavy. It's very quick action. It's sort of like a side-scrolling Ninja Gaiden type thing, only it's in a fantasy world with knights and wizards and zombies and things like that. But the big hook is the ability to control time. And so if you're in the middle of a combat and you need to dodge, you actually hit the left shoulder button and it will bend time around you so that you can move through the guys that you're fighting, but they stay where they're at. So, it's all it is just a dodge move, but they put it in this time travel thing. But then also the other one is where if you're getting close to death, you can actually, on the touch screen, there's a gear that's moving, kind of like a clock. If you touch that gear and spin it back the other direction, you can rewind time so that you can avoid those attacks that would have killed you and change up your strategy a little bit.
What system is this on?
It's on 3DS.
Okay.
So I'm not sure when the game comes out. I get to play through the first level and the first boss fights.
Is this going to be a eShop release, or is this going to be an actual retail 3DS
I believe this is an eShop download.
Okay, cool.
So it'll probably be $10-15. It looks like it's going to be really cool. The first level took me about 15 minutes to play through. First boss fight was pretty simple, but it was fun.
You got the idea across. Okay, that sounds cool.
So it got me interested more in this game that I was sort of vaguely interested in from the emails I've been
That's
getting.
exactly what a demo should do.
Yes. So that's all I've been playing this week.
What are you buying?
I bought one thing, and it was terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. I'm sort of shamed that I spent this much money. There was a new texture pack on Minecraft for the 360 that was released this week.
Okay.
And it was 50 cents. So I spent 50 cents to get a new texture pack on
Micah,
the 360
you take a note of this?
For Minecraft.
This man spent 50 cents.
And it's called the Fantasy Texture Pack, and it doesn't change up the blocks themselves too much, but it actually gives some of the mobs, like zombies and skeletons things, armor in the game. So, for 50 cents, I'm willing to pay 50 cents to put armor on my skeletons in the game. It doesn't actually change the way they play. It just makes them look like they actually are wearing armor. But, for 50 cents.
Sounds like a good deal for somebody that likes and plays as much Minecraft as you do.
I play a lot of Minecraft.
You do play a lot.
I spent 2.5 hours last night building a tree house. So.
Okay.
What do you do in said tree house?
Not much at the moment. I change up the color of the carpet sometimes. I just built it, so I haven't had time to do anything too much. There's some bookshelves in it though, so there's that.
You gonna import any Japanese items to put in your treehouse?
If I could, I would.
I'm gonna say, because if you don't, Micah's not interested.
One of the swords kind of looks like a katana, a little bit, I think. So there is that.
Okay.
But that's that's about as Japanese as you're gonna get in Minecraft.
All right. So
that's it for me.
That sounds like a segment.
All right. So let's move on and talk about some of the news. News. So like I was mentioning in the previous segment, the update for the 3DS went live this week that adds Miiverse and unifies your eShop accounts between the Wii U and the 3DS.
So I guess I should probably turn my 3DS on and do that at some point.
You should probably do that, yeah.
So like if I have balance on one system, will that I now have the access to that balance on both systems?
It immediately shows up as soon as you link your Nintendo Network ID. Within about 5 minutes, I saw my balance move. I had, I think, $1.10 in my 3DS wallet. I was able to see that on my Wii U when I logged into the eShop. So
man, that's pretty good. That's incredible functionality that should have been there from the start.
I agree. And I used it to upgrade my copy of Super Mario Brothers 2.
All right, they're getting there. They're getting there. Way to go, Nintendo.
I almost approve that upgrade, Tony. Usually I judge you, but that one's okay.
You just want to hear that song.
I know.
I do too.
That's about it.
Different.
That wasn't all, though, that the update did. They actually also made a change to the way you launch the camera on the 3DS, if you're one of those people that actually uses the camera.
There's a camera?
There is a camera.
There is
yes,
a camera.
Shelby.
I've never
It'll take pictures in 3D. I don't know if you know this.
I probably did it one time.
But previously, you only had to hit one of the shoulder buttons to launch the camera if you're on the home menu, and I was all the time accidentally starting the camera and having to back out of it. They changed that now to where you have to hit both of the shoulder buttons at the same time to launch the camera.
So now if I'm like out on some sort of nature walk and I see the Bigfoot, it's going to be harder for me to take a 3D picture of Bigfoot?
It is.
Man,
So-
I don't know if I'm like this.
It would probably be faster for you to just pull out your phone and use that to take a fuzzy picture of Bigfoot.
Yeah, but I got like a 3GS phone, so pick the
On the
camera
bright
that.
side, we'll have fewer pictures of your feet, though.
But what if I have really big feet?
Well, not interested.
Wow. Tough crowd.
The Miiverse on 3DS is actually fairly limited at the moment, though, because they only had 14 communities when it launched. And they were
14
mostly
communities loaded with people.
Yes. And it's mostly first-party titles. There were a few third-party ones. I think Monster Hunter on 3DS had a community, and there were a few others. It's since grown a little bit with the addition of the eShop stuff that hit this week. And I actually, when that happened, I sent an email to Nintendo asking if older 3DS games were going to be able to get Miiverse communities, and they didn't exactly answer my question.
Would it? I mean, don't they just manually turn that stuff on and off on their side to make those rooms?
Well, I had posted a news story about this, and I actually emailed Jules over at Renegade Kid asking if it was going to be possible for maybe like a Mutant Muds community to show up, and he said it does take a little bit on both the developer and Nintendo's part to get those communities. It's not just a switch they can flip.
Yeah, I could see that. It seemed like there's probably some work they got to do on the end to build that stuff. Yeah, certainly.
So it's not out of the realm of possibility that those older games get communities, but it's not going to be something that just one day you're going to turn it on and there's going to be, a couple hundred new communities on Miiverse for the 3DS.
Yeah, fair enough. They're building a lot. They're building it up, so it'll get there.
So, but just like on the Wii U, from now on, any game that comes out from this point forward will have a Miiverse community.
Okay.
It's just the older ones may not. And I've spent a ton of time in the Miiverse, both on the 3DS and the Wii U.
I've probably spent a grand total of 20 minutes in the Miiverse.
It's one of those tabs I keep open along with like my Twitter feed and my Facebook feed. All of those are right there together. I've got Twitter, Facebook, and Miiverse all open on a browser at the same time.
That's uncanny because those are three things I don't use at all. It's amazing.
Oh, and you had talked about this earlier, Micah. Project M 3.0 just got released.
Yep.
I had seen a Wired article earlier this week that was talking to Project M developer. His name's Corey Archer. And he said that after 3.0, there will likely be one more major release with a few more tweaks before the team considers the project finished for good. It might even add more Nintendo characters to the mix. If we come up with any good ideas for the remaining unused character slots, we'll probably be filling at least a few of those up as well.
Interesting. They've got the full Brawl roster in there now, don't they, Micah?
I
think?
No, I don't think they do.
Really?
I'd have to look at it really quick.
I thought I read that the 3.0 meant that they had the full Brawl roster in there now. I don't know. Anyway, they're darn close if they don't have them all.
Yeah.
So have they added any characters into Project M that haven't been in Smash Brothers?
No.
Okay. Because I'm wondering if maybe they're going to go outside of Smash Brothers to get a couple of characters, or if it's just going to be
I imagine it's probably going to be
been
like
in the game before.
I'm going to imagine it's what they would add in would be easiest for the easiest thing to do with like assist trophy characters. The models already exist, like Waluigi, Little Mac, Shadow the Hedgehog, stuff like that.
Oh man, I'd love a playable Little Mac.
I mean, I think I've seen stuff online where people have hacked it to where they're playing as Waluigi, so
that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, there are definitely other Smash mods. This is just probably the most polished and aggressive.
Right. And this one, yeah, certainly is astounding.
And it's meant to make it, like Melee and make it more tournament-centric.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they were just going for goof.
No, this was a serious project by people who really, really love Smash Brothers.
And really, really hated tripping.
Yes, there is that too. And Meta Knight. Apparently Meta Knight, nobody likes Meta Knight.
I like Meta Knight.
What was that, Shannon?
Meta Knight can get kind of annoying. He has a couple of attacks that just people like to spam.
Are you not a fan of the tornado?
Not really, no.
Meta Knight's always been annoying. Have you not played Kirby's Adventure? He just shows up, points a sword at you, and like has his minions attack you like over and over and over. Then you finally beat him, and you cut his mask in half, and he flies off. And God, that was an awesome fight. I still remember that the first time. Oh, I love Kirby's Adventure so much. I forgot school existed because of that game. Like, that was just my Christmas break. Like, my brother gave me that for Christmas. I just forgot there was an outside world and just played that game start to finish, like, every day of my life. I woke up, played that game. I don't even remember eating. I probably did. I don't know. That game is great. What are we talking about?
Project M.
Right.
So is there anything, Brawl is the only Smash Brothers game I have any experience with. Is there anything in those previous games that you guys would like to see come back?
Well, they already brought the bumper back. That was the big one for me. I was pretty excited when they brought that back for Brawl. I mean, I don't know. What happened to Pichu? Right?
I don't know.
I mean, it'd be balancing things. I don't think it'd be items or anything necessarily. I mean, I played as Fox for a long time, then he got nerfed. I played as Sheik for a long time, then she got nerfed.
I was pretty happy with Brawl, like the way it was on the disc. I mean, I understand people prefer Melee and don't necessarily like the tripping, but I do like the randomness aspect that Brawl carries a little more of than Melee. But I don't know; those games are pretty cool. I don't know. They've already done amazing things that I never could have foreseen, like the Skyward Sword map that they made. So
that's awesome.
Whatever those guys do, I'm on board. I can give them no ideas.
Yeah, because they've got all the ideas.
They do.
What would you guys say if I told you you'd be able to play both Mario Kart and the new Smash Brothers in spring?
Tell you to hush that mouth. Because that's not happening.
I'd say, are you really going to buy me a Wii U?
Well, I'm not going to buy you a Wii U.
Anytime you say something that gets me excited anymore, Tony, I just think back to the whole Yakuza 1 and 2 HD incident.
You really going to bring that up, man?
I have to. I mean, I honestly, anytime Tony gets me excited about something, I'm not trying to pour salt in an old wound. I'm just bringing up that sometimes Tony, I think, likes to toy with us.
Shelby's saying I'm a completely unreliable news person.
No, I'm just saying you made a simple mistake. It's okay. But that simple mistake sent ripples through our souls.
That's what happens when you try to follow multiple Twitter feeds that are giving you information from 3 different Nintendo Directs all at the same time.
Bringing Yakuza 1 and 2 HD to the Wii U. What? Tony, are you serious? You should probably double check that.
I was not lying, was I? I was not lying. They did bring Yakuza 1 and 2 HD to the Wii U.
Oh, wait, it's not coming to the US and the Wii U's region locked. Sorry, Micah. My bad.
Well, according to German Nintendo General Manager Bernd Fackisch,
that sounds made up.
That's a great name. That's actually what is happening.
Did you just sneeze, or was that the guy's name? No offense to this guy.
That is his name.
What was it again?
It's a German name. Bernd Fackisch.
Okay, great. I love it.
He says that for next spring, 2 more big licensed games are also announced for our TV console with Mario Kart 8 and Super Smash Bros. That is a direct quote from a German Nintendo employee. I don't believe it. I believe maybe Mario Kart is possible. I don't think you're going to see Smash until at least holiday, if not 2015.
Spring is March, April, May, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see Mario Kart. I don't see Smash hitting that window at all.
Dude, they made Melee in like 18 months. What they could do to stall another year on the next Smash. I mean, now that they have like the design things of what they want for that game done, I mean, I don't even think they could take another year if they wanted to. And I think it'd be incredibly irresponsible for them to do that.
I think Smash would be their holiday game next year.
Yeah, I could see that. But man, if it's not out by next holiday, somebody blew it. Somebody screwed up bad.
I guess I could see that game hitting in May. Like at the very end of
Brawl
spring.
wasn't a winter release.
When did Brawl come out? Was that late summer?
Shannon, look that up while I argue stuff. Yeah, I feel like the sun was out and it was not freezing.
It did come out during the day.
It was not winter because I remember sitting in my car in the freaking GameStop parking lot waiting for the game. So, and I wasn't cold.
So I can definitely, I think Mario Kart is well enough along that could be a spring game. And I think you probably see it in March. That's just my speculation. I don't, have any knowledge.
It came out on March 9th, 2008 in the U.S. Yeah.
All right, maybe. I don't know. Nintendo certainly likes to keep a tight lid on things. So if the new Smash ain't going to come out, is going to come out, then they're not going to start talking about it till I don't know, February or something like that if it's going to come out in March. Or not February, but February if it's going to come out in May, like 3 months ahead of time. So I guess they start talking about it here January, maybe. I don't know.
And I don't think you see that game until after they get a chance to feature it on a Nintendo Direct around E3.
Yeah, that game has a lot of pull, and that's certainly going to be something that will drive people to buy Wii U's. That's a system seller if there ever was one. So
I think both of these titles are system sellers.
Yeah, Mario Kart is too. I mean, certainly Mario Kart has plenty of pull as well. I mean, those are two juggernaut games.
And from everything I've seen, Mario Kart 8 looks like it's going to be fantastic. And I think that's going to be their spring game. And then summer or fall, you're going to get Smash. I don't think they're going to put those two games in the same quarter.
I don't know. I really have no good idea what Nintendo is doing anymore because they just...
That's true, because they put out a Mario and a Zelda game on the same day.
Yeah, so they're capable of anything. I mean,
3D Land and Mario Kart 7 on 3DS came out really close to each other, too.
That's true, they did.
They were within just a few weeks, weren't they?
They were, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still haven't played either of them.
Oh, they're both so good.
Oh, you need to play 3D Land.
I need to do a lot of stuff.
One thing you need to do is go to iTunes and buy the Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green soundtracks because they're available on iTunes right now.
Bargain.
Cool.
90 songs, $12.
Bargain.
That is the second of the Pokemon soundtracks that Nintendo has made available, with the others scheduled to come sometime in 2014.
Cool. I love the idea of people putting that stuff up where you can get to that because video game music is often hard to come by, especially in a legal sense. So I'm glad that they're doing stuff like this.
And if you want to give Nintendo a little extra money, you can buy all of those songs individually for 99 cents a piece. Or you can spend $12 and get them all.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yes, you could.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, because every CD on iTunes is available to buy song for $1 or $1.30 a piece. Or you can buy the whole thing, which is a much better deal most of the time.
So somebody gets like 70 songs and they're like, darn it. If only I'd have realized.
Yeah, and some of those are like, 11-second clips of stuff. So, you're going to pay $1 for 11 seconds of music.
Paid $1.
Done. Yeah, now this is something I hope Nintendo puts more and more of their soundtracks up on iTunes.
Not just Nintendo. I wish everybody would do that. Like the game comes out, soundtrack is on iTunes or whatever MP3, Amazon MP3, Zune. Does it even still exist?
I don't know. You'd be amazed how much is on iTunes. The Metal Gear Rising came with like the orchestral stuff, but I wanted like the crazy rock vocal tracks. Those were on iTunes.
That's awesome.
Really
yeah.
Hotline Miami is not on iTunes. I went there and looked for it today. Thank you very much.
I think
Rhythm Thief was, man.
Yeah, it was. I picked that up. I bought that all day long.
Yeah, you did.
I think there is way more of that stuff on iTunes than I'm aware of, but I mean, I don't know if I don't get on iTunes that often. But I mean, is anyone advertising this stuff? Like, is this stuff just sneaking up there? Or
it just sneaks up. I rarely even see it in the blogosphere too.
Weird.
It's just on there. You just got to peruse.
There are a few times you see announcements of a big soundtrack. They're like, hey, you can go out now and get it on iTunes or on SoundCloud or wherever you get your music from. But most of the time, you just have to search for it and see if it's out there.
Yeah.
But Nintendo is definitely letting you know, hey, Pokemon soundtracks are on iTunes. Go get them. Because you want to.
$1 for 90 songs. It's crazy.
Ethan sent us a story this week about a Kickstarter that I'm sure all of us are pretty excited about. And he posted the news story earlier this week about the Mega Man board game showing up on Kickstarter.
Keep talking.
You asked for it, Sheldon.
It is an officially licensed version of Mega Man for your table. They actually made their funding goal within just a couple of days of it going up on Kickstarter.
Okay.
If you want to get a copy of the game, it's like $60. So for the price of a new Mega Man game, you could get the board game. The basic set comes with 4 Mega Man figures, I guess for 4 different players, and 4 bosses. It's Fireman, Gutsman, Iceman, and Electman.
Good choices.
There are actually other tiers of prizes or stretch goals that will give you other figures like Dr. Wily and then Time Man and Oil Man.
Nice. I don't know how... I watched the video of this when Ethan sent it to us, but I watched it with the sound off because I was at work, so I have no idea. I just saw a bunch of pictures of like art from the Mega Man comics and then like a couple pieces of a board, and then it was over.
The figures look really nice.
This just in, Capcom has canceled the Kickstarter.
Right?
That's not funny.
It's a little funny.
This is officially licensed by Capcom, so it's about as
you guys
close to a
wanted it?
Mega
You
Man.
put your money where your mouth is? Well, check this out.
Deleted. Oh, I would not be surprised if that happened.
I need to look into this a little more because that sounds like it can be cool, but I don't know. I'm not a big board game guy.
I'm not really sure how the game itself actually plays, but it's interesting, and I'm always kind of fascinated to see how some of these video games get turned into board games.
I'm not necessarily against board games, but it seems like anytime I'm with a group of friends where we can play a game together, those friends are usually people that are also into video games, and we just default to some sort of video game. So board games rarely get played with me and the people I roll with, so is that a proper way to use that word? I don't even know.
I think so.
Okay, great.
So
trying to be all cool.
So you just go out there. If you haven't and you want to donate to it, you can. Just know the game's coming whether you add money to it or not.
I would like to say, if you watch that trailer and think the art in that trailer is very cool, then you need to be reading the Mega Man comics by Archie, because like a lot of that art, almost all of it, came from those comics.
And you never pass up an opportunity to tell people to read those comics.
Do not.
So,
did they still sell the omnibus versions of those?
What?
All right. Well, I remember you telling me that they had like a collection.
You get like the bundles of them.
You can buy the graphic novels that are like 4 issues a chunk.
Yeah. I gotta find those.
Oh, I can send you links. Just go to archiecomics.com, sir, for your one-stop shop for all your Mega Man comic needs. This podcast not brought to you by Archie or any of the official sponsors.
Oh, but if it was.
Oh, boy.
John Carmack, late of id Software, said that the last generation of systems had more to give. And this comes from an article on Games Industry International. He said there's so much you can still do on the previous console generation. The 360 and the PS3 are far from tapped out in terms of what a developer could do with them, but the whole world's going to move towards next gen and high-end PCs and all of these other things.
So I snuck this one into the show notes. I just kind of thought this was interesting when I saw it. When John Carmack says something, I tend to listen because that guy's really smart.
He's a pretty smart guy.
And he's been in the industry, pretty much his whole life, so that guy knows what he's talking about. So, and I'm definitely always of the mind that people are often anxious to go to the new and shiny thing because it's new and shiny. And that sometimes we think that just because the new and shiny thing is out, that the old things are old and not useful anymore.
Yeah.
Which is not the case. I'm certainly... this kind of goes back to my days before I had a comfortable enough income where I could buy my own video games and stuff. Like I say, I didn't get my Super Nintendo until like a month before I got a PlayStation. So I certainly for a long time was just playing on my NES and my Game Boy because that's all I had.
And we liked it.
Yeah, certainly. And it just, kind of remind people that, hey, there's still some awesome stuff for PS3 and 360. And it was refreshing for me to hear somebody say that there was still some cards left on the table for these systems. Yeah. But now that the new thing's out, everyone's going to run to it.
I've seen some other interviews with developers who are like, yeah, we're just now really figuring out what these systems were really capable of. And it's very different from what you hear from the actual, community of the players. They're like, we're tired of these systems. We want something else. We want to see what the next generation of consoles can do for these franchises we've been playing for 6 or 7 years now. And to see that difference in the way that the two parts of that same relationship think about the same thing. Because, developers don't really want to go to these new systems every 5 or 6 years. They want to be able to stick with these things for a long time because there's plenty of stuff they could do on them still.
Yeah, the longer you use these things, the better you get at it. And just, practice makes perfect, as they say. But and the video game industry in the past has been like every 5 years we hit the self-destruct button or the reset button and we start over.
Start over from scratch every 5 or 6 years, yeah.
With this generation kind of having such a long tail as it did, we kind of started to see, and some developers, I'm sure some would have different perspectives and arguments, but that we don't always have to run off to the new and shiny thing because, we've figured out really well how to use these things. And certainly companies like Naughty Dog making beautiful technical masterpieces like The Last of Us, things like that look great. And, if now Naughty Dog's off, and I imagine they're probably moving towards PS4 development, which is great. And I got no problems with it, but I don't know. It just kind of always like, just because it's new and shiny doesn't mean it's everything's cracked up to be. I'm sure it's new and great, but now we have to go through the whole launch game pattern again. So I don't know. Anyway,
you got to start over from the very beginning.
I thought that was a refreshing, interesting perspective.
So, well, it's from John Carmack, and I think he knows what he's talking about.
That guy knows what he's talking about.
Last week I talked to you guys and told you that Monster Hunter was getting some Monster Hunter Frontier G was getting some Fire Emblem, crossover love,
right?
With some costumes and weapons. Well, it was announced this week that they're going to be getting another crossover.
Huh?
This one is from another Capcom franchise, Devil May Cry.
The new one.
You're going to be seeing costumes and weapons from Dante and Lady.
Monster Hunter?
What Devil May Cry are we talking here? Are we talking Devil May Cry or like DMC?
It just says Devil May Cry. I do not know which generation, if it's early Devil May Cry, if it's the new stuff.
Probably the new stuff, right?
That would make more sense, I think. So Dante's costume is for people who use swords in the game, and you got to be fairly high ranked to use them. It includes 2 different types of blades. They're labeled Rebellion 1 and Rebellion Kai 1. Don't really know what skills or anything like that are going to be associated with those things. And then Lady gets a couple of different types of guns.
Are these coming to America?
This is Japan only right now.
Of course. Why am I surprised?
Yeah, we gotta stop talking about these stories.
But it's Monster Hunter, and I'm going to talk Monster Hunter every chance I get.
Even if it completely depresses you because it'll never happen in this country?
Well, I hold out hope. I'm still holding out hope Monster Hunter 4 is coming.
Hope's getting thin.
See what that's been doing for Micah.
Hope's getting thin for us, dude. Yeah, totally. Micah is on the thinnest of hope, like shreds.
I still have it.
Hold on,
it came out 2 years after PS3.
Hold on,
2 years after PS4. If we don't have it, it's about to get real.
Micah's going to start sending emails.
I'm going to do a lot more than send some emails.
Send an email.
I didn't know Strong Bad was going to be on the show this week. While Capcom is officially licensing a Mega Man Kickstarter, they shut down another Kickstarter this week.
Wait, what? Whoa, hold it. Capcom has a Mega Man Kickstarter?
Well, they're officially licensing the Mega Man
board game. Gosh, yeah. Dang it, Tony. I hate it when you do that to me.
There was another Kickstarter for a Capcom property that got shut down, and that is independent development of a new Ghosts and Goblins game.
So does Capcom only... Do they think that stopping games is making games now? Are they confused?
They might be.
They think like, oh man, what do we ever talk about? We've made all these Mega Man games. We're making this Ghost and Goblin game.
So a bunch of fans had put together this Kickstarter for Ghost and Goblins Demon World, which is a brand new game in the Ghost and Goblins franchise that was actually scheduled to come to consoles in 2015, and Capcom said no thank you.
So this was a bunch of fans started this fan thing and hoping like, hey, we'll get attention and Capcom will back this and run with it.
Yes.
And Capcom just said no.
And I tried to go to the Kickstarter page to see if I could get some details on exactly what was going on, whether this was Capcom saying just stop now, whether maybe they were stopping it to do something official with the game, or what was going on.
What was going on?
Well, I couldn't tell because I couldn't get to the Kickstarter page.
Capcom has no soul. That's what's going on.
When I clicked on the Kickstarter page, it said this project is involved in a intellectual property disputes and is not available. So,
man, how the mighty have fallen. What has Capcom done lately? Like in the last 6 months?
Dead Rising.
That's it? That wasn't even involved Capcom internally. That's a Canadian studio.
You want to talk about what they developed or just what's come out with their name?
Like, what the heck have they done? Yeah, anything.
DuckTales?
Okay.
That was a way forward game, though, not a Capcom
fan thing, but it was something that they farmed out, right? Okay. Fair enough. They did it. That's cool.
That's all I can think of.
Is that it? I mean, what is that company working on? What games do they have coming? What games have they made? What the heck are they doing other than just canceling everything?
I don't think anybody
Did Inafune
knows.
leave and he was just a keystone holding that company together? Now they just have no idea how to make games?
You may not be far from
By
the truth.
your silence, I'll take
They
it
still
you
got
all agree.
Ono, man. He's still rocking Street Fighter.
That's true. They do have Street Fighter.
do got-
Ultimate
yeah, an
Street
Ultimate
Fighter
Street
4 is
Fighter.
coming out.
Yoshinori
Okay.
Ono, he's still good.
Cool. Capcom has been so ridiculously quiet lately, and it seems like all the news I've heard of them, I can think of this year, a bunch of typos.
And Capcom actually sent me an email about Ultimate Street Fighter 4 a little while before we started recording the show with some new details about the game and getting some new modes, like a 3v3 multiplayer mode.
Really?
Yes.
Awesome.
So
I just
That's awesome.
That's cool. Man, Capcom used to be like I was so paying attention to what they were doing, and just now I just have no clue.
Man, you can say the same about Konami, though. I mean,
it's true.
I guess maybe it's just hard times. I don't know.
Look what they've done with Castlevania. I mean, pretty much Metal Gear. You know what they have.
I mean,
there is that new Castlevania game coming out.
Who made that Metal Gear game? That was not Clover, Platinum, right? Are they a Japanese-based studio?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. Fair
very.
enough.
Their
Okay.
games are very Japanese.
Dumb question. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's about as Japanese as it gets.
But I mean, think about this. I mean, Capcom's most recent games have been that we could thought of just now. DuckTales and Dead Rising 3 were farmed out to outside studios.
Mm-hmm.
Konami's Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, whatever the heck the game's called, was farmed out to Platinum. Are these companies developing anything internally anymore? Where are they just farming this all? Is this just
that new PS4 kind of fantasy-looking game, Deep Down?
Deep Down? Okay.
They're making that, and that's their new engine. I think they're doing all that in-house, so maybe that's where a lot of their resources are going. Because I'm sure that's probably still going to be the foundation of, like, Resident Evil 7 and probably a bunch of other stuff.
Team Ninja is working on that zombie version of Ninja Gaiden.
Okay. I just getting all of a sudden I'm getting really
Wait. No, that's Concept is doing that.
I thought Team Ninja was doing it. Concept is just putting Beck in the game. I don't know.
No, Mighty Number 9 is actually straight up in that too.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
Beck
what Beck
from Mighty
is,
Number 9.
yeah. Beck
Oh,
is the
okay.
main character from that game.
Yeah, sorry. No, that's Concept doing that. I didn't think Team Ninja was doing that.
I don't know.
I'm terrified for
I'm not going to
Japanese.
fact check.
I'm terrified for Japanese game development is what I'm getting at. And I know it's been pretty rocky lately, and maybe it's just this new console generation thing has kind of hit the reset button on them, and it's just taking a while to get traction. But man, like, I have no idea what Capcom's doing. Konami is doing hardly anything. Like, Nintendo's got some stuff coming, but like Sega, what the heck? They're not making Yakuza 5. Sorry, Micah. I mean, it's just, gosh, what the heck is going on? Video games. Move on. I'm ruining things.
Well, Nintendo this week after the NPDs came out, was pretty excited about their sales figures. They said that the 3DS saw a 100% increase in its sales over the month of October. In November, that system sold 770,000 units, which isn't the best they've ever done, but that was still really good. And I think that put them really high in terms of console sales for that.
That was just November?
That was just November, 770,000 units.
All those $150 sales?
That put the 3DS lifetime in North America at 10.5 million units sold.
Cool. Man, they turned that ship around.
So they did. That thing. The people were really worried about the 3DS in its first year, and it completely turned itself around, and it's now one of the best-selling systems out there. They were also quick to point out that the Wii U improved 324% in November over October's numbers. And they said that the Wii U in November sold 220,000 units.
Okay, cool. Let's see some of that enthusiasm behind the Wii U. Let's turn that ship around.
I think the bulk of that comes on the back of Super Mario 3D World, which launched in the last week of November, and in those 7 days sold 210,000 units itself.
Okay, well, let's see. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to crunch those numbers, folks. All the 10,000 units were sold in 1 week with one game. Let's look at the attach rate while we're at it. Yep, 1-to-1, got it.
Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of those Super Mario World sales were from people that already had the system too. I don't, you can't tell exactly when those were.
Okay, fair enough.
So, and that is digitally and physically combined. They said 210,000 units for that game.
Cool.
But in its first week, that's pretty good. If they had a full month for Super Mario 3D World, I think that would easily be over 1 million.
Do they give a breakdown of how many specifically are digital, how many are physical?
No, they didn't say. They just said combined, the two sold that many.
It's also worth noting that was the same day the Xbox One dropped. So,
yep.
Yeah, they know. Market strategy is what we call that.
They also talked about Pokemon still selling over like 250,000 units in November, so that game is still selling huge. It's over, I think, 3 or 4 million at this point in North America.
I still need to finish that game so bad.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm only.
It's gonna take you a year, man.
I know. I keep there's so many good games. I got the Vita, and everything else just went on hold.
Do you really need to finish a Pokemon game? I mean, you've finished several Pokemon.
For fear of mispronouncing paella, get Babbel now, before our biggest sale of the season ends. Where will Babbel take you? Find out at Babbel.com. Y una cosa más. This is your last chance, because our biggest sale of the year ends on December 7th. For just a few more
podcast, presented by Summer Moon Coffee. For exclusive coverage of your favorite team, get free access wherever you get your podcast. And be sure to subscribe so you never miss a beat.
Welcome back. It is The Drive on the Sports Animal. Appreciate you hanging with us on this Friday. Scrolling through Instagram, Matt saw a picture of Jerry Jones with a shag haircut and diamond earrings on. It was an interesting look for him.
Was this, I'm guessing it's just a spoof, or is this something from like the 60s?
I would love that to be real. Definitely not real. Definitely not real. I did see Jerry Jones taking a bite of Dak's turkey leg after the game last week. Then somebody replied to that and said, great, now Jerry got his damn lizard DNA on the turkey leg. And that got a belly laugh out of me. I don't know why. I don't know why that made me laugh so hard, but it was that was really funny. And good for them. We'll talk about the game last night as well. 44-30 Lions over the Cowboys. Let's get to the phones, though. Lawrence on a Lucky Star line is there. What's up, Lawrence?
Yeah, hey guys, you were talking about Dallas and that Luka trade.
Yeah.
And the whole thing that adds into that for me is how they ended up winning the lottery with like a 1% chance to win it that year. That whole situation to me stinks from the head, and it just stinks of collusion.
Yeah, I know it's easy to connect the dots there. It's hard for me to go there just because it wasn't a 0% chance. But I understand, Lawrence, and appreciate the call, how that looks from the outside. But I'm not a big conspiracy person, Matt. And either you are or you want. But people act like it was a 0% chance for the Mavs. Like, we've seen teams jump up and get the number 1 overall pick. I don't I don't think Nico was operating that way. I'll put it this way. It's way easier for me to believe that Nico had an axe to grind with Luka and wanted to send him away, and then they get lucky with the first overall pick, than the NBA like knocking on their door and be like, listen, we got an idea for you. We got a plan for you. You know what I mean? The first is easier for me to believe than the second.
I love conspiracy theories. I love talking about them. I love thinking about them, hypothesizing about them. I try to look at life with the third eye open. I didn't just say something dirty.
I think Phil does that too, by the way.
Yeah, well, no doubt about that. I can't quite go there. My tinfoil hat won't quite take that in, but I understand how it would appear. I can understand if people wanted to say that the Mavericks helped the NBA get one of their young stars in Los Angeles to replace LeBron, and the NBA is better when the Lakers are good. And oh, by the way, we'll help you out and get you. It just so happens in this year's draft there was in theory, we don't know this yet, but in theory, a can't miss, surefire, prospect in Cooper Flagg. I can understand how people think those dots could be connected. I just don't know. I'm not convinced, Matt, that the NBA laid out those dots. I can see how you would connect them. I just don't know if I'm quite on board with that.
It's easy to see the quid pro quo aspect of that, but let me tell you this. And if you have knowledge of how the NBA draft lottery works, it is really, really hard, if not impossible, to rig at this point in time because it's a ping pong ball machine. They have the combination set beforehand. So unless you are somehow manipulating those ping pong balls to come out, like certain ones to come out over the other ones, I don't even know how you would do that. Then I guess you could say there was a conspiracy. But the way they do it, I mean, there are people watching inside the room. There are reporters that are not Mavericks people, that are not NBA people or Lakers people. They're just like people in the media like you or I, Matt, who watch it. That thing is so hard to rig. That's why it makes it really hard for me to believe that as well. But then I could say that, and explain how it would be impossible to do that and all this stuff. And somebody will message back and be like, bro, the ping pong balls were magnetized. They magnetized the ping pong. And so you can't, Matt, what I'm saying, Matt, is you can't argue with conspiracy theorists because everything that you could say that is factual, they can come back with something else on that.
It reminds me of the frozen envelope when people talk about the 1985 draft and Patrick Ewing. There were some people that believe that because I don't know, people may not understand at this point, but Patrick Ewing, when he was drafted, he was considered just the next all timer, and he was a Hall of Fame player and a tremendous player, but I guess there was, I don't know exactly the story, but there was talk of one of the envelopes being frozen, therefore it would be colder.
Literally frozen, yeah.
Yeah.
So he could feel it to the touch and know which one that was, right? That's the theory?
I believe so, yes. Yep.
So, and they've obviously changed systems since then. So even if that was real, I don't think that has bearing on this situation. So anyway, appreciate the call, Lawrence. Not trying to shoot you down or anything. I don't buy that, but it is kind of crazy. 405-900-9957. So as far as the injury report tonight, no Lou Dort, no Alex Caruso still. Those guys will still be on the shelf. Lou Dort has the same injury that Wiggs had that kept him out for a week or two, and so I would imagine that he will miss another game or two. Lou Dort will, and everything else looks relatively good for the Thunder. Isaiah Hartenstein still out. We expect that. All the usual suspects still out for the Oklahoma City Thunder. For the Dallas Mavericks, Daniel Gafford is questionable with right ankle injury management, and PJ Washington, a.k.a. MJ Washington, whenever he plays the Oklahoma City Thunder, he is questionable with a right ankle sprain. I would assume that both those guys are going to play, but we will see as far as that goes. But the Mavericks have been playing better, and Cooper Flagg has been playing better. And, I mean, it boggles the mind how an 18-year-old could struggle at the beginning and then figure out
somehow
how to
improve.
And then people want to call him a bust, which is obviously, that's going way too far. If you're calling somebody a bust a month into their NBA career, then I don't think that you're going to be very successful doing something like that because there's just not enough information. But Cooper Flagg, is, like I said, has been playing better lately, has had scoring games of 35, 24, and 22 the last 3 outs. So he's figuring out on the offensive end. His rebounding numbers have been good throughout the entire season.
Are they still using him at the point mostly?
I don't think they're doing that as much anymore, Matt.
Is that right? Okay.
I don't think as much, just because that, and you still want to have the ball in his hands at points in time. But you know who else has been playing well for them lately is you know how I felt like there was like endless Lockett brothers. It's like, where do they keep finding these guys? Or Watt brothers too. It's getting that way with the Nimhards too. You're like, where are all these Nimhards coming from? But Andrew Nimhard was or not Andrew Nimhard. I'm mixing up my Dallas Mav. Ryan Nimhard. I apologize. Andrew is the Pacers player who gave the Thunder all sorts of fits in the NBA Finals last year. It's Ryan Nimhard. Ryan Nimhard was undrafted, played in college for Creighton and Gonzaga. He's been playing really, really well for the Dallas Mavericks lately. And he's a point guard, which they don't have much of those. And so I think he's taken over a little bit of that. Last 3 games, Matt, he's played 20 minutes, 34, and then 34. And so they've been using him a lot. And he's had assist totals of 10 and 13 in the last 2 and has scored well. He had 28 points in a win against the Denver Nuggets. Again, this is a guy who is undrafted, not heralded whatsoever. But so Nimhard has been playing well lately for them. And they're not a team that's going much of anywhere this season, which is why I give a lot of credence to the Anthony Davis trade rumors. But Davis has to play for like a sustained period of time, I think, before a team can convince themselves that we need to trade for this guy. But he's still wildly effective, and I haven't seen a point spread tonight. I'm going to assume that by default the Thunder are 9.5 point favorites.
I wonder if the Nimhard brothers ever got made fun of growing up. Like, their last name just sounds like it ought to be an insult. You Nimhard.
You Nimhard. Yeah, it sounds like Nimrod, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does.
But you call somebody a Nimrod, that's an underrated insult, I think.
That's pretty good.
You don't hear that very much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Which Nimrod was like a biblical figure. I don't know how that turned into an insult in that way. So it's actually 15.5, Matt, is what it is. 15.5 tonight. I shouldn't have undersold the Thunder in that way, and I would probably take the Thunder side of that.
That's incredible that a team could be a 15.5 point favorite and not have Dort, Caruso, or Hartenstein. Now, I understand that none of those guys are the main offensive threats for this team, but they certainly bring a lot on the defensive end of the floor. And, heck, they can provide a lot of offense, but it's just incredible. That's the level this team is playing at, that they are that big of a favorite without 2 starters. Or, well, it depends on the matchup, I guess. But 2 potential starters and Caruso, one of the main guys off the bench anyway.
It's crazy. It speaks to their depth. It
shows how good they are.
Speaks to everything. And this Mavs team, I think that's part of them too, Matt. Even though they're on a win streak, they beat the Clippers. How much credit do you get for that right now? Even though the Clippers did come out and win a game after jettisoning Chris Paul. So we'll give them credit for beating the Clippers. They beat Denver and shot 52% from 3. The Mavericks did. That's not something that you can rely on repeating every single game. And they beat Miami and shot 50% from 3. So I don't think they're going to shoot 50% from 3 tonight, Matt, in this game. But it always seems like the Mavericks play the Thunder closely. It just always seems that way.
It does seem that way.
In the one game that these two teams have played this season, it was relatively close. The Thunder only won by 7 points in that game. Only won by 7 points in that game. And that was a pretty dreadful shooting game from the 3-point line, especially for both teams. The Thunder shot 20%. The Mavericks shot 31%. Cooper Flagg got held to 2 points in that game. That was down in Dallas on the green court. Anthony Davis played well. Gafford did not play in that game. PJ Washington did. I think both those guys will be available tonight, but we will see there. So again, the Dallas Mavericks are playing better. I think that this win streak has been propped up a little bit by playing some teams that are struggling a little bit and shooting lights out from 3. So I think that this comes to an end tonight for Dallas. This is The Drive on the Sports Animal. Johnny's text line going crazy this morning. Love to see that. 405-900-9957. We are going to get to that when we return here in studio today. Take us anywhere we go in your pocket on the Sports Animal app. Check us out on the podcast page. And this is 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
This is your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass, sponsored by
Boomerang Diner.
Now here's Gideon Hamilton on WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The Oklahoma City Thunder return home tonight when they play Dallas. Jalen Williams on the challenges of his first week back from injury.
Yeah, that's an adjustment. Trying to adjust to the physicality was a little different, and then a lot of it was just rhythm. Trying not to do too much, but still find the spots where I was comfortable.
It's Thunder versus Mavericks tonight. Tip off at 8:30.
This has been your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass on your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station, WWLS. the sports animal.
In the midst of this exciting football season and return of big league hoops, don't forget, it's health insurance season. November 1st through December 15th is the only time to renew or change your individual health insurance for 2026 without a qualifying event. Due to federal changes, it's more important than ever. Allison Insurance has guided thousands of Oklahomans toward the right health insurance policy. Call Allison Insurance at 745-2968 or 800-580-5587. Allison Insurance. They are the experts.
When a power line goes down, the safest distance is further than you think. Power from a downed line can travel through trees, water, and ice, and even the ground. You don't have to touch the line to get seriously hurt, so stay as far away as you can. Anything power lines are touching can be dangerous, including the ground. Let's live safely together. Learn more at oge.com/safety tips.
We're in the stretch run of 2025. Hi, Oklahoma. It's John Johnson. Seems we were just into the new year, and now here's December. It's been a good one. Lots to be thankful for, but I'm sure you're like me. There's always that something left you'd like to do. What if one thing was a new Ram 1500 from Johnson's of Kingfisher? Why not close this one out with one of our Ram 1500s? During the wrap-up the year sales event now at johnsonsofkingfisher.com.
Choose from our great selection of Ram 1500 Tradesman, Bighorn, and Laramie crew cabs, and I'll make sure Dad puts a bow on it. Hi, it's Jeff Johnson. Start the new year off right, driving the strongest and most technologically advanced Ram ever. Current Ram owners, schedule your next cold weather maintenance with a service department that you'll find in a place like Kingfisher. Happy holidays to you and yours from Johnson's of Kingfisher, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. Same name, same family since 1927.
Christmas at Fire Lake this December at Fire Lake Casino. Earn 50 points Sunday through Saturday for your chance to win prizes every Friday and Saturday in December through December 20th. Prizes include game consoles, TVs, grills, kitchen appliances, tool sets, and more. Plus, ring in the new year with $2,025 hot seats on New Year's Eve every hour from 9 p.m. to midnight. And while you're at it, bring a brand new toy in for the Fire Lake Casino Toy Drive and score $10 bonus play through December 21st. Your jackpot's waiting at the new hometown original Fire Lake Casino, 41170 Hardesty Road in Shawnee.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Your fence does more than mark your property. It protects, it adds value, and it makes a statement. At FenceWorks by American Leveling, we build fences that stand the test of time. With over 100 years of combined experience, our team delivers top quality fencing for homes, businesses, and farms. Whether you need a classic look or something custom built, we've got you covered. We offer free estimates, a 1-year warranty on all installations, and financing with 12 months, same as cash. Plus, no payment until the job is done. Strong, reliable, and built to last, just like the people who built them. Call FenceWorks today at 405-820-7265 or visit FenceWorksOK.com. That's Fence, WORXOK.com. FenceWorks by American Leveling. Excellence is in our roots.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Fix it fast and save the day. Triple play.
Hey, the holidays are here, and it's once again time for the 12 Days of Spinozzi, powered by OG&E to benefit the OK City Center. Spinozzi's hitting the road in an OG&E electric vehicle to collect all of your donations, and amazing volunteers are going to help wrap and deliver all of the gifts in time for Christmas Day. Just click on the sportsanimal.com or tap into the Sports Animal app for all the information, plus ways that you can donate to help make kids' Christmas wishes come true at OK City Center.
Clear Sight.
What time is it?
Proud sponsors of WWLS The Sports Animal, your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station.
Matt, people on our John's text line know everything. I mean, they know everything.
Just ask them.
By the way, great song. Great song.
Doc in a very underappreciated band. We're rocking with Doc in here on the drive.
Out of the 405, Nimrod got turned into an insult because of Bugs Bunny. He would use it ironically, and it just stuck. So I was wondering how Nimrod got turned into an insult. Well, that's the answer right there. And there was multiple people who texted that up.
So Nimrod was not initially an insult. That's interesting. I did not know that.
But because of Bugs Bunny, it was turned into one. Nimrod, the son of Cush, and thus the great-grandson of Noah, was described as the king in the land of Shinar, lower Mesopotamia. There you go. There's your biblical Old Testament lesson of the day here on the drive.
And see, I guess I never remembered that Nimrod was somebody in the Bible. I probably knew that at some point.
Mentioned in the book of Genesis, in the books of Chronicles.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't remember that from Genesis. You start at the very beginning. You read the first chapter. That's it. So, anyway. I appreciate people texting in on the drive on the Sports Animal. Mikey talks about the Cowboys game last night. Cowboys 4 turnovers didn't help their chances make the playoffs. Lions defense, Sonic and Knuckles, which is just a tremendous nickname for
great
Jahmyr Gibbs
nickname.
and David Montgomery. Sonic and Knuckles. If you know, you know. Ian Goff played a great game. I will say this. The officiating crew left a lot to be desired last night, but it was both ways. There were strange calls both ways or non-calls both ways. Like, was that not a safety? Was that not a safety?
Okay.
It appeared as if the ball was partially in the end zone, not all the way out of the end, over the end line. Am I wrong on that?
The first angle, now, please, don't just take me for some Cowboys homer here.
You're definitely not.
The first angle, yes. All of the camera angles that Prime was showing, until they showed the one right down the line, yes, it did look like a safety. When they showed the one that was literally right down the line, I can see where they would have thought it was not a safety. However, I'll also say I was surprised it got overturned. Now, again, the one angle right down the line, I can see where contact was first made. The ball might have been all the way out of the end zone.
Which that's what it's supposed to be, right? When contact is first made, if the ball is all the way out of the end zone, no safety. If
Correct.
the inch of the ball is in the end zone,
it's breaking the plane.
That's a safety.
Just like a touchdown.
Yeah, just like a touchdown. That's right.
If the ball's breaking the plane, every angle they showed, and including, what I thought of when I saw it live, I was like, oh, boy, that's a safety. Even though it's interesting, the NFL, I don't know why the NFL, and really college too, for some reason, they do everything they can to not call a safety. I mean, there are times I think guys have to be tackled 9 yards deep in the end zone.
That is strange, isn't it?
They try, they give the offense incredible benefit of the doubt when it comes to, it's almost like the NFL just wants the offense to score points and not defense or special teams. But when they showed the angle right down the line, I can see where they came to the conclusion it was not. However, I was surprised because whatever the call was on the field is what I thought they were going to stick with.
Usually if it's close like that, that's what they do. So I really thought that would be a safety, if not for any reason for that one. Jake Ferguson, OPI, how in the world did they think that was offensive pass interference? He was getting tackled by the I'm assuming that was a linebacker. Was that Anzalone?
I think it was Anzalone.
Yeah.
I didn't see
that was crazy play.
I didn't see OPI there. Again, you know how I am. I don't cry and whine about officiating when it comes to going against my team because those things tend to even out over time.
And it went both ways last time.
I didn't see OPI there. There's no guarantee that if that call is not made that the Cowboys score. You just never know what happens. There could have been a sack fumble or whatever. I personally didn't see OPI there.
A couple things from last night. CeeDee Lamb went out with a concussion. They ruled him out awfully quickly. He did not look very happy with going out of that game.
No.
George Pickens got criticized by Richard Sherman and many other people for his efforts in that game, especially after CeeDee Lamb went out, which is not something that you can criticize him for up until this point in the season. Did you agree with those criticisms?
Yes. I thought there were times he didn't run his routes all that hard. Prescott's interception to begin the third quarter, I thought it had more to do with Pickens than it did with him. I didn't think that was a bad throw. I just don't think that Pickens made a contested catch that an all-pro caliber receiver or a Pro Bowl caliber receiver should make. Yes, I think George Pickens was due some criticism last night for certain.
Well, this is a career year. I mean, we know receivers make a lot of money.
Right.
That's one of those things that you can't have happen. And to his credit, hasn't let happen up until this point.
That's right.
But in a game where you got to have it, because their chances of making the playoffs now are below 10%.
Very
Cowboys
difficult.
are.
Very
it's
difficult.
It's going to be a tough road. Jameer Gibbs has scored 47 touchdowns and tied
Barry
which
Sanders.
player for the most touchdowns the first 3 seasons? Isn't that crazy?
That is
47
insane.
touchdowns, 44 career games in split time his first 2 years.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't even really the feature in still splits time, but he's kind of the number one now. So that's crazy.
Well, and the Cowboys did a halfway decent job on Gibbs, except for letting him into the end zone. He got in the end zone a bunch. Now Gibbs had 43 rushing yards on 12 carries. 19 of those came on one run, so that's 24 yards on 11 carries. Otherwise, Gibbs did hurt them a lot in the passing game. And last night, listening to the broadcast, I think Herb Street was kind of tipped off to that. We've talked about this before. We've talked about how on these national NFL games, well, any of the game, it could be college or whatever, when the announcers go in and have their production meeting with the coaches and the players, they'll sit down with the head coach and with the star player or whatever. And I think Herb Street was tipped off to that because you could tell early in the game, Herb Street talked about how, I think Dan Campbell's going to try to use some of these running backs over the middle of the field and take advantage of some of the matchups. And doggone it, that was a big part of what Detroit did for sure early in that game. So I think that was something that the Lions were planning on doing. And I think Kirk kind of had been tipped off to that. Gibbs, like I said, he did not have a great night rushing the ball, but he did get in the end zone 3 times. He did do a lot of damage receiving the football. And how about St. Brown last night? I mean, he's either really tough or not as injured as what it was being made to believe.
I think it's the former. I think it's definitely the former. And that's why
I can't argue.
People were asking us yesterday, hey, should I start Amon-Ra St. Brown? And in my mantra in fantasy is always start your studs. Start your studs. Because if they're playing, they're playing for a reason. And sometimes guys go out there as decoys. It's also one thing to miss the first half of the season and then to play. But that wasn't the situation with him. And the 37-yard reception right before the stoppage, right before the 2-minute warning last night, that kind of helped seal the game. That helped them get into position.
Oh, you're talking about the second half? Yes,
Gibbs to score that touchdown. Yeah,
absolutely.
Before at the very, very end, which definitely sealed it up for the Cowboys or for the Lions rather. Definitely not the Cowboys. So no, I thought he showed some grittiness last night. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown. That is a guy who. Seems like there's very little nonsense about him as a football player. Seems like he goes about his business, works extremely hard, has the right attitude. That's the kind of guy who fits Dan Campbell's culture perfectly, in my opinion.
Biggest play in the game, that was one of them that kind of helped seal the game, and then the Lions went in and scored. I thought biggest play in the game was with 8:26 left to go. Cowboys just scored a touchdown, 37-27. There's a 3rd and 6 at the Lions' 45-yard line, and Goff finds Williams for a 29-yard gain, and then add to that a roughing the passer penalty that moved the ball half the distance to the goal to the 13, and 2 plays later, the Lions are in the end zone, and it's a I beg your pardon. The score was a 3-point game at that time. It was a 30-27 game, yeah. And then that touchdown made it a 10-point game. Dallas came back, got a field goal. Detroit came back, got a touchdown. But when it was 30-27, that 3rd and 6 with about 8.5 left to go, I thought that was the biggest play in the game. And you got to give the Lions a lot of credit. They made plays. That was a game they needed just as badly as the Cowboys needed.
Yeah, no doubt about that, because they're on live support too, sort of. But they've got a much better chance to make the playoffs now. Both teams were going to have a really, really tough path without winning that game, and that's why that game was so pivotal. And it was a really entertaining one. So, congratulations to the Lions. I hope CeeDee can come back soon. They're they're going to need him, especially if you're getting that effort from George Pickens. This is The Drive on the Sports Animal. When we return, LeBron James did something last night that we haven't seen in a long, long time. In fact, the world looked quite a bit different. So we will talk about that when we return next.
Hey, it's Phil and Zinga from the Morning Animals. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and all that stuff. We would like you to join us Saturday, December 6th at Industry Gastro Lounge North. That's just north of Memorial on May, because we're taking photos with Santa from 11 until 2, and then from 6 p.m. until who knows when, a ridiculously fun office Christmas party that will blow your brains out. But we're doing it for a good cause. We want to help restock the food pantry at OK City Center. And you can pick up your first edition Sports Animal 12 Days of Spinozzi Snowflake Christmas Ornament. We're calling this thing the Snowflake Soiree, presented by Consumer Cellular. Here's the deal. You name the price on the ornament, and we give you the ornament. And every penny goes to OK City Center. You can donate $1, you can donate $1,000. And we're going to have tons of giveaways, including $1,000 cash, courtesy of Consumer Cellular, and a round of golf for 4 at Oak Tree National. That's valued at $1,200. So join us for the best, the brightest, and the most fun you can legally have in Oklahoma. Join us Saturday, December 6th, again from 11 until 2. Free photos with Santa Claus. That's me. Call me Papa Snowflake. Then starting at 6 o'clock, it's the Snowflake Soiree from the Morning Animals, Consumer Cellular, and 98.1 FM WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Golf USA, we got pro-line clubs, hats and gloves, butters and balls, and that's not all. We got shirts, pants, and shoes for your feet at a price nobody in town will beat. We can help you swing if it's a little bit strange. With a trip to our indoor driving range. If it's golf, we got it, so come get it. Have a happy holiday. Come to Golf USA.
AAA Insurance is there in case of...
Oh, great. Somebody hit my taillight when I was at the store.
And AAA Insurance is there in case of this, too.
What? Why is everything red?
On the plus side, you spoke to a AAA insurance agent, so you know you're covered. Whether that's a busted taillight or a busted pipe that's now leaking all over Buster, your dog. AAA Insurance. In case of emergencies, in case of everything. Product options may vary by state and participant. Visit AAA.com/details for more information.
Are you sitting on unused dental insurance benefits? Don't wait any longer. Use it or lose it at Restoration Dental in Edmond off East Memorial Road. We offer same-day crowns, eliminating those extra visits. Nervous about the dentist? We provide all levels of sedation. Met your 2025 medical deductible? Now is the time to get your dental implants. Home of the Yomi Implant Robot. Visit restorationdental.com or call us for a judgment-free cosmetic, implant, or insurance consultation today.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. It's the holiday season, the best time of the year for sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes. It's all happening at once. And while you and I are out here making decisions every day, what gifts to buy, what to eat, which game to watch, there's one place where it feels good to be right. Prize Picks. Professional basketball is going right now. Prize Picks has multiple options when it comes to more or less. Points are being scored at a high rate. We're having success with that. And now Prize Picks has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. It's more than just professional basketball, college basketball, football, all across the board on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code WWLS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code WWLS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You can win up to 2,000 times your money with Prize Picks lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Celebrate the holidays with a feast everyone will remember. Mickey Mantle Steakhouse presents the Prime Rib Feast. An 11 to 13 pound boneless loin, mesquite smoked or slow roasted to perfection. Served with mashed potatoes, house salad, green beans, and pumpkin bread pudding. Make your holiday table unforgettable. Available now through December 31st. Call Mickey Mantle Steakhouse today for pricing and details, or visit us online at MickeyMantleSteakhouse.com.
We're in the stretch run of 2025. Hi, Oklahoma. It's John Johnson. Seems we were just into the new year, and now here's December. It's been a good one. Lots to be thankful for, but I'm sure you're like me. There's always that something left you'd like to do. What if one thing was a new Ram 1500 from Johnson's of Kingfisher? Why not close this one out with one of our Ram 1500s? During the Wrap Up the Year sales event now at johnsonsofkingfisher.com.
Choose from our great selection of Ram 1500 Tradesman, Bighorn, and Laramie crew cabs, and I'll make sure Dad puts a bow on it. Hi, it's Jeff Johnson. Start the new year off right, driving the strongest and most technologically advanced Ram ever. Current Ram owners, schedule your next cold weather maintenance with a service department that you'll find in a place like Kingfisher. Happy holidays to you and yours from Johnson's of Kingfisher, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. Same name, same family since 1927.
This is Mike, CEO of DSS Final Mile. We specialize in warehousing, fulfillment, and distribution services across every step of the supply chain.
I'm Caitlin, Marketing Director. In this holiday season, we're extending our commitment to the community. Our food drive for the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma runs to December 14th. DSS Final Mile will match all donations up to $10,000, doubling your impact. Find the donation link on the DSS Final Mile Facebook page. With your help, we can take this food drive with Final Mile for Oklahoma families.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parrish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City, The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station. Another hour of The Drive cruises on. Accelerating to warp 1, sir. Hosted by Matt Ravis. The Drive is on 98.1 FM. WWLS, The Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and The Sports Animal app. This is what's trending now on The Sports Animal.
Thunder and Mavs tonight, unconventional tip time. It is an 8:30 tip tonight in the Paycom Center, which means that pregame will start at 7 o'clock right here on the Sports Animal, built by the Metal Store. Come check us out after the game at Lively Beer Works. Of course, you can go and park there before the game. Check it out. You can watch the game at Lively Beer Works. Great spot for you to come hang, and appreciate them hosting our post-game shows. Big thank you to Michelob Ultra as well for making our pregame shows possible right here on the Sports Animal. Okay, the text line. Which Matt is singing on that triple play commercial? Has to be Matt Meyer. You would not believe the pipes in this guy and the wailing that he can do, not only on the guitar.
I play the kazoo, I play the guitar, I play the piano, I do vocals.
The piano yesterday. You play every instrument known to man and then 3 known to elves as well.
My agent needs to step his game up.
No kidding, man. No kidding. I mean, that's talented right there. I love that spot, though. Love that spot very, very much.
I get a kick out of it.
That more people ask me about that spot than any other spot that we're running right now. So appreciate Triple Play and appreciate the text message. This is the Drive on the Sports Animal. So LeBron last night scored only 8 points.
Slacker.
It has been a long, long time since LeBron only scored 8 points. The last time LeBron scored 8 points, nobody had an iPhone. Matt has a bunch of these other ones here, but that was the last time it happened. 2007 was the last time that happened, where LeBron did not score 10 points. 1,461 games snapped last night.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of differences. Okay, so first of all, LeBron is 40 years old now. LeBron was 23 the last time. He did not get into double digits in a regular season game in the NBA. The show on ESPN, First Take, with Stephen A. Smith. That show was known as Cold Pizza then, and it featured Skip Bayless, Jay Crawford, and Dana Jacobson.
I remember that show. I used to like that show. It was different.
It's all right. Yeah,
it was different, and that's what I liked about it.
Get this. The last time LeBron James did not score double digits in an NBA, I think just in the regular season, or maybe ever, I don't know. Peyton Manning had not won a Super Bowl yet. He would win a Super Bowl in a few weeks, Chiefs, but he had not won a Super Bowl at that time.
People having conversations like, yeah, this Peyton guy is great, but he didn't win a Super Bowl. I mean,
I know.
Until he wins a ring, we're not going to talk about this guy, which is crazy
Which
in
is
a team sport.
laughable. You mentioned the iPhone did not exist.
Which, just really quickly, think of how much the world has changed even in that span. It used to be that you could not just Google every little thought that came to your mind until you got to a computer.
Yeah,
It used to be that you
you're
couldn't
right.
Google anything if you want to continue that line of thinking, but now it's just so easy.
As the great philosopher of our time, Ron White, said, I had to ask my mother. That's all I could do. I couldn't look at it, Anyway.
Jim one time talked about how whenever he went to, I think it was Yankee Stadium, and the people in the stands knew his mother's name. Mm-hmm. That was really impressive to me because that's pre-internet. I mean, there's some serious research that has to go into that if you're learning his mom's name.
You got to come prepared. A lot of those hecklers do. It's amazing. I've heard lots of major leaguers talk about how in the world did he know that? That guy knew that. My third girlfriend that I broke up with was named Sarah or whatever. I mean, it's some of those hecklers take it to a different
hating
level.
has taken a huge drop. I mean, a precipitous drop. Hating used to be so much better than it is nowadays. So, anyways,
you had to earn.
Go on.
You had to earn it. The reigning NBA MVP, you may know him as SGA. He was 8 years old the last time LeBron did not score in double digits.
He's playing with Pokemon cards at that point in time.
We were talking about video games earlier. The main video game systems at the time, the Nintendo Wii had just been released in December of 2006, and the PS3 had just been released in November, 2 months before the last time LeBron James did not reach double digits. You want to take a wild guess who was on the cover of Madden 07?
Madden 07. Was that Vic?
No, it was not Vic. I will be very impressed if you can get this.
I'm trying to think. Let's see. I'm blanking. Who is it?
Sean Alexander.
Oh, okay.
Of the Seattle Seahawks, who actually, I believe, I think actually won an MVP, I think, like in 05 or something. Anyway.
Vic was 04. I was early.
Okay. I never got into Curb Your Enthusiasm. I've heard it's a great show. I just never, got into it.
Awesome show.
Help me out with JB Smoove. He was not on Curb Your Enthusiasm. This was season 5. Season 5 finished in December of 2005.
That would be Leon for everybody
Leon
out there.
Black.
Leon,
Yep.
yeah. Definitely a really good, raunchy, hilarious part of that show.
Ben Stiller was number 1 at the box office with Night at the Museum. That got released. That was a Christmas time release, December 22nd of 2006. The last time LeBron did not get into double figures. How about this?
Never saw that one.
The next Fast and Furious movie to be released will be the 11th in the series. There were only 3 Fast and Furious movies at the time. LeBron James, last time he did not get in double digits. Beyonce was number 1 on Billboard charts. She's still number 1 in my heart.
I was about to say, she still gets up there. I mean, she's still doing numbers.
A lot of different things. I was even thinking back, this is personal, nobody will care about this but me. I had just met Kristen, like in December of 2006. So the last time LeBron James did not get into double figures, January 5th of 2007, that was the second year the Hornets were here. There's another one for you. The Hornets were still in Oklahoma City that particular season.
That's unbelievable. That is unreal. That is unreal. Well, it's a really long career. That is the testament to. Or let me re-rack that. 3, 2, 1. You can fix that in post for me, Matt. His legacy, LeBron's legacy, will never be, are you greater than Michael Jordan? I hate having that conversation. I hate having the conversation about who is greater, LeBron James or Michael Jordan. Because not only is it subjective, it almost always lines up on generational lines.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? The younger kids want to argue for LeBron. The older people want to argue for Michael Jordan.
Right.
To me, Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time. LeBron's legacy, I think he surpassed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in terms of the guy who was excellent for the longest period of time.
Sustained excellence.
Longevity and excellence. If you combine those two, I think LeBron took the mantle away from Kareem. So to me, that conversation does very little for me because I think their legacies are completely different. Completely different. Like when you compare minutes, LeBron has LeBron has boat raced Michael Jordan in terms of how long he has played.
He's passed everybody, but yeah, he definitely Jordan. Yes,
but it's definitely Michael Jordan. It is definitely Michael Jordan.
Trey checks in on the Johnny's Charcoal Broiler Text Nation line. So the last time LeBron James did not get into double figures, Michael Jackson was alive. Yes, I think Michael Jackson passed away in 2009.
That's what I thought. Yeah, 2009. I did think too. This was pretty poetic last night. 5 seconds left. It is a tie game. He's got an opportunity to drive on a smaller player than him.
Yep, that's
Somebody
right.
Flares out to the perimeter to go to pick him up, and he would have had an opportunity to attack that right hip and probably at least get to the free throw line on a smaller player. And he whips it out to the corner to Rui Hachimura, who hits the game-winning three-pointer. Was that not pretty poetic, the way that
it was?
Because that was people were criticizing him for making the right basketball play over and over and over again because he wouldn't take the final shot. That was like back in his Miami Heat days, his Cavs days.
And I also liked when he was asked about it after the game, he was asked, obviously he's going to be asked, what are your thoughts about that streak ending? And he said, quote, none, we won. I like that answer. And I'm somebody that I'm not crazy about a lot of things LeBron says because he tends to use that I, me, my vocabulary a lot. He even used it some later on in post game. But when he was asked about his, the streak ending, he said none. We won the game. I liked hearing that from James.
If that streak has to end winning on a game-winning assist, not the worst way, or ending on a game-winning assist, not the worst way for that to go. Not the worst way.
And I always bring this up because I always remember reading about this. This would have been right when LeBron was either about to get into the league or his rookie year. It was over 20 years ago for sure. LeBron, and I don't think this gets talked about enough, Matt. LeBron, I don't think, and I know he's worn 23, so people say, well, he's trying to, compare himself to Jordan. I understand that, but I know for certain, because I remember hearing about it and reading about it, when he broke into the league, he considered himself more comparable to Magic Johnson in terms of a distributor. And not that he couldn't score. Obviously, he's been able to do that. He has more points than anybody. But I'm just saying, I've always felt like the James Jordan comparison was unfair just because, at least breaking into the league, I don't think LeBron saw him in the same typecast as Jordan. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he didn't play shooting guard. He played point forward.
Yes.
And the way that they approached the game was just
Kobe
different.
Was in the same vein as Michael Jordan when it comes to what position they play. And I know that Kobe shot it from the outside more, shot it from outside the three-point line more, but Kobe was the comparison to Jordan. LeBron, two different games, two different skill sets, so to speak, and let alone we've never seen somebody at that size be able to move like him.
So, yeah, it's really easy to criticize LeBron about a whole bunch of different things. Some of the things that are important to you, like trying to play 82 games when you're almost 40 years old, or trying to do different things that will augment your legacy but not necessarily win you games. Or I always still think about him breaking the all-time scoring record against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And the Thunder won that game.
Thunder won the game. Yeah.
It was kind of the perfect encapsulation of that era of LeBron. But you can do nothing but give it up to him for that last night, knowing what was on the line, and then again finding Hachimura in the corner. Luka Doncic is out not because of injury, but because he's traveling to Slovenia for the birth of his second child, which was interesting to me when you contrast that to the Draymond Green comments. Did you see those, Matt? And everybody can make their own decision on this. I'm never going to judge anybody for their personal reasons.
Draymond Green's comments on Doncic?
No, not about Doncic, but his own child that is about to be.
No, I did not see what he said.
Now I think he got like maybe misquoted or misunderstood a little bit here, but he kind of made it sound like he wanted to be there for the birth of the child, but couldn't be there. But my wife does a great job. She's strong. It's not the first time I've been in this position. I was thinking, if you need to take a game off or two for the birth of your child, priorities, man. I'm just saying. I don't think anybody could fault you for missing a game or two because your wife gave birth to a kid.
The quote I'm reading, Draymond Green opens up about missing the upcoming birth of his child. Quote, "It sucks. Pretty redacted. Same
pretty
word crappy. It's not the first time I've been in this position, but my wife does a great job. She's strong. I wonder, okay, so do we know where his child was being born? I mean,
not sure. But the misinformation angle on this, I think, is the way that this was aggregated, cut off the question. And I think the question was a little bit misleading. So we'll see if he ends up missing any games for that.
Now, again, I'm just reading this off a Reddit thread, so by no means am I declaring this as fact. But somebody on this thread says his baby hasn't been born yet. He was talking about being away from his pregnant wife, not missing the birth. So I don't know what I don't know if he was specifically asked about being there when the baby is born or not.
No, that was an example of somebody using that clip, but putting it the wrong context around it, basically.
Yeah.
Like taking it somewhat out of context. So I don't know if he's actually going to miss it or not. But if he even is considering missing it, don't do that.
No, I would. That's his choice. He can do what he wants. But I would say, go if you want to be there, go be there. I think you've earned an excused absence, I would say. And you know how I feel about Green, but I think he's done enough of that organization that if he wants to go, witness the birth of his child, I think that's acceptable.
Some things are more important than basketball.
Yes.
Some things are more important than work. And I know it's bad for me to say that or admit that, but that's true. I mean, that's just life.
It is true, and let's be honest, I don't know that the Warriors are going anywhere this year.
It's like can they still win a game without you playing? Of course they can. Would they rather have you? Yeah, of course they would rather have you, but that's not the only difference between winning and losing.
From the 405 on the Johnny's Text Nation line, this individual says, I was so happy to go see Ohtani play the Rangers this year. We bought our pricey tickets early, and he missed that series for the birth of his daughter. Is what it is. Look.
That stinks. I don't know what to say about that. That's just bad luck.
It's just terrible luck. Yeah, it's buyer beware. And not that we need to go down this road, but, that's what I've always said about the load management discussion. I've got my hesitancies on all that, but if you buy a ticket, it's buyer beware because it's not like anything is guaranteed,
This
stinks, but
this text from a friend of ours, Matt. It's funny anyone would get upset about missing games for the birth of their child when half of this league misses games for injuries that are made up or for load management or teams are just tanking and parking those guys. So, yeah, I wouldn't. Just because I think because it's Draymond and because he's a lightning rod that people instantly latch on to anything he says or does. But I actually think that he was actually a victim there of aggregation, which can definitely get you. Can definitely get you. All right, this is The Drive on the Sports Animal. We need to have a conversation about Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell going to be the next guy for Penn State while they still try to find their candidate. This whole thing has been crazy. So we'll talk about that. We'll check our Johnny's text line as well. This is The Drive on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The ACC Championship on ESPN Radio.
The magic continues.
10-2 and ranked 17th in the nation. Virginia faces 7-5 Duke. With a win, Virginia is heading to the playoff. If Duke wins, here comes the chaos.
3 for 20. He's into the end zone. Touchdown.
Number 17, Virginia. Duke. Coverage begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com or the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by ChumbaCasino.com. With over 100 online casino-style games, Chumba Casino is your go-to destination for nonstop entertainment. Play for fun and play for free at ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 21+.
Oklahoma, this December, forget decking the halls because David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge is decking the deals during their used car holiday sale, where you'll find a lot of savings. Right now, $29 down puts you in the driver's seat with payments starting at just $99 a month and no payments for six months. We're stacked with inventory, trade-ins, auction cars, lease returns, all makes, all models, all price to move with up to 70% off the original MSRP. 70% off at David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge and tag, tax, and title included. Yes, included. Don't prejudge your credit. We've got banks on hand right now to get you approved and on the road
road today. Apply online at davidstanleydodge.com. It's the used car holiday sale. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, across from Tinker in Midwest City. Stock number M390116. 29 down, 99 a month for 72 months at 6.9% APR. WAC. Stock number U389373. Original MSRP 35260. Sale price 10578. No payments for 6 months with Dash Financial.
Cold weather's here. Don't wait. Get your furnace tune-up for half price. Stay safe, stay warm, and win this season with Triple Play.
Triple Play.
Give the gift of gorgeous concrete this Christmas with ICS Concrete Coatings. Take $350 off any project 500 square foot minimum now through December 25th. Visit ICSConcreteCoatings.com and turn ordinary concrete into extraordinary.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Oklahoma City will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 405-942-3100. That's 405-942-3100. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Not available in all states. Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a mere fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-474-1811. 800-474-1811. That's 800-474-1811.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayo.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey, big one tomorrow down in Arlington, the Big 12 Championship game, BYU and Texas Tech. Live from ESPN Radio, you can hear it here on the Sports Animal. Coverage beginning tomorrow at 11 o'clock on ESPN 640 and 98.1 FM, and also streaming on thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder.
It's all OKC Thunder all the time. When you follow the official @OKC Thunder social media channels, you'll get behind-the-scenes access, daily updates, giveaways, and more. Stay connected and follow @OKC Thunder today.
Welcome back to the Drive with the Sports Animal. Matt, you'll have to pardon me and excuse me and understand me for carrying an off-air conversation into on-air. You're looking for some new programming in your non-work life. in terms of what you're watching on
Oh, you're talking about I thought you were talking about the conversation you were having with a mutual friend.
Oh, that's a whole other story. Yeah, I've been there's a lot going on here. But
there is.
I was talking about the one we were having about the Netflix shows you're watching, and maybe there's a genre that's jumped the shark for you a little bit.
Yeah, I've been, oh boy, well, you brought it up, so what the heck. I've been into a lot of murder mystery documentaries lately. Like I just finished on Netflix, the Son of Sam tapes about the Son of Sam from New York City in the late 70s. Before that, I was watching a three-parter on the killing fields in Texas, where a bunch of young women were getting killed and then dumped in a field down there in South Texas, just north of Galveston. So yeah, I think that's why I started The Last Dance again last night, because I was like, I need something a little lighter.
You know what? Yeah. How about the Diddy documentary? Will that do anything for you?
I don't know that that's going to turn the trick or not. Maybe I ought to put that a different way.
Phrasing, my friend. Phrasing.
I don't know that I'll be tuning in for that.
I know. I was scrolling through that, and I was like, I am interested to learn more about this, like morbidly curious, you could say, because there's that Epstein documentary on there too.
Yeah,
Matt, I made it like 30 minutes through the first episode just because I couldn't sleep one night, and it was like, okay, I know there's like 5 more of these. I know what I probably need to know about this situation. So yeah, some of those are tough watches.
I will recommend a couple of them on Netflix. One is called Fear City, about the mob in New York City in the 80s. And then the other one is kind of in the same tone. It's called Get Gotti, about John Gotti and his rise.
That's up my alley.
Yeah, no, his rise in the, was it the Gambino crime family, I believe? Those are really good. And it's really interesting to learn about how the different agencies didn't always play along with each other. Like when it came to the FBI or the Organized Crime Task Force or the Justice Department, they didn't always help each other out. And then what do you know? They finally start helping each other out, and they're able to put John Gotti away. It's funny how that happens when people work together.
So just like politics, basically, or egos, or
everybody wanted the credit. Yeah. Different people wanted the credit, and
it's crazy.
Anyway, those two I would recommend. But yeah, I've been watching some stuff lately that I might not should admit that I've been watching, because people, if anybody from law enforcement's listening, trust me, I'm not planning on doing anything untoward.
The true crime thing is real, though. Like, I'm fascinated as somebody who is a law-abiding citizen. 99.9% of the time, I will say, I'm not going to act like I never go like 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, right? Like things like that. So I don't want to act like I'm like perfect or anything like that. But I am fascinated with that stuff, just because I'm like, how does somebody who in theory is exactly the same as me get that way? Get to doing stuff like that. Get to Breaking Bad that way. That is, I'm the psychology of that. I could see the draw there.
David Berkowitz, who was known as the Son of Sam. How he got to the point that he got to.
Former Army guy or military guy, right?
I think that's, might be right. I can't remember. But basically it all stemmed from how he kind of felt rejected, and he just totally went off the deep end. Not that he was out of control or anything. I mean, he was out of control murdering wise. I'm just saying he was always in control of his actions, as terrible as they were. But David Berkowitz would be a good example of that, the Son of Sam. You know, how do you get to a point where you can do what you did? It's just it's hard to imagine.
I tend to think people are like generally good, and then you get kind of corrupted by the world, or like you have things happen to you, or whatever it is that you get that way. Somebody on the text line recommends the Beatles anthology. Beatles anthology. Is that the one on Apple Music, or that's just a?
I don't know, but I bet you it'd be interesting.
Not Apple Music, on Apple Plus or Disney Plus. That one's pretty good. This is the Drive on the Sports Animal. I want to get to the conference championship games this week, and we need to talk about those. Bama or Georgia? Who do you got?
I like Georgia. I think Georgia, and we talked about this the other day, not because I just think it's so hard to beat a team twice in 1 year. I really don't subscribe to that theory. I just kind of have a feeling Georgia will get Bama back. I don't know. I just haven't been all that impressed with Alabama. I mean, they're good. They're 10-2, and they've had a nice year and all that, but I don't know. When I've really watched Alabama lately, I haven't been all that impressed. I mean, they struggled to beat Auburn. I know that's a rivalry. I understand that. I know Auburn was playing for bowl eligibility, for what that's worth. But I saw them against Oklahoma. Now, you can make a case that if it wasn't for the turnovers, they would have beat Oklahoma, but turnovers count too. So I haven't been all that impressed with Alabama. They don't run the ball that great. And Georgia, I mean, they're not what they were 2 or 3 years ago either. They had to work to beat Georgia Tech, even though the Jackets are solid. I like Georgia tomorrow.
I do think Georgia's a better overall team. I like, if you're talking about coaching advantage, Kirby Smart or Kalen DeBoer. I love Kalen DeBoer, but I'll give the edge to Kirby Smart there.
I would too.
Revenge, I guess you could say, is the thing. What about home field advantage? Are we counting that at all since it's in Atlanta, or does that matter? It probably doesn't matter as much as we think it might.
Probably not. I mean, Alabama's used to going on the road in front of big places. I see a lot of advantages here for Georgia. But the one big intangible thing in this game is, they cannot beat Alabama. Just can't do it. And so you think about the scar tissue that can build up at some point in time. That's one of those things that shouldn't factor in between the lines, but somehow, some way, it seems to factor in. So, revenge versus the mental block angle, I could see people lining up on both sides of that. But based on their history of success, I'm gonna pick Alabama. I'm gonna pick Alabama. It's crazy. How many times has Georgia lost since they've been on their run? It's not many times. I'm talking about just period. Just total losses since they've been on their run. Was it 22 and 23 they won their titles, or 21 and 22?
And even if we go back to COVID, I feel like even if you back it up to then, it's still they're.
Okay, so Georgia this year has the one loss to Alabama by a field goal. Last year, they lost to Alabama, and they lost to Ole Miss, and then lost to Notre Dame in the quarterfinals. In 23, their titles were in 21 and 22. In 23, they lost to Alabama in the SEC title game by a field goal. 22 went undefeated. 21, they lost to Alabama. That was their only loss, and that was in the conference championship game. So beginning, I was going to say, beginning in 21, they've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games. They've lost 6 games over the last 5 seasons.
And a number of those are Alabama.
Let's see. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. So 4 of those losses came to Alabama.
Got their number. I mean,
I'd say so.
It's crazy. It's
now,
crazy.
They did
so I
beat
wonder
Alabama
about that.
back in 21. Now that game doesn't have anything to do with this game, but they did beat Alabama for that national championship.
They did, and that was that wasn't really a particularly close one either. Like a lot of these,
18. No, it wasn't.
They won by 2 scores. A lot of these have been 1-score games that Alabama has won in. So I'll go Alabama probably just for the history aspect of that. Even though I will grant you the fact that should not have any bearing on this game. And even you could say Georgia has a revenge angle based on what happened this year. So we'll see. But I've got Alabama winning that one.
Both teams really good defensively, both in the top 15 and in points allowed. I don't see any way Alabama's able to run the football. Georgia's one of the better run defenses in the league, in the country, 6th in rush defense, and Alabama doesn't run it worth a darn anyways. So I think it's all going to be on Ty Simpson to, and he's capable. I mean, he's a very good quarterback. He's had a tremendous year, but now Alabama's tremendous against the pass. But you and I think are on opposite sides of that one.
It looks that way. Okay, when we talk about scoring defense, Ohio State is the only team in the country moving to the Big Ten here that allows single-digit points per game. They allow 8.5 points per game. Been utterly dominant there. Texas Tech is number 2. Right behind them is Indiana. I don't think people are giving the Indiana defense nearly enough credit for being the 3rd best team in the country. So I wanted to point that out, Matt. Who do you got in the Big Ten championship?
I'd go Ohio State. It's nothing against Indiana. It's not that I don't respect them or anything like that. I just think Ohio State has a little bit more offensive firepower, and as good as Indiana is defensively, Ohio State's even better. So I would go with the Buckeyes. What's that number? We're going to do our TNW Tire Locks of the Week here in a minute.
What the number in that
about
game
a touchdown?
It is 4.
Oh, it's less than I thought.
Favored by 4, Ohio State is.
If I had to go one way or the other, I'd probably give the 4. Not that I think they're going to blow Indiana out, but I would think Ohio State by a touchdown, maybe 10.
I think this is a close game. Touchdown, 10, 4-3, even. I could see something like that. The one thing, though, if it is a close game, Matt, when was the last time Ohio State played a competitive game?
Good question. Yeah.
It's been a while because they've had a relatively low strength of schedule. I think it's Texas, right? I mean, is that the...
Let's see.
They won 34-16 over Illinois.
Every other win has been by double digits, some of them huge. I mean, we'll just go down the list here real quickly. Beat Grambling by 70. Beat Ohio by 28. Beat Washington by 16. Beat Minnesota by 39. Beat Illinois by 18. Shut out Wisconsin 34-0. Beat Penn State by 24. Beat Purdue by 24. Beat UCLA by 38. Beat Rutgers by 33. And beat Michigan by 18. So they have not had a single-digit win this year after Texas.
So I wonder what that looks like for them. Just pointing that out. Maybe it doesn't matter at all.
I agree with you, but isn't that because their defense?
That dominant?
I mean, I'm with you on that. I understand. They also, the most points they've allowed this year, 16 to Illinois. Man. Now I will say this, in fairness, they caught Texas at the right time because Texas, that was the first game of the year, and Arch Manning is finally the guy, and we saw how Texas got a little bit better offensively throughout the year. But you're right; it's fair. How do you react in a close game? Because you're right. I mean, they're not used to being in that situation,
especially after a big emotional week, and Ryan Day is barely holding it together on the sidelines. Beat Michigan. I think they realize on some level, even if they lose this game, still in a position to accomplish their goals. This game is also a little bit of a referendum on the Heisman Trophy. I kind of prefer Mendoza just because I think that they keep it between the lines with Sayin. And I'm not trying to take away anything from him. His numbers are tremendous, but I think they get the ball out of his hand fast. And that leads to a lot of good situations for them. He doesn't put them in many adverse situations because of the structure of that offense. I think Mendoza's asked to do a little bit more. I think Sayin's also working with some incredible receivers, and not to take away with what Indiana has, but I think overall, whether it's like a marginal jump or whether there's like, okay, that guy's a next level freak, Ohio State is more talented than Indiana is.
Indiana has been in more close games this year. They had to work to beat your Hawkeyes by 5. They beat Oregon by 10. Now, that's the best win that either team has had. They also had to remember that game against Penn State where they had to throw the touchdown pass, the incredible catch in the back of the end zone late. So Indiana's had a few more close calls. Maybe they would be a little bit more to being in those close calls, being in those tight games. Indiana, like we just mentioned, has a better win than Ohio State has this year. The win at Oregon, one of the better wins that we've seen all year long. If you want to do the comparative score thing, which is, pretty faulty, but if you just for fun, Indiana beat Illinois by 53. Ohio State beat Illinois by 18. Again, you've got to be careful doing that, but I'll side with the Bucks. But that is interesting though, because okay, so both these teams know they're in. Now, you have the bye to play for and seeding to play for. But, yeah, Ohio State, it's been a while, since 2020, since they had beaten Michigan. So, I
just wonder if there's a letdown there, maybe.
I see where you're going.
Maybe.
I can understand that.
Maybe there's not. And then Texas Tech, I still feel like even though they are being discussed in a really, really good way, I still feel like somehow they're not getting enough credit, especially on the defensive side of the of football, and how good they've been with Jacob Rodriguez and David Bailey, for example. Those guys will get some postseason accolades. But I like Tech by the way, my Ohio State score is they're going to win by a touchdown in that game. But go ahead.
You were just talking about, scoring defense. Tech is right up there with Ohio State and Indiana, right in that range. Although BYU is too. BYU's in, I think, like the top 15 in scoring defense. And you're right. I don't think Tech does get enough credit for how good they are defensively, because when you say Texas Tech football, over the last 20 years, the last thing you think about is defense. But they are. They've been tremendous.
They gave up 20 to K-State, a game they won by 23. Lost to Arizona State, gave up 26 in that one. Gave up 17 against Kansas. Those are the worst defensive games scoring-wise this season.
Mm-hmm. No, they've been really good. They're what I'm looking at. They're number one in the country against the run. For what it's worth, Indiana 2, Oklahoma 3, Ohio State 4. It's funny how all these teams playing this weekend are pretty good on defense, huh? I wonder how that worked itself out.
Still important that defensive highlights don't always get on TikTok, but that's important. And then Virginia and Duke. There's part of me that wants Duke to win just for the chaos scenarios that could unfold.
The committee is praying that Virginia wins that game,
and I think Virginia does.
I think they will. Now, here's what's interesting to me. Okay, we saw in the polls this week, the committee put James Madison in at 25. Now that means, as of now, what the committee is saying is that if Duke wins the ACC, the committee can sit, and if James Madison wins the Sun Belt Championship, as of now, the committee is saying that James Madison is better than Duke. I wonder in those meetings how far they extend the poll down.
That's a good question, because they always imply, like if you read between the lines, they imply that they make a really long list of rankings. I would love to see what that is.
But if Duke is able to beat Virginia and either American team, I think the winner of the American Championship is going to get in regardless between Tulane and North Texas. That game is tonight if Oklahoma State fans want to see Eric Morris's team in action. 7 o'clock on ABC, I believe. But
what's the proper rooting form for that game? Do you root for North Texas to win or lose that game? Win, you get some nice publicity. The world can see what Eric Morris is. Lose, he gets to work quicker.
I think you want them to win. I don't. Because of this, I know that in this day and age, programs can get turned around really quick, but I don't foresee Oklahoma State, I think they'll be better next year, but it's not like they're going to make at least I wouldn't think they would make a quantum leap to 9-3 and challenge for a playoff spot next year. So, in other words, 2 weeks? I mean, the first round of the playoffs is in 2 weeks. I wouldn't imagine that North Texas, should they make the playoff, would, they're either going to be the 11 or the 12 seed, which what that means they're probably playing Oregon or A&M or Ole Miss or someone like that. I wouldn't think they would win that game. So I think if you're an Oklahoma State fan, I'll put it to you this way. I would not be bothered if North Texas won that game and Eric Morris was still down there for another couple of weeks. That's not the end of the world. I mean,
what if they win a playoff game? That probably won't happen, but what if they win a playoff game?
I think
it advances around. I mean, obviously, you have to continue to let him coach.
Well, yeah, no, they will. I think that's already been agreed to, and I think if you're an Oklahoma State fan, you'd be excited about that. You'd be, wait a minute, this guy is doing an incredible job at North Texas. So I don't think, I'll put it to you this way: the fact that Eric Morris, if they make the playoff, it's not going to be the end of the world that for 2 more weeks he's not up there. I mean, ideally he would be up there, but that's not the end of the world.
It's not as if he's totally derelict of his duties at Oklahoma State. Obviously, based on the class they just put together, he's still doing plenty of work for them. But you would like to have 100% of your attention on the task. I'm interested in what OSU fans feel about that. 405-900-9957. Text us up. What would you like North Texas to do in the playoffs and in the championship game this evening? What time is that tonight? Do you know, Matt?
7 o'clock on ABC, I believe. Let's see. Real quickly, there are, let me get to all the games this weekend. There are 4 games this evening. The North Texas-Tulane game is kind of the best game. It is 7 o'clock on ABC tonight. The other game of interest as far as the playoffs go, Matt, would be James Madison. They play Troy at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Wow, JMU is a 23.5-point favorite.
That makes sense.
And a conference title game.
That makes sense. They're in a really good spot, and they got Billy Napier as their next head coach.
Saw that, yeah.
So that seems like it could have done worse there. Returning to the Sun Belt, Bob Chesney's going to a UCLA, so Billy Napier taking that job. This is The Drive on the Sports Animal. Come back and read some text. Got to lock it up, courtesy of T&W Tire. Next.
This is your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass, sponsored by
Boomerang Diner.
Now here's Gideon Hamilton on WWLS, The Sports Animal.
The Oklahoma
Oklahoma City Thunder return home tonight when they play Dallas. Jalen Williams on the challenges of his first week back from injury.
Yeah, that's an adjustment. Trying to adjust to the physicality was a little different, and then a lot of it was just rhythm, trying not to do too much, but still find the spots where I was comfortable.
It's Thunder versus Mavericks tonight. Tip off at 8:30.
This has been your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass on your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station, WWLS. The Sports Animal.
It's football season, or what I like to call ignore the wife season.
I know. It's the same at my house. It's going to take more than a date night this time.
What if we talk the guys into taking us to Grand Casino for a couple days? They could play around at the Fire Lake Golf Course, and we could hit the Grand Spa.
Yes. And then we could eat at the Brazilian Steakhouse Flame or the Grand Food Court. But let's stay away from that Grandstand Sports Bar. They've got 20 TVs in there. Yikes.
Book your grand staycation today and keep the peace at home. The Grand Casino and Resort in Shawnee. GrandResortOK.com.
It's the Wrap Up the Year sales event at Landers, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram of Norman. With America's best-in-class full-size truck 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Take up to $12,000 off MSRP and get 2.9% financing for 72 months on select new 2026 Ram and 1500 Bighorn or Lone Star trucks in stock. And always straightforward internet pricing with no special add-on surprises at Landers, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Landers, CDJRNorman.com. Ram Bighorn stock number TN169555 plus finance with Stellantis Financial for 2.9% WAC.
I'm Luke Abel of the Abel Law Firm. If you or a loved one have been injured in an auto accident, we're here to help. For over 50 years, our attorneys have recovered nearly $1 billion in settlements for our clients. We are ready to fight for you and make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Don't wait to get the help you need. Visit AbelLawFirm.com for a free consultation. We're ready, we're willing, we're able. Personal Injury Law Firm, Oklahomans Trust.
When you need us, call the firm. We are able.
Named Oklahoma City's best personal injury law firm.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Start your football Saturdays and Sundays with Twin Peaks Brunch. Served 10 a.m. till 1. Try breakfast tacos, chicken and waffles, biscuits and gravy, or their breakfast burrito with smoked brisket. Plus $5 mimosas and Bloody Marys. Weekend brunch at Twin Peaks. Sweet.
Parker Brothers Roofing. Call them and tell them Kale sent you, and it might save you some money. Google Parker Brothers Roofing or call 741-6252.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh-baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, Southside at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
There's an award-winning pool builder in town that isn't afraid of a big or little challenge. Aquascape Pools is who I'm talking about, and they do it right. Aquascape Pools stands by their quality product and are with you every step of the way, from the early stages of design to the very first splash. Aquascape Pools is the leader in outdoor living. I should know they built my pool. Call 478-POOL or visit their brand new showroom at Britton and Eastern. Whether it's elegant pools, BBQ grills, pergolas, outdoor kitchens, fireplaces, or fire pits, they can help with it all. Aquascape Pools, outdoor living is our passion.
Join Mickey Mantle Steakhouse for the best happy hour in OKC with half-price select appetizer and specially priced martinis and domestic long necks every Tuesday through Saturday from 4:30 to 7 p.m. in the bar and lounge. Make Mickey Mantle's your prime destination before and after all downtown events, with complimentary limo rides to and from the Paycom Arena on most concert nights and ball games. Visit MickeyMantleSteakhouse.com for more details.
Look, Deanne, tell me what you see.
Wowzers! I see 6 different examples of the ultimate classic engagement ring.
And each one of these is a 1-carat freeborn diamond. Your choice, $1,490.
Wait, how much are we selling them for?
$1,490.
What? Can we do that?
It's Christmas, so couples can choose a round diamond, princess, cushion cut,
emerald cut, pear shape, or oval.
Your choice, $1,490.
You're gonna say wowzers.
Only at Michener Fair and Jewelers.
Fix it fast and save the day. Triple play.
You're going to want to be there tomorrow. Spinozzi and the Morning Animals, the Snowflake Soiree, presented by Consumer Cellular. Tomorrow at the Industry Gastro Lounge, just north of Memorial and May, while supplies last. If you donate to OK City Center to help restock their food pantry, you can receive a 12 Days of Spinozzi limited edition Christmas ornament. Plus, Santa and Zinga's going to be there taking photos from 11 to 2. It's all going down tomorrow. Get all the information at thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
The Metal Store. Proud sponsors of WWLS The Sports Animal, your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station.
It's the lock of the week. Sponsored by T&W Tire. They offer 24-hour road service and a variety of other services to get your vehicle back on the road where it belongs. The lock of the week on WWLS, The Sports Animal.
All right, welcome back. It is The Drive on The Sports Animal. It's time to lock it up, courtesy of T&W Tires. All right, I'm going back to something I tried last week, Matt, that didn't work out well for me. And so, what's the definition of insanity again?
Doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
Well, I guess I'm insane because I'm picking against the Bears again. The Packers -6.5. The public is lining up to bet the Bears. How could they be 6.5-point underdogs to the Packers? The Packers, well, I think the Packers are starting to play better. The Bears are respectable, but they're not this good. And so I think that this line is telling you something here. I think Vegas would love you to take the Bears. Therefore, I will side with the Packers.
Can't argue with that. Let's see. The Bears, the rest of the way, they got 2 games with the Packers. They got a game with the 49ers and the Lions. So the Bears' schedule ends pretty strong. That division is clearly in play, and the Lions certainly helped themselves out last night, drawing a little bit closer to them.
They're legitimately good. I just don't want to do this thing that we do every single season where a team wins a couple games and we start to think, oh man, right. This is it. They're turning the corner. And it's like, well, it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes success isn't linear. Sometimes you go up and then down, you plateau. I think a plateau could be coming.
I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills. I think they're starting to get things on track. They're only giving 5.5 to the Bengals. I know that Cincinnati just beat Baltimore pretty handily about a week ago, and the Bengals did have a little bit extra time off because they played on Thursday. But I think Buffalo's starting to get things in gear. I don't think 5.5 is enough. So even with Joe Burrow back, give me Buffalo giving 5.5 to Cincinnati.
You were telling me off air about this Ravens line, which is interesting as well. I think it's kind of similar to the situation that I picked in. Really, the Ravens are 5.5-point favorites over the Steelers. Now, the Steelers lost last week and looked pretty pitiful doing so.
26-7 to the Bills, I believe.
And Lamar Jackson is all kinds of banged up and has not been running the ball lately. So I stayed away from that one. That's another one, Matt, the public is lining up on Pittsburgh in that game.
Well, if that's the case, that really makes me like Baltimore even more because, that line, it seems like it's almost been like a federal law. When the Steelers and Ravens play, the spread has to be 3 in favor of the home team.
Typically, those divisional games do, especially in that division,
close,
come down to a field goal. Feels like almost always. But a lot of that depends on Lamar Jackson, and that's why I'm staying away from that. One thing I like about the Packers is so conservative on their offense. It's amazing what happens when you let Jordan Love throw downfield sometimes.
Let him cook a little bit, sure.
Because he trusts him to do that, and some good things can happen. But there's a method to that madness, to be sure. Let's get to the Giants text line out of the 405. Please explain the difference between Kiffin and Morris situations, like why Morris is continuing to coach and why that's okay and Kiffin didn't. I think that they are 2 completely different situations. I think that, first of all, the way that Eric Morris, and I'll throw John Summerall in there too from Tulane, the way that they handled their coaching candidacy for other schools versus the way that Lane handled it. I mean, you could not think of 2 polar opposite approaches to the situation. And these guys are making a monumental step up to a Power 4 job from a Group of 5 job. Lane Kiffin is going to a rival in their same conference. And so I think for a lot of different reasons, and those are just a couple of them, I'm sure we could come up with some more. I think the situation with Eric Morris, for example, and Lane Kiffin are completely different and should not be compared. So I completely understand why Ole Miss doesn't want Lane Kiffin around based on how he handled that stuff. Eric Morris, for example, there's no reason to not let him continue to coach and finish that thing out, to like put your foot down on it and say, no, we'll absolutely not let you do that.
Well, it is more likely that players that are at Ole Miss would be able to play at LSU than it is players at Tulane to play at Florida, or even as bad as Oklahoma State has been, for players at North Texas to be able to play at Oklahoma State. Okay, so what I mean by that is if you allow Lane to stay there, you cannot convince me that he would not tell some of those guys, hey, by the way, let's try to go win this thing. But whenever this thing is over, I'm moving over there. Why don't you come with me? And I think that's what Ole Miss wants to avoid. Again, I'm sure there are some players at North Texas that could find a spot at OSU. I'm sure there's some players at Tulane that could find a spot at Florida. But LSU and Ole Miss are obviously much more on par than those other two pairs of teams. And so Ole Miss just, they don't want Lane Kiffin, basically being around their own players for the next few weeks, Sure. So I do think it's different.
I just think you're right. It's a different situation. Group of 5 school. Ole Miss is in the playoffs. They could win a championship this year. Already one of the better jobs in the league. And Eric Morris wasn't going on doing interviews, dragging this thing out, making it difficult on admin and things like that. I'm just telling you, it's the way that he handled it. It's the way that Lane Kiffin handled it. That is the biggest reason why the situation is different. 405-900-9957. That's 405-900-WWLS. Jake is an OSU fan, says, I'm okay with North Texas winning. He still managed plenty for OSU anyway. Flipped a few North Texas guys. Offered a Baylor commit. 4-star high schoolers and a slew of other recruits. Both schools are allowing him to clearly do his jobs. Out of the 580, Shady 580, rooting for North Texas. 0 issues with him finishing the story down there. Hard work is ahead. We got our guy. The rebuild can begin at any time, in my opinion. And you think Ole Miss fans want Lane Kiffin to continue to coach this team? You think they want that?
The players don't want it. That's another thing I think we mentioned yesterday, but Lane Kiffin
lied about it.
Completely mischaracterized the tone of that locker room.
Lied about it. Okay, we are way late. I apologize in the middle of the day show. We'll take a timeout so that Brad Copeland and Mark Rogers can join us when we return.
Hey, what's up, animals? It's your boy, and it's finally time for my big ride for the 12 Days of Spinozzi, energized and powered by OG&E. And the best part of what I get to do each year is walking into businesses, job sites, truck stops, schools, meeting drivers on the side of the road, even prisons to meet you. I'll go anywhere. I'm not kidding. And the thing I love the most is no matter where I go, what I have waiting for me are smiles, hugs, and wonderful donations for OK City Center. And that is the point of all this fun, of course, is making Christmas happen for a now record 4,000 individual wish lists at OK City Center. So if you'd like to help, let's do this. Just text me at 405-650-4560, 405-650-4560. I'll get you scheduled, then be on my way in my super cool Silverado EV from OG&E. It's the 12 Days of Spinozzi, and I am rolling with WWLS, the sports animal.
Sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
This is Tony, owner of Secure Pavement. Need a parking lot or got one that's embarrassing to park on? Call Secure Pavement. We do it all from dirt to paint. We can do anything from full replacement or even slap some lipstick on a pig. Our experience dates back to the 1900s, well before the smartphone took over. Visit our website for more info, or don't. It's your own asphalt.
I need to check my Facebook.
Call Secure Pavement. We do it all from dirt to paint. Secure Pavement. Pave the world.
We're in the stretch run of 2025. Hi, Oklahoma. It's John Johnson. Seems we were just into the new year, and now here's December. It's been a good one. Lots to be thankful for, but I'm sure you're like me. There's always that something left you'd like to do. What if one thing was the new Ram 1500 from Johnson's at Kingfisher? Why not close this one out with one of our Ram 1500s? During the wrap-up the year sales event now at johnsonsatKingfisher.com.
Choose from our great selection of Ram 1500 Tradesman, Bighorn, and Laramie crew cabs, and I'll make sure Dad puts a bow on it. Hi, it's Jeff Johnson. Start the new year off right, driving the strongest and most technologically advanced Ram ever. Current Ram owners, schedule your next cold weather maintenance with a service department that you'll find in a place like Kingfisher. Happy holidays to you and yours from Johnson's of Kingfisher, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. Same name, same family since 1927.
Guys, we know our weight. We know how many steps we're taking a day. We even know our credit score. But when's the last time you checked your testosterone level? Low energy, trouble focusing, stubborn weight, low motivation. Those could be signs of low T. And just like me, you don't have to go through that every day. Just go see my friends at Revive Men's Health OKC, and the staff at Revive make it easy to figure out what's going on with you. And once you know your number, you can finally do something about it. That's because they personalize every treatment based on your testosterone levels, and they offer in-clinic or telemedicine visits with discreet shipping if treatment is prescribed. Look, Revive is trusted by over 100,000 men across the country, and that includes me. You don't have to rely on pills on the internet. You get started right away, and for me, I felt more like my younger self very quickly. Just call Revive Men's Health OKC at 405-942-3100. That's 405-942-3100, or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. The bottom line, don't guess. Know your number, feel better, live stronger.
As a coach, I never hit the field without a solid game plan. Your home is no different. It needs protection from extreme weather because in Oklahoma, storm season never ends. Parker Brothers Roofing has weatherized thousands of homes over the past 25 years. Gary Parker and his team are the experts my family trusts for not only roofing, gutters, but also siding and custom windows. They'll do a free on-site inspection, and they stand behind every job they do. Give Parker Brothers Roofing a call. Tell them Kale sent you and score a free upgrade to impact-resistant shingles, which could save you money. Google Parker Brothers Roofing or call 741-6252.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, Southside at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
The United States Soccer Federation presents the U.S. Soccer Podcast.
This is the show where we bring you in-depth interviews with U.S. soccer stars. This time, Sam Coffey.
The World Cup is in 2 years. Is it time yet? Like, can we get back into camp?
Tim Ream.
We're going to continue to show other countries we're not going to be pushed around.
And Jedi Robinson.
Every time you come back and you put the jersey on, it means more and more each time.
So we'll be back here with all the best stories.
The U.S. Soccer Podcast.
We've got a lot to talk about.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City, the Sports Animal, a Cumulus station. This hour is transmitted by AMCO, the transmission experts, with 10 AMCO locations in the OKC and Tulsa metros. MCO.com. Time to look both ways, speed up, and merge. This is The Drive with Matt Ravis. And now joined by the middle of the day show, Mark Rogers and Brad Copeland.
And we're the 3 best friends that anybody could have.
The Drive is on 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app. This is what's trending now on the Sports Animal.
Thunder and Mavs tonight. The Thunder continue to try to extend their win streak and their excellent start to the season. Lou Dort, Alex Caruso remain out. Daniel Gafford, questionable alongside P.J. Washington this evening for the Dallas Mavericks. The Thunder, double-digit favorites at home. It's an 8:30 tip. 7 o'clock pregame right here on the Sports Animal. Let's welcome in Mark Rogers, who's out of Chapel Supply, and welcome back, Mark. And also say hello to Brad Copeland, who's out of Hook and Reel. What's up, guys?
Good morning, Matt. Hello. Brad's going to be eating good today.
Oh, no doubt about it. Like a king. I would like to set the scene for you guys really quickly in studio, just so you know what I'm looking at here. On one TV, I have a replay of the Raptors and the Lakers game in which Austin Reeves scored 44. LeBron's 10-plus point streak came to an end after 1,000-plus games. On another TV, I have the Drew Barrymore talk show, and then behind Matt's head there was a soap opera that was going on.
We cover it all here.
So that is the sensory delight that I've got going on here in studio right now.
Who's Drew Barrymore got on?
She's got on a tie and a jacket.
No,
Does
I mean, not what. Who's on with her?
Oh, I thought you asked what she was wearing.
No, not that.
Did not recognize
the.
the.
As far as I can tell,
Valerie Bertinelli is on there almost every day. So I guess she's a co-host or something, which I was not aware of.
She was there too. Yeah, she was on the couch with Drew.
So I guess they must be buddies.
I guess so. I guess so. So I'm wondering if that energy is somehow filtering into the show today, like through osmosis or something.
The Drew Barrymore energy.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Well, let's hope. I mean, let's hope we can get it cranked up a little bit more than that. I mean, like we could get it fired up.
I hope so. I would hope so.
I think we can.
I think we can too. How was yesterday, Mark? Calling some. What did you call yesterday exactly?
I called Class B Division 1, Class B Division 2 championships. We got the Class C state championship, only one division, about to kick off today here at noon. I'd like to congratulate the Sealing Wildcats, coached by my man Gary Manuel. 8-man football legend who I picked against to win the state championship, and they responded with a 60-12 win over Walika. So proved me wrong there. And then also the Dewar Dragons, they win at 14-8 over Laverne.
What's it like calling an 8-man football game?
It's the same as calling it an 11-man game, only there's 6 less players out there.
Okay, I could have figured that.
The field is more narrow. It is 10 yards in from each sideline, which makes sense because there's more space. You know what I'm saying? If you only have 8 players and there's more space out there, it kind of screws with the game. The biggest difference in the 8-man game and the 11-man game is the kickoff. If you kick it deep to a guy in 8-man football, there's a really good chance that he's going to run that back for a touchdown. I mean, it's just very difficult to cover a kick. So 8-man schools will sometimes just simply kick the ball out of bounds.
That makes sense.
Where it can't be returned. We had a kickoff return in the game yesterday by Walika. Or you might just kind of squib it and hit one, right at somebody.
Somebody who would like to return it, maybe. That's really more so what I was asking. Not what it's like calling the game, but like I've never watched 8-man football before, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I know it's a little different.
It is. It's exciting. I mean, it can have elements of different things. You got linemen that have low numbers. Like it's not. You can have a lineman that's got a number of 8 or 12. Typically, in 8-man, you don't have a ton of players to choose from, so you can have guys playing odd positions. There are a lot of 170-pound nose guards in 8-man football that can kind of use quickness. So it is. It's really cool.
That does sound
big
cool.
Crowds.
Well, again, relative to the size of the communities, I would say yes. They had some big crowds.
Per capita, I would imagine they do pretty well.
Right. I agree with that.
They do pretty well. I kind of want to start here. This is like...
You guys ever been to Medford or Ryan before? That's the Class C championship today.
I have been to Medford. I'm not sure where it is, though. Where is Medford?
Medford is 30 miles straight west of Blackwell.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that I've been to Medford. I just don't remember why. Maybe on the way to Pawhuska, maybe?
Ryan is
that area?
Ryan is the birthplace of Chuck Norris.
If you were going through Medford to Pawhuska, you had made a very, very grave error.
I'm offline. Okay.
Yeah. It's that Pawhuska is the other way, like by 75 miles.
So Medford is west of Blackwell?
Yeah, 30 miles west.
Okay, well, then I'm going the opposite direction. Yeah, going to the Salt Plains. You go through Medford. That's why I know
That's
Medford.
right, yeah. Yep.
Never been there. I've not been to Ryan either, but I do know that's where Chuck Norris was born.
Both of those schools are located on Highway 81. Now, there was a development in the Class B Division I game last night that was very interesting, and I noticed this on the roster before the game. Just bad situation. Their quarterback, Peyton Kilhofer, he started since he was a freshman. He looked like he had a pretty serious knee injury last night, and I was talking to his dad, Josh, before the game, who's the superintendent there at Dewar. He's a two-way prospect. He's probably a better baseball prospect than he is a football prospect, but he's both, and he's a junior. So he had to come out of the game last night in the second quarter, maybe early third, with a knee injury, and so that's really bad. Hope gets a good prognosis on that, and it's better than we think. But who came in for him? But a 6'3", 190-pound freshman by the name of Traber Jones.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
I am not kidding. That is not a joke. And I went to the game yesterday with Hunter Shepard, who covers all things high school sports. And I asked him to get to the bottom of that in his on-field interviews, and I do not think he did. So I needed to know why Traber Jones, who they call T-Money in Dewar, is or is not named after R. Traber.
I would have to think that he is, though. I would have to think there's some connection there.
It couldn't be. I don't think it's that random of an occurrence, right?
Yeah, that's not a very common first name. And I know there are some Trabers out there.
There are. No, there's one Traber that was Pistol Pete that I know for sure was named after Jim. He's a little bit older now. But I mean, how do you think that conversation goes with the wife? Like, hey, I love this guy that screams and yells at people on the radio. We're going to name our son after him.
And the wife is like, whatever, I don't even care. Let's do it. I don't know.
Do you think that, or could the wife say, there's this guy on the radio station in Oklahoma City that is so sexy and it's so appealing that we're going to name our son after him?
That wouldn't go over well with me. I don't know most husbands. No.
Well, I mean, you're
not.
too close to it. You're too close to that, right?
Maybe so. Maybe I need to remove myself from the situation. I can't give you an unbiased answer.
Okay. I'm getting information that Hunter Shepard could not get last night. Definitely named after Jim.
Gotta be.
Definitely named after Jim.
Gotta be.
I don't think it was the wife's idea. It may be the husband's.
Well, he's on his way to the Bahamas today. Otherwise, he might be taking credit for that later on this afternoon.
I sent Jim text last night, and it is crazy that the Jim on the day before a vacation is a much happier Jim than just any other day. Yesterday, there was a pep in his step that I would almost have described him as delightful. Like he was very happy, and it seemed like he was even happier last night to know that there was someone out there that was, especially a young quarterback with a bright future, named after him. He was hearting things on the text thread.
Yeah, when has he ever reacted to a text like that? I've never seen that before.
Exclamation points and hearts.
Never seen that before. Never seen that. The afternoon sports beat with T-Money is what our Johnny's text line says. It's got a ring to it.
Yep. Well, I think I will try to set it up that we can get Traber Jones on with the ultimate Traber when he returns from his vacation.
Meeting of the Trabers.
Yeah.
That'd be like dividing by zero. Who knows what'll happen at that point?
Right.
Who knows what will happen? Well,
anyway, I think that is an 8-man update that you've got there.
That is a substantial 8-man update. I appreciate that. Here's where I want to start, guys. I want to get your picks in these conference championship games this weekend. And I know we need to make some betting picks today, and so this might spoil that a little bit. But who you guys got in the Big Ten, Ohio State or Indiana?
Well, the Big Ten is one that First off, I'm as interested in this. I told Mark this earlier today. I'm as interested in this game as any game this weekend, and not because of consequences, because both these teams, I can't imagine a scenario where either one of these teams loses and doesn't get into the playoff. But because I don't think Ohio State has really been tested this year. Michigan last weekend on the road at Michigan was a good win for them, but their schedule has not really shown me anything. I'm so excited to see them play Indiana, who I think is a better team than they were last year. So I'm going to pick Indiana, but it's strictly an emotional pick. I'm just rooting for Indiana. I have no way of knowing because I don't think we know enough about Ohio State. I know all the prognosticators say they're the best team in the country. They're the best team that money can buy. But I'm really interested in this game just because I think it's the first true challenge that we're going to see for Ohio State.
Okay, I don't have any idea in this game. I really don't. I mean, my Ohio State, I do think people are crowning them. I mean, I hear a lot of ESPN morning radio this morning. Ohio State, just so much better. They're clearly the number one team in the country, all of this kind of stuff. I don't think that they've proven that by any stretch of the imagination. And look at a team that has proven something. It's Indiana. I mean, Indiana's got 3 good road wins. They went to Penn State and won the whiteout game. That's tough. Penn State still has a good roster. They went to Iowa and won, and they went to Oregon and won. Those are all really good wins. And they bleep out of everybody this year that hasn't even been a very good team. So are they going to score a bunch of points on Ohio State's defense? I doubt it. Is Ohio State going to score a bunch of points on Indiana's defense? I also doubt it. I think that this is a pretty pedestrian offense for Ohio State that doesn't have to do a lot because their defense is so good. So this game, I will really be interested in seeing how it plays out. I don't have any idea how it goes. It's going to be really hard for me to pick. If I was going to make a pick on it, I'd pick Indiana because it just looks like it's too obvious that they've been that good. And I don't think Ohio State is the Ohio State of last year.
I do think that they are more talented, even if it's just like marginally at positions like across the field. They've got talent. Indiana, even though they've got good receivers, they got nobody near the level of Jeremiah Smith or Carnell Tate, for example. And he's had some big games in big time situations. Now Omar Cooper, big time catch at Penn State. He's got 58 catches and 11 touchdowns on the year. So those defensive backs for Ohio State, with him and the other receivers, they'll be challenged in a way that they, to Brad's point, to your point, Mark, haven't been challenged all season long. But here would be my counter argument to that. The resume is what it is, but you can't really finesse your schedule. Like, your schedule just is what it is. And so I don't want to write them off just because of who they haven't played.
I agree.
No, and that's what I'm saying. We just don't know. I think that's a fair argument to make. And again, all the experts are saying they're better than they were last year. They're more talented than they were last year. I just can't pass any sort of personal judgment on them because I don't think that they played a team capable of or at the level of Indiana. So I'm picking Indiana in this game because they're getting 4 points, and I just don't know what to expect. And part of it's emotional, too. But I agree totally with what Mark said. Indiana goes on the road and beats Oregon. I mean, they've got good wins on their resume. We know that they are a better team than they were last year. But you could convince me either way in this game, or you could absolutely convince me that I don't know what I'm talking about, because I really don't. But part of the reason I don't is because Ohio State, outside of beating Michigan at Michigan last week, has not really shown anything based on who they played that I can get a feel for.
Well, I'd be really interested to see what Indiana comes out looking like in this game. They need to be much more aggressive to start this game than they were against Ohio State last year. They were way too conservative in that game. And if there's one criticism you can have of Cignetti is that in some of these big games, and obviously they won the big one this year against Oregon, at Oregon, deserve a bunch of credit for that. But he has been sometimes a little gun shy
Todd Furman
positions.
Said basically what you just said yesterday, but he attributed it to the lack of experience of playing games at that level. And he said that Indiana is going to use the experience they gained last year and look like a different football team in the conference championship and in the playoff this year than they did last year. And I think there's merit to that discussion as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, that's last year. I mean, this Indiana team I mean, nobody thought this Indiana team was going to be anywhere near as good as last year's Indiana team, but they've proven to be as good or better. I don't think Ohio State is as good as they were last year, and certainly you would think that I totally agree. They looked like they were out of their element. They were in over their head. So wouldn't that have surfaced this year at Oregon or at Penn State?
Maybe it was a learning opportunity, and I think that's what Todd was saying, or just
that is what Todd
another
was
way
saying,
to say that would just be you've got the experience there, and now you feel more comfortable. Ohio State's played 0 top 25 offenses. They played 2 top 50 offenses. Indiana's played a top 10 offense and 2 top 50 offenses so far. On the other side of the ball, Ohio State's played 1 top 25 defense, 4 top 50 defenses. Indiana's played 2 top 10 defenses, a top 25 defense, and 2 top 50 defenses. So they are much more tested.
So while you're right about the schedule is what it is. And Ohio State played Texas, but Texas wound up being much less consistent than we thought they were going to be coming into the season. So that's not as impressive a win after the fact as it looked like at the time. But those numbers that you just gave show exactly what I'm saying about the lack of knowledge about who exactly Ohio State is this year. Is Ryan Day going to turn them up and bring them charging into the playoff and into this conference championship game? Maybe he is, but I just don't think we have enough data on this team to know that right now.
I think Arvell Reese has a big game. As a pass rusher in this one. But we will see. We will see. What about Bama in Georgia? Alabama has so much recent history of success over Georgia, and I wonder if that plays a part in this game as well.
I think Georgia's better than when they played Alabama the first time this year. I think that their defense has gotten a little bit better. I think Alabama, they're kind of a flawed team. They're not the same Alabama. They don't have an offensive line in spite of some individual talent that is capable of running the ball. And I think Georgia gets them.
This is a game I do have a strong opinion on because I agree with Mark that Alabama has got issues, and they've been able to mask those issues at times. And that was a great win for them earlier in the season against Georgia. But you give Kirby Smart another run at them after having lost to them once already. I think Georgia wins this game. I think that we've seen too many ways to get to Alabama, and I think he's going to be able to key in on that. And I think if Georgia's offense can play well at all, Georgia should be able to win this game.
I do sort of want Duke to win in the ACC, just for pure chaos purposes.
100%, just for chaotic, for anarchy purposes is exactly why I feel that way too.
But Mark, I think Virginia wins that one.
I think I'm going to pick Duke in this game.
Love it.
Mark had a great theory about this game with me earlier today. Talk about the implication for the playoff if Duke were to win this game, Mark.
All right, the committee's sneaky, and the committee tries to do things, and the committee gets caught because they really don't have a great explanation. If you're watching Pluribus, the committee is like the hive. Their brain, they can't tell the truth. You know, saying that they can't lie to you, but they really can't tell you the truth. They're going to try to talk their way around things. I had a sneaky suspicion that if Duke wins and, say, BYU loses, that then the committee has finally got Notre Dame and Miami on a line right next to each other. And, oh, by the way, we don't have an ACC team in the college football playoff, so Miami somehow jumps Notre Dame in a week in which neither one of them played because of head-to-head.
Hunter Yurchek mentioned that last week. I think he was dropping some breadcrumbs. I'm with you.
I know he did. That should be alarming to the Notre Dame fans. I don't get, like, if the criteria is one team is 10 and one team is 12, and now all of a sudden everything changes when one team is 10 and the other team is 11. But just don't be too surprised if things kind of go the way that they're supposed to go this weekend, that Miami shows up in Norman on the 19th or 20th instead of Notre Dame.
I think you would take that, though, any day of the week. It's ridiculous, and I understand tiebreakers being what they are, but 7-5 Duke over a 10-2 Miami in the ACC title game.
Yeah.
The conference.
And here's one of the things, like I know we got to get to a break, and I got a 3-pronged plan to try to eliminate some of these situations that should give me status as like a deputy commissioner of the ACC. They should make me that this afternoon. No question.
The ACC screwed this up completely, and I don't know what your plan is, but I think whatever it is, it's going to be right because it's going to be better than what they had. But that conference has better teams. That conference was actually up this year, more competitive than they were in the past, and because of the way they laid out the tiebreakers, they put themselves in the spot where they've got Virginia against Duke for the right to go to the playoff. And I think it's completely the fault of the conference. So they have no one to blame but themselves for the predicament they find themselves in.
Well, I do want to hear about that. So let's do this. Mark, tell me about Chop Supply, and then we'll get to your three-pronged plan.
OU football fans know when the season gets colder, the energy only gets louder. Make sure your setup never powers down with Chop Supply's reliable inverters and generators. The 2,000-watt inverter and the 3,600-watt generator are priced to move and built to keep your tailgate shop or weekend projects running without a hitch. So stay powered on, stay game day ready, and keep the momentum going with Chop Supply.
And you can be treated.
West Reno.
You can be treated just like a king with Brad Copeland at Hook and Reel.
Treated like a king, not like a king crab. Just let's make that clear. Come have lunch with us at Hook and Reel. They have king crab. They have mussels. They have shrimp. They have head-on shrimp, head-off shrimp, oysters, any kind of seafood that you want. Come have lunch with us and get a great meal. Lunch specials. Choose any of the dishes, boils, baskets, po' boys, and rolls. $10.99 for your lunch Monday through Friday from 11 until 4. They have a great birthday celebration that you get a free boil on your birthday if you come in with your ID, and they do a great happy hour almost every day of the week as well. Monday through Thursday from 2 to 7, and Friday and Saturday from 8 to close with food and drink specials. And come join us. The weather is just about perfect for a great big seafood boil or a bisque or something like that for lunch today at Hook and Reel at I-40 in MacArthur.
All right, quick timeout so we can pin that deputy star onto Mark Rogers' vest. This is The Sports Animal.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. It's a critical showdown in the AFC South.
Pierce comes up with it. It's a touchdown.
Both the Jags and Colts are 8-4 and tied for the top of the division, and they go head-to-head in Jacksonville.
Coverage begins Sunday at 11 a.m. Kickoff at noon on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by Super Sure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
Oklahoma, this December, forget decking the halls because David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge is decking the deals during their used car holiday sale, where you'll find a ho lot of savings. Right now, $29 down puts you in the driver's seat with payments starting at just $99 a month and no payments for six months. We're stacked with inventory, trade-ins, auction cars, lease returns, all makes, all models, all price to move with up to 70% off the original MSRP. 70% off at David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, and tank, tax, and title included. Yes, included. Don't prejudge your credit. We've got banks on hand right now to get you approved and on the road today. Apply online at davidstanleydodge.com. It's the used car holiday sale. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, across from Tinker in Midwest City.
Stock number M390116. 29 down, 99 a month for 72 months at 6.9% APR. WAC. Stock number U389373. Original MSRP 35260. Sale price $10,578. No payments for 6 months with Dash Financial.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, South Side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Make the holidays brighter with a new vehicle from Bob Howard Auto Group. Whether it's comfort, safety, or style, find the perfect match for every journey. Celebrate the season with great offers at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Not available in all states. Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a mere fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-474-1811. 800-474-1811. That's 800-474-1811.
Playoff picture heating up in the NFL. Listen to Football Sunday live from ESPN Radio this Sunday as the Colts take on the Jaguars. Big one in the AFC South. Coverage beginning at 11 o'clock. Kickoff at noon on ESPN 640 and 98.1 FM. Also on the sportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
Thanks for hanging with us on this Friday. Not quite the same feel, Mark, as going on vacation, but I do feel a little different on these Friday shows. Almost like going on vacation light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand.
There's an energy to it. Feels different.
I try to carry the same amount of energy through the week, but sometimes it's it's impossible.
Oh, we're human. We're human. Mark's out of Chapel Supply. Brad is out at Hook and Reel. All right, Deputy Mark, tell us how to fix this mess.
All right, first thing you do is you cancel the conference championship games. We just do away with them. You don't have them. I mean, so that becomes pretty simple. That you just designate a regular season champion. It's not perfect because you have a round-robin schedule. And then let's turn these games into mini playoffs. People are going to tune in. They understand. They know if something's on the line. It gives you a chance to win your way into the playoff. Vanderbilt got a chance to win their way into the SEC playoffs. People will be tuning in all over the place to see Diego Pavia try to upset some teams and get Vanderbilt into the playoff. 2. 1, the first criteria of breaking a tie should be head-to-head. If you got a 3-way tie and one team's beating the other teams 2 times, then they are propelled. But the second way, you don't go into all of these metrics about, well, Team A beat the top team in the league, and they've got a comparative record of this and all that. That's a bunch of garbage. Take the highest-ranked team if you want to get a team into the playoff. It's simple. It's really simple. If you would have said all the ACC, the 2-loss teams in the league, we're going to put the tiebreaker is just going to be the highest-ranked team in the standings, then boom, Miami's in.
You're going off of college football playoff rankings or AP poll, or does it matter?
I don't care what ranking you go off of. You go off of that one. I mean, because Miami is a really good team, I think, and they've lost a couple of games in the ACC that they probably shouldn't have, but they'd be in the ACC championship game, and you'd give your highest-ranked team a chance to get into the playoff, not a team that's lost all its non-conference games to be passed by James Madison.
What about the other side of that argument, though, that if you're a team that's maybe not as, you don't have as sexy a symbol on the side of your helmet and you beat a Miami team, aren't you being punished because you're not Miami even though you beat them?
Well, if it's a head-to-head thing, then that would take care of that, right? If you beat them head-to-head and that's a tiebreaker, then that's
yeah, that's true. That's true. He did say that was the first tiebreaker. Okay, that's fair.
But if they don't play each other, then that could be a sticky
deputy
wicket.
commissioner, I don't give a rip about your team. I only care about the team that's going to potentially rep our conference that's highly rated, other than the teams that aren't rated that lose a bunch of games.
But the rankings are there's going to be an element of a popularity contest in that, because we all know, especially early in the season. Now, I like that they don't start the playoff rankings until much later into the season. But those early season rankings are almost strictly based on who you are and what you've done in the past, and that's just not relevant to the coming year, really.
That would give some importance to some of these early rankings, too, that we say don't matter, but do sort of set the stage, ultimately end up not mattering as much. It's not perfect, Brad, but
Duke is not getting in any kind of early ranking, late ranking, or whatever with 5 losses. So, I mean, the early season rankings adjust themselves, in my opinion.
Yeah, for this scenario, that's irrelevant. So, I will say this: there's no perfect solution, but it's better than taking the combined win percentage of conference opponents, which was the tiebreaker that they ended up settling on.
Soliloquy on that yesterday, Matt, that I fully am on board with that I don't think that we should make the perfect be the enemy of the good, that any move in the right direction that can then be fixed again in the future, I think is for the better. And if it's going to make the overall thing better, then I'm all for it. I don't think it has to be a perfect system to mean that it couldn't be implemented and worked forward from. So I'm fully on board with that. I got no problem with it.
And you answered my biggest question would have been like, hey, what about the revenue from the conference championship games? Because I think that is the biggest reason those still exist, Mark.
Mark, how far from the proposal that the Big Ten had put forward with 24 teams, where you essentially have that kind of situation going into conferences, how far is the image of what you just presented from that?
Not far. I mean, and I think that the revenue from the conference championship games could be similar to that if you had a doubleheader of a 3 versus 6 and a 4 versus 5 in those conferences to give you the 4 automatic bids.
No, I think that's completely right. I mean, arguably, I would say that the number one team based on the regular season in a conference would be the one that's going to win the conference, and then you'd have numbers 2 through whatever would be playing against each other, trying to earn that right to move forward into the playoff.
3 through 6, in my opinion, I think.
Hey, Brad, I heard you
wouldn't make number 2 play?
No, I wouldn't. I'd give the top 2. I mean, that's like it's basically okay. Here you're would have qualified for the championship game, so you're getting the pass in. And then you got 2
I don't know. I think if you're
automatic bids.
I think if you're Alabama this year, I'm going to make you prove yourself and not just pass you on through, even though you're the second-ranked team in the conference. I'm sorry, Matt. What were you saying? You heard me say what?
Well, I was also vetting some breaking news here, which we can pass along in a second. But you had a really good analogy the other day about like renovating a house, and as soon as you think you fixed one issue, you create more issues. That's exactly what the ACC did by eliminating divisions. They wanted to improve the competitive balance of that league and let teams be visited by teams that they wouldn't ordinarily be visited in, and so the biggest culprit is that in all of this, eliminating the divisions, because it is not made it. It's put them in this situation of having to argue that a 5-loss conference champion could be included in the college football playoff, which is not optimal. Okay, let me get to this, which is way more important. Breaking news here: Pete Nikos is reporting from On 3 that Penn State's working to finalize a deal to hire Matt Campbell away from Iowa State.
Wow. We had that rumor yesterday, but the speculation was that Iowa State would just pony up and increase his salary and give him an extension and hang on to him. That's going to be shocking. That is bad news if you're an Iowa State fan.
Who the hell is running Penn State? I mean, what is going on there? They fired their coach 2 months ago. Okay, one of the reasons to fire your coach 2 months ago is to conduct an up-and-up coaching search. You can have agents talk to guys on the down low, but, I mean, at least you're not, doing that behind a current head coach's back. I mean, Matt Campbell was more than good enough for Penn State 2 months ago. They just signed a recruiting class with 2 people in it. That has to be the lowest rated recruiting class in the history of recruiting classes. I mean, I don't even think that you have to be a recruiting expert to say we have 2 people in this incoming class. I think that Matt Campbell's certainly taking this job over very low, but the administration at Penn State has absolutely wrecked this program in the short term.
Yeah, there's a simple answer to your question, and that is everybody that they wanted turned them down. Nobody wanted to go into that situation, which I think you're right. I think there's an opportunity for you to buy low on Penn State. If you're a coach that knows what you're doing, you could go in there and resurrect that thing and become a hero. But I think everybody they wanted progressively either turned them down and or got an extension and a raise in their current job that they decided was a better job. And I wonder if you're Matt Campbell, how do you feel if you were the 4th woman that was asked to dance from this guy?
I mean, that's a good question, but you've had 2 months to suss this out. I mean, you can feel out Kalani Sitake in October and say...
Oh, I don't think they were feeling him out in October, though. I think they didn't feel him out until they got turned down a couple of other times.
What are they doing?
He wasn't their first... You're telling me their first best option was to poach the Mormon football coach from the Mormon school that has a bunch of money mostly from Mormon... That was never going to be an approach that worked. So that tells me that he was down the list.
He may have been down the list, but can't you figure out where you are on the list? You know what I'm saying?
Mike Elko.
You've got to figure out where you are on that list before you get to the point where the time to hire a football coach is after the final game of the regular season. We saw how quick everyone moved. Penn State did not move. I don't know what they were waiting to this late in the game to go through potential candidates.
Well, I really don't think that they were waiting. I think they struck out on all these guys. I think these guys leveraged this into pay raises, and it's crazy that happened.
Sorry, Matt. I'm going to echo something I said earlier in the week, and that is this is all the more reason that Oklahoma State locking down Morris when they did was a stroke of genius for them, because a guy like that would have been all of a sudden you're looking at a guy like a North Texas coach if you're Penn State, because that's where they were. I mean, listen, if they get Matt Campbell, I think that's a great hire for them. I think he can go in there and fix that situation. I just think it's weird, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Mark, because I think you're right on. They should have had a better plan of action going into the thing than what they did to let it get to the point where they're 4th person down on the list trying to get them to move to Penn State.
Well, the way this happens is I'm Penn State. I got a search committee hired. Everybody's got a search committee. Everybody's got people that go out and do things like this that act as a middleman. You identify 10 candidates, and then you identify what the potential salary is going to be and what the potential interest is out there. And one of those 10 candidates is probably going to say, yeah, I'm really, really interested, but we got to wait until this. And so you judge the interest based on that. I mean, there's a skill to this, and clearly Penn State doesn't have it. They got a really good football program with a lot of resources and a big fan base and all this kind of stuff. They completely screw this up. If I'm the president of that university, if I'm not firing myself, I'm firing the AD. I mean, that is unacceptable the way this went down. You got to operate and do it better than that, because they've got – it's not like they're a mid-major looking for a coach.
It's not.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you've got to identify through that process. If we're going to get to our 4th and 5th candidate, we need to know by the time that we're ready to hire, which is the last week in November, who's on that list that's serious about coming here. And Matt Campbell should have certainly been on a list of 10 guys. I think he's that good a coach.
What's the possibility that they felt confident that they could get Kurt Cignetti?
I think that's what it was. They thought would not get that far down the line.
When they blew it up in the season, they think, okay, we'll get this guy because they're going to reach their pinnacle for the season, and then we're going to be able to get him. And they kept winning and winning, and all of a sudden Indiana says, you know what, we'll find the money to keep this guy around. And so they had an unrealistic, they were, what's the line? They were over-kicking their coverage in terms of the girl that they were going to ask out.
That was 5 weeks ago.
I understand that.
I think we're all saying the same thing, is that they bungled the search in an epic way.
I guess what I'm saying, though, is it's a really bad look for Penn State. But if you got a list of 10 girls you want to ask to the dance and all of them have already been asked or make other plans, I mean, maybe you should have had a better plan in the first place. Maybe that's what you're arguing. But if guys turn you down and get extensions and leverage extensions out of that, there's nothing you can do about that. If they don't want to come coach for you and stay where they are, they're going to leverage you. But maybe Pat Kraft did mess all this up by firing Jim Franklin in the first place. Maybe he shouldn't have made that move in the first place.
The biggest surprise out of the whole thing is that is one of the legendary programs of college football. That's the level that it's at, is that they got 4 or 5 people down the list before they were able to hire a coach. Like, there was a time that Penn State you wouldn't have passed on the opportunity to go to Penn State.
Yeah, maybe that's the story here, is that it's been knocked down to the point where these guys are, Signetti's like, I'm going to stay at Indiana instead. Like, maybe that's that rule is like, I'm going to stay at Nebraska instead. Sataki at BYU, same thing. Pretty crazy. Okay, when we return, guys, 3 things that we need to get to. The story of Legend Bay, the story of Bodacious Ignatius, and butt breathing. I will explain what I mean when we return here on 98.1 FM, WWLS, Sports Animal.
That's a tease.
This is your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass, sponsored by
Boomerang Diner.
Now here's Gideon Hamilton on WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The Oklahoma City Thunder return home tonight when they play Dallas. Jalen Williams on the challenges of his first week back from injury.
Yeah, that's an adjustment. Trying to adjust to the physicality was a little different, and then a lot of it was just rhythm. Trying not to do too much, but still find the spots where I was comfortable.
It's Thunder versus Mavericks tonight. Tip-off at 8:30.
This has been your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass on your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Give the gift of home this holiday season. At OKC Habitat, we believe everyone deserves a safe, stable home. Our mission has helped over 1,000 families achieve affordable home ownership since 1997. But we couldn't do it alone. Help us fulfill the promise of Cornerstone Creek, where an eventual 450 families will own homes. Every dollar builds strength and stability right here in Central Oklahoma. Donate now at cohfh.org.
We're in the stretch run of 2025. Hi, Oklahoma. It's John Johnson. Seems we were just into the new year, and now here's December. It's been a good one. Lots to be thankful for, but I'm sure you're like me. There's always that something left you'd like to do. What if one thing was a new Ram 1500 from Johnson's of Kingfisher? Why not close this one out with one of our Ram 1500s? During the wrap-up the year sales event now at johnsonsofkingfisher.com.
Choose from our great selection of Ram 1500 Tradesman, Bighorn, and Laramie crew cabs, and I'll make sure Dad puts a bow on it. Hi, it's Jeff Johnson. Start the new year off right, driving the strongest and most technologically advanced Ram ever. Current Ram owners, schedule your next cold weather maintenance with a service department that you'll find in a place like Kingfisher. Happy holidays to you and yours from Johnson's of Kingfisher, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. Same name, same family since 1927.
The air we breathe shapes our health, even if we don't know it. But for many of us, the air we breathe is seriously hurting our health. 1 in 5 kids still lives with the dangerous effects of secondhand smoke, causing missed school from bronchitis, pneumonia, and even asthma attacks. But it doesn't have to be this way. Visit tobaccostopswithme.com to learn more about the dangers of secondhand smoke and how to protect the air we all breathe.
Twisted knee, sore shoulder, hurt today? Get treated today at Ortho Plus. Why waste hours and big money at the ER when you can see orthopedic specialists fast for a fraction of the cost? Our providers are experts in injuries and pain. No endless referrals, no long waits, just accurate diagnosis, real treatment, and relief you can count on. Walk-ins are always welcome, or visit orthoplusclinic.com. Ortho Plus, orthopedic care without the wait.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Eastern, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Class and Grill and Class and Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
Come to Mathis Home today and save during the holiday savings event. They have all the latest styles with hundreds of sofas starting at just $299. Get your home ready for the holidays with the latest dining sets at the lowest prices ever. And we're the only place with top name recliners starting at just $199. Plus, the Mathis Home gift department is now open with something for everyone on your list at incredible savings. For the best style, selection, and value, come to the holiday savings event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
Make the holidays brighter with a new vehicle from Bob Howard Auto Group. Whether it's comfort, safety, or style, find the perfect match for every journey. Celebrate the season with great offers at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
Oklahoma men's basketball is turning up the relentless intensity at the Lloyd Noble Center all season long. Led by the nation's 6th best transfer class, the Sooners will host 9 teams from last year's NCAA tournament, including 5 Sweet 16 participants and the defending national champion Florida Gators. Every possession counts, every voice matters, and every win drives momentum toward March as the Sooners look to build upon last year's NCAA tournament appearance. Reserve your seats now at Soonersports.com/tickets.
Fix it fast and save the day. Triple Play.
Hey, click on thesportsanimal.com or tap into the Sports Animal app, where you can always stream the Sports Animal, catch up on WWLS podcasts, score WWLS events, live play-by-play schedules, Thunder news and information, and a whole lot more. It's all live right now at thesportsanimal.com and on the Sports Animal app.
Restoration Dental.
Proud sponsors of WWLS, The Sports Animal, your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station.
Welcome back to The Drive. Mark is out at Chop Supply. Brad is out at Hook and Reel. Drew Barrymore has been joined by a sleeping dog on the couch. I like that addition. Tongue is out and all. There is a woman with which she is like 6 inches away from her face who she is speaking to. That is a very uncomfortable distance with which to speak to somebody in. So that is going on. Here in studio today on the Sports Animal. All right, the tease I gave you probably had you wondering where the heck the segment is going, and I wish I even knew the answer to that. But we'll start here with Legend Bay. Are you guys familiar with the name Legend Bay? B-E-Y, not B-A-E.
I am not.
So,
negative.
He is a player who was a part of National Signing Day. He is a 4-star athlete out of Forney, Texas.
Is he related to Darius Bay?
Hayward Bay, yeah, it could be on some level. Got drafted by the Raiders way too high because of his speed. But no, I don't think so. So he flipped his commitment from Tennessee to Ohio State last month and appeared set to sign his national letter of intent with Ohio State on Wednesday when early signing period began. He even participated in a signing ceremony wearing Buckeyes gear, standing in front of a table with Buckeyes logos, photos of him with Ohio State coaches up there. Then Brian Hartline departs to go coach South Florida. He's a guy who will be working closely. This kid's going to play receiver. Even then, he said he was still committed to Ohio State, spoke highly of Ryan Day, said, that's my guy. So was still on board even after his position coach left. All signs pointed to him signing with Ohio State. But then a little bit later, Tennessee tweets out that they have signed Legend Bay. And they don't do that unless they've got some paperwork, right? So what the heck happened here? Apparently, his mom was involved in this situation. Since he is still a minor, he would have had to wait until his 18th birthday, which is 3 weeks from now, to accept the signature through compliance. There was reporting that the situation between him and his mother became so intense that even the high school coaches tried to come in and intervene and diffuse the situation. So when everybody saw that on signing day with him in Ohio State gear, they figured, all good. Not so. His letter of intent went to Tennessee there. So obviously a situation where the mom got involved, and he even took to Twitter to say that, like, I want to go to Ohio State in a post that has since been deleted, and said that I'm going to be locked out of this. But my mom runs this account, basically, like saying his mom forced him to go to Tennessee. That's not a great situation.
Who was the player Who's the Oklahoma player that happened with a couple of years ago?
Well, there was some weird stuff with
Peyton Bowen
on signing day, Mark, but that wasn't the mom or anything. Or was it the mom?
I thought it was. I thought it was his family. Maybe it was his dad. But it was something family related that
he was going to go to. He was going to go to Oregon, and there was some weird stuff with the paperwork. Mark, you might remember that better than I do.
Great family. Got to play golf with the Bowen brothers one day. They were really cool. By the way, they're great golfers. But it was a circus. Just let me tell you, that was a difficult one, I think, to wrangle Peyton Bowen.
I think that kid's going to end up going to Ohio State. Obviously, when he turns 18, we'll be able to make the decision. But he was unhappy with the decision to sign to Tennessee, and he would seek a path to be released from Tennessee and end up at Ohio State. I hate a helicopter parent, man. That drives me crazy. Let's move on here in the interest of time. A great article from Mark Schlabach on ESPN. I can't believe I missed this detail from it about Lane Kiffin. Joe Ignatius was an Ole Miss baseball player from 92 to 96. Watched in disbelief as Kiffin and his assistants left Oxford like diplomats fleeing a foreign country. Ignatius said, I felt naive, thinking it wouldn't happen to us. Didn't have to go this way. 6 great years going your way. Thanks for what you did. But lepers don't change their spots, and I got fooled, so not what I expected. The part that stuck out to me here, though, is Ignatius says he feels worse for his son, who was an 8th grader, who grew to love the Ole Miss football team. His son's name? Bodacious. Bodacious Ignatius.
Bodacious?
We share the earth with somebody whose name is Bodacious Ignatius. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive.
Ignatius. Does the name Ignatius make you guys think of anything?
There's a saint named Ignatius, I think.
Ignatius P. Riley. That name doesn't ring a bell? Doesn't mean anything? You never read A Confederacy of Dunces?
You know what? A long time ago.
Ignatius P. Riley was I guess you could call him the protagonist.
Unlikable protagonist, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, one last thing here.
Confederation of Dunces? Who wrote that book?
Confederacy of Dunces, right? Yeah.
It's an interesting story. It's a guy, I think his name is John Kennedy Toole.
Yeah.
He wrote a book, and then he killed himself, and his mom, in cleaning out his stuff, found this manuscript, and it's become this legendary book that went on to great acclaim, but he was unknown when he was alive and struggling trying to be a writer.
I'm going to have to tell you some other time about butt breathing.
No. We got to hear about butt breathing.
No. You're going to have to tell us now.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. You guys have heard of the Nobel Prize, right? What about the Ig Nobel Prize? You heard about the Ig Nobel Prize?
Yeah, that's they consider it kind of like the, what do they call it, the Darwin Awards, where it's people that do stupid things?
Kind of, yeah. Except it's actually kind of useful. It's not like winning a Razzie, like this is actually like it's funny science that is actually like maybe useful at some point down the line. Scientists won last year's Ig Nobel Prize for discovering that, and I'm just going to read this quote verbatim, boys, for discovering that many mammals are capable of breathing through their anus.
That's what it says right here. I don't know, it might be wrong.
They've completed a first successful in-human trial testing. In-human, I think they mean that literally and figuratively, testing the safety and tolerability of enteral ventilation, a technique that gets oxygen-rich fluid pumped into the anus. So this would be for people who are like on ventilators, except versus one hole would be the other end.
Wow.
So there's a lot of work that is being done
amazing.
there. I could read you some highly scientific breakdown on this, but I don't know if that would do well.
Don't get the holes
radio.
confused. It's a bad deal.
Just in general, right?
You saw what John O'Hurley said during the dog show last week, didn't you, about the English sheepdog?
No.
They were combing through. The English sheepdog is the one that's just a big, giant
fluff ball. Yeah.
Hair down in its eyes. It's the dog in the Warner Brothers cartoon that, like, the sheepdog is guarding the sheep and the coyote is trying to get at the sheep, and they check in and clock in every day. Well, they're going through looking for his eyes, and John O'Hurley said, if you comb through all that fur and you only find one eye, you're on the wrong end.
And that's not the one you want to be looking at, trust me. All right, guys.
That's good.
Time to get out of here. Mark is out at Chapel Supply, West Reno, if you want to go see him. Brad Copeland is out at Hook and Reel off of I-40. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate Matt Meyer as well. Those guys will tell you more about those great places. Middle of the day show's coming up next.
Now, can you drink beer in the middle?
I don't see why not. It's Friday for somebody.
The College Football Playoff.
Scoop and score!
We got a national championship to chase.
You put in tremendous amount of work to get to this point. Give it all.
How about it?
It begins round 1 on December 19th and 20th on ESPN 640 AM and 98.1 FM. WWLS, the sports animal.
Sponsored by Lowe's. Gifting, decorating, or treating yourself. It's Lowe's December deal drops for the win. Get up to 50% off select holiday decor. Plus, get up to 40% off select tools and accessories. Shop Lowe's December deal drops today. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Golf USA. We got pro-line clubs, hats and gloves, butters and balls, and that's not all. We got shirts, pants, and shoes for your feet at a price nobody in town will beat. We can help you swing if it's a little bit strange with a trip to our indoor driving range. If it's golf, we got it, so come get it. Have a happy holiday. Come to Golf USA.
The Thoroughbred season at Remington Park is in the home stretch with extra racing in December for more winning action. Wednesday through Saturday. Watch, wager, and win starting at 6 p.m. nightly. Be part of the winning crowd on Saturday, December 20th as the season wraps with the Springboard Mile, a Kentucky Derby qualifying event. Racing begins at 5 p.m. on Springboard Mile night, Saturday, December 20th. The jackpot play is always happening in the casino just in time for more holiday cheer. Visit RemingtonPark.com for more information. Let your heart race Wednesday through Saturday in December at Remington Park.
It's the wrap-up the year sales event at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of Norman with America's best-in-class full-size truck 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Take up to $15,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 Laramis in stock right now. And always straightforward internet pricing with no special add-on surprises at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. Landers CDJRNorman.com. Ram Laramie stock number TN169764. At Oklahoma Ag Credit, we're not just another lender. We're a cooperative. And that means when you borrow with us, you're also an owner. And ownership comes with rewards, like receiving a cash patronage check that puts money back in your pocket. We've been serving rural Oklahoma for generations, helping farmers, ranchers, and families build the future they've dreamed of. Call 405-938-1700 or visit okagcredit.com to learn more. Oklahoma Ag Credit, financing rooted in community. Equal housing lender, NMLS ID 809962.
The elite always work to get better. And at SSM Health Bone and Joint Hospital, we dedicate ourselves to being the best orthopedic surgeons in the country, committed to helping you, no matter the injury or where you are across Oklahoma. Visit ssmhealth.com/OSOI to learn more. At SSM Health Bone and Joint Hospital and OSOI, our goal is to make sure you receive exceptional care. And for that reason, Saints march on.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-894-9190 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-894-9190. That's 800-894-9190. What do you have to lose? Call 800-894-9190. Again, 800-894-9190.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Eastern, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Class and Grill and Class and Circle, or Shannon's S&B Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at the Sports Animal.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
This hour of The Sports Animal is sponsored by Fenceworks.
These two guys have Oklahoma roots planted deep.
Oh, is this a new one? I thought it was a rerun. Okay, here we go.
One from the plains of Kay County, and the other is straight out of the backwoods of McCurtain County. Get ready for the latest sports takes, plus a view inside the world of music, food, and pop culture.
We'll begin at this point.
The Middle of the Day Show with Mark Rogers and Brad Copeland, now on 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal.
Middle of the Day Show on a Friday. Mark, Brad, Sam hanging out with you until 2 p.m. today. Thank goodness the Arctic blast looks like it's gone. I can tolerate the cold weather when the sun is out. Makes it a little bit warmer.
Well, we're going to be in the 50s through the weekend, too, so it's going to be a decent weekend. Hey, was I the only one that was driven absolutely off the rails by Kirk Herbstreit every time he mentioned Brian Schottenheimer, just calling him Shotty?
I noticed that, too.
Oh. Okay, dude,
like
we
it?
get it. He's your boy. It's fine once or twice, but I mean, literally, every time he referred to him, it was Shotty.
Brad, you probably know this. What does Heimer mean in German?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you?
It's got to mean there's a lot of Heimers Heimer on the end of names in Germany, right? So it has to have a meaning.
I've always heard, don't be a Weisenheimer. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. Get my Google Translate here and see if we can figure that out.
A friend of mine that I call Shotty, named Schotten, every once in a while.
Ruler of the home.
Overuse it. There you go. That's pretty cool.
Bright, illustrious home.
I don't really want to think that many things annoying about Kirk Herbstreit, and I'm sorry, I know. I mean, just don't hate me, but I thought that Dave Portnoy summed it up best when he said that sometimes Kirk Herbstreit acts like he's the only one in the world that has a dog. Like, right? I mean, you're going to take your dog everywhere. Why can't we take our dog everywhere? I mean, it's okay. I understand. I mean, everybody has things they're dealing with, so I'm not that upset about it, but it does come across to me as a little much. A little much.
It's a little thirsty, for sure.
Well, I've seen that dog in person like 3 times this year. Noun Hotel, Norman, guy at the when everyone else in Knoxville was trying to navigate their way through terrible traffic to get off campus, Peter Herbstreit was riding in a black car in the front seat.
Does Peter have a nanny or a manny?
Yes, he does. Yes.
Then why is he in the booth the whole time?
People that take care of him. So anyway, let's talk about the Cowboys last night. Their run comes to an end. The Lions, in spite of having injuries on both sides of the ball in the offensive line and the secondary, bounce back to play really well. I just think this is the NFL. This is what the NFL is. You can't make rash judgments based on a week. Here or there was a great situation for the Lions. Their backs were against the absolute wall. They were a really good team last year. They've got some dudes on that team. Jahmyr Gibbs is one. Amon-Ra St. Brown is another. Quarterback's pretty good. Aiden Hutchinson. They got a pass rush. And so the Lions win. And the Cowboys' sins of the beginning of the season are going to come back and haunt them and prevent them from being in the playoffs. I think even if Dallas goes to 10-6-1, they're going to be out. They're at 6 teams here, 7 if you include Seattle, that all they have to do is basically win 2 games, and that's going to put the Cowboys out of the playoffs.
Well, isn't
Bears
some of this
have to win
going
2 games? 49ers, two games to finish with a better record than Dallas can finish if they win all 4 of the rest of their games.
Isn't some of this going to depend on Philadelphia also, though?
I don't
Not
think
really.
the Eagles are going to lose out.
If the Eagles win 3 games, they clinch the division, even if Dallas doesn't lose.
And the Eagles they got one gimme, right? They got...
Yeah, the Eagles coming up, they have the Chargers this week against Justin Herbert, who just had surgery, and then they have the Raiders. That's a gimme. The Commanders...
Gimme.
I mean, it's at the Commanders, but, yeah, they have the Commanders twice. And then, Buffalo at Buffalo, that's probably a loss. But you would think they would win 3 out of the next 4.
I was surprised at how well
5.
the Lions defense played last night, considering they've not been playing well. And I know that they're banged up, but they were holding Dallas to field goal. And you can count on Dallas with field goals. And they did give up a couple of touchdowns, but I mean, good Lord, when you've got the receiving core that Dallas has and Dak throwing the ball the way that he has, they could have easily given up a lot more points than that. I thought that your script writers were going to get in the mix last night, and they didn't. The Lions were able to score and put it out of touch before the game was over with.
I think that's a good point. I mean, I think Jerry is right. What he said the other day, even though it sounded kind of dumb, is that the Cowboys' best chance of getting in the playoffs, based on how good some of the other teams in the NFC have been this year, is to win the division. But I do think the Eagles are going to win 3.
Jahmyr Gibbs last night tied Barry Sanders with 47 touchdowns. That's the most touchdowns in NFL history before turning 24. Third on that list is Randy Moss at 44. So, interesting. 2 Lions running backs lead that category. But I thought that they did a nice job of getting the ball to Gibbs, but not necessarily just running it up the middle, right? I mean, we've seen that interior of that Dallas defensive line have real success against the run the last couple of weeks, and the Lions kind of came out and said, we're going to throw it to Gibbs, get him out in space, and it worked. And, man, that one play where Gibbs just absolutely broke Deron Bland's ankles, that was phenomenal.
CeeDee Lamb getting hurt really hurt the Cowboys last night, too, because he was having a really good game. And I think that's indicative of why that was such a good get for them to get George Pickens, because with that receiving core, it allows them the luxury of, okay, you're going to double this guy? Well, we got another guy just as good as him on the other side of the field. And so CeeDee going out last night really limited Dallas's chances of trying to put that thing away.
Understood. Yeah. All right. I still think I'm going to stump for the Cowboys here on the show today and say they have, with the trades that they made at the deadline, given themselves a chance to be exciting next year. There's plenty of work to do in the offseason. Plenty of work. They need to be creative with free agency. They need to probably get a break or 2 at some different positions. They need to come up with a good draft pick. But the Cowboys could be relevant next year in the NFC.
They got to come up with some money, too, because they're going to have to sign George Pickens. And
they could tag him, though.
They could tag him.
Down. They could tag him. I don't know how that affects his attitude.
I would be worried about tagging him. Yeah, that's exactly my thing. I worry about. I know he's really happy right now, and I know that wide receiver money is good. It's better than tagging a running back, but he has been a malcontent in his career, and so I'd be worried about what that does to him emotionally if you tag him.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah, I think though that they're going to have to get have to get Dak to rework some of his contract. We'll see if he wants to do that. And then I think that they can be able to potentially afford to have those luxury items on offense.
They need
because the offense got a chance to be pretty good.
They need a secondary.
Aren't they also going to have to re-sign Williams? Isn't Javonte Williams' deal a 1 year?
I think you're right. Yes, I think they are
a deal that's up this year. So that's another little bit of money they're going to have to find.
I don't mind that. I don't mind letting him go. I mean, the Cowboys have been what the Cowboys had Tony Pollard. They let him go. They had Rico Dowdle. They let him go. They had Javonte Williams. They let him go. All of them have done about the same thing in the Cowboys offense. So I feel like they could probably find a running back out there somewhere.
Williams is going to get paid somewhere. Not stupid money because he's a running back, but still.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would not pay him if I'm Dallas. I would pay, like you said,
if it's a sliding scale of who you're going to be more concerned with, I certainly would be more concerned with signing George Pickens before I would be Javonte Williams, but I think he's been really good for them this year.
We have heard from someone in the 972 that must have had some daily fantasy action on Pickens last night. He said Pickens stunk. Did you see him last night? Oh, I've seen him all year. He's a beast. He's incredible.
A lot of Cowboys fans upset with Pickens on the play where it looked like he didn't make an effort.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not going to argue against that, but I will say this in terms. I was talking to Louie here, who has Pickens on his fantasy team. I think that is echoing what I was saying about how good a pickup it was for Pickens. I think that's part of why CeeDee Lamb was having such a great night. It's because they were locking down on Pickens and leaving him with some openings. But then when CeeDee got hurt, all of a sudden that became they had less of that opportunity at the other receiver position. So, yeah, Pickens has been good. That's been a good pickup for them. He may frustrate you if you had a daily fantasy or have him on your fantasy team, but that's really, to echo what Mark said a minute ago, that's really made Dallas better and made them look like they've got the potential to be a team you're going to have to worry about in the next couple of years.
No, Dan Orlovsky had some good diagrams today on the Lions. They had good execution on defense last night of two high safeties, which were basically bracketing both CeeDee Lamb and Pickens. The Cowboys didn't react very well to that. They can do some things by putting guys on the same side of the field or do some motion and stuff like that that can change that up a little bit, or just simply run the ball or go to other players. That I think once they've seen it, they can probably help them combat that on offense.
The Lions did have that one breakdown on defense where who was it? Was it Flurney? I think it was Flurney. It was the pass down the right side where the safety came inside instead of staying outside. It looked like they should have been in cover two, but for the most part, you're right. That Lions defense did play better. Now, the Lions, their job is not finished, right? I mean, they, with that win last night, still only have a 55% chance of making the playoffs. The Cowboys dropped from 39% to make the playoffs down to 9% to make the playoffs.
Can you give me the Lions' remainder, the remainder of their schedule? I think they have the Bears twice.
Yeah, they do.
No, Bears once. It's
the Rams. It's at Rams, then Steelers at home, at Vikings, at Bears. So not easy.
I think they probably will be in. I think the Lions get to 11. 11 might put them in a tie, but I think that they'll get to 11.
And right now, the Lions are still a game behind the Niners, at least in the win category.
I think the reason why they're 50% is it looks to me like Seattle or the Rams in, right?
Correct.
I mean, so that's one wild card. Then the second wild card, if the Bears win the division, I think the Packers are going to finish ahead of the Lions because they swept them.
Right.
And then the 49ers also have 8 wins and a pretty easy schedule the rest of the way. So the Lions need to beat the Bears, and they might be a slight underdog in that game, or they could be on the outside looking in.
Now, if the Panthers win this week, they're going to have the same record as the Lions as well.
True. I don't trust the Panthers as much. The Panthers and Bucks have games against each other. If one team sweeps, that takes care of the division. If they split, there's still probably going to be one team in, one team out.
Those two teams have to play twice before the season's over.
That's what I'm saying. If one team sweeps, that takes the other out of the wild card.
Panthers have New Orleans on the road. They're home against Tampa. Then they play Seattle at home, and then they go on the road to Tampa to finish the season. So there's
Tampa's
some
getting Mike Evans
room
back
there.
this week, it sounds like.
That'll help. They got Bucky Irving back last week.
So, yeah, I mean, looking at this, the Cowboys have essentially no chance unless the Eagles just totally tank.
It is the NFL. But that's what I was saying earlier, Sam, is I know that it's a distant need, but some of their future is going to hinge on whether the Eagles maintain or not. And I think that they will. I think the Eagles are a better team than they've looked at times this season.
Yes, I agree with that. Brad, what are you having for lunch over there? Hook and reel.
I'm going with the chicken strips. I know it's weird to go to a seafood place. I'm like the kid that gets the chicken strips at the Mexican restaurant, but I'm telling you, they do it right here, and I enjoy it. Come have lunch with us. You can have a boiled deal, a basket, or a po' boy or a roll. They got mussels, shrimp, head on, head off in the boils. You got catfish, flounder, chicken tenders, wings, oysters, shrimp in the baskets, and catfish, flounder, and chicken po' boys. Or you could go with a crab meat roll. $10.99. Get your lunch Monday through Friday from 11 to 4, so you got plenty of time to get in here and have lunch with us. If you can't make it for lunch, come in for happy hour on Fridays and Saturdays. It's from 8 to close. They have food and drink specials. Great place to have a great meal at Hook and Reel at I-40 in MacArthur.
I'm here at Chapel Supply. Upgrade your shop with the Champion 7.5 horsepower, 2-stage, 80-gallon air compressor. It runs on 230 volts, 3-phase power, built for strength, durability, and nonstop performance, just like this show. Made in the USA, in stock, ready to go, and priced at just $4,500. First come, first serve for shops that need reliable air every single day. Chapel Supply, Oklahoma-owned, family-owned, 40 years right here in Oklahoma City. 6509 West Reno, 405-495-1722. One of our show contributors got a little off the rails last night. We'll talk about it next. Stay tuned.
The Big 12 Championship on ESPN Radio.
Now, the stakes get much higher.
4th-ranked Texas Tech faces 11th-ranked BYU. Both 11-1, and a trip to the college football playoff is on the line.
Watch him fly deep. He's got a wide open man. Touchdown.
4th-ranked Texas Tech faces 11th-ranked BYU.
Coverage begins Saturday at 11 a.m. on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com or the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
Oklahoma, this December, forget decking the halls because David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge is decking the deals during their used car holiday sale, where you'll find a ho lot of savings. Right now, $29 down puts you in the driver's seat with payments starting at just $99 a month and no payments for six months. We're stacked with inventory, trade-ins, auction cars, lease returns, all makes, all models, all price to move with up to 70% off the original MSRP. 70% off at David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge. And tag, tax, and title included. Yes, included. Don't prejudge your credit. We've got banks on hand right now to get you approved and on the road today. Apply online at davidstanleydodge.com. It's the used car holiday sale. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge across from Tinker in Midwest City. Stock number M390116. 29 down, 99 a month for 72 months at 6.9% APR. WAC. Stock number U389373. Original MSRP 35,260. Sale price $10,578. No payments for 6 months with Dash Financial.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, South Side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
The Metal Store is Oklahoma's premier manufacturer of metal roofing, siding, and trim. Oklahoman-owned and operated, they have excellent customer service and top-of-the-line software that will make your project seamless. They do the manufacturing in-house and always promise fast and reliable service on every job they do. The Metal Store, Oklahoma's premier manufacturer of quality metal roofing. So give them a holler at 405-348-0800. The Metal Store. It's your one-stop shop for all your metal roofing and metal building needs.
Hi, I'm Dustin, and this is Jasper.
We're with Discount Garage Door. A while back, Jasper challenged everyone to remember this number, 525-DOOR, for any garage door or operator need they might ever have. Door won't go up? 525-DOOR. Your cable's broken? 525-DOOR. Or your operator isn't working? Call 525-DOOR. Jasper and I want to thank each and every one out there that has given us a shot. We sincerely appreciate your business. And as Jasper always says, call Discount Garage Door at 525-DOOR.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to the ACC Championship game between Duke and Virginia live from ESPN Radio. Coverage begins Saturday at 7 on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder.
You think you got a sharp memory? Well, put it to the test with Memory Match in the Thunder app. Head to the Fan Zone to play for your shot at Thunder prizes. Be one of the top 10 fastest each month to win. Powered by Parrish Devon, the official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Unbelievably frustrating. Like, unbelievably frustrating. You do everything, you prepare them, you get them right there, they have the game, and they gotta bring it home. And we just didn't. You know, we get to the line 31 times, which is great. We shot 25 of 31, which is excellent, but we got to make the ones that count. So, I mean, we had a good basketball team, but we just gave that.
You know what's not good on the homepage of ESPN.com when it says Gottlieb throws chair in latest loss. In the video, if you haven't seen it by now, it's on the internet. Doug is walking off by himself, and he almost gets out of picture, and there is a there's a chair, a rolling chair there, and Doug decides that it is in his way, so he tosses the chair.
Brad, Mark and I were talking off the air. This has to be the first rolling chair toss in college basketball history.
Yeah. Bobby Knight never threw a rolling chair.
Yeah, no one's thrown a recliner before that I know of, but why would a recliner be sitting there? Why is a rolling chair in the gym? You know, roll around? I don't know. It seems like it was out of place. Maybe he was just mad that somebody had left the rolling chair in his way on the way out of the court. Man, I thought he also called his team idiots in the post-game press conference, which I thought was a bigger crime than throwing the chair.
Now, he said we played like idiots. There's a little bit of a difference there.
Yes, there is a slight difference, but I bet those guys on the team just heard we're idiots.
Probably so.
And the bad thing about this is Doug's got a much, much better team. They were playing Robert Morris last night, who has a good record, and they were up 13 with 3 minutes to go. So I can see why he's really, really upset about that. That'd have been a pretty nice win for them. I think I had a buddy of mine that wagers on games may have had a bet on that game last night because out of nowhere, unprompted, I just got a text message that Gottlieb is a bleeping idiot. And I had no idea why I was getting that text message. I did not know of what had happened last night until further investigation. So, too bad. But hey, wish him the best. I know he sounded like he was extremely frustrated last night, so hopefully the Phoenix can get some more wins.
It does seem like they're better.
Number of wins he got last year. Yeah, same number of wins he had last year. Won 4 games all last year. They're 4-6 right now.
Man, the rolling chair toss, it just doesn't hit the same. You can't toss it far enough. Things break on it.
We'll try to give him that advice the next time he comes on.
It definitely does not have the same punch that throwing either a folding chair or better yet, one of the Bobby Knight toss. I don't even know what those kind of chairs, those stacking chairs, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that you sit it in school.
Right.
Yeah, 4th grade. The 4th grade chairs. But the part about it is as a longtime media guy, he should know better, right?
Yes.
Like the commentator Gottlieb would rip the coach. Gottlieb. I think it's just hard for him to separate. I don't know, one from the other. Maybe, who knows? We have the World Cup draw going on. Sam, will you please notify me who's going to beat the United States when they announce who's in their group?
Diaz over there. Golapio. You like that?
Even with Ponch as the new coach, my expectations are low. That's the way that it should be when it comes to the United States men's soccer team. Low expectations. You might be pleasantly rewarded. Who knows?
I'm trying to find the group.
I think they're just now announcing, kind of drawing that out.
Friday, June 12th at SoFi Stadium will be their first game.
The U.S. does not want to be in a group that has a really good Tier 2 team in it, or Tier 3. That could prevent them from being in the knockout round. It doesn't matter who the number 1 team is in there. I don't think they're going to probably be better than them.
I guess we only know that the U.S. is in Group D. The other 3 teams have not been announced yet, at least according to what I'm looking at. Maybe a soccer expert could let me know.
Yeah, that's what I need to know, what the other teams are going to be in that group. Yeah, they were already assigned to that by being the host country. About a minute to go in the first quarter of the Class C state championship. Ryan 8, Medford 8. So we could be on the way to a high-scoring game there. That should be a pretty good one. Should definitely be a pretty good one.
Speaking of the soccer announcer there, you had an interesting quarterback change last night, right?
Yeah, we talked about that. Traber Jones came in for Dewar. We got to the bottom of that last hour that Traber that is named after Jim. And so we might get both Traber and his dad on the show. Should we get him on before? We got to let Jim have him on, right?
Yeah, probably so. And it's going to be a while. He's headed to the Bahamas today or tomorrow.
He is headed to the Bahamas yesterday.
But yes, so he came in and won the game?
He came in and, he came in and helped win the game. It was a defensive battle, man. It was a lot of hard hitting. A lot of guys got hurt. I mean, it was a physical game. But it was a good one. 14-6, Dewar over Laverne.
We had a guy call in yesterday, said his son played for Sealing, who won. You had that game, right?
I did. Yeah, I did. That was a dominating performance from Sealing. They were really good. I mean, they executed on all phases of the game very, very well and beat a good team that was undefeated 60-12. That was a butt kicking.
How warm was the press box? I was thinking about you yesterday when we were doing the show because it was significantly colder yesterday than it is today.
Just a slight crack in the window. Just a slight crack there. But it was tolerable. I mean, it was pretty warm in the press box. I can handle it in there. I dressed warm in case it got cold in there.
David on the text line says, I went to high school with Traber Jones' mom.
Yeah, no,
Wonderful person.
I know Traber's dad. That's how we're getting him on the show. So that's a pretty cool deal.
Dale on the text line wants you to tell him about Jones and Marlowe.
Jones and Marlowe should be a very good game. Two successful teams all season long. Matt Weber, the coach at Marlowe, his son has been the quarterback this year but got hurt. So they've moved their best athlete on the team to the quarterback position, who's going to Oklahoma State to play baseball, which is a really, really good football player on both sides of the ball. I'm going to go with Jones in a close one there. Asen Hansen, Jones quarterback, son of Dusty Hansen. Justice Hansen, his older brother. A good quarterback. So two good programs. Should be a really good game tonight. You guys have got to debrief me before we do our picks today at 1 o'clock. Did Todd have any strong opinions?
Yeah, he did
this week.
I got all of them here.
I meant to listen to the podcast today, and I was unable to work that into my schedule.
It's all good. Tulane plus 3. It's 2.5 right now, but if it goes to 3, he said he likes Tulane. I asked him about UNLV since he's out in Vegas. He said he likes UNLV plus 5. That game just went to 5.5, so I'm sure he likes the running Rebs. He said he also likes the under 58.5 in that game. Said he likes Texas Tech minus the 12.5. Todd said BYU team total under 17.5 in that game. He said he likes Indiana plus the 4. He likes the Bengals plus 6, and he likes the Texans Chiefs under 41.5.
Boy, that 12.
Any of these conference championship games? I mean, you guys, can you rank them? Do you care on any of them? That is it.
Am I ranking in regards
Saturday.
to how good the game is, or what my interest level in them is?
Like last week, Friday and Saturday, I felt like I got to be in front of the television watching these games. Alabama, Auburn, Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Those are games I was really, really interested in. None of them turned out the way that I thought that they would. But this weekend, I don't have as much desire to sitting there watching these championship games that I don't think is going to have a whole lot of impact on the playoff.
But there is one game that I'm very interested in, and it's Georgia-Alabama, mainly because of the implications for OU having a home game or not.
And I think that has the potential to be a good game, but I also am really interested in the Big Ten championship game just because I want to get a better feel for Ohio State, even though that has zero consequences on the playoff, or not zero, but very little consequence for the playoff because those two teams are guaranteed to be in. But I don't think that we've seen Ohio State really get tested this year, and I think that Indiana is really good this year. So I think that has the potential to be an enlightening game moving into the playoff.
Got some solid games tonight, North Texas and Tulane. I think that's going to be a really good game. Tulane, like Todd said, probably has a little bit better defense, but North Texas favored in that one.
Neither Ohio State or Indiana is dropping out of the top 4.
For sure.
That's what I feel. So, if it's a really, really good game, I guess you could get excited about them maybe potentially playing again at some point in time. But I can't, and this is, I guess, kind of going back to what we're talking about last hour, you can't convince me that Indiana isn't a really good football team. I mean, they've done everything in the world to prove it.
I'm looking at it less from what am I going to see from Indiana because they've already shown themselves to me. I'm looking at it from an Ohio State perspective, and what do I think Ohio State's chances look like going into the playoff? Because I just don't feel like we've seen enough from them.
Mark, if you like Indiana,
that's part of the reason I'm interested in it.
It should be a good sign if you like Indiana because Ohio State is the most bet team, and it's also the team with the most total tickets by money and tickets.
I think that has a lot to do with last year, and I don't think this is last year. I mean, I think everybody is expecting Ohio State to boat race Indiana. I think that's what they're expecting. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, Ohio State may win. They may cover. I mean, they've beaten everybody this year by more than 2 touchdowns. That doesn't stop me from thinking that both of them are really good. Right? I don't know. That's
What's the best defense that Indiana has played?
Is it Iowa
State?
Oregon, Iowa.
Iowa's got a good defense. That's probably it.
And what was the score in that game?
Do you know who's number 3 in the country in total defense?
Who's that?
Indiana?
Oregon.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't realize that either.
Surprised by that.
Indiana's number 4.
I thought you were trying to throw one by us. and it was going to be Indiana.
That's what I'm saying. Is any of these numbers you look at in terms of NCAA statistics, offense, third down offense, total offense, points, margin, defense, all of it, Indiana is incredibly high.
Indiana beat Iowa at 20-15.
Beating Iowa at Iowa was tough for Oregon this year. It was tough for Indiana. That's a good win. It's a good win. Not a great win. It's a good win.
I'm still not sold on Indiana, but I do think they're a good football team. I'm saying that in the respect of, do I think that they can win the national championship? I don't necessarily think that yet.
If they win on Saturday with
this
that
weekend, yes.
Yeah, if they did win on Saturday with that change of mind,
absolutely, yeah.
I think that we have a bias against them based on their logo and their past performance. I don't think it has anything to do with this year's team. You watch them, they pass the eye test all the time.
I think it's interesting that this point continues to come up, and it came up with Todd yesterday, and Todd put it in a perspective that I agree with, which is a lot of people are looking at Indiana, and you've said this too, Mark. They're looking at Indiana and saying, okay, what did Indiana do last year? And I don't think that's fair for this team this year. This is a better team this year, and I also think the experience of last year is to the benefit of everybody on that team, from Kurt Cignetti all the way down, that they go into it knowing, okay, we got to be more confident, we got to be more aggressive, we got to do things that we didn't do last year, and I think that's to their benefit. I'm not saying they're going to beat Ohio State, but I know that I know the quantity that we've got in Indiana, and I know that they are a deserving team to be there. And I know what everybody's opinion is of Ohio State, but you look at their schedule, and they just haven't, based on the way that a couple of the teams that they beat season played out, I don't feel like I know enough about Ohio State yet.
The Georgia-Alabama game doesn't do a whole lot for me because they've already played once this year. Alabama won it. I think it's probably a good test to see. I believe Georgia's improved, to see how much Georgia has improved, if they've improved enough to be able to turn the tide on Alabama. I know Alabama's got a good record. I know Alabama's beaten a bunch of teams, but when I look at that, maybe I'm comparing them to the Alabama of Nick Saban because they just don't impress me, and the numbers aren't there to back it up. That they just aren't. I mean, Alabama, total offense, they're 52. Total defense, they're 12. I think they've got good players on that side of the ball. I think they've got draftable offensive linemen. Some guys are going to go really high, but they haven't been able to run it. And they've got good receivers. I think a couple of them, they're going to go really high. But there's just something that's a little bit off with them this year. And I think that we're used to those teams being so good that they may not be quite as good this year. I mean, and I don't know how much difference there's going to be with Lane Kiffin gone and just Charlie Weiss Jr. there calling the plays. But I do think that I wouldn't have said this in the middle of the year, but I do think that Ole Miss is probably the best team in the SEC this year, and I would probably say that A&M I would take over Alabama. I don't know if I would take over Georgia. So,
I think Alabama is a flawed football team. I think we've seen them be vulnerable in places that they used to not be vulnerable under Nick Saban, and that's not passing judgment on Kellen DeBoer because I think he's a capable coach to be the Alabama coach. I just think Georgia has gotten better through the course of the year, and Alabama has been up and down. And I think that a second shot at Alabama, Kirby Smart's going to come in with a better game plan. He's going to know some of the limitations of that football team. That's a game I feel pretty confident about. I don't know if that's a tease for the picks that are coming up, but I feel pretty good about that game.
Well, I don't want any party going against you. Last week I was 0 for 3. On the head-to-head. My record has gone in the tank the last couple of weeks. Taking a strong season, and like Gottlieb said, not finishing. Having idiot players make these picks.
Brad is in the lead of the picks now, Mark. I was talking yesterday that all of our picks are pretty good. We all have a winning record, but Brad is on a hot streak to end the year, peaking at the right time.
Having 3 games opposite of each other really put me in a position to catch Mark because if I got them right and he got them wrong, I was getting double standing points on them. So that helped. I think that's just a testament to how bunched up we all are in the picks. Everybody's really close to each other.
Yeah, it's been a good year. All right, let's take a break. Brad is at Hook and Reel. enjoying a fine selection of chicken strips, which I sanction that 100%. Chicken strips are delicious. Should not, and hook and reels are the best. I'm here at Chapel Supply. We will return a little coaching news today. One more job opening in the Big 12 looks like is going to happen. We'll tell you more about that next.
It's time for a refreshing break. Sponsored by Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages. Your local Coca-Cola bottler is now hiring. Visit OpportunityFizzes.com. This is your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass. Sponsored by Boomerang Diner. Now here's Gideon Hamilton on WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The Oklahoma City Thunder return home tonight when they play Dallas. Jalen Williams on the challenges of his first week back from injury.
Yeah, that's an adjustment. Trying to adjust to the physicality was a little different, and then a lot of it was just rhythm. Trying not to do too much, but still find the spots where I was comfortable.
It's Thunder versus Mavericks tonight. Tip off at 8:30.
This has been your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass on your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station, WWLS. The Sports Animal.
It's the wrap-up the year sales event at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of Norman. With America's best-in-class full-size truck 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Take up to $12,000 off MSRP and get 2.9% financing for 72 months on select new 2026 Ram and 1500 Bighorn or Lone Star trucks in stock. And always straightforward internet pricing with no special add-on surprises at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. LandersCDJRNorman.com. Ram Bighorn stock number TN 169555. Plus finance with Stellantis Financial for 2.9% WAC.
It's football season, or what I like to call ignore the wife season.
I know. It's the same at my house. It's going to take more than a date night this time.
What if we talk the guys into taking us to Grand Casino for a couple days? They could play around at the Fire Lake Golf Course, and we could hit the Grand Spa.
Yes. And then we could eat at the Brazilian Steakhouse Flame or the Grand Food Court. But let's stay away from that Grandstand Sports Bar. They've got 20 TVs in there. Yikes.
Book your grand staycation today and keep the peace at home. The Grand Casino and Resort in Shawnee. GrandResortOK.com.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh-baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's S&B Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
This is Tony Roner of Secure Pavement. Need a parking lot or got one that's embarrassing to park on? Call Secure Pavement. We do it all from dirt to paint. We can do anything from full replacement or even slap some lipstick on a pig. Our experience dates back to the 1900s, well before the smartphone took over. Visit our website for more info, or don't. It's your own asphalt.
I need to check my Facebook.
Call Secure Pavement. We do it all from dirt to paint. Secure Pavement. Pave the world.
Vehicle wreck? You ought to get checked. Go to OKCCrash.com to schedule an initial evaluation with Dr. Martin Lopez.
Make the holidays brighter with a new vehicle from Bob Howard Auto Group. Whether it's comfort, safety, or style, find the perfect match for every journey. Celebrate the season with great offers at BobHoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
Look, Deanne, tell me what you see.
Wowzers! I see 6 different examples of the Ultimate Classic engagement rings.
And each one of these is a 1-carat freeborn diamond. Your choice, $1,490.
Wait, how much are we selling them for?
$1,490.
What? Can we do that?
It's Christmas, so couples can choose a round diamond, princess, cushion cut,
emerald cut, pear shape, or oval.
Your choice, $1,490.
You're gonna say wowzers.
Only at Michener Fair and Jewelers.
This is Mike, CEO of DSS Final Mile. We specialize in warehousing, fulfillment, and distribution services across every step of the supply chain.
I'm Caitlin, Marketing Director. In this holiday season, we're extending our commitment to the community. Our food drive for the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma runs to December 14th. DSS Final Mile will match all donations up to $10,000, doubling your impact. Find the donation link on the DSS Final Mile Facebook page. With your help, we can take this food drive the final mile for Oklahoma families.
Are you noticing cracks in your walls? Do you have sticking doors or windows? These are signs your foundation may be compromised. Since 1936, Ramjack American Leveling has been the trusted name in foundation repair, ensuring homes remain safe and sound. As a third-generation family-owned business, we pride ourselves on integrity, dependability, and unparalleled experience. Our American-made steel piles and patented repair systems provide permanent solutions backed by an industry-leading lifetime warranty. When we fix your foundation, we fix it right the first time. Don't wait for small issues to become big problems. Call Ramjack today at 405-787-9229 or visit ramjackokc.com to schedule your free evaluation. Ramjack American Leveling, a lifetime warranty from a lifetime company.
Fix it fast and save the day. Triple Play.
The holidays are here, and it's time once again for the 12 Days of Spinozzi, powered by OG&E to benefit OK City Center. Spinozzi hits the road in an OG&E EV to collect all of your donations, and amazing volunteers help wrap presents and deliver gifts in time for Christmas Day. Click on thesportsanimal.com or the Sports Animal app for all the info, plus ways you can donate to help make kids' Christmas wish list come true at OK City Center.
Secure pavement.
Proud sponsors of WWLS The Sports Animal, your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station.
Class C update, Medford 16, Ryan 8. 7:41 to go in the first half. Looks like Matt Campbell is going to be the next coach at Penn State. And you weren't listening in the first hour of the show today. In my opinion, Penn State deserves to be absolutely ripped for the process of hiring a new football coach. They were brutal. But, my opinion, as bad as the search was, they ended up with a good guy. Matt Campbell is not necessarily the hottest coach out there, but he has been loyal to staying at Iowa State, and he's done things at Iowa State that no other coach has ever done. I mean, he had them in the conference championship game last year. They just didn't win a ton of games this season. I think that he understands what his schemes are. He understands what players to look for in recruiting. And I think even at the highest level of coaching, sometimes coaches go out there and they just look at guys and have no idea how they fit, quote, a system. They just see a guy runs this or that or other things and then sign him up. And then sometimes they wonder why it didn't work. But I think Matt Campbell knows who to recruit for what they're trying to do and that 3-3-5 defense that they have. I've had conversations with him before at different media days and things about how he evaluates guys on film, and it all just really adds up to me and makes sense. So I think it's a great hire by Penn State. Just how they got to this was brutal and awful.
I am a big Kalani Sitake fan, but this is a way better fit for Penn State to me than Sitake would have been. I don't know why it got to the point that it did before they went looking at Matt Campbell, because there's so many things that make sense. Penn State, a very defensive-oriented football team. Matt Campbell from Massillon, Ohio, which is right there in that area. He's familiar with the region. He's familiar with recruiting in the region. He's been coaching at Iowa State. There's a lot of things that make so much sense. How did Sitake jump over him on the desirability list at Penn State?
Well, I mean, like, I got to keep submitting to you my argument of incompetence.
Yeah.
Running the search.
I think that's the only logical explanation for it in my mind.
But I don't think Sitake is bad. I just think that he's an unusual candidate. Yeah, I mean, he's been very successful at BYU. He's a very likable guy. He has put together teams that kind of consistently win as an underdog. He's just spent his entire life in Utah, and so you're moving him out of an area in which he's very well versed. Not his entire life, but most of his coaching life has been spent in the state of Utah. So you're taking him to an entirely different part of the country. And I like recruiting ties of guys that know coaches in a certain area. They've developed relationships, because people that have developed relationships and put in that equity of coming around different high schools and things like that. That's a huge advantage to a guy that hasn't been there before. That's coming in for the first time.
I really think, and this is another level of incompetence to your point about Penn State. I think that Penn State was arrogant. I'm convinced that Penn State was arrogant enough to think that if we offer Curt Cignetti the job, he's going to take this job. And I think they were putting their eggs in that basket, and he wound up in a better situation. And
yeah, but it's been 7 weeks since he told them no.
That.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
You
had to move
on.
I mean, they've had to move on from a lot of candidates. They needed to have a guy in place, so they didn't have a recruiting class with 2 dudes in it.
But we did see multiple coaches play them for extensions. I should put it this way.
And some of them probably weren't candidates. I don't think Eli Drinkwitz was a candidate at Penn State, because remember, Eli's agent came out before he signed that extension and said he was a candidate at LSU, Florida, and Penn State. I don't think he was a candidate at any of those schools, but his agent was able to talk Missouri into giving him an extension and a raise. Potentially, he could have been a candidate at Penn State. I think that they were late in the game and getting confirmation from somebody, because I can tell you this: I think Oklahoma State had probably told Morris that you're going to be our guy the week before they announced it, right? I mean,
yeah, and they weren't that late.
So I mean, Penn State should have done something like that. You can't wait to ask a date to the prom until the afternoon of the prom,
day before,
because they're going to be gone. You know what I'm saying? So
didn't they fire James Franklin before LSU fired Brian Kelly?
Yes. I mean, it was in the middle of October.
Right. I know
that
they were relatively close to each other.
Run coaching searches I've ever seen for a school that has as much to offer as Penn State. It was ridiculous.
Like I said before, to me, the biggest headline from this whole thing is how the prestige of the Penn State head coaching position has fallen from where it was not that long ago.
Yeah. Well, I think he got a good coach. I think it worked out for him. I think Matt Campbell, now I don't know what he's going to do with the recruiting class of 2 high school players. Probably goes out and hit the portal. I'm sure Penn State's got plenty of money to pay guys to come in there and all of that. And, I mean, again, he's won at a place where there are very little resources.
And again, I think he fits the mold of what a football coach at Penn State should be. I think he's a really good candidate. I just think it's a weird back into it sort of way that they got to him.
All right, Brad, what's going on at Hook and Reel?
Hook and Reel, serving up lunch. Get you a lunch special, $10.99 any day, Monday through Friday from 11 to 4. So you got plenty of time. If you've not taken your lunch yet, come in and join us and get a great meal. They got happy hour tonight and tomorrow night from 8 to close. They also do it on Monday through Thursday from 2 to 7. Food and drink specials. And when it's your birthday, remember Hook and Reel and come in for your free mini boil. They've got TVs throughout the restaurant. If you want to watch football this weekend, if you want to watch basketball, they got you covered with all of that. Come in, have a great meal, and enjoy your sporting events here at Hook and Reel at I-40 and MacArthur.
Francini makes a good point here. They said Penn State's got the highest paid DC in Jim Knowles. I can't see Matt Campbell going to Iowa State without Heacock, the longtime defensive coordinator. I don't know what that means for Jim Knowles, if he's going to get a buyout and then be allowed to go someplace else, or potentially Iowa State would just hire him on staff since he'd been there for a long time and been loyal. But that'd
be an interesting. Have we ever seen schools swap assets like that in regards to a portion of a buyout? I can't think of it if we have.
Knowles is an interesting guy, man. I mean, I didn't understand OU's courting of him. And not taking anything away from him, but the defense that he coordinated at Oklahoma State was like a bunch of seniors playing against 8th graders. Literally. They had 23, 24-year-olds all over that defense. I just don't know. I mean, you would think that if he's a $3 million assistant, why didn't he go to the top of somebody's list as a head coaching candidate?
Well, some of that may have to do with the fact that, and listen, I know people that knew him when he was at OSU, and they speak very highly of him. They liked him a lot.
Agreed.
But I know what the Ohio State players said about him when he left Ohio State to go to Penn State, and that was not great. So that could have something to do with it, too. If his relationships with his players were really as bad as they appeared to be after he left Ohio State, that may have given somebody cold feet that otherwise would have had an interest in him.
All right, we're going to do our picks next. We got a lot more coming up here on a Friday in the middle of the day show. Stay tuned.
The Sports Animal makes it easy for you to hear any of the shows you may have missed with WWLS podcasts at thesportsanimal.com. Listen on your time, anytime, and on any device, no matter the season. Catch up or listen again with WWLS The Sports Animals podcast, wherever you get your podcast.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayo. It's got twang.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Football's rolling, basketball's tipping off. It's the best time of the year to see every play clearly.
And if you're tired of squinting or swapping glasses, now's the time for lens replacement at Advanced Laser and Cataract Center.
Other places talk about better vision,
but only one place gets it right the first time. Our friends at Advanced Laser and Cataract Center.
If you're in your 40s or older, or you are starting to notice cataracts,
or if you're like me and you just want a permanent fix so you can see far and near without glasses, you need to go see Dr. Bilardo.
It's a life-changing decision, and right now you can get 36 months, no interest on lens replacement.
Don't wait another season. Call 405-755-7700 or visit alcok.com today.
If you want to see far
and you want to see near,
you have to come here at Advanced Laser and Cataract Center.
No at Boomer Kia. No is the word of the season at Boomer Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event, because you can get into loads of brand new Kias with no interest for up to 6 years. That's dozens of new Kias with no interest for 6 years. Not ready for payments? Boomer Kia can get you into a brand new Kia with no payments for up to 3 months with no money down. Worried about your credit? No problem. Log on to boomerkia.com. Click the pre-check button and you can get pre-approved instantly with no risk of hurting your credit. Yes, instant pre-approval with no risk of hurting your credit. So if you want a brand new Kia with 6 years, no interest, no payments for 3 months, and no money down, come see me, James Wade, at Boomer Kia, or get your no-risk pre-approval right now at boomerkia.com.
With approved credit through KFA plus tax tag license and doc fee. Interest accrues date of sale. Dealer deferred payments. Example 2026 Kia EV9. $13.89 cost per thousand. Expires 1/6/26.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. It's the holiday season, the best time of the year for sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups, playoff pushes. It's all happening at once. And while you and I are out here making decisions every day, what gifts to buy, what to eat, which game to watch, there's one place where it feels good to be right. Prize Picks. Professional basketball is going right now. Prize Picks has multiple options when it comes to more or less. Points are being scored at a high rate. We're having success with that. And now Prize Picks has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. It's more than just professional basketball, college basketball, football, all across the board on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code WWLS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code WWLS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You can win up to 2,000 times your money with Prize Picks lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Craving real Italian food that feels like a trip to Italy? Head to Papadio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar in the Village. Family owned and operated for 46 years, Papadio's has been serving Oklahoma since 1979 with imported pastas, veal, chicken, shrimp, and fresh fish from Gulfport Seafood. We also offer gluten-free, dairy-free, and vegan options so everyone finds something they love. Papadio's is open Christmas Eve this year from 3 to 7. Call 405-755-2255 today for your reservation. Shopping for the holidays? Give the gift of Papadio's with a gift card or a fun happy bag packed with pasta, sauce, salad dressing, oil and vinegar, and salt and pepper. And don't forget to order your holiday lasagna for dinner.
And it's our sweet deal of the week. Purchase a $50 gift certificate for only half price while they last Friday morning at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com. It's the sweet deal of the week with Papa Dio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar and thesportsanimal.com.
The T-Set Healthy Youth Initiative is making a difference in every corner of Oklahoma, working to prevent teen tobacco and vape use, fueling our minds and bodies through health education, and empowering the next generation of leaders. Why? Because we are the future of Oklahoma. The T-Set Healthy Youth Initiative, investing in Oklahoma. Learn more at tsethealthyyouth.com. Brought to you by the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
This hour of The Sports Animal is sponsored by Ramjack, by American Leveling.
Let me tell you who's on the program tonight, then you folks can decide whether you want to stay.
And now, another hour of the Middle of the Day Show with Mark Rogers and Brad Copeland. Now on 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Are we not human? If we peck, do we not bleed?
Well, this is where it gets real, because you got a limited number of college football games to pick from, and then you got to start going NFL. And it only goes downhill from here because we wind up with fewer and fewer college games to pick in our picks. Let's jump in. Sam, you want to give us a recap of where we stand?
Yeah, I can do that here. Right now, Brad is in the lead at 39, 31, and 4 overall, 9, 5, and 1 on his locks. Very solid. Matt Ravis has made a late push. He is in second place now at 37, 33, and 2. Overall, he is 7 and 7 on his locks. Mark has hit a little rough streak like me recently. He is now 37, 33, and 5 overall, 8, 6, and 1 on his locks, and I am bringing up the rear at 36, 34, and 3 overall, 6 and 8 on my terrible locks. So,
yeah, but
we all have winning records. Yeah,
all of us are 1 week away from each other. The person, you in last place could go to first place in 1 week, Sam. We're all that close to each other. So we don't have Oklahoma. Go ahead.
Before we start to make our picks, can I throw something in there?
Yes.
I just found out something that's blown my mind. The country of Cape Verde is in the World Cup. I have never heard of Cape Verde in my entire life.
Where is
55 years on this planet. I had no idea. Brad, you'd have won $1 million from me if you told me there was a country named Cape Verde.
I recently read something about Cape Verde. I don't know where it is. I don't know anything about it.
It is
and I probably would not have.
It's off the western coast of Africa.
I thought it was in Africa somewhere, but I wasn't certain about that, and I would not have wagered on Jeopardy to do it. But I knew that it was a country just because I had read a story that had something to do with Cape Verde recently.
Even though Verde means green.
Correct.
Their nickname are the Blue Sharks, which is pretty cool.
It makes sense. They're out in the middle of the ocean.
Cape Verde. Well, I would think the United States would need to beat Cape Verde if they were in their group, but they're not.
You would like to think that they could, for sure. Well, let's jump in and get into our picks. We don't have Oklahoma or Oklahoma State play in this weekend, so I guess we will start with our T&W Tire locks of the week. Do we have a pick from T&W?
We do. I was going to send that to you yesterday.
I think that you might have.
They like Virginia. The T&W Tire lock of the week is the Virginia Cavaliers. I don't know about that pick. This is an absolute pillow fight in the ACC.
Yeah, that is such a non-exciting conference championship game. For a conference that actually looked like it was going to be really exciting coming down to the wire, Georgia Tech winds up dropping a couple of games. Miami dropped a couple of games in the season that they shouldn't have, and we wind up with Duke against Virginia for the ACC title. Well, I have telegraphed this all day long. I'll go ahead and give you my T&W Tire lock of the week. I'm picking Georgia over Alabama. I think that a second shot, Kirby Smart has the opportunity to regroup and re-game plan against Alabama. We've seen vulnerabilities from the Crimson Tide, and we've seen Georgia get better over the course of the year. I'm taking Georgia. all the way, and that is my T&W Tire lock of the week for the week.
Very good. I'll go next.
Georgia minus 2.5, by the way, is current line.
Listen, I like Bama a lot. I'm the guy that picked Bama to win the national championship before the season, and Bama has won 3 in a row over Georgia, 10 out of the last 11 over Georgia. But it's hard to beat a team twice in one season, and Georgia has won 32 out of its last 34 games in the state of Georgia. Obviously, this championship being played in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz, and Georgia has also covered the spread in 5 of its last 6 games against top 10 ranked teams. So, even though I do like Alabama, I think the OU is going to be hosting a home game because I think Georgia wins by a field goal and covers the 2.5.
You kind of rope-a-doped us there, huh?
A little bit.
All right, my C&W Tire lock of the week is going to be Tulane. I'm going to go with the team with a better defense here. I think Eric Morris is ready to get to Oklahoma State. So I think sticking with the thing of the green cape, I'm going to go with the green wave.
Sounds like a good name for Cape Verde.
Stunned you with that pick. That was stunning. A stunning pick.
It should be the Cape Verde green wave.
Mm-hmm. Matt Ravis is locking up the Green Bay Packers against the Chicago Bears. At home, the Pack minus 6.5 over the Bears. So he's not buying the hype on the Chicago Bears.
Well, I mean, I think everybody in the world was betting against the Bears last week. So maybe this is a good week to, stay consistent with that and fade him again this week, right? Maybe last week wasn't the week to fade him. It was this week.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my next pick, and this is strictly from an emotional point of view. Like, I don't have any kind of statistics to back this up, and that's part of the logic behind it. I've said this all day long, too. I just don't know what we have in Ohio State. And I've seen Indiana play against teams that they should not have looked as. Remember what everybody was saying? They're going into Oregon. Oh, they're going to run into that buzzsaw on the road in Oregon. And they more than handled themselves there. So I don't know. Ohio State could blow them off the field. But based on what I've seen from Ohio State so far this season, I don't have the confidence that Ohio State team is that much better. So part of it is emotion. But I'm taking Indiana +4 in the Big Ten championship game.
I will go to the Mountain West Championship tonight, being played at Boise State, and Boise State is in the game going up against UNLV. UNLV is getting 5.5 points in this game. Anthony Calandrea has recorded 250-plus passing yards in 5 consecutive games, including the postseason. That's the longest streak in the FBS heading into the conference championship. Boise State is 1-3 against the spread in its last 4 games, while UNLV is 3-1 against the spread in its last 4. This game seems like a coin flip to me, so give me the underdog. I'll take the Running Rebs plus the 5.5.
Okay. Got to go to the blue turf and get it done.
Got to go on the road.
Maybe not quite as intimidating as it has been in the past. I wonder what the weather would be like tonight in Boise. I bet it's not outstanding. These picks.
You don't like my pick, huh?
No, I don't dislike it. Is that fair?
Fair enough.
I just don't have an opinion on the game. Like almost in these games, you don't have an opinion on. You almost feel like you need to take the points. But I mean, look at other than James Madison and Texas Tech, these games are all under a touchdown.
It's true.
Matt Ravis is coming back at my pick in the Ohio State-Indiana game. He's taking the Buckeyes minus the 4 in that game. So he's believing all the prognosticators saying that the Ohio State team is the best team in the country, even though I say that they've not shown it to us against anybody yet so far this year. He's got the Buckeyes.
I'm going to go with the guy that says Google me over a guy that dyes his beard. I'm taking Indiana. It's as simple as that. Give me the points. Don't think I'm going to need the points. I think Indiana's going to win this game straight up because everybody has decided this game has been played and Ohio State has won it. Sam told us all the tickets are on Ohio State. All of the money is on Ohio State. Give me Indiana. Give me the Hoosiers.
All right, I'll give you my next one, and I will preface it by saying I don't love this pick because I don't like the line. You just pointed out that most of these games are within a touchdown of each other. Texas Tech's given up a lot of points. 12.5 points they're giving up in this game against BYU. Now, they beat them more soundly than that when they played earlier in the season. But there's a lot on the line this weekend. There's a conference championship on the line. But I think Texas Tech is so good, and they're so much more complete than we've seen them be. That defense is really good. Yes, they stumbled along the way this year, and I can't explain that. But I think when it matters, they're looking for a bye. They're looking for what they're going to get by winning this game and winning the Big 12. So I'm going to lay the almost 2 touchdowns, 12.5 points. I'm laying for Texas Tech over BYU.
I like that pick. I'll go with Tech as well. At Jerry World, Tech won 29-7 in the first meeting. BYU was 3 of 14 on third down in that game. BYU also turned it over 3 times in that game as well. With Morton, I feel like this Tech offense is rolling recently. They almost had 600 yards against West Virginia last time they played. I think Tech rolls into the top 4 of the college football playoff in front of their home crowd at Jerry World. I'm assuming that there will be a huge amount of people from Lubbock in Dallas tonight or tomorrow. Excuse me.
I don't know if Matt Ravis is being contrary. I don't know if Matt Ravis is trying to get on the good side of the new Oklahoma State football coach. But Matt Ravis is taking North Texas against Tulane tonight.
It's the favorite.
Give him
tough game.
UNT minus 2.5. I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility. No doubt about it.
I'm going to get to 5 games here in a second. I'm going to have no idea what I picked. Give me Georgia over Alabama. Better team, most improved team. Alabama, not the Alabama this year that people think they are. So I'll go with Kirby Smart.
All right, I do not like picking the NFL, and I know that we're staring down the barrel of weeks when we're going to have to pick nothing but NFL games, but I do have a couple of pro games that I'm going with. This one to me, and I know the Colts have been really good all year, but watching the Colts play last week, they were really in a bad spot last week. They've got injuries on the defense. Being an underdog at home, the Jaguars, I know the Jaguars are up and down, and they're a flawed football team. But I'm going to take the Jaguars plus 1.5 against the Colts and think that the Colts are going to play more like they did last week than they've been playing most of the season this season. So that's my 4th pick.
I'll go to the NFL as well for my next pick. Give me the Dolphins minus 2.5 at the Jets. Miami has won 3 in a row over the Bills, Commanders, and Saints. The Dolphins have the Jets this week, the Steelers next week, and the Bengals the week after that. There's a chance that they could make it 6 in a row and make a serious push for the playoffs in the AFC on the bubble with teams like the Texans, Steelers, and Chiefs. But the Jets have lost each of their last 6 games following a home win. So give me the Joggers himself, McDaniel, minus 2.5.
All right, Matt Ravis sticking in the NFL, and he is taking the Las Vegas Raiders, who are hosting the Broncos. The Broncos, the current number 1 seed in the AFC, they are giving up a touchdown and a half. Matt Ravis says, give me the Raiders, give me the points.
All right, in a battle of very uppity schools that belong nowhere near a college football playoff, I'm going to say I'll be siding with the football gods that Duke beats Virginia. And if the ACC has a representative in the college football playoff, it will be Miami, who is a football school, a non-pretentious football school. So I will take Duke, and I will say that it's bigger than what's going to go on in the field.
I would love to see that shake out for if for no other reason than the potential chaos that could cause. And I want to revisit your scenario on that before the hour is through, Mark. But I applaud that pick, and I hope that you're right. My last pick, and I'm torn on this because I know the Bengals' defense is not great, but their backs are against the wall. Joe Burrow is coming back. He played healthy. The Bills' defense is banged up. Joey Bosa is out for this game. They've got a lot of players out on the Bills' side of the ball. Yeah, they're playing in front of Bills Mafia. But I am taking the Cincinnati Bengals plus 5.5 in a pretty significant AFC matchup this weekend.
My last pick. I got to do it. I'm going to go with the Eagles -2.5 at the Chargers. This is simple to me. I'm buying low with the Eagles, and Justin Herbert just had surgery this past week. And even if he does play, I think they announced that he is playing, but even if he doesn't play, I think, Trey Lance doesn't scare me at all. And so even though the Eagles don't have Jalen Carter in this game, that's not great, but I think the Eagles win this one by at least a field goal and cover the 2.5. Preston's going to be mad at me.
They didn't have to operate on his hand cannon. That's on the other hand.
I understand
Any
that.
day of the week that you walk into the Sports Animal Studio, there is a better than 50-50 chance that Sam is going to have a Philadelphia Eagles hat or at least some piece of gear on.
I got my
There is also
Super Bowl champion hoodie on right now.
There is also it might not be better than 50-50, but it's not far off. It might be 40-60. There's a pretty solid chance that Matt Ravis is going to have some Kansas City Chiefs piece of gear on of some sort.
It's true.
And so Matt Ravis is following Sam's lead. He's picking the Chiefs this weekend. That's a big game. The Chiefs' backs are against the wall. He's believing that Pat Mahomes is going to put them on his back and carry them to the promised land like he has before. Texans defense is good, but they got to go into Arrowhead and play, and they're getting 3.5 points. So he's saying, give me the Chiefs -3.5.
Preston is completely enthralled with the World Cup draw. He was not affected one bit by Sam's pick of the Eagles. Not at all.
Ask Preston how healthy Herbert's going to be.
Preston, how healthy is Herbert going to be? He's going to be good. It's going to be fine. All right, my fifth pick. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about this game. I have such little interest in this weekend's games. I don't know what to do. But we've got a matchup between James Madison and Troy. James Madison is the 4th president of the United States, and he is the founder of the Constitution of the United States. And he's going up against a dude named Troy. I don't even know who the most famous Troy is. But this is in a Thunderdome matchup, James Madison beats every Troy that's ever walked the face of this earth.
I would argue that that's an even better matchup than you built it up to be, because you have one of the founders of American democracy, James Madison, playing against a legendary swordsman, battle gladiator in Troy from the Greeks and Romans. So, I mean, that is American democracy versus
of men,
Roman
none of
democracy.
which were named Troy, that was named Troy. So it doesn't have anything to do with this, Brad.
Wait, here's the real question. Birmingham or Troy, Mark? Which
I've
one
never
are you
been to
spending
Troy.
the night in?
It's smaller. I probably choose Troy. Little Kale tells me the mount over the mountain is good. Hold on. I got to do this a very democratic way. Preston, I got 3 picks here in my mind. I need you to give me a random number between 1 and 3. 2. That's going to be BYU. I was going to have James Madison was going to be 1. BYU was going to be 2. And the under, which I don't pick totals in this, but I was going to pick a total. I was going to take under in the BYU Tech game, but I'm going to take the points and think that BYU learned a little thing when they went to Lubbock, and they'll be better on a neutral field here.
So you're not going with James Madison anymore?
No, James Madison. I had 3 picks in mind. Preston broke the tie for me just by selecting a random number. I Kreskined him.
You don't think that the city of Troy was named after some badass warrior named Troy somewhere along the way?
I think it was named after Helen of Troy. Is that possible? Or is she just one of the more famous?
Helen of Troy would have been from Troy.
What's the plural of Troys? How do you know which came
Troyses?
first, the chicken or the egg? Was it Helen or Troy?
I don't know.
Alexander
That's a
Troy,
good question.
a North Carolina attorney general.
What's the plural of Troy? Troys?
No,
I
it's
would
just
assume
Troy.
so, yeah.
If you're from the city of Troy, what do they call you?
A Trojan? Trojan.
Good.
Trojan.
Is that where Trojan came from?
It is Trojan. Yeah.
How about that?
I don't think the Trojans
All right,
are going to have
there's-
the protection to knock off James Madison.
There is our picks for the week. We're going to take a break. When we come back, I want to revisit Mark's chaos theory on this ACC thing and how that could impact the college football playoff. LeBron James' remarkable streak came to an end last night. Want to get into that a little bit. And The Athletic has a really good piece about current streaks that have been in the shadow of that streak. And there's a couple of these that are really interesting, particularly one. So we'll delve into that as we continue as well. 405-900-WWLS is the number if you want to join us on the Lucky Star line or on the Johnny Charcoal Broiler Text Nation line. We'd love to hear from you. Mark is at Chapel Supply.
OU football fans know when the season gets colder, the energy gets louder, so make sure your setup never powers down with Chapel Supply's reliable inverters and generators. They got 2,000-watt inverters here, 3,600-watt generators, priced to move, built to keep your tailgate, shop, weekend projects, all of that running without a hitch. So stay powering on, game day ready. Keep the momentum going on with Chapel Supply, the nation's leading dealer of American-made industrial cleaning supplies. Chapel supplies you.
And I am at Hook and Reel at I-40 in MacArthur. I feel like I was deceived. Part of that is my fault for not paying attention when I walked in, but I went to the restroom during the last commercial break, and I walked past the special board, and they have gumbo for a limited time at Hook and Reel. Today would have been a perfect gumbo day. So come in and get yourself a bowl of gumbo if you're so inclined. If not, they've got all kinds of great lunch specials that you could have. $10.99 will get you a great lunch deal any day of the week, Monday through Friday from 11 to 4. They have happy hour tonight from 8 to close, food and drink specials. So if you're looking for a great place for seafood, Hook and Reel, I-40 and MacArthur. It is a Friday, middle of the day show, and we'll continue after this on 98.1 The Sports Animal and thesportsanimal.com.
The ACC Championship on ESPN Radio. The magic continues. 10-2 and ranked 17th in the nation. Virginia faces 7-5 Duke. With a win, Virginia is heading to the playoff. If Duke wins, here comes the chaos.
3 in for 20. He's into the end zone. Touchdown.
Number 17, Virginia. Duke.
Coverage begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com or the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by Dell Technologies. It's time for Cyber Monday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on gift-worthy accessories and select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Everyone loves to be right. On Prize Picks, it's good to be right. And let me tell you how I was right yesterday. And this is why Prize Picks is really cool. So I put together a little lineup last night, and I've got a discount. Anthony Edwards, more than a half a point. That's pretty easy, right? So I got that in there. I looked at the Lions last night. Jamison Williams probably had a good night against the Cowboys secondary. Check. More than 62.5 yards. And then Scotty Barnes against the Lakers. No Luka. Game's probably going to be up and down a little bit. Points, rebounds, and assists. 35, more than, check. Here's where the good stuff happens. Also, Dalton Connect, more than 11 points, rebounds, and assists. And what happens? Dalton Connect gets in the game, fires in a three. Everything's looking good, but he gets hurt, and he has to go out. Does not return. Well, Prize Picks considers that a redo. And so I get 3 players, more than, times 6, winner. Simple as that. So you don't get hurt when a guy gets hurt on Prize Picks. Just one of the things I love about Prize Picks. Use the promo code WWLS. Play a $5 lineup. Get $50 in lineups credited to your account. It's that simple. Play a $5 lineup. Get $50 in lineups credited to your account, which you can build your bankroll in a massive way. That's why on Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Oklahoma, this December, forget checking the halls, because David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge is checking the deals during their used car holiday sale, where you'll find a ho lot of savings. Right now, $29 down puts you in the driver's seat with payments starting at just $99 a month and no payments for six months. We're stacked with inventory, trade-ins, auction cars, lease returns, all makes, all models, all price to move, with up to 70% off the original MSRP. 70% off at David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, and tag, tax, and title included. Yes, included. Don't prejudge your credit. We've got banks on hand right now to get you approved and on the road today. Apply online at davidstanleydodge.com. It's the used car holiday sale. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, across from Tinker in Midwest City.
Stock number M390116. $29 down, $99 a month for 72 months at 6.9% APR. WAC. Stock number U389373.
873. Original MSRP $35,260. Sale price $10,578. No payments for 6 months with Dash Financial.
The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative is making a difference in every corner of Oklahoma, working to prevent teen tobacco and vape use, fueling our minds and bodies through health education, and empowering the next generation of leaders. Why? Because we are the future of Oklahoma. The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative, investing in Oklahoma. Learn more at tsethealthyyouth.com. Brought to you by the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Joe?
I started a woodworking business. I was able to build beautiful furniture, but had no handle on the business side of things, so quickly fell behind in my taxes. 1 year of being behind in taxes quickly turned into 5 years. I ended up owing almost $37,000.
Then Joe found Tax Relief Advocates.
I would hear ads for Tax Relief Advocates. One day it just clicked. This is my exact situation that I'm in. So I wrote down the number and called from the car when I got home that day. TRA saved me 99% of what I owed the IRS, and that brought a huge sense of relief.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Joe did and call TRA for a consultation.
I'm really happy that I made that call, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-513-5321. 800-513-5321. That's 800-513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
The Remington Park Thoroughbred season continues through Springboard Mile Night on Saturday, December 20th. The Springboard is Remington's top 2-year-old race with qualifying points for the Kentucky Derby on the line. Visit RemingtonPark.com for more information.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder.
Catch Thunder basketball live at Paycom Center. Single game tickets are on sale now for the 25-26 season. Get yours today at OKCThunder.com/tickets.
It is Friday, and it is the middle of the day show on the Sports Animal. Mark's at Chapel Supply. I'm just down the street at I-40 and MacArthur at Hook and Reel. The ancient city of Troy was named after Tros, a legendary king and ancestor of the Trojans, though the city itself was later founded by his son Elis, who named it Ilios, or Elion, after himself, with Troy being the broader name for the region and people. So Tros is the namesake for the city of Troy.
Okay, that's very cool. The Trojans are a tough lot, but I was just talking about, Troy, I don't think he's referring to one Trojan or whatever, I don't know, the whole city, but anyway. I'm sure the Troy, Alabama is named after that city-state.
The Trojans have been known to cause a bit of chaos and discord themselves, if for no other reason than by virtue of the Trojan horse, where they snuck into the city behind the walls so they could attack from the inside. Mark has a really good chaos theory on this ACC championship game, and I want you to revisit it because I think it's really... not only do I think it's a great idea, but I think it's possible that Duke could win this game and put the committee in a position where they could do this. So reset what you said about how this thing could play into a better scenario for the playoff committee than if Virginia were to win and just push themselves forward.
Well, the college football playoff was designed by the commissioners of the 5 Power 5 conferences at the time. Now one of those Power 5 conferences went away, and there's now 4 Power 4 conferences, and the ACC is a Power 4 conference. And the humiliation due to the ACC would be off the charts if their champion is unable to qualify for the playoff, leaving no ACC teams represented. I don't think they're going to stand for that. And these aren't things that go on in subversive emails or under-the-table deals. They are understood when you walk into that room. Hey, this is our party. We're not going to uninvite ourselves and have somebody else come in and take our spot. And I'm talking about the collective R, just somebody represented from the ACC. The committee chairman, Hunter Yurosek, said last week in some kind of mumbo-jumbo that head-to-head would matter more if two teams were lined up exactly next to each other in the rankings. Well, guess what? If BYU loses this week, we're going to have Notre Dame and Miami lined up next to each other in the rankings. Oh, and that's right. Beginning of the football season, Labor Day weekend, Miami beat Notre Dame. We're going to have the same record, going to have somewhat of the same resume. And so Notre Dame's got better losses, but I don't hear the committee breaking ties on who's got better losses all the time. I think if Virginia isn't in, then there's a very good chance that the ACC will get representation in this by putting Miami in over Notre Dame. Notre Dame does not have an allegiance to any of the conferences. Not part of designing that college football playoff. I think that they would certainly seek input from Notre Dame, but I think it does bother some of those committee members who are in conferences. Hey, well, Notre Dame, they're not in a conference. So that's just something to look out for there, that I think Miami could sneak in this weekend, even though they don't play and Notre Dame doesn't play. Just watch for that.
Are you suggesting that if Duke wins, they're not going to get into the playoff?
They're not getting in. Yeah, they are not anywhere close to the rankings.
But I thought if you
25.
won the conference, you were going to get in.
This is a weird kind of sneaky designation, and I don't think that the Power 4 or the Power 5 thought of this at the time. But it is the top 5 conference champions according to the ratings, and James Madison is going to be ahead of Duke.
Okay, that's an interesting line item that really could throw the thing. I didn't understand that nuance of the argument that you were putting out there, because I assumed that you were saying the winner would get in, which would be Duke, which would be an 8-5 team with 5 losses, but they would get in by virtue of winning the ACC, and then they would find a way to sneak Miami in as well. That's really interesting, that you could win the ACC and not get into the playoff. And it really is. It's just language is what throws it off, because I think the spirit of what they intended was, of course, that if you win one of those major 4 conferences, you're going to get in.
I even think, what's Boise State's record, Sam?
Oh, boy. Now you're asking the tough questions.
I got it right here. Boise State's 8-4.
Yeah, I think Duke would be in ahead of Boise State, because that would be the next conference champion up. If James Madison lost tonight to Troy, it's a 23.5-point underdog. I don't think that'll happen. But anyway, so yeah, I think that's something to watch for. If BYU wins, then I guess they could still be in the same line together there. But I don't know that Notre Dame's resume is that strong that Miami couldn't vault them into the playoff if the ACC didn't have a team. It would just be a way to placate the ACC of getting a team in if their conference champion.
Is the Notre Dame
Virginia
AD
has no issue. They're ranked to the top. They're ranked 16 or something like that. If they win, they're in.
Is the Notre Dame AD on the committee? I thought he was.
I mean, he might be on the committee, but I don't know that just his spot on the committee is going to be, and he can't be in the room when they're talking about Notre Dame. I mean, they're all going to be in there talking about him. So, I mean, I think that matters,
I'll tell you
but I don't think it matters enough.
Another reason why I like this theory and why I think it could be good for the playoff overall is that's yet another chaos factor that they would be forced to address immediately. So last year you had the outrage over the bye teams that shouldn't have been bye teams, and they addressed it immediately. If you have this situation come up where you've got a team that wins the conference championship and it's one of the 4 major conferences, and yet they're not good enough to get in, then that is a here it is in black and white. Look at this. This is a problem that we need to address and get defined immediately. So I think anything that forces their hand to have to rectify a problem is a good thing. So that's another reason to be rooting for Duke in that ACC championship game against Virginia. Because if Virginia wins and gets in, then it's another one of those, okay, they back their way into the ACC championship, they win it, and they're going to get in. Because if they win, they're in, right? If Virginia beats Duke, wins the ACC, they're ranked 17 right now, they're going to get in.
Yeah. I got a guy asking this question. It says, hear what you're saying. The committee ranked Notre Dame ahead every week. Why would they all of a sudden rank Miami ahead of them now? Because what Hunter Yurchik said last week, head-to-head criteria matters more when teams are ranked right next to each other. Doesn't make sense to me, but that's something that you say if you're going to give yourself an excuse to flip a team when they haven't played because they haven't been right next to each other.
Here's a question with that then, and this has implications at home here. Head-to-head, Oklahoma against Alabama. Oklahoma and Alabama ranked right next to each other. If Alabama wins, are they going to jump up enough ahead of OU that wouldn't be a criteria in looking at those two teams against each other?
If Alabama wins, they're going up way high. If they're the 11-2 SEC champs with 2 wins over Georgia, they're going to pass Georgia.
They'll be in the top 4.
I think I don't know. I think they'll be really close if they're not.
Would they get in the top 4 though? Assuming Texas Tech wins, will the loser of the Big Ten championship fall out of the top 4?
No,
and
I don't
should
think
they?
So. No,
I don't think they will,
should.
and I don't think they should. So that's why I wonder.
I'm here, or Roll Tide Willie, to tell you that being the SEC champion carries a lot of weight. So
that's why I wonder if Alabama would jump up into one of the top 4 slots.
They've got a great chance to do it. I mean, they're going to jump up. They got to pass Georgia. I mean, they beat Georgia twice. You're going to rank Georgia ahead of Alabama if they're the runner-up in the conference and Alabama's the champion with 2 head-to-head wins over them. I don't see how you can do that. I mean, I don't know how far Georgia falls at that point, but Alabama also has the SEC championship to hold over A&M and Mississippi, which are also ahead of them right now.
And they're not going to put Oregon ahead of an Oregon team that didn't even make the Big Ten championship game ahead of the SEC champion.
So potentially,
Alabama skyrockets. I do. And
what would probably happen is, but if they did, probably assuming Texas Tech beats BYU, Texas Tech probably go to 3rd, and Alabama would be 4th, and Georgia would fall down 5, 6, somewhere in there, because none of those teams between Georgia and Alabama play this weekend, so they're going to have nothing that's really going to affect them.
Someone on the text line asked if Georgia lost, would OU jump Georgia?
I doubt it. I don't think OU is going to jump up a bunch.
I can't imagine that they would jump over
They're kind of
Georgia.
going to be locked into that spot. I think 8 is about as high as they're going to go. Because Georgia
Think about
would have
how
the same
far
record as
Georgia-
Oklahoma been to the championship.
Think about how far Georgia would have to fall in order for that to be the case for Oklahoma to jump up in front of them. And the reason that they would be falling is because they lost a second time to Alabama in a conference championship game.
Right. I don't think they drop that far, but I think they do drop behind Alabama. I think they have to.
All right. Well, that's something interesting to keep an eye on as you're paying attention to the conference championships this weekend. Let's take a break. We're going to come back. I want to talk about this LeBron James. There's a crazy stat or some crazy notes on this streak that fell last night with LeBron that I'll lay out for you. And then The Athletic has suggested some current streaks that are the next streaks to pay attention to. And one of those is very relevant to here. So we'll get into that on the other side of the break. I am at Hook and Reel at I-40 in MacArthur. Come in and have lunch. They have gumbo for a limited time, which I'm very disappointed I didn't get to try. So I got to keep my fingers crossed that they'll have it the next time I'm here. Lunch specials Monday through Friday from 11 to 4, $10.99. Get you a boil, a basket, or a po' boy or roll lunch. You could also come in for happy hour, drink specials, food specials every day, Monday through Thursday from 2 to 7, and on Fridays and Saturdays from 8 to close. Sports on throughout the building all day long, so come have a great meal at Hook and Reel at I-40 and MacArthur. And then right across the street, you could go see Mark at Chapel Supply.
Some great games right now. The halftime of the Class C state championship game is going on, and Ryan has the lead over Medford at half, 22-16. So that's going to be a pretty good one. McGinnis and Carl Albert playing tomorrow afternoon in the 5A championship. Should be a great game. Got some good friends of mine. They've got kids on the McGinnis team and grandkids. Sam Randolph, their tackle. And their center, Gavin Brazil, and Ford Zelinka, who plays nose guard on that team, going up against Carl Albert, trying to end their long winning streak, which is amazing. So can't wait to watch that game. Call that game tomorrow on NFHS Network. And then tomorrow night, we'll have Bixby and Owasso, the 6A Division I championship game. So looking forward to a great weekend of high school football. Come see us here at Chapel Supply, 6509 West Reno, 405-495-1722, the nation's leader of American-made industrial cleaning supplies. Chapel Supplies You. Follow them on Instagram and Facebook for all of the latest specials and some cool social media stuff.
This is your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass, sponsored by
Boomerang Diner.
Now here's Gideon Hamilton on WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The Oklahoma City Thunder return home tonight when they play Dallas. Jalen Williams on the challenges of his first week back from injury.
Yeah, that's an adjustment. Trying to adjust to the physicality was a little different, and then a lot of it was just rhythm. Trying not to do too much, but still find the spots where I was comfortable.
It's Thunder versus Mavericks tonight. Tip off at 8:30.
This has been your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass on your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station, WWLS. The Sports Animal.
Make the holidays brighter with a new vehicle from Bob Howard Auto Group. Whether it's comfort, safety, or style, find the perfect match for every journey. Celebrate the season with great offers at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
Christmas at Fire Lake this December at Fire Lake Casino. Earn 50 points Sunday through Saturday for your chance to win prizes every Friday and Saturday in December through December 20th. Prizes include game consoles, TVs, grills, kitchen appliances, tool sets, and more. Plus, ring in the new year with $2,025 hot seats on New Year's Eve every hour from 9 p.m. to midnight. And while you're at it, bring a brand new toy in for the Fire Lake Casino Toy Drive and score $10 bonus play through December 21st. Your jackpot's waiting at the new hometown original Fire Lake Casino, 41170 Hardesty Road in Shawnee.
I have my first cigarette of the day when I get up. We smoke on the way to school. I smoke when I'm playing my games. I smoke during nap time.
When kids are exposed to cigarette smoke,
I'm down to about a pack a day.
It's like they're smoking. For children, just 30 minutes of secondhand smoke can hurt their lung growth and permanently damage lung function.
I tried quitting. I need to try again.
Visit tobaccostopswithme.com to learn more about the dangers of secondhand smoke.
Let us bring Mickey Mantle Steakhouse to you at your next event gathering. Impress your guests with delicious options from Mickey Mantle Steakhouse that'll ensure your party is one to remember. Our signature catering menu items are perfect for in-home celebrations, office parties, or holiday events. Imagine a beautiful display of jumbo shrimp cocktail, delicious crab cakes, peppered beef tenderloin, and decadent desserts, all ready to serve and enjoy. Call Mickey Mantle Steakhouse for more information on catering and events at 405-272-0777.
I'm Oklahoma Sooner quarterback John Mateer. My job is to move the ball down the field and get the Sooners across the goal line. If you've been injured in an auto accident, you need a pro to be the quarterback of your medical care needs. Dr. Martin Lopez and the OKC Car Crash Clinic are your premier teammates to help you on your road to recovery. Dr. Lopez is a specialty trained MD with decades of experience. Make your best play call and contact Dr. Lopez at 405-86-CRASH. That's 405-862-7274 or visit OKCCrash.com.
Craving real Italian food that feels like a trip to Italy? Head to Papadio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar in the Village. Family owned and operated for 46 years, Papadio's has been serving Oklahoma since 1979 with imported pastas, veal, chicken, shrimp, and fresh fish from Gulfport Seafood. We also offer gluten-free, dairy-free, and vegan options so everyone finds something they love. Papadio's is open Christmas Eve this year from 3 to 7. Call 405-755-2255 today for your reservation. Shopping for the holidays? Give the gift of Papadio's with a gift card or a fun happy bag packed with pasta, sauce, salad dressing, oil and vinegar, and salt and pepper. And don't forget to order your holiday lasagna for dinner.
And it's our sweet deal of the week. Purchase a $50 gift certificate for only half price while they last Friday morning at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com. It's the sweet deal of the week with Papadio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar and thesportsanimal.com.
There's an award-winning pool builder in town that isn't afraid of a big or little challenge. Aquascape Pools is who I'm talking about, and they do it right. Aquascape Pools stands by their quality product and are with you every step of the way, from the early stages of design to the very first splash. Aquascape Pools is the leader in outdoor living. I should know they built my pool. Call 478-POOL or visit their brand new showroom at Britton and Eastern. Whether it's elegant pools, BBQ grills, pergolas, outdoor kitchens, fireplaces, or fire pits, they can help with it all. Aquascape Pools, outdoor living is our passion.
It's the wrap-up the year sales event at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of Norman with America's best-in-class full-size truck 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Take up to $15,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 Laramis in stock right now. And always straightforward internet pricing with no special add-on surprises at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. LandersCDJRNorman.com. Ram Laramie stock number TN169764.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
Fix it fast and save the day. Triple Play.
Join Spinozzi and the Morning Animals for the Snowflake Soiree, presented by Consumer Cellular this Saturday at Industry Gastro Lounge, just north of Memorial and May. While supplies last, donate to OK City Center to help restock their food pantry and receive a 12 Days of Spinozzi limited edition Christmas ornament. Plus, Santa and Zynga will be taking photos this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and you can score all the info now at thesportsanimal.com or the Sports Animal app.
Landers Chevrolet of Norman. Proud sponsors of WWLS The Sports Animal, your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station.
It's a Friday, middle of the day show on the Sports Animal. Mark is at Chapel Supply. I'm at Hook and Reel. Sam is in the studio. Thunder play tonight at 8:30. This game is on Amazon Prime tonight. So if you're looking for the game, that's where you're going to have to find it. It's weird how you have to know from night to night, and there's not a consistent place that you can go watch the games. Mark and I were trying to figure out earlier, I thought this was a City Jersey night, but I wasn't sure, and then we looked it up, and it is for sure a City Jersey night. So they'll be wearing those cool Native American-inspired uniforms tonight in the game against the Mavericks. And I told you earlier, Mark, I was a little surprised at the line on this game. Thunder favored by 15.5, unless it's moved at all. But the Mavericks have been playing pretty good.
That's the average margin of victory. So you would think at home the Thunder are going to win by 15.5. I mean, I think the people are making money again betting on the Thunder this year against the spread. So by NBA standards in the history of the sport, the Thunder point spreads are ridiculous, but they're covering them.
Yeah. LeBron James,
the Thunder, I would say, if things are today the way they are the rest of the season, Oklahoma City would be favored in every game.
That's crazy. That's barring, obviously, a significant injury, something like that. But, yeah, that's amazing. So LeBron James had a stretch of 1,297 consecutive games scoring at least 10 points. That ended last night. Lakers won the game, 123-120 over Toronto, but LeBron did not score 10 points. And so that brought to an end a streak that has been going on since January 6th of 2007. George W. Bush was president, Bronny James was 2 years old, and Cooper Flagg had been on the planet for 2 weeks at that point. Apple's first iPhone was still more than 6 months away from coming out. And that came to an end last night. And The Athletic has a listing of current streaks that are the best active milestones in sports. And one of those is SGA's consecutive 20-point performances at the age of 27. 94 games in a row, he's scored at least 20.
That's crazy about LeBron. I mean, LeBron has always been in so much control, but in the night that Luka didn't play, you'd think that he gets 10. I mean, is this just kind of telling us that the streak that it is really just kind of over? Like LeBron used to be a guy that you would, not even in the last year or two, even in the last year or 2 years, he's a guy that you fear going up against. Maybe even last season for Oklahoma City for some people. Ain't that now? I don't think it's that now at all.
Father Time, who is undefeated, catching up with him. I mean, the guy is the fact that he has done these otherworldly things for as long as he has is incredibly remarkable. But eventually, it comes for all of us, and I think that he is just slowing down, and I think that's another reason why the Lakers were smart, even though he was frustrated by it. The Lakers were smart to make some of the accommodations they did for what life after LeBron was going to look like.
Mm-hmm. He did make the right play at the end of the game, though, dishing it to Rui Hachimura in the corner there, and Rui hit the game winner. Austin Reeves, over the last 4 games that Luka Doncic has been out, is averaging 41 and 10. He had 44 last night.
My phone keeps trying to tell me that there's been a trade between the Hornets, the Lakers, and somebody else that makes a lot of sense, but it has not happened yet. So,
okay. Here's a couple of other of these streaks.
It's Minnesota getting a point guard out of it. But anyway.
Mikal Bridges' consecutive game streak, 577 consecutive games since entering the NBA in 2018. Third longest streak to begin a career in NBA history. Denver Broncos sellouts. Do you know how long Broncos have continuously sold out their stadium? Mile High Stadium and now the new stadium.
They're going to sell out games for the rest of history if they sold out through the Russell Wilson era.
447 games going back to 1970, a 55-year sellout streak, the current longest active streak for an NFL team.
Wow.
The Mount Union regular season win mark for the D3 Purple Raiders, 85 straight regular season football games that they've won. That's the longest win streak across all NCAA divisions. No other team has ever won 60 in a row. They've won 85. Matt Olson, 782 games, also on the list. So kind of some interesting notes. But the idea that you can no longer count on LeBron to get into double-digit scoring is a remarkable thought. And it is an end of an era because for most of your life, how old would you have been, Matt? I'm sorry, Sam, when that streak started?
Well, was it 2003, right? So I would have been like...
2007.
Oh, it started in 2007, so I would have been 12. Now I'm 30.
That's crazy.
Can you guys name me who has the longest active double-digit scoring streak in the NBA right now?
Kevin Durant.
It is Kevin Durant, and he would need to play 82 games for nearly 12 more seasons to match LeBron's record.
Ridiculous.
That's crazy. I mean, and some of that is just guys can't play as long as LeBron has been able to play and stay healthy and have all the things go the way that you have to have them go. It's sort of like the Cal Ripken Iron Man thing. Is like there's so much of that you got to get lucky with that makes it so unlikely to be a record that's going to fall. I mean, that's unbelievable that a guy could have a career that's that long, and then add on to that he's scoring double digits every night in it.
You think Kevin Costner was around to end the LeBron streak?
I don't know the answer to that.
Now, how many games straight was it? What was the number on LeBron?
1,297.
And Shea is at 93, and that's 20-point games.
Sam, do you know why Kevin Costner, that was relevant?
No, that went over my head.
Ask the Ultimate. He'll tell you.
SGA is at 94 games.
94.
Sam.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, 94, 20-plus games in a row, and LeBron had 1,297 consecutive double-digit scoring games. All right, one more time, Mark, tell us what's happening at Chapel Supply.
Nation's leading dealer of American-made industrial cleaning supplies. Upgrade your shop with the Champion 7.5 horsepower, 2-stage, 80-gallon air compressor, 230 volts, 3-phase power, built for strength, durability, and nonstop performance. Made right here in the USA. Oklahoma-owned, family-owned, 40 years here in the Oklahoma City metro area, 6509 West Reno, 405-495-1722. Chapel supplies you.
If you are looking for a great meal this weekend, Hook and Reel has got you covered. Come in. They have happy hour tonight from 8 to close. They do that every Friday and Saturday nights from 8 to close. And they have Monday through Thursday happy hour from 2 to 7. Food and drink specials available in both of those. Gumbo for a limited time. Amazing seafood. Shrimp boils, crab boils. Come in and get yourself something great at Hook and Reel at I-40 and MacArthur. Who's coming in next?
Gideon
on the way on 98.1, The Sports Animal.
We should pick up the phone.
Connect with WWLS, the sports animal, anytime. Call the Lucky Star Lines at 405-900-WWLS. Text the Johnny's Charcoal Broiler Sports Animal Text Nation line at 405-900-9957.
What phone is that?
Tweet the Sports Animals X feed at Sports Animal. Always a way for you to join the conversation.
Ryan, pick up. Over.
And deliver your take. 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at macysbackstage.com.
The more things change, the more things stay the same. Diffie Ford Lincoln has provided 71 years of excellence in customer service, growth, community partnerships, and a legacy you can count on. Diffie Ford Lincoln, driven by family since 1954, just minutes west of OKC on I-40, exit 125. Discover the Diffie difference when you shop the state's best selection of new and pre-owned Lincoln and Ford models at Diffie.com.
Make 2026 your clearest year yet with Clearsight LASIK and Lens. I'm Dr. Anna.
And I'm Dr. Luke. If you've been thinking about LASIK, this is your moment. Got FSA dollars left? Use them before December 31st to start your year clear.
Planning ahead? Now's the time to schedule a free consultation. We'll walk you through how to maximize next year's HSA or FSA benefits for LASIK, the smart investment that pays off every single day. This time next year, you could celebrate life 2020.
Call 405-733-2020 or schedule online at clearsight.com. Don't go another year with contacts, scratched lenses, and broken frames. Let us help you see the way you're meant to. Schedule your consultation today with Clearsight. 2020 is free. That's our Clearsight guarantee, and you're going to love what you see.
Clearsight LASIK and Lens. Your clearest year starts here.
No at Boomer Kia. No is the word of the season at Boomer Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event, because you can get into loads of brand new Kias with no interest for up to 6 years. That's dozens of new Kias with no interest for 6 years. Not ready for payments? Boomer Kia can get you into a brand new Kia with no payments for up to 3 months with no money down. Worried about your credit? No problem. Log on to boomerkia.com. Click the pre-check button and you can get pre-approved instantly with no risk of hurting your credit. Yes, instant pre-approval with no risk of hurting your credit. So if you want a brand new Kia with 6 years, no interest, no payments for 3 months, and no money down, come see me, James Wade, at Boomer Kia, or get your no-risk pre-approval right now at boomerkia.com.
With approved credit through KFA, plus tax, tag license, and doc fee. Interest accrues date of sale. Dealer deferred payments. Example 2026 Kia EV9, $13.89 cost per thousand. Expires 1/6/26.
Turning pennies into cash at Thunderbird Casino. Fun that's gonna last at Thunderbird Casino. They keep you coming back at Thunderbird Casino.
Thunderbird Casino is giving you a chance to win a brand new Grand Wagoneer. Earn entries all season long when you play with your Players Club card. Then on December 27th for the Grand Wagoneer giveaway. And on Saturdays, rev up your luck with $250 hot seats. Come for fun, play to win.
Thunderbird Casino, where you come for fun, play to win.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh-baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's S&B Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative is making a difference in every corner of Oklahoma, working to prevent teen tobacco and vape use, fueling our minds and bodies through health education, and empowering the next generation of leaders. Why? Because we are the future of Oklahoma. The TSET Healthy Youth Initiative, investing in Oklahoma. Learn more at tsethealthyyouth.com. Brought to you by the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City, the sports animal, a Cumulus station. He's known as the ultimate in the sports universe. The man, the myth, the ego. It's the Afternoon Sports Beat with Jim Traber on 98.1 FM. WWLS, the sports animal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just past 2 o'clock on a Friday. The weekend just around the corner. This is the Afternoon Sports Beat on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the sports animal. Gideon Hamilton in for Jim today. I'll be in for Jim again on Monday as well. Man, we have a bunch of sports to talk about. I've been locked in all afternoon, I guess, up until this point on the World Cup draw. And so obviously we're not going to dive into that on this show, but that's what I've been focused on here over the last... Golapio! Go, Golapio! You like that? Jaime Traber. There.
That's right.
But we've got a lot of college football to talk about. Jesse Crittenden from OU Insider is going to join us at 2 o'clock. Are we doing Fat Jack today?
We are not. No, but okay, Fat Jack did text me, and he said that he was ahead of Traber at the first cutoff.
Okay, very good. So we've got a lot of college football playoff to talk about. We're going to talk about some different scenarios, some different questions regarding Oklahoma. We've got the latest in the college football coaching carousel coming up a little bit later on, as I think we're just about to put pen to paper on Matt Campbell to Penn State. We'll talk about some of the other moves that have been made here in the last 24 or 48 hours and how that shakes out, and some new dominoes that have to fall because of those. And we'll also talk about a really, really important weekend in the NFL. Sam Humphreys, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Gideon. What's up?
I'm doing awesome, and we've got Thunder basketball coming up a little later tonight. Thunder going to take on Dallas. That is a late tip-off here inside Paycom Center. That is going to be at 8:40 our time. We'll be on the air at 7 o'clock for the Metal Store Thunder forecast. I'm going straight from here to the arena. So let's go ahead and talk about this from this weekend. And you know how I like to play this stuff out, Sam, and that is envisioning every possible scenario just so we know how to react to it when it happens, or if it happens, as unlikely as it might be. So here's my first question for you, okay? Will Oklahoma have a home game in the first round of the playoffs no matter what happens this weekend in the conference championship
Not
games?
No matter what. I think if Alabama wins, then OU is headed to A&M.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I think Alabama, if it is now, and here's the other part of what if, and this is really going to come into play when we talk about Ohio State and Indiana and how far they would fall. If it's 41-10 or something along those lines, I don't know if that makes a difference. Are you saying a win by any means for Alabama, no matter what, even if it's just kind of like a dud game?
Yes.
Alabama squeak spot. No matter what, Alabama will jump Oklahoma.
No matter what. I think no matter what, they're going to jump into the top four. Are you going to not have the SEC champ in the top four?
They would go ahead of teams that are not in their conference championship game. So they would go ahead of A&M, Mississippi, Oregon. If Texas Tech lost,
they would obviously jump Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah, they would. So I think you're right about that. Texas Tech, regardless of the result, would they obviously, if they lost, they wouldn't vault into the top 4. They wouldn't remain in the top 4. I think you're right about that. So if Alabama wins this game, no matter what, you're looking at them in the top 4. Or if Texas Tech loses, do you think they'd be in the top 3?
If Texas Tech
be in the top,
loses Alabama in the top 3, yeah, I do, yeah.
Would they be in the top 2? And would that depend upon the result of Ohio State and Indiana and the margin that we would see there?
Yeah, I think that depends on the margin, because I don't think that the loser of the Big Ten championship game is falling out of the top 4. But
right,
I could see a world where, if Indiana got blown out, that maybe Tech jumps to 2 or something like that.
Yeah, so that's what you need to be prepared for coming up this weekend. Is Oklahoma's been 8, they've been 8 forever. There's a chance they could move up, and we're about to talk about that here. But just because they're at 8 right now doesn't mean that they will for sure have a home playoff game.
But they are for sure going to have a home playoff game, Gideon, because I locked Georgia. Georgia is going to win that game, and so OU's going to host either Notre Dame or Miami.
Let me look at the other side of that. If Alabama loses this game, you don't want to penalize the teams that made it to your conference championship game. I actually think, Mississippi or A&M, they actually feel pretty good about their spot because they didn't have to play in that extra game and face another loss. If Alabama loses to Georgia, would they fall out of the playoff because then they would have 3 losses overall on the season, or do you just treat that as kind of a mulligan?
I don't think there's any way that you can leave Alabama out for losing their conference championship game. I don't see it. Maybe. I guess there is a chance. What I'm thinking that might happen, Gideon, is if Duke beats Virginia and the ACC doesn't have a representative in the playoff and Tech beats BYU, then Notre Dame and Miami are going to be side by side. I think there's a chance that Miami gets in over Notre Dame, but I don't think that Alabama with a loss would drop all the way out of the playoffs.
Yeah, that would be that would create the greatest furor over everybody. Because, Vandy getting in, you're 10-2, you're in the SEC, this is the year of a lifetime. That's going to hurt when they don't get in. You know what I mean? Like there's going to be some teams that don't get in that are complaining and have a legitimate complaint probably this weekend. But that would be like Notre Dame. You are firmly in for weeks and weeks at a time, and just because some things that were out of your control, and now you have a team that's been way out of it, did not get to their conference championship game, and then all of a sudden could leapfrog you right at the end.
I thought Mark eloquently broke down last hour kind of what Juracek was saying. He basically said that head-to-head matters when it's close, which I think he meant side-by-side in the rankings. And if BYU loses, then Miami and Notre Dame are going to be side-by-side. So I think he was leaving the door open to have Miami jump Notre Dame. So my point is the team that could drop out is Notre Dame, to me, not Alabama.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so let's say that Alabama loses that game. Nothing crazy is happening here. By the way, let's say Alabama loses, but BYU wins the Big 12 championship game, would Texas Tech stay in front of Oklahoma? And BYU would obviously leapfrog, and they would go further up on this list, I think.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so BYU would not go ahead, or so BYU would leapfrog Oklahoma. That would happen, but you think Texas Tech would drop behind Oklahoma?
They would have the same record, and OU would have a better resume by far.
But Tech would be in their conference championship game.
It's true. So are they going to punish a team that loses a conference championship game? It's the same conversation. Are you going to punish Alabama the same amount that you'll punish BYU if they lose their conference championship game? I think they say that you won't punish them, but I think it's going to end up being a case-by-case basis. But in that situation, what I would do, I would put OU ahead of Texas Tech, considering they have the same record and OU's resume is much better.
Yeah, but I can see, and that's why we're playing out all these scenarios here, I can definitely see them saying, look, we're not going to penalize a team that much for being... The thing is, it's arbitrary of, okay, are you going to just leave them and move everybody one spot back? Are you just going to, like, put BYU at 4 and then put Texas Tech at 5 and then keep all those other, like Oregon, Mississippi, A&M, Oklahoma in a row? Because if you just kind of arbitrarily put them in between like A&M and Mississippi, it'd be like, why'd you do that? What's the difference here? So I could see like BYU moving up to a top 4 spot and then Texas Tech only shifting one place behind them.
See that.
Maybe. Yeah. So again, that's another thing for OU fans to kind of keep in mind in terms of preserving that home field spot. Let's look at the other way around.
One more thing real quick.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been ripping the committee on certain things, but this system is the best we've ever had it. Imagine if it was last year's system and Duke beats Virginia and all of a sudden JMU has a bye. Could you imagine that? So my point is, I don't want to. I am ripping the committee in certain aspects, but I do like the system. I think it's the best we've ever had. So, I couldn't imagine a world where JMU would get a bye like if it was the same rules as last year.
Now, I do want to point out that this system especially, so it's not going to be in 2026, but this is going to lay the groundwork for something that's happening. I promise I'll circle around to OU in a minute. We can talk about this more at length later. But when you're talking about the teams that are just being out, Texas, Miami, Notre Dame, potentially Alabama. Why does anything happen? Why does anything happen in this world? What's the driving force behind anything that happens? It's money. And so when you have that many teams that bring that much cachet, that big of a draw, that is going to be this will be the first shoe that drops in expanding the field to whatever it's going to be, 20, 24, 32 or whatever here in the next few years, because you can't have that much money that is just on the sidelines. If all those teams had bad years, it wouldn't matter. But if all 3 of them are just like right on the outside looking in, they're going to have conversation. Oh my gosh, we need to ramp this thing up to make sure that we get all these teams in there. Okay, so I told you I was going to now this would be we're looking at doomsday for Oklahoma, where they'd have to go on the road and play somebody in the first round. Okay, what could break right for Oklahoma to where they could move up in the playoff? And I think you talked about it. I think it's Texas Tech getting hammered by BYU. I think that could help. I don't know if there's anybody else. Like you said, Alabama and Georgia. I don't know if Georgia's going to swap spots with Alabama. You see what I'm saying? I don't think Georgia is going to be ranked behind Oklahoma, even if they get blown out by Alabama.
They would have the same amount of losses, and OU would have the better wins. So it would be an interesting conversation, but I agree with you. I don't think they would drop Georgia below OU. Really, realistically, OU fans just need to root for Georgia this weekend. Yep. That's the main thing. You don't want Alabama jumping you.
That's the safest bet. The secondary bet, which is unlikely, would be BYU beating Texas Tech in a thriller. Where Texas Tech could easily have won that game, because then I think both of those teams are probably ranked ahead of Oklahoma. There is no margin. Tell me if you disagree with me on this. There is no margin that either Indiana or Ohio State could lose by that is going to drop them behind Oklahoma. Is that correct?
I don't think there's any margin they could lose by to drop them out of the top 4, much less go below Oklahoma.
So Indiana loses by 52. Georgia wins. Georgia is ahead of them. Texas Tech wins. Texas Tech is ahead of them. Yes, I think you're right about that. I don't think that either team would drop out of the top 4. You can't. The reason why I say that behind teams that are in their own league that didn't make the conference championship game.
Right. And the reason why I say that is you just said it. You can't drop either team, Ohio State or Indiana, no matter what the margin is, below Oregon, who didn't even make that game.
Yeah, it helps them. That's kind of like a bumper pad there at number 5 to make sure that they're not going to drop below that. Let's see here. Georgia Could Texas Tech be the 2 seed? Indiana loses, Georgia loses. Could Texas Tech finish number 2 in this thing if that happens?
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be wild to see that occur, certainly. Okay, so I think we've got all of our bases covered here for Oklahoma. And what are the 2 games that you're really looking at closely? Now, most likely scenario, you've got whoever wins the game tonight in the American. We're thinking that, right? Is it going to be North Texas, or you think it's going to be James Madison out of the Sun Belt? I think it's going to be whoever wins the American.
Well, and right now Tulane is obviously the highest ranked team at 20. Then you have North Texas, who's actually favored in that game over Tulane at the 24 spot, and then JMU at 25. So I think that the winner of this game tonight, the Tulane-North Texas game, is getting in, regardless.
That will be the number 12 team. The number 11 team, if BYU loses, would that be Miami for sure? Or would that start a conversation between like Miami, Texas, Vandy, that kind of thing? And Notre Dame would obviously factor into that if Miami was a part of the equation. Just because Miami would be in that spot doesn't mean that they would necessarily lose out. The ACC winner, this would have to be Duke, I think, for that group to expand, because if Virginia is the champion there, then obviously they're going to get the 11 spot. Would that mean that Notre Dame is bounced out then for a Miami, or do you think they'd stay in?
It's a great question. That's the $1 million question. Notre Dame has been ranked ahead of Miami this entire time, but as I just said, the committee said that if they're ranked side by side, then head-to-head matters, and if BYU loses, they're going to be ranked side by side, and Miami beat Notre Dame. So I think it's probably going to be Miami, but who? I don't know. And as far as JMU goes, JMU has to have Duke win that ACC championship game to have any hope of getting in.
Yeah. Who does, quickly, because we're going to get to Jesse Crittenden here, I'll ask him the same question. Who does OU want to play in the first round? Do they want to play Notre Dame, who would, move up if Alabama won the SEC championship game? Do they want to play A&M? I wouldn't think so, because that would mean that they're going on the road. Who do they want to play?
We talked to Todd Furman a little bit about this. He had, as far as handicappers in Vegas, they had Notre Dame as the second-ranked team in the country just by the analytics. And so Notre Dame has been playing great football. Do they have a great resume? No, because they lost their 2 games at the start of the year to A&M and Miami. But that doesn't mean they're not a really solid football team playing great football right now. So I do think that it would be a great matchup between Jeremiah Love rushing the ball and this great rush defense for Oklahoma. But you would probably rather play Miami, I guess, I think would be the answer.
What if they don't penalize these teams at all that got into their conference championship games and they left Alabama at 9, playing a team that you already beat on the road and playing them on your home field? Would that be a good matchup for OU?
Well, they beat them on their home field, so I would have to say yes. Yeah, I mean, not a good matchup. I mean, it's always going to be a tough game against Alabama, but they already proved that they can beat them. Now it's tough. One of the reasons why I'm picking Georgia over Alabama is it's tough to beat a team twice in one season. So that would be a tougher matchup to me than Miami, for instance.
Yeah, and then the most difficult for Oklahoma, who's the team that they don't want to play? Would that
you don't want to have to go to A&M.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Even though, and people, think what they want to about A&M, but I just don't think you want to. You'd much rather be at home for the first round of this thing, no matter what. Even though Oklahoma played really well on the road. It's time for an OG&E break. Coming up next, Jesse Crittenden from OU Insider. We'll ask him some of the same questions: new scholarship rules, some of the coaching shifts around the league, and also when he thought was the biggest turning point for Oklahoma football this year to go from solid team to, potential national champion. We'll do that when we come back to Lucky Star Casino. We're having a great time out here. Got festive free play every Thursday throughout the month, including on Christmas Day, 5 times Friday. That is going on tonight. You're listening to the Afternoon Sports Beat on the Sports Animal.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. It's a critical showdown in the AFC South.
Pierce comes up with it. It's a touchdown.
Both the Jags and Colts are 8-4 and tied for the top of the division, and they go head-to-head in Jacksonville.
Coverage begins Sunday at 11 a.m. Kickoff at noon on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
Oklahoma, this December, forget decking the halls because David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge is decking the deals during their used car holiday sale, where you'll find a ho lot of savings. Right now, $29 down puts you in the driver's seat with payments starting at just $99 a month and go payments for six months. We're stacked with inventory, trade-ins, auction cars, lease returns, all makes, all models, all price to move with up to 70% off the original MSRP. 70% off at David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, and tag, tax, and title included. Yes, included. Don't prejudge your credit. We've got banks on hand right now to get you approved and on the road today. Apply online at davidstanleydodge.com. It's the used car holiday sale. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, across from Tinker in Midwest City.
Stock number M390116. 29 down, 99 a month for 72 months at 6.9% APR. WAC. Stock number U389373. Original MSRP 35,260. Sale price $10,578. No payments for 6 months with Dash Financial.
This is Mike, CEO of DSS Final Mile. We specialize in warehousing, fulfillment, and distribution services across every step of the supply chain.
I'm Caitlin, Marketing Director. In this holiday season, we're extending our commitment to the community. Our food drive for the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma runs to December 14th. DSS Final Mile will match all donations up to $10,000, doubling your impact. Find the donation link on the DSS Final Mile Facebook page. With your help, we can take this food drive the final mile for Oklahoma families.
It's football season, or what I like to call ignore the wife season.
I know. It's the same at my house. It's going to take more than a date night this time.
What if we talk the guys into taking us to Grand Casino for a couple days? They could play around at the Fire Lake Golf Course, and we could hit the Grand Spa.
Yes. And then we could eat at the Brazilian Steakhouse Flame or the Grand Food Court. But let's stay away from that Grandstand Sports Bar. They've got like 20 TVs in there. Yikes.
Book your grand staycation today and keep the peace at home. The Grand Casino and Resort in Shawnee. GrandResortOK.com.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
It's the wrap-up the year sales event at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of Norman with America's best-in-class full-size truck 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Take up to $12,000 off MSRP and get 2.9% financing for 72 months on select new 2026 Ram at 1500 Bighorn or Lone Star trucks in stock. And always straightforward internet pricing with no special add-on surprises at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. Landers, CDJRNorman.com. Ram Bighorn stock number TN16955. Plus finance with Stellantis Financial for 2.9% WAC.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to the Big 12 championship game between BYU and Texas Tech live from ESPN Radio. Coverage begins Saturday at 11 on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder.
Step up your game this fall with Thunder Youth Basketball Camps, presented by Simple Modern. Head to OKCThunder.com/fall camps to sign up today.
Just past 2:20 on a Friday. Thanks for hanging out with us today on the afternoon sports beat. The Sports Animal, Gideon Hamilton, the Lucky Star Casino. Right now, let's say hello to one of our favorite reporters. Does such a great job covering Oklahoma athletics, not just football, but we'll talk plenty of football with him over the next few minutes. We're lucky enough to have Jesse Crittenden from OU Insider on with us this afternoon. Jesse, how are you doing?
Doing all right. Get to pretty much watch conference championship weekend in college football, knowing OU's in the playoff and just needing to find out where they go. So it's pretty easy week this week.
No, it's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, before we get into that, I wanted to ask you about signing day. And, of course, there's a lot of excitement that swirls around that. You've been doing this long enough to kind of read between the lines and know if they're genuinely thrilled about the guys that they bring in. But I know you had an opportunity to hear from Brent Venables and Jim Nagy. What was signing day like a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall this was a pretty solid group that OU signed on Wednesday. 24 guys they signed from high school. Really, really strong finish to the recruiting class. They're ranked inside the top 20 per On3 and Rivals. I think things were certainly there was a reason to be discouraged, especially this summer. But as OU started to win some big games, they saw a big boost in recruiting over the last few weeks. So I think the most interesting thing was hearing Jim Nagy and Brent Venables just talk about, this new structure they have in place with this new front office staff. They're certainly doing things differently in recruiting. So I think there was, the last few months, a lot of it was just kind of navigating this new structure. But they feel confident they have found a good structure in place. And I think you see that with not only the way they ended this 26th cycle, but with the way they've gotten things started in the 27th cycle. So I think there's still some ups and downs, some ebbs and flows.
Well, and I thought something that we kind of forget all the practical implications of what your season has. And I thought it was interesting. Jim Nagy talked about the end of last season and just how important this turnaround was to this year for the sole purpose of, he can put like the college football playoff logo on some of their recruiting materials and things of that nature. And just how, it really is amazing how much things could turn just based on a couple of results here and there.
Yeah, think about it. When you think about it in the context of OU going 6-7 last season and losing a couple of tough games, you flip the script this year. 10 wins is obviously a lot different than 6, but OU won a couple of close games this year than they did last year, and that kind of ends up being the difference between last year feeling just like a really bad season and this year being an incredible season. You make the playoff. You see these results over the last few weeks in recruiting just by winning a couple of those close games. And so, I think for Jim Nagy, all things considered, to end the season the way OU did was really big in getting this front office staff settled and to get this structure in place.
Jesse Crittenden is our guest from OU Insider. When was it for you that this thing flipped from, hey, this is a pretty good team this year, this team has a shot, to oh my gosh, I think this team has a shot to be a playoff team. And for some people that might have been, earlier in the year with a really solid performance. For some people that might have been when the clock struck zero against LSU, the way that, things kind of hung in the balance there. But when was it for you that things started to shift where you're like, okay, this is not just a nice year, this could be a historic year?
Yeah, the biggest one for me was winning at Tennessee, just because, even going to Knoxville, I've never been in a college football environment like that. And, with it being a national game at night in that stadium, Tennessee really needed to win that game too. It was kind of a must-win game for both these programs. And that was just a game, that was the type of game Oklahoma wasn't winning in the first 3 years under Brent Venables. Mm-hmm. Those marquee road games that can kind of tilt your season. You think of last year, the heartbreaking games they lost, or even in 23, where they go 7-0, they beat Texas, and then they fell on their face in back-to-back weeks against Oklahoma State and Kansas. Even this year, that Michigan win, that's a good win. That was an important win early in the year, but it was still, hey, they're at home, don't know how good Michigan is, that kind of stuff. And then Oklahoma loses to Texas and Ole Miss, and you're thinking, is this going to be another train wreck year? But I think that win at Tennessee, even though the win at Bama was even more impressive in some ways, I think that win at Tennessee was really, kind of the beginning of, is this team actually, really going to flip the script and have a really, really good year?
Yep. Same game for me is actually the fumble recovery in the game where Tennessee had gotten off to a good start. And you're like, here they go. And, the way that game turned around inside the game, then Alabama with, turnovers in that game kind of felt like sort of a season of destiny for Oklahoma. And you have to make those things happen, too. You have to be an excellent team in order to be in those situations. But I just kind of had a different feel after that fumble recovery for a touchdown early in that Tennessee game. So you talked about it. Before we get to the playoff, real quick, this SEC thing, 85 to 105 scholarships, is that official now? Is that a done deal, or is that a proposal? Have they put this in place? And if and when they do, how important is that for these teams in the Southeastern Conference?
Yeah, it's a huge deal. The SEC presidents have officially voted to extend the maximum scholarship limit, and that's a big deal for all of these schools. But even for Oklahoma, when you look at they signed 24 guys from high school, and then the portal opens up in about a month, and where you look at where OU is from a roster standpoint, bringing in a pretty decent group of high school guys. And then, you're going to lose some guys to the portal and graduation at the end of this year, but OU's going to bring a lot of guys back on both sides of the ball. And so there was going to be some question about how many guys they could even be able to add in the portal. But now that as the SEC is extending the scholarship limit, that gives OU a lot of flexibility to add guys in the portal. They don't have to get as many guys to enter the portal. So I think if you're OU, you feel pretty good about you being in a position where you can bring back a lot of key guys and then just use the portal to add guys without, having to worry so much about roster management or trimming the fat on the roster, those types of things.
Jesse Crittenden from OU Insider. We're lucky enough to have Jesse for just a couple more minutes here. We played out a couple of scenarios. Let us know if you agree with these, that the games that Oklahoma fans need to be paying the most attention to this weekend are probably the SEC championship game and then probably the Big 12 championship game, because those are the only two that I think could change the dynamic of if they host or not. Because I think Alabama beating Georgia would vault Alabama ahead of some of these other teams, and I'm not quite sure that Georgia would fall far enough down, like, for instance, behind Mississippi and A&M, teams that didn't even make the conference championship game. I think Georgia would maintain their position relatively high there, so I think that might push Oklahoma back a little bit. And then the other scenario we could see happening is if BYU defeated Texas Tech, they might leapfrog Oklahoma, and Texas Tech might maintain their position to some degree in the neighborhood of where they are. Does that sound right to you, Jesse? Is there anything that you would add to that or disagree with in any way?
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you. I wrote about that at OU Insider actually this morning. If you're looking at OU's chances of hosting a first-round game, there's no other games to worry about than the SEC title and the Big 12 title game for the reasons you mentioned. And I think not only just in hosting a first-round game, for OU fans, it's pretty clear you need Georgia to win and you need Texas Tech to win. If those two things happen, OU is almost certainly going to be hosting a first-round playoff game. But, and the other side of that is not only, if Alabama wins, that decreases OU's chances of hosting a playoff game. But if BYU also wins, if either one of those things happen, it puts OU's chances of hosting in jeopardy. But if both of those things happen, if Bama and BYU win, that's going to have a huge impact on OU, not only likely not hosting, but also what their first-round matchup is. Because in that scenario, now you have BYU solidifying their playoff spot, but where does Texas Tech end up if they lose? Maybe OU has to go to Texas Tech in the first round, or even if Bama wins, if Bama wins, what happens to Georgia, like you mentioned? Could that put, is OU for sure going to host Notre Dame? What happens, even in the ACC championship game, these group of five games, could that have any impact? So, yeah, for OU's chances of hosting, it's clear you need Georgia and Texas Tech to win. But there's a lot of ways this weekend could play out that end up being pretty chaotic that could have an impact on OU in some form or fashion, but those are easily the two outcomes you're rooting for if you're an OU fan.
This can be the fun factor, the brand factor, or it could be just based on who you think Oklahoma has the best chance of beating in the first round. Who would you like to see be there at number 9 if Oklahoma stays at number 8? Because there is the possibility that some of these teams in their conference championships don't get penalized at all, that the committee really is saying what they truly believe in, and maybe Alabama would stay at 9. I don't know if I believe that's going to be the case if they lose, but it could be. They could still be there at 9. Notre Dame might move up to 9. We could have some, there's some other arguments that other teams can make. What would you like to see, for whatever reason that you can explain, be the first round matchup for Oklahoma in the playoff?
Yeah, for all of the issues that the committee has had, just communicating clearly, their rationale behind these rankings. I do think it's pretty clear that they put Alabama at 9, putting them ahead of Notre Dame to avoid a first-round rematch between Bama and OU. They're either gonna leapfrog OU with a win, or they're gonna drop with a loss. I just don't think there's any outcome where it's OU and Bama in the first round. So to me, I think the two best scenarios for me, if OU's hosting, I think hosting Notre Dame would just be awesome to have that kind of team in Norman. It's never happened before, and I think just having the two of the most marquee brands in college football in Norman. I think it'd also be an incredibly interesting matchup, with Notre Dame. They've really run the ball very well this year. That is where OU has really excelled, is defending the run. Then you've got Notre Dame's defense against this OU offense. What does that look like? So I think that's top of mind for me. But if OU's got to go on the road, to me, I think going to Texas Tech Texas A&M would just be an incredible first-round playoff game for OU to go back to College Station for the first time in over a decade. These are obviously two teams that had a lot of history together playing in the Big 12. That type of environment at A&M, I've never been, so personally it would be great for me, but I know it's an incredible football environment, and if you get these two kind of teams that have some bad blood in their history, I think that would just be really, really fun too. But I think, if Texas Tech got in the mix and OU had to go to Texas Tech, I think that could be fun. But I think that all of it really means OU's defense is good enough that they're going to be in any game. And I think OU's offense, their struggles are going to be apparent against no matter who they play. So to me, I kind of look at all of these potential first-round matchups roughly in the same vein. So to me, it's about, what environments could be the best.
Gotcha. Jesse, before we let you go, obviously there's a lot of attention on the football program with the opportunity here to be just a few games away from a national championship, but OU's men's and women's basketball teams are certainly worthy of our attention this year as well, and I know OU Insider does a great job covering all OU sports, so no matter what you want, what you're after, you're going to find it at OU Insider, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, the men's basketball team got a really, really big win over Wake Forest earlier this week, and that was an important win for a lot of different reasons. It's a quad one win, and the fact that they dominated that game on the road, I think, was kind of the first time this year where it felt like you could see Porter Moser's vision for how this team comes together. Just really good. Defensively, a lot of playmakers. Offensively, it was just a good win. And for this women's team, really important win against NC State earlier this week. Aaliyah Chavez, the former five-star prospect, has just been everything this program could have wanted and more. She leads the team in scoring and assists and just gives them a dynamic that they haven't had under Jenny Baranczyk. So, for the women's team, it's largely been business as usual. And now for OU, the men's team, it's about, can you build on this Wake Forest win? Can you get a big win against Arizona State tomorrow night and continue kind of having this momentum?
Jesse, we always really appreciate your time here on the show. I know our listeners appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on today, and look forward to reading and listening to more of you throughout the course of the year. Thanks so much.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right, Jesse Crittenden, OUinsider.com. It's time for an OG&A break. I'm out here at the Lucky Star Casino in Concho. Hundreds of your favorite games, great table games here as well. And the legend Al Eschbach will be out here shortly. Coming up next, we'll talk about the latest in the college football coaching carousel. Is it official? Matt Campbell to Penn State, and how would that change the next domino about to fall? And all of a sudden, an opening in the Big 12. We'll talk about some of the other hirings here over the last couple of days, and if we think those are going to work out or not. That's when we return. Gideon Hamilton out here. Sam Humphreys back inside our Sports Animal Studios. This is the Afternoon Sports Beat.
This is your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass, sponsored by Boomerang Diner. Now here's Gideon Hamilton on WWLS, the Sports Animal.
City Thunder return home tonight when they play Dallas. Jalen Williams on the challenges of his first week back from injury.
Yeah, that's an adjustment. Trying to adjust to the physicality was a little different, and then a lot of it was just rhythm, trying not to do too much but still find the spots where I was comfortable.
It's Thunder versus Mavericks tonight. Tip off at 8:30.
This has been your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass on your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
OKC Habitat has hardworking individuals and families ready to come home for the holidays, but they need your help laying the necessary groundwork for new energy-efficient home builds they can afford. Make a concrete donation today to help fulfill the promise of a thriving community where 450 families will own homes in a top school district. Donate to build hope, strength, and stability right here in Central Oklahoma at cohfh.org. Again, that's cohfh.org.
Craving real Italian food that feels like a trip to Italy? Head to Papadio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar in the Village. Family owned and operated for 46 years, Papadio's has been serving Oklahoma since 1979 with imported pastas, veal, chicken, shrimp, and fresh fish from Gulfport Seafood. We also offer gluten-free, dairy-free, and vegan options so everyone finds something they love. Papadio's is open Christmas Eve this year from 3 to 7. Call 405-755-2255 today for your reservation. Shopping for the holidays? Give the gift of Papadio's with a gift card or a fun happy bag packed with pasta, sauce, salad dressing, oil and vinegar, and salt and pepper. And don't forget to order your holiday lasagna for dinner.
And it's our sweet deal of the week. Purchase a $50 gift certificate for only half price while they last Friday morning at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com. It's the sweet deal of the week with Papadio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar and thesportsanimal.com.
This year, the 405 brought home the trophy. And here in OKC, we know champions aren't just made on the court. They're made in the details. I'm Todd Nathie, owner of ZT Cigars. And when it comes to cigars, I play to win. That's why the exclusive 405 cigar was created. Crafted just for our city and only available at ZT Cigars. You won't find it anywhere else. Step into our humidor and you'll see why we're the go-to spot for cigar lovers in Oklahoma. From rare boutique blends to timeless classics. Plus a lounge where you can kick back, watch the games, and savor the good life. ZT is built for people who appreciate excellence in the moment. So when you're winding down from a big win or gearing up for kickoff, come by ZT Cigars. Whether it's the 405 cigar, a perfect gift, or just some quality time in our lounge, we're here for you. Visit us in OKC, Yukon, Edmond, or check us out at ztcigars.com. ZT Cigars, crafted for champions in the 405.
The biggest tire and wheel sale of the year is happening right now at R&R Tire Express. Listen up, because this deal is absolutely unbelievable. For a limited time, R&R Tire Express will match your first payment up to $100. That's right, whatever you put down, R&R matches it. You pay $20, R&R throws in $20. You pay $50. Boom, here's $50 absolutely free. You pay $100. R&R pays $100. That's right, $100. That's free money going directly towards your brand new tires or wheels, and it gets even better. You make absolutely no payments until next year. That means you can roll into the holidays with the tires you need, the wheels you want, and you won't pay a single penny until the new year. Take advantage of all the incredible benefits we offer, including lifetime rotate and balance, road hazard protection, and lifetime alignments. Don't miss free money and no payments until next year at R&R Tire Express.
No at Boomer Kia. No is the word of the season at Boomer Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event, because you can get into loads of brand new Kias with no interest for up to 6 years. That's dozens of new Kias with no interest for 6 years. Not ready for payments? Boomer Kia can get you into a brand new Kia with no payments for up to 3 months with no money down. Worried about your credit? No problem. Log on to boomerkia.com. Click the pre-check button and you can get pre-approved instantly with no risk of hurting your credit. Yes, instant pre-approval with no risk of hurting your credit. So if you want a brand new Kia with 6 years, no interest, no payments for 3 months, and no money down, come see me, James Wade, at Boomer Kia, or get your no-risk pre-approval right now at boomerkia.com.
With approved credit through KFA, plus tax, tag license, and dog fee. Interest accrues date of sale. Dealer deferred payments. Example 2026 Kia EV9, $1,389 cost per thousand, expires 1/6/26.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Fix it fast and save the day. Triple Play.
Stream any show, maybe a missed segment or interview, anytime on any device with WWLS Podcasts. Always free with 0 subscription fees. And now follow all WWLS podcasts at thesportsanimal.com, the Sports Animal app, and remember to subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Arcoma Surveying and Mapping.
Proud sponsors of WWLS The Sports Animal, your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station.
Fast 2:45 on a Friday. Weekend just around the corner. Gideon Hamilton out here at the Lucky Star Casino in Concho. Got Sam Humphreys back inside our Sports Animal Studios. Great stuff with Jesse Crittenden from OU Insider. So this is, I heard Pete Nakos from On 3 on the way in here, and he wouldn't go so far as to evaluate the fit with Matt Campbell because the deal is not officially done, but we're hearing that it's past the talks are heating up. It's the deal is being finalized stage with Matt Campbell and Penn State. Sam, wanted to get your thoughts. It's amazing that, we went through a cycle, it felt like, of several years in a row where it's like, okay, is Matt Campbell going to leave? And then they had some down years kind of mixed in there with Iowa State, and now you're taking one of the better jobs in college football, one of the most, I'll say this, one of the most high-profile jobs in college football, perhaps. So that's going to be interesting. I'm not going to bet against Matt Campbell doing a good job there.
I'm not either. I think two things can be true, that Matt Campbell is a good hire, a good coach, but also Penn State completely botched this coaching search, right? I mean, I think that they fired James Franklin because they thought that they were going to hire Kurt Sidnetti, and then Kurt Sidnetti stays at Indiana. And then that we've heard multiple different people, right, that ended up either signing extensions or going other places. And then we thought it might be Kalani Sitake earlier on this week. He gets extended by BYU. And then they go after Matt Campbell. I think that it's a good hire. It's a good fit. He's from around that area. But on the same token, I do think that Penn State, I do think that Matt Campbell was down Penn State's list. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Also, here recently, the 30th was the day where everything just popped off. But Billy Napier to James Madison, I think he'll probably do a pretty good job there. Program is pretty solidly in place in terms of where they are in the Sun Belt. Colin Klein to Kansas State. I'm interested to get your thoughts on that. Colin had done a nice job there and then moved over to Texas A&M. Knew there was a possibility of him being the next head coach at K-State. So I think that'll be an interesting fit. Will Stein to Kentucky. I told you during the break that I thought he might be a little bit more highly coveted by some of these teams that we think anyway are a little bit further up in the SEC. After Summerall, Golish, and Silverfield, all those guys got taken. There weren't too many of those jobs remaining. So I wanted to get your thoughts on some of these other jobs that we've learned about here in the last couple of days or so.
Well, once Kleiman retired, it was pretty obvious that Colin Klein was the perfect fit for that job. I like what he's done at Kansas State as the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach, and then obviously this since 2024 being at A&M. Doing a good job, and that offense with Marcel Reed has been really fun to watch, and they really run the ball as well, which fits Kansas State's play style. So I think that's a good fit. I agree with you. I thought it was a little bit interesting that Will Stein went to Kentucky. Maybe he thinks he can turn around Kentucky, but it's a really tough place to do that, Gideon. It's similar to Arkansas, what we talked about with them.
You have to be very confident, and they almost have to convince you about the resources that they're trying to put in place. Now, when you roll the dice, the gamble that you're making is you're hoping those dice come up sevens, meaning you won 7 games there, or you won 8 games there, and all of a sudden everybody thinks you're a genius.
Right.
And then you can get out of there.
The problem
sometimes that's why you take those jobs.
I agree. Now, the problem with Kentucky is the basketball program spending $20+ million on their roster. How much money are you going to get as a football coach to dole out to your roster and to be competitive in the SEC? I know that people might say, well, look what Vanderbilt has done. Well, Vanderbilt is spending a ton of money on their football program. Is Kentucky willing to do that? I guess we'll see.
Yeah. And then other big news around the college football landscape and all of these teams that are in Power Fours that are kind of a step behind where your traditional powers, your limitless resource powers are. If Texas Tech wins the college football playoff this year or advances to the championship game, then I think you're going to see a lot more Texas Techs out there, or people that they think can make a Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
And so
you're already seeing one of them in Kansas.
Michigan State got pledged a $400 million donation, which most of is going to go to the football and basketball programs. So at Virginia Tech, we're seeing a ton of resources that have been allocated toward athletics. And so now you're going to have enough of these to where there's not going to be enough spots to go around, but I think that's going to start some copycats of saying, hey, look what happened here. I mean, they were, not an all-star, but I mean, they were just an average team forever, basically, and you get a little bit of money in, and now we're having a lot of fun down here. So
Michigan State's an interesting one because, like, when I was in high school around the mid-2010s, I mean, they were a really solid team, going 12 wins, 11 wins, 10 wins. They had another 13-win season in 2013, but recently 4 wins, 5 wins, 4 wins, 5 wins, 2 wins, 7-7. So if they do, get a culture and some money to go along with that and they do have the history that it can work there. It's just it hasn't in this new age of college football.
Yeah. All right, it's time for an OG&E break. OG&E has holiday winter safety tips. Go to OGE.com/safety tips. And coming up next, we'll talk a little bit more about this weekend, these conference championship games, and what to anticipate and what is on the line there. We'll dive into this weekend in the NFL coming up a little bit later on. Having a great time out here at the Lucky Star Casino in Concho. Hundreds of your favorite games, great table games here, all decked out with festive decorations here. So you're going to have a great time at the Lucky Star Casino in Concho. This is the Afternoon Sports Beat on the Sports Animal.
Hey, it's Phil and Zinga from the Morning Animals. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and all that stuff. We would like you to join us Saturday, December 6th at Industry Gastro Lounge North. That's just north of Memorial on May, because we're taking photos with Santa from 11 until 2, and then from 6 p.m. until who knows when, a ridiculously fun office Christmas party that will blow your brains out. But we're doing it for a good cause. We want to help restock the food pantry at OK City Center. And you can pick up your first edition Sports Animal 12 Days of Spinozzi Snowflake Christmas Ornament. We're calling this thing the Snowflake Soiree, presented by Consumer Cellular. Here's the deal. You name the price on the ornament, and we give you the ornament. And every penny goes to OK City Center. You can donate $1, you can donate $1,000. And we're going to have tons of giveaways, including $1,000 cash, courtesy of Consumer Cellular, and a round of golf for 4 at Oak Tree National. That's valued at $1,200. So join us for the best, the brightest, and the most fun you can legally have in Oklahoma. Join us Saturday, December 6th, again from 11 until 2. Free photos with Santa Claus. That's me. Call me Papa Snowflake. Then starting at 6 o'clock, it's the Snowflake Soiree from the Morning Animals, Consumer Cellular, and 98.1 FM WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Sponsored by ChumbaCasino.com. With over 100 online casino-style games, Chumba Casino is your go-to destination for nonstop entertainment. Play for fun and play for free at ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 21+.
I'm Oklahoma Sooner quarterback John Mateer. My job is to move the ball down the field and get the Sooners across the goal line. If you've been injured in an auto accident, you need a pro to be the quarterback of your medical care needs. Dr. Martin Lopez and the OKC Car Crash Clinic are your premier teammates to help you on your road to recovery. Dr. Lopez is a specialty-trained MD with decades of experience. Make your best play call and contact Dr. Lopez at 405-86-CRASH. That's 405-862-7274 or visit OKCCrash.com.
Do you love seafood? Then you need to go taste the freshness at the Hook and Reel Cajun Seafood and Bar. And right now at the Hook and Reel, every Monday through Thursday is all you can eat for just $39.99 per person. That's right, no joke. You want snow crab legs? No problem. Shrimp? No problem. Catfish, clams, crawfish? Yep, no problem. It's all you can eat for only $39.99 per person. Make sure you ask your server all the details. So gather your friends and family for celebrating any occasion at the Hook and Reel. Off I-40 in MacArthur.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a lot more. And I completely agree. That's why I'll pay more for your car at GiveMeTheVin.com. That's the name of our new campaign. I'm worth more. You are worth more, and your car's worth more. And that's why I will pay more. And remember, if I don't beat the price on a CarMax or a Carvana deal, I'll pay you $100 at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Don't kick your family member out at Christmas on a dirt yard. Have a nice, fluffy, soft landing with the Bermuda that Crutcho Creek Farm sells year-round. 405-732-4327. Happy holidays, guys.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
The elite always work to get better. And at SSM Health Bone and Joint Hospital, we dedicate ourselves to being the best orthopedic surgeons in the country. Committed to helping you, no matter the injury. or where you are across Oklahoma. Visit ssmhealth.com/OSOI to learn more. At SSM Health Bone and Joint Hospital and OSOI, our goal is to make sure you receive exceptional care. And for that reason, Saints march on.
Look, Deanne, tell me what you see.
Wowzers! I see 6 different examples of the ultimate classic engagement ring.
And each one of these is a 1-carat freeborn diamond. Your choice, $1,490.
Wait, how much are we selling them for?
$1,490.
What? Can we do that?
It's Christmas, so couples can choose a round diamond, princess, cushion cut,
emerald cut, pear shape, or oval.
Your choice, $1,490.
You're gonna say wowzers.
Only at Michener Fair and Jewelers.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's S&B Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
The United States Soccer Federation presents the U.S. Soccer Podcast.
This is the show where we bring you in-depth interviews with U.S. soccer stars. This time, Sam Coffey.
The World Cup is in 2 years. Is it time yet? Like, can we get back into camp?
Tim Ream.
We're going to continue to show other countries we're not going to be pushed around.
And Jedi Robinson.
Every time you come back and you put the jersey on, it means more and more each time.
So we'll be back here with all the best stories.
The U.S. Soccer Podcast.
We've got a lot to talk about.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City, The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station. It's hour number 2 with Jim Traber on 98.1 FM. WWLS, The Sports Animal.
It is just after 3 o'clock on a Friday. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Sports Animal. Gideon Hamilton, the Lucky Star Casino. Sam Humphreys is back inside our Sports Animal studios. The legend, Al Eschbach. Just around the corner, you'll hear from Al and his thoughts on what will be an important weekend into determining the fate of a lot of different teams, not just Oklahoma, and we'll talk about that coming up here in just a little bit. First up, we want to head to the phones and talk to Carl, who's been hanging on for a while. Carl, appreciate that. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead.
Thanks, Gideon. I haven't talked to you, I don't think, ever, so I appreciate you taking the call.
Good deal, yeah.
Hey, so I was following up. I spoke with Jim last week. I think we were talking about Matier is what I was going to talk about. But, and I just said, I think, honestly, as far as this team goes, I think he's way more important than X's and O's. And I think Jim agreed with me but said he needed to play better, which I agreed with him. He does. But has anyone not ever talked about his feet? I love John Matier, but everyone always praises him for being an ex-baseball player and throwing off platform. But I think that's the problem with his accuracy. One throw, he'll be spot on perfect. And then the next throw is be an out route, 8-yard out route, and be in the dirt or be up in the stands. And I just think it has a lot to do with his platform that he throws off of. And I was going to see what you guys thought about that, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the call, Carl. We appreciate that. Sam, you've watched him more this year, and the accuracy is spotty. You could tell at Washington State he'll throw the ball to the other team, but there have been some times where I know fans have been frustrated where he's had targets open on some not long distance, but some intermediate throws where he's missed some guys. Do you think that him being off balance plays a part in that, or what do you think it is?
I guess it could. What I've seen from Matier from early on in the season against Michigan and Auburn compared to what it was after the thumb surgery is I think it's more mental. I agree with Jim when he says that not necessarily saying that he has the yips, but his decision-making seems slower. It seems like he's not quite as confident in himself, but it's weird, right? Because you'll see, like the Satania play 2 games ago that went for, 86 yards or whatever it was on the slant route. He threw it 5 yards behind Satania the play before that, and then that one was right on the money. He caught it right in stride for a touchdown, and so it's the consistency since the surgery that has been lacking with John Mateer. I don't necessarily say that it's physical. I think that it's a little bit mental with him trying to get his confidence back after the surgery, and maybe it is a little bit of footwork too. He can get happy feet at times, but he has, even though it's looked ugly at times, he also has made big plays at the end and in the fourth quarter of games, specifically against Tennessee, Alabama, and then again against LSU. So even though it's ugly at times, he has made plays to win games. So
yes,
I do think it's in there somewhere, I guess is what I would say.
There are 6 conference championship games this weekend that feature ranked teams. Let's go ahead and talk about those. James, we're not going to break the game down or anything. We're not going to do that with any of these games, to be honest with you. But is James Madison Troy? Would that be the biggest shocker if one team beat another? If Troy beat JMU in that game?
No, it would be BYU beating Texas Tech.
No, James Madison's like almost a 30-point favorite in that
I understand
one.
that, but BYU has zero chance to beat Texas Tech.
They don't have zero chance, and I don't like BYU at all. Like, I have no idea how they've won as many games the last 2 years that they have, but they have, and you have to give them credit for that. So I am not a BYU believer, but even I would say they have a better chance of beating Texas Tech than Troy does of beating.
I'm being a little bit sarcastic with that. No, it would be Troy, but I don't think BYU has any chance to beat Tech. Tech is a SEC team with a Big 12 logo. I mean, they have a legit defense. Their offense has been playing great. They almost had 600 yards against West Virginia last time they played. So I think they're going to roll. But Duke over West Virginia would be the one that would cause all the chaos, though. I mean, that's kind of the upset I'm rooting for.
Virginia, yeah. What about North Texas Tulane? And I haven't talked to you in a while, so this was really interesting to have this develop, but I remember around, week 7, week 8, when the coaching search is really heating up. And so on our pregame and when I was filling in, I would ask everybody, Sam, hey, when you identify the coach that you want, let's say they're coaching in a conference championship game or in the playoff, would you let them do that, or would you make them come to Stillwater and start their job? Would you let them continue to coach their team? Every answer I got, every single one, no, of course not, no, never. They have to start right away. You have to get a jump start. December's too important. That's the only portal period. And then what was really interesting is 4 weeks later, you got the guy that you wanted, and it's like, yeah, I think it's okay. And like everybody.
I think it's case by case, right? I mean, if it's Kiffin going from Ole Miss to LSU, you probably don't want him coaching the playoffs for Ole Miss when he's going to be the next coach at LSU. But I think it's good publicity for OSU to have their new coach in the playoffs. I think that's a good thing. I think it's case by case.
But the dynamics don't change. And he is, I think, probably 80% of the work that he's doing right now is probably on OSU's behalf. I think he goes in and probably game plans for tonight and coaches that game. But I think a majority of his time and resources are being spent on Oklahoma State. But the dynamic still remains there, that there is a little bit of a split.
For sure, but it was a great hire, and I think that if you can get Eric Morris, you let Eric Morris do whatever he wants at the end of the season. If he wants to finish out at North Texas, then let him, because this guy is a great hire, and he's proven that not only at North Texas, but at Incarnate Word and Washington State as well. I like his offense. I watched them play an entire game only one time this season against Army, and North Texas blew a big lead, but you just see the kind of air raid offense that he has, and Mestamaker was making plays, and they got the running back kid, Caleb Hawkins, if I'm not mistaken, from Shawnee.
Shawnee,
Yeah, and you would think that those two guys would at least have a pretty good shot at going to OSU and following Eric Morris. So I thought it was a great hire for now and into the future. And I guess my point is, if you can get that deal done early, you let him do whatever the heck he wants to do. If he wants to stay and finish it out, good for him.
Well, and it would be we'd be several weeks away from when they would play again if they win tonight. So, again, in the interim, almost everything that he does is going to be OSU-based. I mean, would you agree with that? You don't think it's closer
Not only do I agree with it, I mean, it's just it's a fact, right? I mean, the night of when he got hired, he was already – their kids on Twitter were saying that they were getting offered by Eric Morris from high school, right? I mean, you saw him hit the not only – I mean, obviously not the portal yet, but I'm sure he's making plans for that. But hitting the recruiting trail right as soon as he got hired for Oklahoma State. So, his mind is with Oklahoma State, and he's just finishing out the year with North Texas, which I think is a good thing, I think.
Big Ten championship game. Ohio State is a 4-point favorite over Indiana. What side would you take in this game?
I got Ohio State. I want to see it to believe it with Indiana in a big game. I know that they beat Oregon earlier on this year. I know that they beat Penn State in that fun finish where the guy was barely in bounds at the end, but I think that Ohio State has the best defense in the country, and they're rolling right now. So if Indiana can beat Ohio State, then I'll start believing in Kurt Sidnetti, and, I'll have to Google him.
You said you picked Georgia or you locked Georgia this weekend?
I locked Georgia in that game. I know that Alabama's beaten them 3 straight times. Alabama's beaten Georgia 10 out of the last 11 times they played each other, Gideon. But Georgia is a different team in the state of Georgia. Georgia has won 32 out of its last 34 games in the state of Georgia. This is obviously in Atlanta. And Georgia has covered the spread in 5 of its last 6 games against top 10 teams. It's tough to beat a team twice in the same season. I'm taking Georgia minus the 2.5 in that one.
Now, we talked about what if, the doomsday scenario, and that Darian Mensah's 28-4 touchdown to interception ratio this year. This is not as crazy as people would think it is, that Duke would beat Virginia. I still don't think that they would be put into the college football playoff if that happened. I don't know if there's anything about that game, because you always have to think of, okay, what if it's 52-10? What if you're looking at trend lines? And I still don't know, because they've only won 2 games in a row. They had already lost to Virginia before that. They lost to Connecticut the game before that. And so it's not like they got off to a bad start and then they reeled off 7 or 8 wins. You know what I mean? And you could convince yourself, this really is one of the best teams in the country. I don't think, regardless of result, you can do that with Duke. So if Duke beats Virginia, in your mind, Sam, does that open up another playoff spot for one of these at-large teams?
I think if Duke beats Virginia, then JMU's going. Don't you?
So JMU would go in along with either North Texas or Tulane?
Yes. Yeah. Because it's the top 4 conference champions and then the group of 5, the best group of 5 team.
Okay, so
is the language in it.
I get what you're saying there. So it would actually, the American and the Sun Belt would have the 2 higher ranked conference champions,
right?
Or the one team would have the higher ranked, and then the one would be the best group of 5 team in there. I see what you're saying. Okay,
right. So and I think if that happens, then. And if that happens and BYU loses the Big 12 championship game, then the committee's going to vault Miami over Notre Dame, and Notre Dame's going to get left out. So they have a representative from the ACC in the playoffs, and it's going to be Miami.
Oh, really? That would be really interesting, that you would have a representative from a conference that did not get into their conference championship game,
right,
in over anybody that played in it.
But that's what I was saying earlier about
that
URASEC.
That would be a strange precedent to set, though.
It would be, but it would. That's what I'm saying about URASEC playing those games, saying head-to-head matters if it's close, if they're close in the rankings, and if BYU loses, Notre Dame and Miami are going to be side by side in the rankings.
Yeah.
And then head-to-head would matter, and Miami if he's telling the truth, would jump Notre Dame, and then it would be North Texas or Tulane, the winner of that game, and then JMU, because JMU is ranked ahead of Duke.
I think we might have been on the same page on this, and people that are just joining us, because of the properties that could be just out. I don't see any changes to the playoff within the next couple of years, but I think this would start the discussion that if Alabama just missed, Notre Dame, Miami, Texas, 3 of these teams just missed being in the playoff. Is that their own fault? Yes, of course it is. You have an opportunity throughout the course of the year to ensure the fact that you get into the college football playoff. However, if those 3 teams are just on the outside looking in, you don't think that the networks involved in this aren't going to freak out and say, let's make sure that we get all of these teams into the playoff next time around, and start the conversation of widening this field to 20 or 24 or 32, whatever it's going to be. I don't think it'll be a perfect 32. I think it'll be something less than that, because I think you'll have to work in buys for teams that earned it throughout the course of the year. Do you think that domino could start to fall this year based on who would be just outside looking in?
Absolutely. I think it should. I don't know why it's so difficult to just go to a 16-team playoff. Then you have all the deserving or 2 and 3 loss SEC teams in there, like Texas and Vandy, for instance. And then you have, some other teams like a BYU would be in regardless, right? And so I think 16 is the perfect number. 24 is too many. The ACC and Big 12 don't deserve 4 teams from their conferences, or at least in the last couple of years, they definitely haven't. The ACC may not even get a team in this year. So in a 16-team playoff, they would get a team in. So I don't know. I feel like 16 is a good number. 24 is too many, but the way that they probably look at it is the more the merrier, the more the money, right?
Yes. Yeah, the competitive balance, that's out the window now. I mean, when you have teams that are like contemplating on if they really, it's better for them not to be in their conference championship game, to have more time to prepare for the playoff and have another opportunity to not lose. I mean, that deal's all gone, so they can go up as much as they want to. What I think is that you're looking at, 2 extra weeks in December where you're not making money. And so once they figure out that, hey, there's 2 more weekends where we can play games, and let's just incorporate some of the other bowl games into that, where now all of a sudden they've got a game that means something, somebody's going to love to sponsor that game instead of just having some meaningless game between a 6-6 team and a 7-5 team. So I think that's going to happen regardless of this. In terms of how many there should be, it should probably be less than 12, but in my perfect world. But what do I think is going to happen? I think we're going to climb up incrementally to where we're in the 20s, and then I think it's going to be even more than that, just because there are 2 weekends where there's nothing going on, where they can have several more games that could make money.
Gideon, I mean, it could happen a whole lot faster than we even think, right? If Trump signs this executive order that Pavia wants him to sign.
What is this? You'll have to tell me about this.
Diego Pavia is calling for Trump to sign an executive order to make it a 16-team playoff for this year's playoff.
Well, that's not going to happen. But Diego has a good track record with courts and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, his brother got arrested at the game last weekend. What are your thoughts on the Heisman? Because I would vote for Diego Pavia for Heisman. But it's going to be tough because either Mendoza or Sayin are going to win their conference championship game this weekend, and Pavia's not going to be playing. But I think there's enough voters that have already made up their mind on Pavia that I would vote for Pavia.
Yeah, there's better players than each of these 2 guys. But it'll be whoever has a better second half between those 2 guys. That's usually how the Heisman works, is you can put yourself in the conversation throughout the year, but it's who plays best in their conference championship game is now going to be the Heisman Trophy winner. That's what it seems like to me anyway. I don't think that there's anybody, if that game's 9-6 and both of those guys throw 3 picks, then you're starting to look at other options. I don't think that there's anybody from Georgia who stands out. I don't think that Martinez from Texas Tech, unless he has like 5 interceptions in that game, is probably going to put himself in the position to win as many votes. I don't think that there's anybody from any team that is participating in one of the other games that they would just have to skyrocket in that position. So if one of those guys throws for 4 touchdowns and their team wins, they're winning the award.
I'm with you. But like I said, I would vote for Pavia. What he has done with Vandy is phenomenal. Whether you like him or not, it's crazy.
No, he should definitely be there, and I wish the award was based on, something else. I actually wish they might vote for it before conference championship weekend, just because it's so paint by number every single year. It's just like whoever plays the best in these last few weeks that everybody's paying attention to. Right now, it's time for an OG&E break. OG&E has holiday winter safety tips. You can go to their site. It's OGE.com/safety tips. And when we return, we'll talk about that game from last night in the NFL and some of the important games that you need to be paying attention to this weekend. How is your team setting right now going into the playoffs or maybe in the draft race, the reverse standings? We'll get to that when we return. NFL talk on the afternoon sports beat on the other side of the sports animal.
The Big 12 Championship on ESPN Radio.
Now, the stakes get much higher.
4th-ranked Texas Tech faces 11th-ranked BYU. Both 11-1, and a trip to the college football playoff is on the line.
Watch it fly deep. He's got a wide open man. Touchdown.
4th-ranked Texas Tech faces 11th-ranked BYU.
Coverage begins Saturday at 11 a.m. on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming on thesportsanimal.com or the Sports Animal app.
Oklahoma, this December, forget decking the halls, because David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge is decking the deals during their used car holiday sale, where you'll find a ho lot of savings. Right now, $29 down puts you in the driver's seat with payments starting at just $99 a month and no payments for 6 months. We're stacked with inventory, trade-ins, auction cars, lease returns, all makes, all models, all price to move, with up to 70% off the original MSRP. 70% off at David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, and tag, tax, and title included. Yes, included. Don't prejudge your credit. We've got banks on hand right now to get you approved and on the road today. Apply online at davidstanleydodge.com. It's the used car holiday sale. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge, across from Tinker in Midwest City. Stock number M390116. 29 down, 99 a month for 72 months at 6.9% APR. WAC. Stock number U389373. Original MSRP 35260. Sale price $10,578. No payments for 6 months with Dash Financial.
Sponsored by Audible. Audible's romance collection has something to satisfy every side of you. Fall for a brooding duke. Dive into a steamy romantasy series from Sarah J. Maas. Or find the perfect rom-com from Lily Chu. Start listening free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com.
In the midst of this exciting football season and return of big league hoops, don't forget, it's health insurance season. November 1st through December 15th is the only time to renew or change your individual health insurance for 2026 without a qualifying event. Due to federal changes, it's more important than ever. Allison Insurance has guided thousands of Oklahomans toward the right health insurance policy. Call Allison Insurance at 745-2968 or 800-580-5587. Allison Insurance. They are the experts.
I'm Kelly Bishop of the Able Law Firm. If you or a family member has been injured due to someone else's negligence, give us a call. For over 50 years, we've fought for injured Oklahomans, recovering nearly $1 billion for our clients. We'll make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Visit ablelawfirm.com for a free consultation. We're ready, we're willing, we're able.
When you need us, call the firm. We are able.
Named Oklahoma City's best personal injury law firm.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, south side at Southwest 89th and Western, Eastern, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Class and Grill and Class and Circle, or Shannon's SMB Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
This is Tony, owner of Secure Pavement. Need a parking lot or got one that's embarrassing to park on? Call Secure Pavement. We do it all from dirt to paint. We can do anything from full replacement or even slap some lipstick on a pig. Our experience dates back to the 1900s, well before the smartphone took over. Visit our website for more info, or don't. It's your own asphalt.
I need to check my Facebook.
Call Secure Pavement. We do it all from dirt to paint. Secure Pavement. Pave the world.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The holidays are here, and it's time once again for the 12 Days of Spinozzi, powered by OG&E to benefit OK City Center. Spinozzi hits the road in an OG&E EV to collect all your donations, and amazing volunteers help wrap and deliver all the gifts in time for Christmas Day. Click on thesportsanimal.com or tap into the Sports Animal app for all the info, plus ways you can donate to help make kids' Christmas wish lists come true at OK City Center.
Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder.
Take Thunder basketball with you wherever you go with the official Thunder app, powered by OU Health. Get access to exclusive content, mobile alerts, and highlights. It's all access all the time. Download for free today.
It's just about 3:20 on a Friday weekend just around the corner. It's already here for some of you. Hope you enjoy it. We're having a great time out here at the Lucky Star Casino in Concho. Hundreds of your favorite games, great table games as well, and a lot of festive ways for you to win coming up this month. I'll tell you about those coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a look at the NFL. We did have a game last night. This was a fun one. Lions win at home 44-30 over Dallas. So what this does to the chances is, despite the run that they have been on, very bleak for Dallas to make it in to the NFC playoffs. They're at under a 10% chance. Lions now have improved to better than 50-50 odds to make it in with that win. But Sam, Dallas made this close a couple of times. Thought to myself, hey, man, are they going to do this again against a really solid team? But fell just a little bit short, and the Lions get a very important win for them.
Two below-average defenses, right? But I was just super impressed with Jahmyr Gibbs, and I was impressed with what the Lions did to utilize him and get him the ball out in space. The Chiefs and the Eagles both really struggled running on the Cowboys with those two big boys in the middle, Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, and they've been playing great football, stopping the run specifically. And I thought early in that game they got Gibbs the ball on some passes, right? I mean, how many receiving yards did he end up with? 77 receiving yards on 7 catches. Got the ball out in space and got out and running. Their defense did have some breakdowns, but I thought they played a whole lot better than they played recently, talking about Detroit. And then on the other side, I mean, you can't turn the ball over. Dak Prescott turned it over, 3 times, but it was really twice, and the last one was at the end. So Tough night for Dallas because now the Eagles have a little cushion. If the Eagles win 3 out of their next 5 games, even if the Cowboys win out, the Eagles are winning that division. For the first time, back-to-back champions since, 2004? So,
yeah. Let's talk about some of the games that we need to pay attention to this weekend. It might not be the best in terms of competitive balance, but in terms of divisional races, there's going to be a couple that we throw in there. But there are certainly a couple of games that mean a lot in terms of head-to-head and who's going to win these divisions. And you have to start with one in Jacksonville. This is the Jaguars. It looked like they were starting to spiral in the middle of the year. They've turned things around. They played the Colts, who have started to dip a little bit. Both teams are 8-4. Indy still a 1.5-point favorite on the road. What's your take on this one? And obviously, you have to talk about Houston in this division as well. They've got a very important game on the road in Kansas City that's going to be difficult for them. But they've already made this a three-way dance.
Yeah, that Texans-Chiefs game on Sunday night, it got flexed into Sunday night because it's essentially the same thing as Cowboys-Lions was last night. I mean, the winner of that game stays alive, and the loser is probably done as far as making the playoffs. The Texans did beat the Colts last week, and I would say the Colts, Gideon, but I'm just not so sure about Danny Dimes' health. He has that, fibula, whatever it is in his foot, and he's trying to play with that fracture, and he didn't look like himself the last couple weeks. And the Jags, even though they lost Travis Hunter to injury to end the season, the Jags have been playing solid football. Now they have the tiebreaker over the Colts. The Jags are in the lead of the AFC South, so it's wide open. I really don't have a strong opinion on any of the 3 teams. If the Texans beat the Chiefs this weekend, I guess I would say Texans, but their offense has been super inconsistent, even though their defense is really good.
Yeah, defense is awesome. Colts, after that great start to the season, they've lost 3 of 4. Now, at Pittsburgh, nobody's going to get on you too bad about that. At Kansas City, of course not. And then to a Texans team that's red hot. So it's not like they're losing the dogs out there. This is still a really good team. They're just not seeing the results that they have throughout the course of the season. Jacksonville, on the other hand, they've won 3 in a row, but 2 of those games were barely over the Cardinals, and then they beat the Titans a week ago. Chargers, that was an impressive win the way that they won it 35-6, but we'll see if they can start to stack that. And then another really important divisional game this weekend, Sam. Steelers go to Baltimore to play the Ravens. Have to give it up to Baltimore and the way that they have turned things around after that tough start, having to deal with Lamar Jackson's injury. Baltimore is a 6-point favorite in this game. This is also a noon kickoff coming up this weekend. Who you got?
Last week shocked me on Thanksgiving night when the Bengals won 32-14 over the Ravens. Lamar just doesn't look like himself. There's times where in the past he would run, and he's not running. He's not trusting in himself after the injury. And the Bengals obviously do look better with Joe Burrow back. I'm not saying they're a bad team, but I would expect the Ravens to do a little bit more damage to that bad Bengals defense than they did on Christmas Day. So I don't really know what to expect. The Steelers are reeling. The Ravens obviously looked better, and then they looked terrible on Christmas Day. Yeah. So I guess I would go Ravens, just considering all the turmoil and the Fire Tomlin talk as we've heard on this show throughout the week. I'll go Ravens, but I'm not super confident in them covering that spread. It's always a pretty close game between them and Pittsburgh.
And then one more really important game for the divisional race, and this is going to be in Green Bay, where Chicago will play the Packers this weekend. This will be an afternoon game on Sunday. Green Bay, a 6.5-point favorite. Does that surprise you? Is that momentum carrying over from Thanksgiving with the way that they beat the Lions there? Because when you talk about momentum, you also have to talk about Chicago and the way they've reeled off 9 of 10 or whatever it's been, this incredible run that they've been on. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, bet against the Bears at your own peril. I think we've started to believe that they're for real a little bit more. Do the Bears have what it takes to keep this run going?
The Bears have been awesome. I'm a believer in the Bears. I watched them just dismantle my Eagles last week, and they won 24-15 over the Eagles, and they just ran it right down our throats, right? And it was 2 different backs that were running it right down our throats. Those run schemes that Ben Johnson has are awesome. They're rolling offensively. Now, Roma Dunze is out for this game, so I think that definitely plays a part. He's been balling for Chicago so far this year. But the Packers, look, I mean, they made a statement against the Lions last week, winning 31-24 over the Lions, and so I don't know, the Packers are just so inconsistent. The Bears have been a whole lot more consistent recently. I would probably lean Bears as far as betting against the spread, but the Packers are playing at home. It's at Lambeau. It's a big divisional game. It's been forever since the Bears have beaten the Packers in a big game like this, so I understand why the spread is what it is, but I would lean Bears in this one. I'm a believer in what Ben Johnson is doing up in Chicago.
So we've got some big swings this weekend that you need to be aware of based on results. There's some, like the Eagles, if they win, their 98% chance to get in. If they lose, their 89%. Like that's not a big swing. Like they're still going to get in. There's a lot of teams like that their position is not locked in, but it's fairly secure. However, there are some teams that, like the Texans, if they win, their 85% chance to get in. If they lose, it's a coin flip. Steelers, if they beat Baltimore this weekend, 62% chance. If they lose to Baltimore, 15% chance to get in. The Chiefs, if they win, it's improved to a coin flip. If they lose, about a 10% chance to get in. So those are some of the
and last night, I would add to that game last night, the Lions with a win now have a 55% chance of making the playoffs. They're still not technically in the playoff race. The Niners are ahead of them. They would need a little bit of help. And then the Cowboys dropped to a 9% chance. And that's what I was talking about, that the Cowboys really, with teams like the Panthers and the Lions and the Niners and the Packers and the Seahawks all ahead of them, the only hope that the Cowboys have of making the playoffs is to win that division and hope that Philly just completely collapses down the stretch like they did a couple of years ago. So that's another big swing that happened last night.
Your number one seed chances, even though the Bears are technically atop the NFC right now, they've only got a 10% chance at the number one seed, probably because of who is in front of them and how close those teams are to each other. The Rams actually have an over 36% chance to be the number one seed. The Seahawks have a better chance than the Bears, even though they're currently number 5, just because they're behind in that division.
Yeah, they got to play the Packers twice, and they also have to play the Lions.
Right.
And the Niners.
And
I forgot about that.
And that's what we're going off of in terms of schedule, and that's why you're like, they're 9-3. Shouldn't they have a better shot than like Seattle, for instance? No, because of who they still have to play. In the AFC, it's a little bit more cut and dry. It's not totally a two-team race, but it's as close as you can get. The Broncos are about a coin flip to have the number one overall seed in the AFC. The Patriots are about a 40% chance to have it. The Patriots are they're going to have one of these buys.
They got a bye this week, and then they have the Bills.
Yeah, they've got to buy this week, and then they've got the Bills. But I mean, they're 100% in the playoffs right now.
Yes,
I mean they're for sure in. It's just about how they finish off the season. What do you think about the Broncos? And can the Broncos hold off the Chargers, who are their closest competitor there in the AFC West?
The Broncos down the stretch have to play the Packers, who are really fighting for a playoff spot. They got to play the Jags, who are fighting for a playoff spot. They got to play the Chiefs. If the Chiefs are still fighting for a playoff spot by December 25th on Christmas Day. And then they play the Chargers, who are also fighting for a playoff spot. So it's a lot of motivated teams down the stretch. So it's a tough schedule. I would lean towards the Pats. I just love what I've seen from Drake May. I'm a Drake May believer. And I think that they kind of have that Patriots culture back with Vrabel and a little bit of belief as well. And I like what they're doing on both sides of the ball. Not saying the Broncos are bad. I would just, if I had to bet on the team that I thought was going to be the one seed in the AFC, I would bet on New England.
All right, it's time for an OG&E break. They have holiday winter safety tips, OGE.com/safety tips. When we come back, I want to talk about the other biggest stories. We're going to re-rack the OU thing just so people kind of know what games to pay attention to this weekend. I want to ask Sam what's next for Giannis. get into a couple of these World Cup groups. Don't worry, won't hurt a bit. It's going to be like 20 seconds, and we'll talk about some other big stories in the sports world. Having a great time out here at the Lucky Star Casino in Concho. Hundreds of your favorite games. Santa's bag every Saturday in the month of December, so take advantage of that 5 times Friday, of course, going on today. You're listening to the Afternoon Sports Beat on the Sports Animal.
This is your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass, sponsored by
Boomerang Diner.
Now here's Gideon Hamilton on WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The Oklahoma City Thunder return home tonight when they play Dallas. Jalen Williams on the challenges of his first week back from injury.
Yeah, that's an adjustment. Trying to adjust to the physicality was a little different, and then a lot of it was just rhythm. Trying not to do too much, but still find the spots where I was comfortable.
It's Thunder versus Mavericks tonight. Tip off at 8:30.
This has been your Oklahoma City Thunder All Access Pass on your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Life doesn't stop when joint pain starts, and neither should you. You just need to call my friends at McBride Orthopedic Hospital. They treat everything from shoulders and spine to hips, knees, and ankles. Whenever pain strikes, they've got you covered, hands down from head to toe. With advanced treatments, cutting-edge technology, and compassionate care, McBride helps restore strength, mobility, and increase your confidence. Schedule today at mcboh.com. McBride, where quality moves you forward.
Physician owned.
405 Champions, your victory cigar is here. I'm Todd Napie with ZT Cigars, and the exclusive 405 cigar is bold, smooth, and only at ZT Cigars. Crafted for champions in the 405. See us in OKC, Edmond, Yukon, or ZTCigars.com.
Turning pennies into cash at Thunderbird Casino. Fun that's gonna last at Thunderbird Casino. They keep you coming back at Thunderbird Casino.
Thunderbird Casino is giving you a chance to win a brand new Grand Wagoneer. Earn entries all season long when you play with your Players Club card. Then on December 27th for the Grand Wagoneer giveaway. And on Saturdays, rev up your luck with $250 hot seats. Come for fun, play to win.
Thunderbird Casino, where you come for fun, play to win.
Craving real Italian food that feels like a trip to Italy? Head to Papadio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar in the Village. Family owned and operated for 46 years, Papadio's has been serving Oklahoma since 1979 with imported pastas, veal, chicken, shrimp, and fresh fish from Gulfport Seafood. We also offer gluten-free, dairy-free, and vegan options so everyone finds something they love. Papadio's is open Christmas Eve this year from 3 to 7. Call 405-755-2255 today for your reservation. Shopping for the holidays? Give the gift of Papadio's with a gift card or a fun happy bag packed with pasta, sauce, salad dressing, oil and vinegar, and salt and pepper. And don't forget to order your holiday lasagna for dinner.
And it's our sweet deal of the week. Purchase a $50 gift certificate for only half price while they last Friday morning at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com. It's the sweet deal of the week with Papadio's Italian Restaurant and Wine Bar and thesportsanimal.com.
Medicare beneficiary. Oklahomans trust their health to Global Health with a comprehensive dental benefit of $4,000 annual and comprehensive and preventative dental benefits with Generations Too Old Premier. HMO DSNP. Call Global Health today at 1-877-671-1038 or TTY 711 for hearing impaired. Paid endorsement. Global Health is an HMO plan with Medicare and Oklahoma Medicaid program contracts. Enrollment in Global Health depends on contract renewal. Based on the model of care review, Global Health has been approved by the National Committee for Quality Assurance to operate a special needs plan through 2028. Benefits may vary by plan. Call us or refer to your evidence of coverage available on our website, www.globalhealth.com, for benefit information, periodicity, limitations, and exclusions. Global Health is a plan offered by Global Health Incorporated.
My feet were so bad, I didn't even want to get out of the chair. So then what happens to you? You become so immobile that you can't do anything. I'm looking forward to cooking Christmas dinner. I haven't done it in a couple of years because of that. It'll be my best Christmas present.
It was making it difficult to do things like mow the lawn because it just, it started hurting. Christmas time, I'm up on a ladder putting up lights around my house. I won't have any problem this year because I don't have any pain at all.
If you're experiencing discomfort, burning sensations, or numbness in your feet, legs,
legs, hands, or arms, it could be a sign of neuropathy. Take the first step toward relief and schedule a consultation with Nerve Renewal today. Our treatments are covered by Medicare, Medicaid, VA, and most insurance plans. Feel better in just a few short weeks. With 10 convenient locations across the state, relief is closer than you think. Call 405-674-4949 or visit nerverenewalnow.com.
It's the wrap-up the year sales event at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of Norman. With America's best-in-class full-size truck 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Take up to $15,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 Laramies in stock right now. And always straightforward internet pricing with no special add-on surprises at Landers Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. LandersCDJRNorman.com. Ram Laramie stock number TN169764.
Fix it fast and save the day. Triple Play.
The playoff picture is heating up in the NFL. Listen to Football Sunday live from ESPN Radio as the Indianapolis Colts battle their division rival, the Jacksonville Jaguars, this Sunday. Coverage begins at 11 a.m., kickoff at noon on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming to you on thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app.
Thunderbird Casino.
What time is it?
Proud sponsors of WWLS The Sports Animal, your Oklahoma City Thunder flagship station. Now it's time for the Air Comfort Solutions winning call of the day. Make the winning call at 405-721-3740.
Hey, just past 3:40 on a Friday. Weekend just around the corner. We're having a great time out here at the Lucky Star Casino in Concho. Gideon Hamilton in for Jim. The legend Al Eschbach is right around the corner to talk about this weekend. Conference championship games, college football playoff, and what OU fans need to be on the lookout for. And the winning call, great to hear from Carl. Jesse Crittenden did a great job for OU Insider. And Sam, I thought you did a great job illustrating both for me and our listeners, like what some of these games could mean on the periphery of the college football playoff, those last two teams that would get in and who would get in if there was a scenario in which, Miami and Notre Dame were right next to each other. Could you get two group of 5 teams into the playoffs? So excellent job on that. In terms of Oklahoma, the two games that they need to be paying attention to this weekend are the SEC championship game and the Big 12 championship game. Those are the only two results that could push them out of hosting in the first round. So OU fans, you're cheering for Georgia this weekend, and you're cheering for Texas Tech this weekend, right, Sam?
That's exactly right. I think that Alabama would jump all the way into the top 4 with a win in the SEC championship game, meaning that OU would be headed to A&M for a playoff game, which would be fun. True Sooner versus Aggie Dave. That's the matchup we need to see.
Oh, my gosh. And we would have, 2 weeks of or more of buildup for that?
Could you imagine? Aggie Dave's still licking his wounds from last week.
I guess so. But this is going to be an incredible weekend with so much on the line for all of these games. I will be intrigued to see how much they penalize teams for losing in that conference championship game, if at all. And I really am looking at Alabama in that regard. Would they stay put right there, or would they move one spot down? Would they move completely out? I don't think that they could do that just for a team that would lose in their conference championship game. BYU is already on the outside looking in. They kind of know that this is their first playoff game, or if you want to look at it for OU's been playing playoff games for the last 4 weeks, really. For BYU, this is just kind of a first playoff game. It's just not official for them. They know if they lose, then they're out. All right. What's next for Giannis Antetokounmpo, Sam? And when he went down, I thought that was a major injury, not just something that was going to be a 2-week injury, although we've seen calf strains develop into something far worse. So I think they would be really careful with him. But what do you think? Is this going to be something that has to be resolved midway through the season for Milwaukee?
I think if I'm Giannis, I want to go to the Knicks. I think if I'm the Bucks, I would want to deal him to either the Hawks or San Antonio, which that would be pretty scary to see Wemby and Giannis on the same team. If you're a Thunder fan, you definitely want him to stay in the East. But the Hawks could offer, we broke this down yesterday on the show with Traber Gideon, that the Hawks could offer the Pelicans unprotected pick, first-round pick, which is, I mean, it could be the number 1 pick in the draft, plus Trae Young.
Yep.
I think that's pretty appealing, but would Giannis want to go to Atlanta? I'm not so sure.
Well, and it doesn't matter. I don't think he has a no trade, does he?
No, he doesn't. But again, sometimes these organizations and franchises work with their star player to send them where they want to go so they don't get a bad rep with other players around the league.
And their agents.
Correct.
So,
yes.
I wondered if you thought it was going to have to be remedied by the midway point of the season. I've never thought Milwaukee was going anywhere even before the year. But especially now that they've gotten off to the start that they did, that loss to the Wizards the other night was humiliating, and then he goes down. I just hope that this injury doesn't develop into something more serious to where, they deal him during the middle of the season, or they can't because
so you
he
think it's
suffered
legitimate?
A major injury.
Like the injury is legitimate because it seems very.
Yeah, of course it is.
It seemed a little bit convenient, the timing, right? That the Bucks could keep him out and deal him, and
no.
I don't know.
No, he did not fake an injury on the
I'm not
court.
saying it was fake. I'm just saying the severity of it you think is pretty serious. And I know they're treating these calf injuries super serious after what happened with Hallie and what happened with Jason Tatum last year.
Sure, even going back to Durant in 19. You can't have that stuff. You want to keep these guys out for maybe 2 extra weeks, 3 extra weeks, if you can, just to make sure that everything is stable. And even then, you're kind of nervous when these guys come back out on the floor. So I'll be interested to see what happens. Certainly could change the fortunes of a team this season if he is dealt.
Gideon, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Real quick, just on the NBA as we're on it. The Thunder playing the Mavs tonight. Tell me why the Mavs have been playing better basketball. I guess Nembhard's brother's been really hooping recently, right?
Yeah, they're one of many. I mean, you don't realize how many teams there are in this league without somebody who can initiate offense and who they just don't have a stable playmaker, especially in close games. That's why these teams can really lose to anybody. And there are so many teams without a point guard, and I don't mean a prototypical point guard. I just mean somebody you can trust with the ball. And so they've won a couple of games here. Nembhard's played really well. They've started to get some guys back from injury, even though they've got a ton of guys out tonight. Gafford, Lively, P.J. Washington are all out. Kyrie's obviously still out. But they just... 1, Davis came back, and 2, they have a guy that can dribble without getting the ball taken away from him 5 times a night.
Yeah, and
so
he's not like D'Lo who shoots 7 threes and goes 1 for 7 on a nightly basis. No, and Flag has been playing better. He definitely has recently. But I like the Thunder big tonight. What's the spread, 15.5 or something?
Yeah, I would. I'd go. 7 or 8 more than that, and probably still take the Thunder. Typically, you can get away with stuff like that. So I think that's a number. Almost all their lines are in the mid to upper teens. It seems. There was one other thing I was going to throw out to people in case you've been stuck at work. I'm sure the people that are really, really dialed into soccer already know this stuff, but USA gets in automatically as a host nation. So do Canada and Mexico. The World Cup field has expanded in a major way this year, so you're not seeing hardly any good matchups in the group stages just because they've almost doubled the field. So now, Sam, instead of starting the knockout stage with the round of 16, they start the knockout stage with the round of 32. Like, the field has just, I mean,
just like the college football
exploded.
playoff. It's expanded.
Yes, with the number of teams that get in. So United States, there is no excuse for not winning their group. It's ridiculous. The best team that they play is probably going to come out of a playoff to get in. If that's Turkey, Paraguay, they should be. Australia, they should be easily. So the United States coming up this summer, if you roll your eyes whenever there's like a soccer fever every 4 years, then you're going to have to pay attention to something else, because everybody's going to be talking about U.S. soccer because they're going to be winning a lot of games in the World Cup. Now, once they get to the knockout stage, that's where you start to see the cream rise to the top, and there's a lot of great teams out here. But now you're struggling to find a second really good team in each group, where it used to be, Sam, there were two good teams in each group, and sometimes you could get screwed and have a third really good team in the group, and you'd have to fight your way to get out. But it's not that way anymore.
So no more group of death?
No more group of death. It seems like every group is like kind of got off easy with that one. I mean, for like every single good team in the world, it's like,
is the USA good? Like, are they?
They're all right, but this group is just so bad that.
No, but I'm saying past that, like with some of the best teams in the world.
No, I don't know who is next in the bracket for them. They're in Group D, so I don't know who they would play after that. They'd have to get pretty fortunate to be in a game, even in the round of 32. I think they'd be okay. They'd have to be really fortunate to get into the round of 16 and be in a game they would be favored.
Gotcha.
I would say that. Yeah. Sam, great job as always. Great talking to you. Look forward to doing it again on Monday.
Enjoy it, Gideon. Have a good weekend. See you.
You too. It's time for an OG&E break. OG&E has holiday winter safety tips. You go to OGE.com/safety tips. Coming up next, the legend Al Eschbach out here at the Lucky Star Casino. This is the afternoon sports beat on the Sports Animal.
OKC Thunder basketball is back.
Plays it in. Oh, what a maneuver by Jalen Williams.
Every game, at home and on the road, is on right here.
Shea now given it 8 to shoot. Steps back, fires, angle right, rainbow three is on the way. It's a Sing the Thunder Money Ball.
Plus, in-depth analysis from the Thunder Radio Network hosts Gideon Hamilton and Matt Ravis, to the morning animals and more. NBA coverage throughout the week.
This is Jalen Williams. Shut home. Hey, Thunder fans. This is Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and your home for Thunder basketball is WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Sponsored by Lowe's. Gifting, decorating, or treating yourself. It's Lowe's December deal drops for the win. Get up to 50% off select holiday decor. Plus, get up to 40% off select tools and accessories. Shop Lowe's December deal drops today. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
No at Boomer Kia. No is the word of the season at Boomer Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event, because you can get into loads of brand new Kias with no interest for up to 6 years. That's dozens of new Kias with no interest for 6 years. Not ready for payments? Boomer Kia can get you into a brand new Kia with no payments for up to 3 months with no money down. Worried about your credit? No problem. Log on to boomerkia.com. Click the pre-check button and you can get pre-approved instantly with no risk of hurting your credit. Yes, instant pre-approval with no risk of hurting your credit. So if you want a brand new Kia with 6 years, no interest, no payments for 3 months, and no money down, come see me, James Wade, at Boomer Kia, or get your no-risk pre-approval right now at boomerkia.com.
With approved credit through KFA, plus tax, tag, license, and dog fee. Interest accrues date of sale. Dealer deferred payments. Example 2026 Kia EV9. $1,389 cost per thousand. Expires 1/6/26.
You know, there's millions of people without the health insurance they need. I get it. You feel like it's too pricey, a headache to deal with. You deserve something better. And better health. We're on a mission to get everyone high-quality, affordable health insurance. You have health insurance needs. We have plans with low out-of-pocket premiums, with in-network preventive care at no cost to you, and a network of local doctors and hospitals. So if you're still shopping for health insurance, go to ambetterhealth.com/enroll to get your free, no-obligation quote. That's ambetterhealth.com/enroll. For coverage to start January 1st, you must enroll by December 15th. Find the plan that's right for you right now. ambetterhealth.com/enroll. Ambetter Health, on a mission for better. Ambetter Health is the brand name for health insurance products underwritten by subsidiaries of Centene Corporation. Go to ambetterhealth.com to see offerings in your state. This is a solicitation for insurance.
It went downhill really fast. They were upping my prescription to the point that he said, can't go any higher. They wanted me to do bifocals, and I refused that, so I did contacts and readers.
Tisha talking about her motivation to have lens replacement from Clearsight.
No, I didn't even qualify for LASIK. If I did that, I'd still have to wear the readers, and I was like, well, that's not worth it. I want to be done. This way, I'll never get cataracts. My vision will be perfect.
And how her life has changed, thanks to Clearsight.
It's 100 times better. I mean, being able to see my paperwork and my computer screen and not have to mess with the readers and pull them off and on, and it's the best thing I've ever done. It's the best surgery I've ever had.
No more readers. Goodbye bifocals. Look to the future with lens replacement from Clearsight. For a limited time, enjoy 0% financing for 36 months on LASIK or lens replacement at Clearsight. Call 405-733-2020 or visit clearsight.com to schedule your free, no obligation eye exam. And remember,
2020 or it's free.
That's the Clearsight guarantee, and you're going to love what you see.
90 days, no payment during Happy Honda Days at Eskridge Honda. Take advantage of 0.99% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Ridgeline. That's right, only 0.99% for 60 months. This offer won't last long, so hurry in today. 90 days, no payment during Happy Honda Days at 89th and I-35 or online at eskridgehonda.com.
Stock number 0524. See dealer for details.
It's always Sunday morning at Sunnyside Diner. Enjoy fresh-made food, local farm-to-restaurant eggs, fresh baked bread from Sunnyside Bakery, and a thick slice of home-cooked happiness at all 5 Sunnyside locations. Sign up for their loyalty program and get double points to use as cash every Wednesday at any Happy Plate restaurant. Enjoy Sunnyside inside, patio side, curbside, or delivery. Visit the original location downtown at 6th and Classen, South Side at Southwest 89th and Western, Lakeside at MacArthur and Britton, in Edmond at 2nd and Broadway, or the newest Sunnyside at Hefner and May. You can check out the rest of the Happy Plate family at Classen Grill and Classen Circle, or Shannon's S&B Burger Joint on Northwest 59th and May. Sunnyside Diner, where blue skies meet full tummies. This week's Sweet Deal of the Week is Sunnyside Diner with 5 metro locations. Get your $50 gift card for just $25. Be on time at 8:20 a.m. at thesportsanimal.com.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City, The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station. This hour is brought to you by Advanced Laser and Cataract Center. If you want to see far and you want to see near, you need to come here.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
And now, Oklahoma City Sports Radio gets serious with the dominant duo, Jim Traeger and Al Eschbach. It's total dominance on 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal.
Just past 4 o'clock on a Friday. 98.1 FM WWLS, The Sports Animal. Gideon Hamilton now joined by the legend of radio here in the state of Oklahoma. Al Eschbach is with us. As we're about to start the show known as the Dominant
Duo.
Did Jay play a little trick on you there?
I guess I'm lost anyway. So when there are tricks, I'm really lost.
He had the now he had that on a stand earlier. You could have just leaned up and talked into it.
That's what I was about to do.
Yeah, it looked it's one of these old school ribbon mics that has been updated, and so Al thought he was going to have to hold on to that the whole show. Not quite though. Al, how are you doing?
I'll be doing better when I'm out of here on Sunday.
That's it? How long you gone? Till Christmas?
Till Christmas. Come back on Christmas. So, yeah, I mean, will the Thunder have lost the game?
No.
They got to go to San Antonio on the 23rd.
I had them starting before the year. I had them starting 25-1. I think they'll be somewhere around 42-2, 43-2. You know, somewhere in that range
Before the schedule changes. But when's Wembanyama coming back?
It's supposed to be before Christmas, but again, none of that stuff really matters to me much. I just don't think there are any teams that when you say something is like, that's not that good, and you think it means that's not any good. It's just no. I just don't think those teams are that good. I don't think they're as good as Milwaukee was in 21, or Denver was a couple of years ago, or the Celtics were a couple of years ago. I just don't think there's teams that are that good.
Do you think Denver's better than they were a year ago? They should be.
Well, I mean, they're hurt right now. They've lost 4 games in a row at home. I think they're subject to things that happen in basketball. I think they're subject to having bad shooting nights, and that coincide with another team playing good. So I think they're okay.
It's it's going to be interesting. We always see what happens, and we'll hear more rumors when the trade deadline comes in February. I think Giannis is going to stay in the East. I think Giannis is probably going to wind up with my Knicks if they trade him, don't you?
That's where he wants to go, but I think there could be somebody that emerges. It's about, he doesn't have a no trade. I think they'll work with him. They're not going to send him to Sacramento or anything, but I think that they still have to do what's best for them and their future, and that's get a young, good player and some picks.
What about San Antonio then?
He could go to San Antonio, but like the Knicks are offering Towns and a pick, and that's it. And if that's the best that you can get, I don't know if I wouldn't hold out for more.
I would hold out. I would hold out definitely for more than Towns and a pick for sure.
Well, let's talk about this weekend. I know you guys have talked about this quite a bit this week, but just for people that are gearing up for, okay, what do I need to pay attention to tomorrow? It's really, if you're an OU fan, it's 2 games. It's the SEC championship game, and it's the Big 12 championship game, and those are the only results. Now, if one or the other happen, then you're probably not hosting a first-round playoff.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. If one of those things happen, you are definitely not hosting.
So OU fans are Georgia fans this weekend, and your Texas Tech fans this weekend.
Right.
Those are the 2 teams that you want to see win. Otherwise, you're going to fall down a spot, and you're probably going to be playing against Texas A&M on the road.
You'd be on A&M on the road, absolutely.
Which isn't the worst matchup in the world, but it's still you want to be playing in Norman.
Well, imagine the money is like the Thunder when they get an extra playoff game.